If the pursuit of knowledge could grant you both wealth and a robust physique, would you strive earnestly to learn? In the mind of Li Shi, who was on the brink of unemployment, a learning panel suddenly materialized. Through the acquisition of knowledge and skills, he could simultaneously enhance two attributes: wealth and physical fitness. For every additional point of wealth, he could exchange it for 1 kilogram of any substance he had once possessed for each point of physical fitness. His health would improve by 1/10 of that of a healthy adult. The economic climate had been rather bleak over the past 2 years, and rumors had recently begun to circulate that the company was on the verge of collapse. Particularly alarming was the 8th of the month, when the expected salary had not arrived. The boss announced a delay of 2 weeks, causing unease to ripple through the various departments. Some had already begun discreetly submitting resumes in search of new employment. Li Shi, 25 years old, a graduate of Tanzhou Normal University with a major in Chinese language and literature, earned a monthly salary exceeding 5,000. He had been with the company for 2 years, and after deducting living expenses, most of his income went toward repaying student loans and family debts. Currently, he had savings of merely 1,989.60 yuan, with over 40,000 yuan still owed by his family. If he were to lose his job, he might not even be able to pay next month's rent. Yet, at that moment, he sat at his desk, lost in thought, utterly indifferent to the discussions of his colleagues. Li Shi, are you daydreaming about some beauty? Li Guiming, a colleague who had joined the company a year earlier, wheeled over in his chair and playfully tapped his arm. Startled, Li Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but he quickly regained his composure and offered an excuse. No, I was just contemplating what to do if the company really goes under. Li Guiming, age 26 and previously divorced, was rather rotund. The two shared a similar age, worked in close proximity, and were from the same hometown, fostering a decent rapport. He twisted his neck in a somewhat exaggerated manner, leaned in, and whispered, "Listen, don't rush to find another job. Those who are eager to jump ship don't understand the law. I did some research online, and if the company does go bankrupt, according to relevant laws, we are entitled to compensation. Just make sure to keep your labor contract and work ID safe. They will be useful when applying for compensation during the bankruptcy proceedings." Li Shi's mind was still preoccupied with the learning panel that had appeared in his thoughts, and he was hardly concerned with anything else. Nevertheless, he appreciated Li Guiming's well-intentioned warning and thanked him. "Let's unwind at Diji Dao after work, my treat. Care to join?" As the workday neared its end, Li Guiming again wheeled over, eager to make plans. Diji Dao was a well-known massage chain in Tanzhou City. Li Guiming frequented it, while Li Shi, burdened with debts, had only been twice, once when Li Guiming insisted on treating him, and the second time when he felt compelled to return the favor. They both preferred a simple, unpretentious experience, at least during Li Shi's visits, where the prices were reasonable, averaging around 200 per person with group deals. "Not today, I have other matters to attend to," Li Shi declined hastily. This time, it wasn't that he was afraid of spending money, but rather that he was eager to return home and delve into the attributes of the panel in his mind. "All right then, how about tomorrow evening?" "We'll see about tomorrow." In his rented room at Qinyuan Residential Complex, Li Shi locked the door, drew the curtains tightly to ensure no one could see inside, turned on the lights, and took out his Redmi 9. He activated the camera function, positioning it on the dining table, propped up by an empty box of Baixiang instant noodles. Sitting down at the table, he took a couple of deep breaths, immersed his consciousness in his mind, and summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Physical fitness: 9.5. The average attribute for a healthy adult male is 10 points. Wealth: 0, not accounting for real-world assets. Currently learning: to be selected. Completed learning library: none. Each subject or skill is divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, professional, and grandmaster. For each level attained, the physical fitness attribute increases by 1 point, and the wealth attribute increases by 1 point. Only one subject or skill can be studied at a time. Once selected, the subject branch or skill level must reach mastery before a change can be made. Earlier that day, during his lunch break at the office, Li Shi had a dream in which he saw a vast nebula suddenly dissipate before him. He awoke with a start, and the learning panel appeared in his mind. As his consciousness brushed against the panel, he intuitively understood its purpose. In simple terms, he could increase the attributes of physical fitness and wealth on the panel through the pursuit of knowledge, skills, and arts. Physical fitness represented one's bodily condition with an initial attribute of 9.5. He realized he was currently in a suboptimal state of health. On the panel, wealth did not denote the amount of money he possessed in reality, but represented the tangible items he could exchange from the panel. 1 point of wealth could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of any substance he had previously owned. Li Shi gazed at the panel, his thoughts continually probing each item, receiving feedback until he cautiously transmitted his intent. Select learning direction. Choose Chinese. As soon as his intent was relayed, the panel underwent an immediate transformation. Name, Li Shi. Physical fitness, 9.5. Wealth, 0. Currently learning. Chinese not yet started. Completed learning library, none. Li Shi was not the least bit surprised to see his Chinese marked as not yet started, given that he had graduated with a degree in Chinese language and literature from Tanzhou Normal University. He understood that this did not reflect his actual level of proficiency, but indicated that he had not yet begun formal study. The panel needed to witness and record his complete learning process. Unruffled, he concealed the panel within his mind, picked up his phone to review the recording. The video merely showed him in a daze, with no other phenomena, prompting a sigh of relief. Next, he searched online for Chinese textbooks from elementary to high school. On a resource forum, he spent 10 yuan to purchase a compressed folder containing complete electronic textbooks for primary and secondary schools, which included not only Chinese textbooks from elementary to high school, but also math and other subjects. Initially pleased to find the desired materials, Li Shi's excitement quickly waned when, upon downloading and unzipping the files, his low-spec phone, which he had used for 2 years, froze completely. He'll make it a priority to get a new phone once I have the funds. Resorting to his old yet reliable laptop, he re-downloaded the resources from the cloud. After finishing this task, it was already past 7 in the evening. Eager to study, he boiled water in a kettle, devoured 2 packs of Bai Xiang signature pork bone soup noodles, and opened the PDF of the first-grade Chinese textbook. Lesson 1. Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Li Shi diligently reviewed each word, but being merely elementary content, it was far too easy for anyone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. 1 page, 2 pages he clicked rapidly, skimming through the material. After 7 or 8 minutes, having completed the first-grade textbook, he summoned the learning panel for a glance, only to find that his study of Chinese still displayed as not yet started. Unfazed, he continued to open the second semester textbook for first grade. 10 minutes later, he moved on to the second grade first semester textbook. After a few more minutes, he opened the second grade second semester textbook. Where does spring return? The lonely road remains untraveled. If anyone knows where spring has gone, call it back to dwell together. As Li Shi finished reading the last lesson of the 6th grade second semester textbook, Huang Tingjian's poem Qing Ping Lu, an unexpected spark ignited in his mind, and he quickly summoned the panel. Name, Li Shi. Physical fitness, 9.5. 1 merge. Wealth, 1 exchange. Currently learning, Chinese beginner. Completed learning library, none. It had changed, truly changed. Li Shi leaped to his feet, pacing excitedly in the confined space before abruptly halting, redirecting his attention back to the panel. He first focused his thoughts on the physical fitness and tapped the merge option, which immediately provided feedback. Estimated merging duration, 5 hours. Quickly withdrawing his thoughts, he noted that 1 point of physical fitness represented 1/10 of a healthy adult's physical capability. 5 hours was not an excessively long wait, yet he felt he couldn't afford to wait. Let's set it aside for now. Rubbing his hands together, Li Shi returned to the dining table, unplugged his laptop, closed it, and moved it to the bed to clear the table, then took a deep breath, selecting the option to exchange 1 point of wealth for 1 kilogram of pure gold. In his 3rd year of university, to raise funds for his mother's surgery, he had once sold the only valuable item left by his father, a 20-gram pure gold bar. Bang! A gold bar, roughly the size of a palm, suddenly materialized out of thin air before Li Shi, crashing onto the wooden folding table with a resounding thud. As the light illuminated it, Li Shi's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of gold. Gold, he had truly exchanged for gold. Chapter 2. The first fusion of physical essence. Li Shi cradled the 1 kilogram bar of pure gold in his hands. Its size was modest, merely the span of his palm, yet it felt weighty and substantial. When he placed it upon the table and tapped it twice, it emitted a resonant sound. His heart raced in tandem, thumping with excitement. Indeed, everything was real. After a prolonged moment of reverent caressing, he abruptly seized his mobile phone and searched for the current gold price. Discovering a commendable increase today, reaching 405 yuan per gram, he summoned the calculator. 405 yuan per gram multiplied by 1,000 grams equated to 405,000. Based on his previous knowledge, recyclers typically deducted about 10 yuan per gram, leaving him with a staggering total of 390,500. Gazing at the result displayed on the calculator, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Over 390,000. With this sum, the remaining debt of over 40,000 seemed trivial. In that fleeting moment, Li Shi felt as though the entire world was smiling back at him. He joined in the laughter, but as his gaze fell upon the instant noodle box beside the table, his eyes suddenly welled with tears. How foolish of me, he thought, to weep over such fortuitous circumstances. There exists a treasure trove of wisdom within the pages of books. I must seize the moment to study. Li Shi retrieved his laptop, placing it atop the gold bar, opened it, and resumed his reading of the first-grade Chinese textbook. As he read, Spring, by Zhu Ziqing. Yearning, yearning, the east wind has arrived, and the footsteps of spring draw near. Yet, before he had even completed the passage, he found himself reaching to touch the gold bar beneath his laptop, only to do so again moments later. This simply would not do. The gold bar was too cumbersome beneath the computer. He lifted the laptop, extracted the bar, and tucked it into his blanket, covering it well. Out of sight, out of mind. Returning to his seat, his hands finally ceased their restless fidgeting, yet his eyes could not help but steal glances toward the bed. After several minutes, he managed to read through 2 passages, but his study efficiency had plummeted. He sighed, reflecting on his newfound wealth. How sudden it felt, especially after years of poverty. He chastised himself. It was time to gradually adjust his mindset. After all, he was now a person endowed with educational resources. 1 point of wealth could be exchanged for any material possession he had once owned. Suddenly, he remembered that while gold was indeed precious, there were materials far more valuable than gold in this world. Since his mood for studying was amiss, he decided to take out his phone and scoured platforms like Bihoo, Douyin, and Bilibili for information on the most expensive substances. He discovered the top 10 most expensive materials, with the first being the radioactive metal element californium. Its natural abundance was exceedingly rare, primarily synthesized artificially, and valued at a staggering $27 million per gram. After a brief period of contemplation, Li Shi let out a sigh. The most precious materials listed were either rare radioactive elements or exorbitantly priced synthetic drugs, with prices per kilogram soaring into the tens of millions or even billions of dollars. However, acquiring samples of such substances proved exceedingly difficult, and even if he were to obtain them, they would attract undue attention, leaving him unable to explain their origin. Precious diamonds and jewels could indeed be an option, but for now, he resolved to focus on his studies. After this brief interruption, Li Shi's mindset had significantly calmed. He retrieved the gold bar from beneath the covers and placed it on the dining table beside his computer. Resuming his studies, as he progressed to middle school, the curriculum gradually grew richer and deeper, necessitating a slower pace of learning. The first volume of the first year's textbook comprised a substantial 149 pages, replete with classical texts and poetry. After over an hour of revision, he finally completed the last unit and began reading the final guide to the literary classics. The Monkey King adjusts the banana fan. The Monkey King bid farewell to Ling Ji, soared on his somersault cloud, and swiftly returned to the Emerald Cloud Mountain. The Monkey King then retracted his limbs and declared, "Do you only now recognize your uncle? I see that Brother Nyo is compassionate, so I shall spare your life. Quickly bring me the fan for my use." The demoness replied, "Uncle, there is a fan. There is a fan. Come out and take it." The Monkey King transformed back into his original form, seized the fan and exclaimed, "Am I not right here? Thank you for the loan. Thank you for the loan." With a swift movement, he advanced forward, and the minions hurriedly opened the door, allowing him to exit the cave. Upon finishing the first excerpt from Journey to the West, Li Shi couldn't help but reminisce about the television adaptation he had watched in his childhood. As mentioned online, despite the abundance of beautiful actresses in the series, he was solely captivated by the Monkey King, a testament to the character's immense charm. Speaking of which, if the Monkey King had an attribute panel, his physical attribute would surely exceed 100,000. Otherwise, he could not withstand the alchemical flames of the 8 trigrams furnace from Taishang Laojun. The panel attributes possess no limits. Continual learning allows for the accumulation of attribute points, which would lead to an extraordinary future. That night, Li Shi studied until past 1 in the morning, finally managing to review the entire middle school Chinese curriculum. After taking a shower, he lay down in bed, the gold bar resting beside his pillow, readily accessible. He then summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Physical attribute: 9.51. Fusion status: Wealth: 0. Currently learning Chinese, beginner, completed learning archive, none having finished the first year. His Chinese, beginner, transformed into beginner, and now with the completion of the entire middle school curriculum, it reverted to beginner, soon to ascend to proficient. Tomorrow, he would continue his diligent efforts. He shifted his focus to the physical attribute, set his phone alarm for 6 hours later, and then mentally tapped the panel. Select to fuse 1 point of physical attribute. Suddenly, his body felt pleasantly warm and comfortable, as if he were enveloped in a languid bliss. Reminiscent of autumn afternoons in his childhood, lying in his mother's embrace on the steps of their old home, basking in the warm sunlight, the warmth of his mother's hug even more soothing. His eyelids grew heavy. Within mere seconds, Li Shi could no longer resist the deepening drowsiness, closing his eyes as his breathing became long and profound. A night without dreams passed, and at 7:30, before his phone alarm had even sounded, Li Shi awoke naturally, stretching languorously, feeling utterly refreshed. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. He stood up and stretched his body, suddenly realizing that his shorts felt a bit loose. Looking down, he was astonished to see that the small belly, which had grown from indulging in cheap fast food over the past 2 years, had miraculously flattened considerably overnight, revealing the abdominal muscles that had been concealed beneath layers of fat. He swung his fists and jumped a little. The slight enhancement in his physique brought about an approximate 10 increase in strength, agility, and resilience. Among other attributes, he felt remarkably invigorated, his energy levels rivaling those of a youthful 18 or 19-year-old. Summoning the learning panel, he noted, Name, Li Shi, Physique, 10.5, Wealth, 0, Currently learning, Chinese, Beginner, Completed learning library, None with a physique of 10.5. He had already surpassed the standard healthy adult male by 0.5, and with continued learning, he would undoubtedly improve further. Li Shi sent a WeChat message to Li Guaming, requesting him to draft a leave of absence note for the HR department. After freshening up, he perused various dictionary apps on his phone. By nearly 9 o'clock, he donned his black backpack, which he had purchased for 99 and had been using for over 3 years, and stepped outside. Downstairs, he spent 3 yuan at Duan Baozi to buy 2 meat buns. Just as he was about to hail a ride via WeChat, his phone suddenly rang. It was his female superior, Wei Shulan. Wei Shulan was a strikingly attractive and voluptuous career-driven woman, known for her stern demeanor towards subordinates. Upon seeing her number, Li Shi felt a rush of anxiety, but then reassured himself that her call was likely just to inquire about his leave. With the learning panel now at his disposal, he felt indifferent about that mundane job with a fixed salary. Even if she denied his leave, it mattered little to him. This thought instantly eased his mind. Chapter 3, 390,000, then consider me absent without leave. 2 minutes later, Li Shi ended the call with a nonchalant tone. The domineering manner in which his ample-chested superior spoke was rather overbearing. He was eager to sell gold and had no time for idle chatter with her. Regardless of whether the company remained afloat, he had already resolved to resign. Utilizing the newly added travel service feature on WeChat, he summoned a ride to the east gate of the Provincial People's Hospital. The car arrived promptly, but just as he settled in, Li Guaming messaged him, asking, Did Wei Shufan call you? I noticed her expression seemed quite upset. You didn't give her a hard time, did you? The Wei Shufan he referred to was their direct superior, Wei Shulan. After confirming the last digits of his phone number and the destination with the driver, he typed back, She. Initially, he typed a few lines of complaints but reconsidered and deleted them, opting instead for, No, thanks for today, I'll treat you next time. Is that true? Never mind, I can manage on my own. You don't need to worry about me. How about I treat you? I just got a new membership. Shall we go tomorrow evening? Li Shi paused for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he replied, Sure. They exchanged a few more words before concluding the conversation. The journey would take over 20 minutes. Li Shi, using his mobile browser, searched for online high school Chinese textbooks. After a considerable amount of time, he finally found a complete scanned version in a personal article by a user named Fervently. He quickly saved it and began to study diligently, starting from the first lesson, Kinyuankan, Tanzhou. The high school Chinese curriculum was indeed more profound than what he had learned in middle school. Although he had previously studied the material, he was determined to achieve optimal learning outcomes. So he approached his studies with the learning prompts and unit tasks provided at the end of the texts. Understanding the benefits that his studies would yield, Li Shi maintained a high level of concentration, resulting in excellent learning efficacy. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the rear of the People's Hospital. After disembarking, he walked to the nearby Dingwangtai Jewelry Appraisal Center. Rather than entering, he made his way to a small road adjacent to it. After walking a few dozen meters, he arrived at the entrance of a seemingly impressive gold shop, Qixiang Gold Store. Several years ago, it was in this very establishment that he had sold the 20G gold bar left by his father. Standing a short distance from the entrance, he observed for a moment. When he noticed that there were no customers inside, he stepped in. Boss, do you buy gold? Yes, you want to sell gold, right? Did you bring it? I did. What price do you offer? 8 yuan less than the gold price per gram. Li Shi retrieved the gold bar from his backpack. Oh, such a large piece. How heavy is it? 1 kilogram. Let me weigh it. The owner took the gold bar and placed it on the electronic scale beside the counter. It weighed exactly 1000.00 g, precisely 1 kilogram. Are you sure you want to sell it? I need to test it first. Is that all right? Of course, Li Shi replied with calm composure. This gold shop was quite reputable. 20 minutes later, the transaction was successfully completed. The last time Li Shi had come to sell, the owner had asked to see his ID. But this time, he was accepted without even a glance at it. The gold price was 405.9 yuan per gram, with a buyback price of 397.9 yuan per gram, resulting in a final transfer of 397,900 yuan. Only after confirming the receipt in the Industrial and Commercial Bank app did Li Shi exit the store, appearing quite tranquil as he continued toward the Provincial People's Hospital. Upon entering through the East Gate, he wandered aimlessly for a while before exiting through the West Gate and hailing a taxi. After informing the driver of his destination, he took out his phone and logged back into the banking app. The available balance read 399,889.60 yuan. He mentally counted units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Indeed, it was over 399,000. Gazing at this lengthy string of numbers, he could hardly contain a laugh, but the presence of the taxi driver restrained him. After recounting, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Initially, he intended to transfer money to his mother immediately. However, considering that she would undoubtedly call to inquire after receiving the bank notification, he decided to wait until he returned home. He opened Alipay, transferred 20,000 yuan into it, and then applied for an early repayment of his student loan. After completing the operation, he awaited the system's automatic deduction on the 20th. Li Shi let out a sigh of relief, then opened the reminder text message sent by the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Glancing at the figures displayed, a smile graced his lips as he exited the message and opened his browser's bookmarks to continue reviewing his first-year Chinese literature. As long as he progressed from a novice to proficiency in Chinese, he could earn a bit more in attributes. This prospect served as a tremendous motivation for his studies. Upon arriving at the Qinyuan resettlement community, he scanned his payment code before disembarking. His phone lagged momentarily, prompting thoughts about replacing his device. Checking the time, he noted it was still before 11 o'clock. He transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother, opting not to send a larger sum at once, choosing instead to clear the remaining family debts with this initial amount. There was still time ahead. After completing the transfer, he hurriedly opened the JD app, locating the 3 mobile phones he had previously added to his cart. After a brief moment of indecision, he ultimately selected the Black Honor 70, with a configuration of 12 GB RAM and 512 GB storage. Totaling 3,099 yuan. He placed the order just before 11:10. He would receive it that afternoon. Looking at the successful payment confirmation, a sense of reality washed over Li Shi. He indeed had money now. The intoxicating feeling of being able to purchase whatever he desired, regardless of the cost, was captivating, profoundly captivating. Though his expenditure barely exceeded 3,000 yuan, which might pale in comparison to the breakfast bills of certain affluent second-generation rich, he took a moment to savor the experience before continuing on his way. He resolved not to compare himself to others, but rather to measure his progress against his own past. As long as he continued to learn, his wealth would grow month by month, year by year. Moreover, his physical strength would also improve year after year. Upon returning to his residence, he was surprised that his mother's call had yet to come through. Checking the transfer status, he found it had been completed and proceeded to dial her number. After 5 rings, the call connected. "Sure to, why are you calling at this hour? I'm currently making insoles with your second aunt and the others," came the robust voice of Li Mu, Zhou Xiaotsue. Years ago, when his mother fell gravely ill, they had depleted their savings, but fortunately, the surgery was successful, and her health had since improved. Nevertheless, Li Shi forbade her from engaging in strenuous agricultural work. Yet she could not remain idle. Aware of the family's debts and unwilling to place the burden solely on her son, she had raised a few pigs and often joined the village women to make insoles for some extra income. "Mom, I recently completed a project and received a substantial bonus. I just transferred 50,000 to you. Please check if it has arrived." When conversing with elders, one must sometimes resort to flattery and benevolent white lies. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Li Shi ended the call. Feeling as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly relaxed, not even inclined to move a finger. He lay there for a full half-hour before finally rising, opening his computer, and approaching his studies with a renewed mindset. The next wealth attribute point and physical attribute point beckoned him. Chapter 4. A night of hard work, proficient in Chinese, he studied diligently from noon until after 5 in the evening, finally solidifying his grasp on the entirety of first-year Chinese literature. Glancing at his study panel, he noted that his Chinese proficiency still stood at novice, yet he was aware that progress was imminent. Rising from his desk, Li Shi stretched lazily, invigorating his body. The simplistic folding dining table was rather low, making it uncomfortable to lean over and study for an entire afternoon. Had it not been for his physical constitution being elevated to 10.5, he would have undoubtedly suffered from backache and fatigue. Engaging earnestly in study can instill a sense of tranquility in an individual. After a full afternoon of concentration, Li Shi found himself adopting a more composed mindset, pondering what to have for dinner when the delivery notification chimed in. His newly purchased phone had arrived. Descending to retrieve the package, he promptly unwrapped it and swapped the SIM card. The new device proved to be impressive, with a configuration of 12 GB RAM and 512 GB storage, functioning exceptionally smoothly. After installing Mate 1, he ordered a takeaway, a clay pot rice dish with diced radish and preserved meat for 18 yuan. Despite having a balance of 320,000 yuan in his industrial and commercial bank account, he refrained from indulging in extravagant meals, not out of a reluctance to spend, but rather because he believed the time for enjoyment had not yet arrived. He quickly consumed a few bites to resume his diligent study of the high school Chinese language textbook. Seizing the moment to upgrade was indeed the path to success. While awaiting his meal, he browsed online for a tablet, intending to purchase one for the convenience of studying anytime and anywhere. The cumbersome, outdated laptop on the dining table was due for retirement. With the plethora of modern electronic devices available, after much deliberation, he ultimately opted for a Huawei Office tablet, placing an order for a MateBook i5 16GB 512GB configuration with a smart magnetic keyboard from the JD self-operated store. Given the steep price exceeding 6,000 yuan, he meticulously reviewed comments and scoured several familiar forums before finally deciding on the blue model after finishing his clay pot rice. Following the payment, he promptly received a bank transaction alert, and upon seeing the deducted amount and remaining balance, Li Shi felt a shift in his mindset compared to earlier when he purchased the phone. Indeed, the old adage holds true. It is difficult to transition from luxury to frugality, yet moving from frugality to luxury is rather effortless. Initially, he merely intended to test the new device's video capabilities. However, upon opening Douyin, the algorithm relentlessly presented him with an array of striking young women with long legs, one after another. Some dancing, others practicing yoga, and some engaging in finger dances. Most astonishingly, one young lady showcased her skills in tongue dancing, with her long, agile pink tongue performing a physical rendition of eloquence, captivating Li Shi completely. He immediately navigated to her profile, scrolling from top to bottom, and before he knew it, over half an hour had slipped away. The pink skull is hindering my studies. Now my mind is filled with thoughts of pink tongues. How ridiculous. Tossing the new phone onto the bed, Li Shi positioned himself on the floor and completed 55 push-ups. Rising with surprise, he realized that what was once a struggle to complete a mere 10 had now transformed into a seamless 55. Truly, the increase in his physical attributes was indeed remarkable. Opening his computer, he accessed the unzipped PDF of the high school Chinese textbook, which commenced with selected passages from the Analects, specifically Zilu, Zhang Shi, Ranyu, and Gongxi Hua sitting together in the matters of Qi Huan and Jin Huan. After a thorough reading, he endeavored to translate the text into contemporary vernacular, marking any areas of uncertainty for later reference. Subsequently, he utilized his new phone to search for reference translations, engaging in comparative study. From 8:30 in the evening until just past 4 in the morning, he immersed himself in his studies, finally completing the last text, on the 6 states, and began delving into the final few ancient poems, including Ascending the Yang Tower by Du Fu, which opens with, Once I heard of Dongting's waters, now I ascend Yang Tower. Wu Chudong's southern region split apart. These poems are overly familiar. I cannot recall how many times I recited them in the past. At this moment, as the words echo in his mind, he reads aloud from Gue Ji Xiang. Nostalgia for Jinling by Wang Engshi, Ascending to Gaze, it is the late autumn of my homeland. And from Yu Yuan by Tang Xianzu, in the robe of dark silk, the vibrant hues bloom in abundance, as the rain drizzles and the wind dances. The misty waves cradle the painted boat. How fleeting is this splendid hour, one that the people of Jinping seem to cherish. Upon finishing the last line, a realization dawns upon him, prompting him to summon the learning panel. Name, Li Shi. Constitution, 10.51, Fusion status, Wealth, 1, Exchange status, Currently learning, Chinese, Proficient completed learning library, none. With a sigh of relief, Li Shi rises, massaging his right wrist, which has grown sore from manipulating the mouse. After a night of diligent study, he finally elevates his Chinese proficiency to proficient. His eyes glimmer as he gazes at the panel. Noticing the increments in his constitution and wealth attributes, and instantly, all fatigue dissipates. If he were to exchange for gold, this single point of wealth would equate to at least 400,000 RMB. However, he considers the possibility of exchanging for other substances, intending to explore further upon waking. Having labored nearly through the night, fatigue overwhelms him. Though he feels slightly greasy from the sleepless hours, he disregards it, collapsing onto his bed, powering down his phone, and opting to fuse 1 point of constitution in mere seconds. He succumbs to a warm, soothing sensation and drifts into slumber. 5 hours later, around 9 o'clock, he awakens refreshed, feeling an invigorating surge of strength, and with a fist pump, he imagines he could fell an old bull. Of course, this is merely the illusion of having increased his constitution by 1/10 overnight. While showering, he takes a moment to inspect himself. He appears quite well proportioned. Compared to before, he has shed some fat, revealing more muscle, though his overall physique remains largely unchanged. He touches his abdomen, feeling its firmness. Name: Li Shi. Constitution: 11.5. Wealth: 1. Exchange status: currently learning Chinese, proficient. Completed learning library. None. After changing into clean clothes, he retrieves his phone from the bedside and powers it on, preparing to call a cab to resign from his job. Once the phone activates, he notices 2 missed calls and a slew of unread WeChat messages, all from Li Guaming. He opens the WeChat message. Li Shi. Why is your phone off? I must tell you, the company declared bankruptcy today. Li Shi. Should I still resign? At 10:30, Li Shi exits the company with his belongings, joining Li Guaming in his orange Cadillac CT4. I never expected the company to collapse so swiftly. Damn it. In 4 years since graduating, I've seen 2 companies go under, and I've been married and divorced. Am I cursed? Li Guaming reflects with a solemn expression. Li Shi chuckles. Min, you shouldn't be so superstitious. Besides, the company was evidently brought down by the higher-ups. It has nothing to do with us diligent employees. If it has fallen, so be it. Let us go. Today, it's my treat to lighten the mood. Li Guaming, while dispatching the vehicle, cast a surprised glance at him and exclaimed, Mr. Shi, you truly are treating us. What is the occasion? Did your home undergo demolition? Demolition? Li Shi chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. In comparison to the learning panel, what did demolition matter? Although they were colleagues who had grown somewhat close, their relationship lacked true depth, barely qualifying them as friends, and neither was privy to the other's personal circumstances. Li Shi only knew that Li Guaming hailed from Beihu province, while Li Guaming was aware that Li Shi's roots lay in the lower Shao city. This was emblematic of the nature of most workplace relationships, seemingly familiar yet fundamentally superficial. Now, they were former colleagues. Upon reaching the earthly path, with noon approaching, Li Shi, in gratitude for the care Li Guaming had extended during the past 2 years at the company, deliberately ordered 2 sets of the 688 meal, comprising a 198 yuan buffet and a 90-minute foot massage, alongside an hour of body massage. Li Guaming was a frequent patron, while this was Li Shi's inaugural experience with such indulgence. Emerging around 2 in the afternoon, he felt as though he had shed 2 taels of weight. However, after graciously declining Li Guaming's offer to drive him back, Li Shi swiftly shifted his mindset and headed straight for the bustling Wui shopping district in the city center, an area famed for its plethora of prestigious jewelry merchants. It was time to contemplate what material to exchange for his second attribute point of wealth. Chapter 5. Jadeite or Diamond? In the morning, while retrieving his belongings from the office, including those accumulated during his relaxation at Earthly Path, Li Shi pondered a singular question during his intermittent breaks. What material should he exchange for his newly acquired wealth attribute points? He scoured the internet for information, narrowing it down to 2 options, diamonds or jadeite. A choice between the 2. Diamonds are typically measured by carat weight, with 1 carat equating to 0.2 grams, thus 1 kilogram amounts to 5,000 carats. According to online data, the wholesale price for a colorless diamond at the nation's largest wholesale hub, the Shuaibei market, usually ranges from 30,000 to 130,000 yuan. Calculating with the minimum of 30,000 yuan, a kilogram of colorless diamonds could be valued at a staggering 150 million yuan. This figure does not even account for collector-grade diamonds or high-quality colored diamonds, which are exceedingly rare. Recently, a 14.83-carat pink diamond fetched a staggering $26.6 million at an auction abroad. Furthermore, a 15.81-carat purple pink diamond was auctioned for an astronomical 223 million Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong. In contrast, the unit price of jadeite does not reach the heights of diamonds. Li Shi was somewhat more knowledgeable about jadeite. He understood that lower-end jadeite was relatively inexpensive, with a few hundred to 1,000 yuan capable of purchasing a substantial quantity, yet high-end jadeite could command prices that rivaled rare diamonds. Upon entering a taxi, He continued his quest for relevant information. The Poly Hong Kong Auction Company's spring auction. A fully green round jadeite bracelet was sold for 349,000 yuan. A single bracelet, over 30 million yuan. Li Shi opened a new browser window and searched for the weight of jadeite round bracelets. Typically weighing between 60 to 90 grams, the diameter of the ring varies, resulting in differing weights. Additionally, the bracelet core should account for 40 to 80 grams, with some extra weight for the edges. Theoretically, a kilogram of jadeite rough can yield a maximum of 5 round bangles. At this price point, the bangles alone could amount to a staggering 150 million. The remaining cores and edge scraps are also quite valuable. The auction prices serve merely as a reference. However, if one possesses a kilogram of fully green high ice or even glass-type jadeite, with proper handling, exchanging it for tens of millions in cash should pose no issue. Therefore, when it comes to choosing between diamonds and jadeite, which should one opt to exchange? Throughout his journey, Li Shi diligently sought information regarding these two precious gemstones and their market trading data, weighing their advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, he decided that he would acquire both. Having completed his advanced studies in Chinese language and literature, he still had the high school courses of grades 2 and 3 to tackle, along with his university major in Chinese language and literature. If he managed to review all of these, he could undoubtedly elevate his Chinese proficiency to a mastery level. This means he could secure an additional attribute point in his Chinese studies. Hence, he prepared for both options, intending to exchange for both when the time came. As for which one to exchange first, after much contemplation, he found himself delving deeper into the matter, shifting his focus from which held greater value to which would be easier to liquidate. The waters in the diamond and jadeite markets run deep, yet comparatively, the jadeite market is more accessible to those outside the industry in our country. The Wui shopping district is the most prosperous commercial area in Tanzhou City, encompassing numerous cultural and tourist landmarks such as Huangxing Road Pedestrian Street, Guijin Center, Taiping Street, Wenhiu, and Tianqing Pavilion. Li Shi perused the pedestrian street, inquiring at every gold and jewelry store he could find, but failed to locate the diamond he desired. Eventually, he arrived at Guijin Center, where he visited several so-called international luxury jewelry stores like Daifini and Van Cleef Arpels. However, after a brief visit, he found himself exiting once more. The sales staff in these stores were somewhat aloof, offering little warmth, but this mattered not. If they had what Li Shi sought, he could endure. The real issue was that they did not. Was it truly so difficult to find unirradiated color diamonds? After confirming his decision to select both diamonds and jadeite as his exchange material, he naturally aimed to procure sample items here. Based on the information he gathered online, Li Shi established criteria for selecting samples: diamonds, colored diamonds, preferably pink or blue, under 50 points, 0.5 carats, high clarity, and unirradiated, etc. jadeite. It could be small in volume, but the closer the color and quality approached imperial green glass, the better. After an afternoon of visiting 7 stores without finding what he sought, Li Shi reluctantly made his way home. On the return journey, he pondered the situation and deemed it wise to utilize the internet, searching for sources to purchase colored diamonds. After extensive searching, he ultimately discovered a video blogger on Douyin, named Baoshi Jia, who filmed content related to purchasing gold and jewelry in Shuaibei, catering to her followers. This gem enthusiast has produced over 100 videos for her fans, showcasing the purchase of gold and jewelry, amassing a following of 365,000. Her self-introduction on her homepage identifies her as a gem appraiser. After watching more than 30 of her videos, Li Shi attempted to send her a private message through the backend. To his surprise, he received a prompt reply, inviting him to add her work WeChat. Within 2 minutes, he successfully connected with her. Mustering his courage, he concocted a story. Gem enthusiast, I began following you when you had only uploaded a few videos. I truly admire your content. I watch every update and consider myself a devoted fan. The gem enthusiast responded, thank you. Are you seeking assistance in purchasing a diamond? Li Shi affirmed, yes, I would like your help in sourcing a small colored diamond. The gem enthusiast inquired, colored diamond? Certainly. What is your budget? Please specify your requirements. Li Shi, having already formulated his thoughts, quickly replied, my budget is under 20,000, preferably pink and blue diamonds, under 50 points in size. The color should be of good quality, and the clarity should be high. If the clarity and color are satisfactory, I wouldn't mind if it were below 20 points. The budget can be slightly flexible, but it must be a natural colored diamond without irradiation. A reputable certificate would be ideal. The gem enthusiast remarked, your requirements are quite detailed and specific. However, a budget of 20,000 is somewhat limited, making the search quite challenging. Is it convenient for us to communicate via video now? Li Shi found a spot where only the wall was visible and responded, it is convenient. Soon, she initiated a video call, and upon connection, They exchanged greetings and engaged in a few pleasantries before addressing the matter at hand. "Mr. Li, here's the situation. I can assist you in your search, but I need to document the process and edit it into a video for platforms like Douyin and Bilibili. I must first seek your consent." Li Shi thought to himself that this was precisely what he hoped for, as it would likely enhance her commitment to the search. He quickly replied, "No problem. I agree. Great. I am currently in need of material, so I will begin the search tomorrow. Once I find a suitable option, I will send you the video for your review." "All right, thank you very much." After ending the call, they continued to discuss numerous details via WeChat, including payment methods. The gem enthusiast, experienced in this realm, offered two options. Upon finding the appropriate diamond, either transfer the money online to her, after which he would purchase and insure the item for shipping, or Li Shi could make a trip to Pingcheng Shui Bay, where she would accompany him to the vendor for a direct purchase. Li Shi checked the transportation from Tanzhou to Pingcheng. There were many high-speed train options, taking just over 3 hours, and he promptly chose the latter. Conveniently, he could also pay a visit to the Pingzhou Jade Market. Chapter 6. If Tenfold. The next morning, while studying the second-year Chinese curriculum, Li Shi received a call from the gem enthusiast and immediately switched to a WeChat video call that lasted over 20 minutes. After concluding the video, Li Shi opened the 12306 app and purchased a high-speed train ticket to Pingcheng. The gem enthusiast was indeed impressive. The Shui Beilong exhibition wholesale market. She assisted Li Shi in selecting 2 exquisite pink diamonds from a familiar vendor. One of these stones, apart from its price, aligned perfectly with his requirements. In the words of Gem's sister, it is a rare gem among small pink diamonds that carries a GIA certificate. Although it weighs a mere 0.22 carats, its clarity reaches the flawless level of if, featuring a heart-shaped cut with excellent proportions and a natural deep pink hue. Aside from the price, there is nothing more to be desired. The vendor initially quoted 100,000, but Gem's sister negotiated it down to 85,000, after which the seller was unwilling to budge any further. Gazing at the glimmering pink diamonds through the lens of his phone, Li Shi recalled having seen a heart-shaped pink diamond weighing 15.56 carats that was sold for over $9 million. That particular diamond had a clarity rating of VS1, 2 significant grades below the flawless if level. Having purchased his ticket, Li Shi packed his belongings, placing the newly acquired tablet into his backpack, and hailed a taxi to the South High-Speed Railway station. During the ride, instead of studying, he leaned back in the rear seat, feigning rest, while secretly examining the learning panel. His time with the learning panel was too brief, only 3 days, during which many hidden features remained to be discovered. Could he exchange wealth attribute points at increments as small as 0.1 points? Or even 0.01 points? He attempted to connect mentally, tentatively transmitting his thoughts, and received affirmative feedback. Was it possible to choose the form and other specific states of the material being exchanged? For instance, could he exchange for 10 grams of gold in the shape of a small steamed bun? Once again, he received positive confirmation, but it was essential to visualize the specific concept and appearance of the material in his mind during the exchange. Li Shi resided in Keifu District, while the South High-Speed Railway Station was located in Yuhua District, one in the northern part of the city and the other in the south, with a distance of over 20 kilometers between them. Departing at 10:40, he was set to arrive at 11:15. He hurriedly scanned his ID to enter the station, purchased a bread roll in the waiting area, and boarded the G883 train bound for Pingcheng North Station at 11:30. By the end of June, the sweltering season had arrived, and some heat-sensitive travelers donned short sleeves and shorts. However, the attendants on the high-speed train still wore black stockings beneath their crimson uniforms. As one of them brushed past Li Shi, inadvertently grazing his arm that rested on the armrest of his seat, he was momentarily startled. The sensation was akin to a spring breeze caressing a tranquil lake, creating ripples of emotion. Unable to resist, he glanced up at the passing attendant, only to hastily avert his gaze after 2.38 seconds. Staring at a woman's shapely form was rather impolite. His vigorous physique, rated at 11.5, indeed bestowed upon him a surfeit of energy, reminiscent of the invigorating feeling he had experienced at 17 or 18. It was quite delightful. Li Shi stroked his chin and took out his phone to research travel tips. This was his first visit to both Pingcheng and Foshan, so he aimed to familiarize himself with transportation and accommodation beforehand, ensuring he felt at ease and composed. Pingcheng, a modern metropolis built upon a fishing village, boasts a resident population of nearly 17 to 18 million. Its remarkable transformation from nothing to a thriving city over the past few decades is nothing short of miraculous. Upon emerging from the east square of Pingcheng High-Speed Railway North Station, after a brief wait, Li Shi hailed a taxi. After inquiring with the driver, he promptly dialed Sister Baoshi, informing her that he would arrive in approximately 30 minutes. Since he had mentioned his urgency, the heavily accented driver chose to take the overpass. Initially, the scenery along the route differed somewhat from Li Shi's expectations. The roadsides were sparsely dotted with towering edifices, instead revealing hills and water. A glance at the map revealed that they were to traverse through a park. Throughout the journey, the verdant landscape of Pingcheng left a profound impression on him. This city appeared to be enveloped in greenery, as if it were constructed amidst the very trees themselves. Through the car window, he occasionally glimpsed this remarkable sight. Looking down, there were small hills shaded by lush foliage, yet upon lifting his gaze, he discovered towering skyscrapers under construction. The navigation indicated that they were nearing the Longzhan jewelry wholesale market, prompting Li Shi to send another message to Sister Baoshi on WeChat. "All right, we are already waiting for you at the market entrance." Upon seeing her response, he stowed away his tablet and began mentally preparing for the upcoming social interaction. A few minutes later, Li Shi encountered Sister Baoshi in person, a young woman with exquisite makeup and ordinary features. "Sister Baoshi, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in the flesh," Li Shi initiated, playfully adopting the tone of an ardent fan. "Mr. Li, you are remarkably efficient. You arrived so swiftly, and I must say, you look even more handsome in person than in the videos. How about you make an appearance and help me film a segment?" With a face akin to a youthful Wu Yinzu, I'm certain the likes would increase by at least 20,000. Li Shi's charm was feigned, while Sister Baoshi was genuinely extroverted, showering him with compliments as if they were old friends. After a brief conversation, she introduced her assistant. Due to the impending closure of the wholesale market, they exchanged pleasantries before heading directly to the merchants. Along the way, Sister Baoshi continued her dialogue with Li Shi in a moment. "I need to film a closing segment. My assistant will ensure that your face isn't captured. At most, just your silhouette. When it comes to editing, I'll oversee it, and if necessary, I will blur your features. You can rest assured about that. By the way, I've managed to negotiate a reduction of 5,000 for you. 80,000 is a fair price, to be honest. Considering the market conditions I'm aware of, securing this pink diamond at such a cost is quite commendable. However, the final decision lies with you after you've inspected the goods." Li Shi quickly expressed his gratitude. Inside the wholesale market, an array of counters brimming with gold and jewelry dazzled the eyes. Following Sister Baoshi and her assistant, Li Shi ascended to a shop on the third floor, where he beheld the pink diamond he intended to purchase. In truth, he was not well versed in diamond appraisal. His research had merely skimmed the surface. The crux of the matter lay in examining the GI certificate. Li Shi first scrutinized the color origin section, where the laser inscription indicated natural, signifying that the diamond's hue was a natural occurrence, untouched by human intervention. Upon further examination of the other data on the certificate, he found it consistent with what Sister Baoshi had relayed to him, with no discrepancies. Beside him, the gemologist was also examining the diamond through a magnifying glass, elucidating that the certificate was indeed accurate, and the corresponding diamond was flawless. Everything was in order. Alas, this pink diamond was of such exquisite quality that if magnified tenfold, it would undoubtedly be worthy of auction. After a period of contemplation, the gemologist could not help but exclaim in admiration. Li Shi, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Tenfold? He couldn't suppress a smile. Tenfold merely equated to 2.2 carats. Then it would be much more. After completing the payment, while the vendor was preparing the invoice, Li Shi seized the diamond under the pretense of admiration, but in reality, he activated the learning panel, his thoughts drifting towards the notion of exchanging an infinitesimal fraction of his wealth for a natural pink diamond. He emphasized the concept of a natural pink diamond in his mind. This was his ingenious method of utilizing the exchange function of the learning panel to authenticate the gemstone's legitimacy. Soon, a speck of pink diamond dust, invisible to the naked eye, materialized and settled on the ground. With the successful feedback from the exchange, Li Shi felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, he had made the right purchase. Glancing at the learning panel, name, Li Shi physique, 11.5 wealth, 0.999999999999999. Exchange? Currently learning. Chinese. Proficient completed learning library. None Chapter 7. Collecting 2 samples upon exiting the wholesale market, Li Shi proposed to treat the gemologist and her companions to a meal, but his offer was politely declined. "You are my fan and have traveled from afar. It should be I who arranges a meal for you. However, we indeed have very important work this evening, and I sincerely apologize." "Not at all. It is I who should be grateful to you for procuring the diamond I desired. So, the next time you visit Tianzhou, please do reach out to me, and I shall arrange for you an authentic meal of Hunan cuisine." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Shi bid farewell to the gemologist and her companion. hailing a taxi to take him back to Pingching North Station. Initially, he intended to express his gratitude by treating them to a meal after completing his purchases, then spend the night in Pingching before heading to Yangqing the next day, proceeding directly to the Pingzhou Jade Market in Foshan. With plans now altered, he decided to venture ahead. After all, the high-speed train service between Pingching and Yangqing was frequent, with trains departing every few minutes, and it was a short journey. If swift, he could arrive in half an hour. Since he couldn't treat them to a meal, perhaps he could send virtual gifts during her next live stream. Contemplating his overnight stay in Yangqing, Li Shi opened WeChat to book a hotel. Searching for accommodations near Yangqing South high-speed train station. To his surprise, the first result was a hotel in Foshan, though he was aware that Panyu District, where Yangqing South Station is located, borders Foshan. However, the hotel was a straight-line distance of 4.1 kilometers from the South Station. This surely reeked of advertising. Nevertheless, it appeared quite appealing, adjacent to a park and a lake, just a 10-minute drive from the Pingzhou Jade Market. The price was somewhat steep, demanding 500 to 600 yuan per night. In the past, he rarely stayed in hotels, and on business trips, he typically opted for economical lodging under 200. Once burdened by economic constraints, with a keen eye on frugality, he now gazed upon the impressive balance in his bank account. Contemplating the wealth attributes yet to be redeemed on his learning panel, Li Shi promptly reserved a luxurious lakeside king-sized room for 520 yuan per night. After finalizing the booking, he retrieved his tablet and resumed his studies of the high school Chinese literature curriculum. The revised curriculum for the second and third years of high school comprises 3 volumes, the selective mandatory courses, divided into upper, middle, and lower sections. Currently, he was delving into the second unit of the upper volume, which focuses on classical texts featuring 6 essays. The Analects, 12 chapters, the Great Learning Book of Rites, Everyone Has a Heart of Compassion Mencius, Tao Te Ching, 4 chapters, The 5 Stones Gourd, Zhuangzi, and Universal Love Mozi. These 6 essays are undoubtedly classics of profound significance, encapsulating the essence of various schools of thought. Li Shi deliberately slowed his pace, immersing himself in careful reading and meticulous study. Along the way, he found himself enveloped in the ocean of knowledge, suddenly realizing that such undistracted learning gradually ushered him into a tranquil state of being. It felt as though the entire world around him was in motion while he remained still, quietly seated, as if inhabiting 2 separate realms. Even amidst the bustling north station of Pingching, he remained absorbed in his studies until he arrived in Yangqing. Upon exiting the south station of Yangqing, he took a taxi directly to the Shuai Holiday Hotel to check in. This was a newly established hotel, and compared to the accommodations he had previously experienced, it boasted opulent decor and far superior cleanliness, with the staff displaying a high level of professionalism and consistently wearing warm smiles. The charming front desk manager selected a room with an excellent view. Promising a splendid lake vista by day, Li Shi graciously expressed his gratitude. Once inside the room, he cautiously inspected every corner. Given the prevalence of hidden surveillance in hotels nowadays, he meticulously unplugged all devices, including the power sources for the outlets, ceiling lights, television, and set-top box, before finally taking out the diamond he had just purchased, admiring its beauty for a moment. Indeed, it was stunning. The mere sight of it was delightful. If magnified several dozen times, wealthy patrons would surely be captivated. It came as no surprise that the information indicated that collectible pink diamonds have consistently held a strong market presence. Li Shi once again retrieved the information stored in his mobile browser. Focusing intently on the transaction outcomes for pink diamonds at domestic auctions.in 2019, at the Libao Autumn Auction, a 5.57 carat pear-shaped fancy pink diamond set in platinum and rose gold, with a clarity of VVS1, fetched a staggering 49.45 million yuan. In the same year, at the Hong Kong Dajia auction, a 4.68 carat heart-shaped pink diamond of flawless clarity, if sold for 26.38 million Hong Kong dollars. In 2017, at the Jiangsu Sufu auction, an if clarity, oval-cut pink diamond weighing 59.6 carats reached an astronomical price of 553 million Hong Kong dollars, roughly equivalent to 71.2 million US dollars. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became. The 0.22 carat pink diamond he had purchased today exhibited impeccable clarity and color, while its cutting technique and shape could be vividly imagined during redemption, allowing him to exchange it directly through the learning panel. Diamonds, if one wishes to maximize returns, the most prudent approach remains an auction. To command the attention of potential buyers, one must present something of substantial value. Ideally, a piece of at least 3 carats. A kilogram equates to 5,000 carats. While researching, Li Shi encountered numerous online critiques regarding the current state of auction houses in soliciting items. Many do not actively seek contributions from the public. He perused the websites of various prominent auction houses across the nation, including those in Hong Kong, and found that only 2 were currently accepting submissions from the general populace. Upon discovering a recent announcement from one of these houses, Hong Kong Dajia, China, Auction Company, requesting items for their upcoming summer jewelry auction, he felt a surge of excitement. With over a month remaining before the submission deadline, he had ample time to prepare. Li Shi refrained from hastily exchanging his asset. After completing his research and formulating a plan, he ordered room service and continued his studies on his tablet. The night passed in silence. The following day, he summoned a ride-sharing vehicle and made his way to the Pingzhou Jade Wholesale Market. After wandering the market for half a day, he ultimately purchased a modest yet exquisite Zhengyang full-green jadeite cabochon for 25,000 yuan. Though small and not perfectly shaped, the piece showcased a high icy quality with a hint of glassy texture, which was precisely what Li Shi found appealing. According to the exchange rules regarding wealth attributes, it mattered not how many times he had previously possessed such a material, but rather that he had owned it at all. He haggled with the vendor for over 20 minutes, employing the knowledge he had gleaned from jadeite videos. Around 5 in the evening, Li Shi returned to the Holiday Inn, feeling quite satisfied with his acquisition. As he entered the hotel lobby, his gaze swept past the front desk, and he slowed his hurried steps upon noticing a tall, elegantly proportioned female guest whose profile was strikingly beautiful. However, after merely glancing at her twice, he quickened his pace once more. After all, where does admiring beauty rank against the importance of study? On his way back, he set a goal for himself: to complete the remaining sections of his upper-level textbooks tonight, finish the middle and lower volumes within 3 days, and strive to complete his university materials within half a month, aiming to elevate his Chinese proficiency to an advanced level. With the sample in hand, he felt no urgency to exchange it. He would first clarify the best route for selling before proceeding with the transaction. Exchanging it now would only complicate matters of safekeeping. Chapter 8. Cool, elegant, and ascetic. Upon returning to his room, Li Shi took a refreshing shower and then posted a query on Baihu, asking, as an ordinary person wishing to auction a collectible, specifically jewelry, which company would be most suitable? What should one be mindful of when consigning items? His Baihu account had been registered for several years, though he seldom used it. This was his first time posting a question. After selecting all possible responses to invite, he exited the app and began diligently studying the selective compulsory Chinese literature textbook. Initially intending to check for responses after 2 hours, he became so engrossed in his studies that he completely forgot. Finally finishing the entire textbook by 2:30 in the morning. Stretching out with a yawn, Li Shi collapsed onto his bed, exhausted from his efforts. With a physique rated at 11.5, he found himself endowed with the recuperative powers of a 17 or 18-year-old. Awakening shortly after 7 o'clock, having slept for over 5 hours, Li Shi discovered himself invigorated. The fatigue from late-night study evaporated, and his entire being brimming with energy. Once he attains mastery in his Chinese studies and accumulates a modicum of vitality and wealth, he should moderate his pace, emphasizing a harmonious balance between work and rest. Indeed, incorporating physical exercise into his routine should take precedence. Dedicating time each morning or evening to engage in physical activity could potentially enhance his physical attributes. The average physical constitution of a healthy adult male stands at 10 points. Those who are frail, in suboptimal health, or ill typically possess a constitution below 10. Previously, in a state of subhealth, he had only 9.5 points. Conversely, stronger and healthier individuals may exceed 10. Presently, his physical constitution is at 11.5 points, still within the realm of normalcy. The normative range for physical constitution lies between 5 and 15 points. Nearing 5 indicates a state of weakness bordering on critical, while approaching 15 signifies the upper limit of normality. Surpassing 15 would officially categorize one beyond the realm of typical humanity. However, for someone endowed with a learning panel such as himself, no limits exist. Standing by the window, he stretched lazily and observed the splendid scenery outside. The adjacent park was a vibrant tapestry of colors, with lush trees providing ample shade, and there were few people around, seemingly an ideal locale for morning exercise. Thus, he resolved to commence this new regimen today, regularly exercising to acclimatize to the changes brought about by his enhanced constitution. After completing his morning routine, Li Shi descended the stairs. Upon stepping outside, he realized the morning air still held a slight chill. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt with his phone tucked in his pocket, he warmed up a bit and jogged to the park, circling a small lake. This lake was larger than anticipated, clearly a product of thoughtful design, surrounded by verdant trees, enclosed by bamboo railings, with a flagstone path encircling it, interspersed at intervals with benches and quaint octagonal pavilions. As he jogged halfway, he suddenly noticed a woman leaning against the railing, quietly gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake. Instinctively, he slowed his pace to a leisurely walk. The morning sunlight cascaded upon her face, illuminating her porcelain skin as if it were aglow. As he approached, he recognized her features, and a line from the Book of Songs sprang to mind. Her skin like fine wax, her neck like a swan, her teeth like the seeds of a gourd, her brow like the wings of a moth. It was she, the woman he had encountered at the hotel front desk while checking in after returning from the Pingzhou Jade Market the previous evening. Li Shi, possessing an appreciation for beauty, found himself instinctively admiring her. This woman, with skin as white as snow and a visage of exquisite loveliness, was adorned in a flowing black gown that accentuated her tall, striking figure. Her gaze was distant, her demeanor serene, as she quietly observed the water, seemingly lost in her own world. She exuded an air of elegance and refinement, yet her aloofness suggested an unapproachable demeanor. The allure of such a coldly elegant, ascetic woman could easily stir a certain desire for conquest within some and in the presence of such a rare beauty. Li Shi, as one who understands and appreciates aesthetics, found it difficult to remain unmoved. However, he possessed a certain refinement. The distinction between man and ordinary animals lies in the understanding of restraint. After appreciating the scene for a few moments, he averted his gaze and resumed his run. Upon completing a lap, he encountered the woman with flowing black hair once more. She walked with her eyes cast down, seemingly searching for something. As he approached, she halted him. "Hello, could you do me a favor? I lost my phone. May I borrow yours to call my number?" Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, sensing that her request bore an uncanny resemblance to the notorious scams circulating online. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he glanced around. There was no one in sight. If she were indeed a fraudster, it seemed she had no accomplices nearby. Should she attempt to flee with his phone, her chances of outpacing him were slim. Any trickery would likely pertain to the phone itself. A flurry of thoughts raced through Li Shi's mind. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, but, with caution, refrained from handing it over. Instead, he held it in his hand and inquired, "What is your number? I will dial it to see if I can hear the ringtone." His newly acquired phone, costing over 3,000, had hardly been used for a few days. 139. The alluring, seemingly austere woman promptly recited her number without hesitation. Li Shi mused that it was an old mobile number beginning with 139, suggesting it had been in use for quite some time. He dialed her number, and soon, a faint ringing echoed from afar. The two followed the sound, which grew louder, until they discovered a small white flip phone nestled in the grass by the roadside. Li Shi picked it up, opened it, and saw his own number displayed on the screen before handing the phone to the woman who had followed him. "Thank you so much," she expressed gratefully as she accepted the device. Li Shi replied politely, "You're welcome." It was a mere trifling effort. He then smiled at her in a gesture of camaraderie and continued his run around the lake. After completing 2 laps, Li Shi was drenched in sweat as he made his way back. He noticed the woman still conversing on her phone by the lakeside. Upon returning to his hotel room, he took a refreshing shower, feeling utterly revitalized. Engaging in some physical exercise proved quite invigorating. After descending for breakfast, Li Shi checked out of the hotel and took a rideshare to the south station of Yangcheng. Throughout the journey, he did not squander any time and continued studying the selective mandatory curriculum for senior high school, Volume 2. He discovered that the new textbook contained a limited number of texts, totaling only 26, including ancient poetry. However, several pieces were ones he had not encountered during his own schooling. He focused intently on these selections, gaining significant insights, particularly from the 2 passages concerning learning and thought, which were profoundly enlightening. As the train to Lanhu province commenced its journey, he recalled the question he had posed on Bihu the previous evening. He took out his phone, intending to see what responses had been provided by fellow netizens. Unlocking his phone with his fingerprint, he noticed a new friend request on WeChat, initiated through a phone search. "Chiu Yi?" he mused, unfamiliar with the name. Glancing at the profile featuring a few maple leaves as the avatar, he opted to ignore it, exiting to open Bihu instead. Let me see if there are any talents among this generation of netizens. Chapter 9. The author of the query overthinks the question he had posed the previous night had elapsed over 10 hours, yielding a mere handful of responses, only 8 or 9. To be precise, Li Shi carefully examined the situation. The notion of a laxative was misplaced. The original poster was overthinking. Typically, auction houses do not solicit items from the general public. Any available slots are often divided among their internal employees. If one possesses truly remarkable items, it is advisable to either consign them to an antique store or list them on a second-hand platform like Xinyu to test their fortune. I find myself questioning whether anyone even monitors those auction houses' solicitation emails. If one truly intends to sell, it is best to seek a reliable intermediary. I am not well versed in this matter, but I must caution that any fees required prior to a transaction are indicative of fraudulent companies. I urge the original poster to recognize reality. Unless your collection holds significant value of a rare nature, it is likely that they may overlook it, as there is an abundance of noteworthy items, particularly with renowned auction houses that are not in one of ordinary pieces. Thank you for the invitation. But how can one respond without images? Perhaps one should present the pictures first. Li Shi meticulously perused each response, and upon completion, he found himself momentarily hesitant regarding his plan to auction diamonds or jadeite. Had he truly overthought the matter? From his previous research, he was aware of the complexities within the auction industry and knew he must proceed with caution. However, the assertion made by netizens that auction houses do not seek collectibles from the public is not entirely accurate. It ultimately depends on the value of the items. Rarity begets value, and auction houses profit through commissions. Should the potential profit be substantial, they would eagerly approach him. It is worth a try. Yet he ought to contemplate more thoroughly, considering all aspects. Firstly, it is imperative to engage with a reputable and well-known auction house, as this would mitigate risks. Additionally, legal considerations. After reflecting on the netizen's comments, he pondered extensively and researched various legal issues surrounding consignment auction contracts. Ultimately, he focused his efforts on gathering information about his target auction house, the Jia Auction Company, while also following their official account. Around noon, Li Shi returned to the Qinyuan residential community. After a mere 2-day absence, he was struck by a sense of unreality upon seeing the small room he had inhabited for nearly a year. He lingered in a daze for a moment before retrieving his phone to inform his landlord via WeChat that he would not be renewing his lease next month. Subsequently, he ordered a bowl of cilantro beef noodles on Meituan and took out his tablet to study while awaiting his delivery. Before long, a notification chimed on WeChat. Initially, Li Shi assumed it was his landlord replying, only to discover it was that individual named Qiu Yi once again requesting to add him as a friend. This time, the person included a message. Hello, thank you for helping me find my phone this morning. A vivid image of a striking figure flashed through Li Shi's mind, so it was her. A smile crept across his face as he accepted the request. Shortly thereafter, Qiu Yi sent a message. Hello, thank you for your help this morning. I had an important call to take, and you were a tremendous assistance. Li Shi thought to himself. No wonder she had proactively sought to add him twice. That call must have been indeed significant to her. Not at all, it was a small favor. My name is Chun Qiu Yi. After conversing for a while, Li Shi learned her name was Chun Qiu Yi. Hailing from I City in Longhaijiang province, and currently working in Yangqing in the interim, the landlord, who is already settled in another province, also responded to the message, stating that for the remainder of this month, he would have the previous agency continue to assist him in renting out the property. At that time, the agency might bring potential tenants to view the apartment, and he requested that the place be tidied up a bit and that someone help open the door. Li Shi simply replied with an acknowledgement. Glancing around, he noted that the place was quite clean, and a light cleaning upon departure would suffice. Engaging in a casual conversation on WeChat with the newly acquainted Chun Qiu Yi, he finished his rice noodles, disposed of the trash, and then unplugged his fully charged tablet. He sent a message saying, Sorry, I need to study now. Let's chat when I have time. Far away in Yangqing, Chun Qiu Yi, upon receiving Li Shi's message, blinked her long eyelashes and replied, Sure, let's talk when you have time. Studying? Is he still in school? A graduate student, perhaps? Or is it professional development? This young man gave off a rather unique impression, seeming somewhat different from the average boy. After studying for 2 minutes, the former rental agent sent a WeChat message. Reluctantly, he picked up his phone again to communicate with the rather plump male agent he remembered. Mr. Li, your lease is expiring and will not be renewed, correct? Yes, has the landlord informed you? He has. As it happens, I am no longer working in Tanzhou. I will refer you to one of my former colleagues. Is that acceptable? At this point, Li Shi felt somewhat annoyed, but considering that everyone was just trying to make a living, he responded, All right, please have him add me. Soon after, a new friend request arrived, from a female agent. Once accepted, they exchanged a few messages, and Li Shi straightforwardly expressed that he could be contacted anytime within the last 2 weeks of the lease for viewings. He then set his phone to silent and focused on his studies. With the tablet at hand, he chose to lie on his bed rather than hunch over the makeshift folding table. However, lying down for too long became uncomfortable. As he ventured out in search of food that evening, he began to contemplate whether he should rent a better place sooner rather than later. Aside from seeking a more conducive study environment, ideally with a desk, he also needed to prepare for the upcoming exchange of diamonds or jade, necessitating a safer neighborhood, as the current relocation community had a rather mixed demographic. On his way back after dinner, he found the newly added agent on WeChat. "Hello, are you there? I would like to rent a property. My requirements are." Upon articulating his needs, the agent promptly replied, "Certainly, Mr. Li, I will start looking for suitable options for you right away, and will send them shortly." Upon returning to his residence, Li Shi did not dive straight into studying. Instead, he opened the Notes app on his phone and began to list the tools he would need to prepare for the eventual exchange of diamonds or jade to create the necessary documentation for the auction. Items such as an insurance briefcase, a jewelry box, calipers, hardness testing pins, a magnifying glass, and a smartphone tripod were noted down. After compiling the list, he proceeded to place orders online. Since his newly purchased smartphone camera was sufficient, he did not feel the need to buy additional filming equipment. The newly added female agent exhibited a significantly higher work efficiency than the previous portly male agent, just as Li Shi completed his orders. She sent over 5 property listings. After reviewing the information, he found 2 options to be quite suitable. "Mr. Li, should you have a moment to spare, we can promptly visit the community where these 2 properties are located. Both the neighborhood and the interiors are rather appealing, falling under the category of highly sought-after listings. If we do not finalize the arrangements soon, there is a possibility that my colleagues may lease them to other clients by tomorrow." This is an evident sales tactic. However, the community where these 2 residences are situated is not far from your current abode. Li Shi is also contemplating that in order to enhance his living environment, it is prudent to act sooner rather than later, especially since financial constraints are no longer an issue for you. After half an hour, Li Shi descended the stairs, and before long, a female real estate agent clad in professional attire approached on an electric bike. Upon getting a clearer view of her, he was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this newly assigned agent would possess such striking beauty. Chapter 10. The initial choice during his university days, Li Shi had encountered real estate agents while working part-time to support his studies. He assisted a senior who aspired to establish a restaurant, interacting with numerous agents while seeking a commercial space. After graduating, having changed residences 3 times, he had further dealings with several agents. Among the female agents he had encountered, Zhong Xiaxia appeared to be the most enchanting, exuding a youthful charm reminiscent of the campus belle or first love visage often discussed online. Her presence triggered a familiar line of thought from his past, reminiscent of moments spent watching short videos featuring various educators, leading him to ponder, how could someone so beautiful choose this profession? Acknowledging his own superficiality, he recognized this instinctive thought as a reflection of societal biases towards attractive women, presuming that those blessed with beauty would gravitate towards less demanding occupations. After inquiring about Li Shi's preferences, Zhong Xiaxia made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a male colleague arrived in a sleek black vehicle to transport them for the property viewing. "Mr. Li, this apartment features 1 bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. As you can see, the renovations are quite commendable. Both the living room and bedroom are spacious. The property management of this community has an excellent reputation, and it boasts its own homeowners association, which is said to be very responsible, ensuring top-notch security and overall conditions. However, the rent stands at 2,000 yuan per month." Li Shi glanced around and inquired, "Is there any possibility for a reduction in the rent?" "Regrettably, the landlord insists on this amount. The previous tenant rented it at the same rate, so we cannot negotiate downwards," she replied. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shi suggested, "Let us take a look at the other one." "Very well." The second community was also nearby, but upon viewing it, Li Shi felt it did not compare favorably to the first. "I would like to proceed with renting the first apartment we viewed. As for the rent, I shall refrain from discussing that, but I would prefer to sign for only 6 months. Would that be acceptable? If so, I wish to finalize the agreement now." As he exited the second property, Li Shi expressed his conviction that he would undoubtedly purchase a home within 6 months. 6 months. A look of concern crossed Zhong Xiaxia's attractive features. "Mr. Li, it is customary to sign for a year. A 6-month lease is rather uncommon. I can only attempt to discuss this with the landlord, but I cannot guarantee his approval." Upon descending, Li Shi and her colleague waited in the car while she stepped aside to make a phone call. After a few minutes, she approached the vehicle with a smile and announced, "Mr. Li, the landlord has agreed, but he has one stipulation. The entire 6 months' rent must be paid in advance. Would that be acceptable to you?" Li Shi replied, "This is not an issue, but how will the deposit be calculated?" "It remains the same. 1 month's rent as a deposit, to be refunded upon vacating the premises." Once they reached an agreement, the trio returned to the agency's office to sign the rental contract. Upon returning to his previous residence, Li Shi surveyed the space. Feeling it appeared remarkably cramped, he chuckled to himself, "How peculiar it is. After residing here for so long, I never felt the confinement. Having just stayed in a luxurious hotel and rented a spacious new apartment, the contrast is striking. Human nature." Though he jested, he still rented a shared bicycle to transport some belongings and tidied up the place. That evening, he sat at a sturdy walnut desk, engrossed in his studies of the selective required Chinese language textbook for high school, Volume 2. The following morning, while retrieving the remaining items from his former abode, Li Shi received a call from his mother. On the line, she informed him that the family's debts had been fully repaid. From her tone, he sensed that she had recently wept. However, he chose not to address it directly, instead reassuring her that he was thriving in the city, with his income significantly increased, both to comfort her and to lay the groundwork for future filial support. After concluding the call, he returned to his new residence with his belongings. As he entered the Chiang community, he admired the park-like greenery below, with an abundance of convenient amenities. Occasionally, he encountered elderly residents playing with children in the courtyard, exuding a relaxed and leisurely atmosphere. He couldn't help but marvel at how much superior this environment was compared to the previous relocation community. Settling into this more comfortable setting, Li Shi immersed himself in his studies once more. Around 4 in the afternoon, after diligently completing the selective required Chinese language textbook for high school, Volume 2, he observed that his proficiency in Chinese had finally advanced to a proficient level. Rising from his seat, he stretched and ordered some food via his phone before stepping into the relatively spacious living room to stretch his legs. He switched on the television and settled onto the sofa to await his delivery. In his previous rented studio, the landlord had not provided a television, and it had been quite some time since he had last watched one. The programming, however, left much to be desired. When he tuned into the entertainment channel, a scene unfolded featuring a celebrity measuring her body metrics. She donned a red short-sleeved top, its hem tucked neatly at her waist, complemented by form-fitting yoga pants that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Quite captivating indeed. Upon scrutinizing the icon in the bottom right corner, he discerned it was a variety show titled "Oh My, What a Great Figure." After a modest dinner, Li Shi continued his studies of the selective required Chinese language textbook for high school. Volume 3. Having previously encountered most of the text in the latter volume, he reviewed them swiftly to be why the next day, he had completed a thorough review of all the texts, thus finishing his high school Chinese studies. Glancing at his study panel, he noted, Name, Li Shi Physique, 11.5 Wealth, 0.999999999999999. Redeem? Currently studying, Chinese, Proficient, Completed Study Library. None. There had been no changes. As anticipated. To advance to mastery level, he would need to rely on university coursework. He was not in a hurry, preparing to take a moment to rest while contemplating whether to exchange for diamonds first or for jadeite. Placing both the small pink diamond and the small full green jade ring in front of him, he examined them closely. Gradually, a strategy began to form in Li Shi's mind. According to the information he had gathered, diamonds at auctions were predominantly set in jewelry, making it quite rare to find unmounted stones in domestic auction houses. In contrast, jadeite was different. Collectible jadeite bangles and bead necklaces were often left unmounted, showcasing the stone's intrinsic beauty in its simplest form. Therefore, Li Shi resolved to exchange for jadeite first, using it as bait to establish a connection with the auction house. Once he secured his initial collaboration, pursuing diamonds afterward would likely become significantly easier. He visited the residential community, retrieved his already arrived packages from the logistics station, and began preparing for the exchange, constructing a concrete concept of the items in his mind. Firstly, he collected a plethora of photographs and videos of jadeite bangles, watching them repeatedly to imprint the appearance of the round jadeite bangles in his memory. Secondly, he sketched a 1-to-1 representation of a 56mm jadeite bangle on white paper to aid in forming an accurate size concept during the exchange. The term circle size refers to the inner diameter of the jadeite, with a 56mm size known as the golden size, which falls within a mid-range, suitable for the majority of wearers. Considering that the wives of affluent families might generally be more voluptuous, he pondered whether to exchange for a larger size, but then thought twice. After all, just because a wealthy individual purchased it did not necessarily mean it was for their significant other. A larger size might not significantly increase in price, but it would require more attributes related to wealth for the exchange, which seemed unnecessary. Chapter 11. The Ice Green Wave Round Bangle on June 26 at 11 minutes past 11 in the morning. Inside room 1206 of Unit 1, Building 9, Chiang Community, Li Shi sat at the desk beside his bedroom, ready to commence the exchange. Go be cautious. He had placed a pillow on the desk, with an A4 sheet depicting the 1-to-1 drawing of the bangle resting atop it. While the small ring lay beside, he held his breath, focused intently, and took 5 deep breaths before summoning the learning panel, conjuring a concrete concept of the jadeite bangle in his mind, selecting the finest portion of jade from the ring for the exchange. In the next moment, A jadeite bangle weighing 81.99999999999 grams with a 56mm circle size suddenly materialized above the paper. Simultaneously, the learning panel provided feedback indicating that 0.08199999999999 points of wealth attributes had been successfully consumed for the exchange. Li Shi smiled. Indeed, this method worked. He had successfully exchanged approximately 0.082 points of wealth attributes for a polished and crafted product. The state of the item remained physical, with no distinction made by the learning panel between pre- and post-polishing. Upon closely inspecting the bangle before him, its full green hue was translucent, resembling a block of ice glimmering with a cold light, akin to transparent green glass. An exquisite blend between glass and ice. Remarkably pure, with almost no impurities, it was simply breathtaking. He couldn't resist lifting it with both hands to admire it. It was far more beautiful than the jadeite bangles he had seen in videos. Indeed, the difference was palpable to the naked eye, exuding an ethereal radiance. Such a magnificent gem, if adorning the delicate fingers of a stunning beauty, would surely complement her elegance perfectly. Li Shi, influenced by traditional culture as well as the realms of martial arts and fantasy novels, has long harbored a fondness for jade. In times of financial constraint, he often found solace in browsing related videos on platforms such as Bilibili and Douyin. Now, upon beholding exquisite, high-quality jadeite with his own eyes, he felt a surge of new-found affection, and the thought of selling it inexplicably stirred within him a momentary reluctance. However, this sentiment dissipated within mere seconds, swiftly cast aside. Ultimately, gold, silver, jewels, and precious stones are but material possessions. With a sufficient wealth attribute, he could readily exchange for them at any time. Reflecting on this, Li Shi couldn't help but smile broadly. Suddenly contemplating his future interactions with auction house representatives, he recognized the necessity of possessing something impressive to showcase. He promptly resolved to design a jadeite ring for himself, envisioning how, when worn, it would immediately convey an extraordinary aura. Given the quality of this bracelet, a comparable ring would be worth at least several million. And if auctioned, its final price could quite possibly exceed 10 million. Without delay, he measured the dimensions of his left thumb, sketching the design on a fresh A4 sheet using a ruler. Drawing from his previous experience in exchanging bracelets, he successfully redeemed a 30-gram, fully green jade ring using 0.030 points of wealth attribute within a mere 10 minutes. Perfectly tailored to his finger size, it fit flawlessly upon his trial. For the time being, he decided to halt further exchanges. Li Shi then checked his learning panel. Name: Li Shi physique, 11.5 wealth, 0.888, redeem. Currently learning Chinese, proficient, completed learning library. None. He still had the capacity to exchange for 888 grams of any material he had previously owned. After reviewing the learning panel, he returned to the matters at hand. He retrieved the tools he had prepared earlier, tidied his desk, took out his phone, and commenced capturing an array of photographs and videos of the bracelet. He began with various angles of images and footage, then utilized a caliper to take additional shots. While filming, he employed certification techniques gleaned from certain short videos, placing a note with the auction house's information beside the items. After over an hour of diligent work, he carefully packed both pieces of jade into a jewelry box and stored them in a secure briefcase. Subsequently, he organized the materials on his tablet, logged into his QQ email, and began drafting a message to the consignment department of DGA Auction House. Greetings. I possess a natural jade bracelet with a full sun-green glass base that I wish to submit to your esteemed company for the upcoming jewelry auction in August in Shangjiang. The relevant details are attached. I kindly request a prompt response. Thank you. After thoroughly reviewing the message without hesitation, he clicked send. Soon enough, he received an automated reply from the recipient's email system, assuring him of a swift response. Having completed his tasks, Li Shi stood up, exhaled deeply, and ventured out to seek a meal. After indulging in a hearty feast at a restaurant near his community, he returned home to continue his studies. The curriculum for his major in Chinese language and literature was extensive, encompassing essential courses such as Introduction to Literature, Introduction to Linguistics, Classical Chinese, Modern Chinese, Ancient Chinese Literature, Contemporary Chinese Literature, Foreign Literature, and University Writing, among others. Since Li Shi was enrolled in a normal university, he also had additional education-related courses. The textbook had long been purchased online, and this time he intended to study through a physical book. He opened a history of modern Chinese literature and began to read. After several years, revisiting the materials from his university days felt considerably more foreign than those from elementary to high school. After reading half a page, he recalled the email he had just sent. Given the brevity of time, it was unlikely he would receive a prompt reply. Though he thought this, Li Shi could not resist picking up his tablet and checking his QQ email. As expected, there were no unread messages. After a while, having finished a page, he checked his email again, yet still found no new messages. After repeating this several times without seeing any updates, Li Shi became aware that his focus was amiss. He decided to turn off his tablet, recalibrate his mindset, and concentrate on his studies. Gradually, he became engrossed in the book. During this period of revisiting the Chinese language from elementary to high school, he discovered that with the experience of social life, rereading previously familiar texts evoked entirely different feelings. He was able to grasp the author's sentiments at the time of writing more profoundly, leading to frequent new insights. The same was true for his current university courses, which also inspired fresh reflections. At 5 in the evening, Li Shi closed the book and, filled with sentiment, opened his social media to compose a post. The evolution of literature is inseparable from the currents of history. With a new era comes new literature, and new literature must embody new. He initially intended to include the word mission, but felt it too weighty for someone like him, so he deleted that part. The evolution of literature is inseparable from the currents of history. With a new era comes new literature. He snapped a photo of the book's cover and shared it. Checking his tablet again, he noticed there was still no response from the Dijia auction house. However, his mindset had since settled, and he was no longer overly concerned, thinking to himself that he could wait a little longer. If necessary, he would switch to another auction company, or if that failed, he would go directly to a trading fair. Many principles in the world are universal. In business, as long as the goods are sufficiently good and rare, there is no worry about not selling. He stretched his body and stepped outside, still heading to the small restaurant from lunchtime to seek a meal. Their braised crucian carp was made fresh from live fish, delicious and reasonably priced at 30 yuan per serving. Since he hadn't fully satisfied his appetite that morning, he planned to indulge once more. Just as he reached the ground floor, his WeChat buzzed twice. Unlocking his phone, he saw a message from Chen Shiyue. "You're not still in university, are you? Surprised, I saw your post. That book seems to be a university textbook." Chapter 12. I want to be like you. Li Shi stared at the message, momentarily stunned, a smile creeping onto his lips as he typed a reply. "Not at all. I graduated several years ago. I'm just reviewing my university courses lately." What made you think of reviewing? After exchanging a few words with Chen Shiyue, another former colleague, Li Guiming, messaged him. "How have you been? Found a job yet? How come you still have the leisure to read at home?" Li Shi replied. "Not yet. I'm taking a break for a while. How about you? Have you found a new job?" Li Guiming responded. "No, I'm planning to return to my hometown." "Where are you now? Haven't you had lunch yet? Want to go out for hot pot?" Li Shi had initially intended to have a casual meal at noon, as he still needed to continue studying in the afternoon. However, upon hearing Li Guiming mention his departure from Tanzhou back to his hometown, he did not decline the invitation and inquired, "Where shall we eat? I can take a taxi there. How about Xiaolong Can?" Li Guiming quickly sent over a location, and Li Shi summoned a ride to the Xiaolong Can Lao hot pot at Wui Square. Upon seeing Li Guiming again, Li Shi noticed that in just a few short days, his friend had undergone a noticeable transformation. He appeared somewhat disheveled, seated by the window, lost in thought as he gazed outside. "What's wrong? Feeling down? You seem to have lost some weight," Li Shi remarked playfully as he settled into his seat across from him. Li Guiming snapped back to reality, somewhat surprised, and replied, "You have a keen eye. I've been on a diet and have already shed 1.5 pounds. You usually devour more than 2 pounds in a single meal," Li Shi teased, but refrained from further ridicule, instead asking, "What prompted the decision to return to your hometown?" "I used to stay in this city for love, but after the divorce, I thought I'd gotten used to working here. So I didn't leave. Now that I've lost my job, there's really nothing left to cling to," Li Guiming reflected with a sense of melancholy. Li Shi, listening to his words, mused, "It seems you have quite a story to tell. However, returning home might not be such a bad idea." Li Guiming chuckled. "Indeed, it's quite good. My parents are getting older, and it's time for me to return to inherit the family estate." Li Shi raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling Li Guiming's extravagant spending habits that far exceeded his salary, including his luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. He wondered if Li Guiming was, perhaps, a hidden scion of wealth. Xiaolong Can is famed for its hot pot from the mountainous city, characterized by its fragrant and spicy flavors. Having grown accustomed to Hunan cuisine, Li Shi was unperturbed by the spiciness, though he was not entirely used to the intense numbness. Since their tastes were somewhat similar, they opted for a mildly spicy broth with fewer Sichuan peppercorns. As Li Guiming was not driving, he ordered a few bottles of beer, and they engaged in lighthearted banter over the hot pot. "Hey, have you been in touch with Wei Shulan lately?" Li Guiming suddenly asked as they neared the end of their meal, the alcohol having loosened his tongue. Li Shi, savoring a succulent piece of beef, replied, "No, why do you bring her up all of a sudden?" Li Guaming set his chopsticks down, his expression inscrutable as he said, "She blocked me on WeChat. I was merely trying to chat with her at midnight. Without any ulterior motives, I asked that really necessary? Damn it, women are indeed visual creatures. She must think I'm ugly." Li Shi, taken aback, also placed his chopsticks down, sensing that they had nearly finished their meal. "So, you've been harboring feelings for her all along." Perhaps having had one too many drinks, Li Guaming became even more audacious than usual. "Hey, don't you think Wei Shulan is actually quite attractive? And that figure of hers, with a slim waist and ample posterior, is truly captivating. Honestly, if I looked like you, I'd be all over her." The remainder of his thought remained unspoken, but the glimmer in his eyes resembled that of a wolf. Li Shi, reflecting inwardly, realized how inscrutable human emotions can be. Having known Li Guaming for 2 years, he had never suspected his friend harbored such feelings for their female superior, Wei Shulan, and it appeared that this sentiment had lingered for quite some time. The image of Wei Shulan surfaced in his mind, and he could not help but concede that she was indeed a standout in the realm of curvaceous women. With a figure that is both voluptuous and slender in all the right places, she possesses a compelling allure for men, he must admit. This includes himself. After indulging in a 2-hour hot pot feast and consuming 3 bottles of beer, Li Guaming felt a slight intoxication. Upon exiting the restaurant, Li Shi called a taxi for him. Having only consumed 1 bottle himself, Li Shi was mindful of his studies and exercised self-control. As he returned home, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number from whose city, and he recalled that the headquarters of the Dijia Auction Company was located there, prompting him to answer immediately. 5 minutes later, Li Shi hung up the phone, suppressing his excitement, and opened his email on his tablet. Indeed, there was an unread message from Dijia Auction House expressing interest in the items he had submitted for auction, inquiring if it would be convenient to get in touch. The email had been sent an hour prior. They reached out to him after just an hour of his silence, confirming that when the items are of sufficient quality, they will eagerly pursue him. Li Shi thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. The call had been from Zhou Yajuan, a senior business manager in the jewelry department of Dijia Auction Company. After confirming the authenticity of the email, she immediately expressed a desire for their experts to conduct a preliminary assessment of the jade bracelet via video call. Li Shi agreed and opted to send the item to whose city rather than wait for them to come to Tanzhou. After reviewing the email and verifying the contact number matched that of the recent call, he opened WeChat and accepted Zhou Yajuan's friend request. "Mr. Li, if it is convenient now, could we have a video call? Our experts would like to conduct a preliminary assessment of the jade bracelet through video." Came her message as soon as the request was accepted. After some contemplation, Li Shi went to his bedroom, looked around, and decided that the space at his desk was suitable for the call. Thus he consented. Once the video connection was established, a middle-aged woman in professional attire appeared on screen, with short hair and an unremarkable appearance, introducing herself as Zhou Yajuan from the earlier conversation. She also introduced He Yiwei, a seasoned expert in jade appraisal seated beside her, a man in his 30s. Following He Yiwei's instructions, Li Shi adjusted the angle of his phone camera for the assessment. It was evident that this appraiser genuinely appreciated jade. Upon seeing such high-quality goods, he became visibly excited, exclaiming that it could serve as the centerpiece of the auction. In contrast, Li Shi remained quite composed, secretly recording the entire video process on his screen. After concluding the video call, Zhou Yajuan proactively communicated numerous details via WeChat, including that there would be no upfront fees, a 3 tax deduction upon sale, a 10 commission, and an additional 1 for insurance, with no further charges incurred. As for the valuation, starting price, and bidding increments, they would be discussed during a face-to-face meeting to sign the auction agreement. Without delay, Li Shi purchased a high-speed train ticket from Tanzhou to whose city for 4:30 p.m., ensuring his arrival by around 9 p.m. As he prepared to leave, he placed the empty safe into the black suitcase he had bought during his university days. However, the safe contained nothing but an empty jewelry box. The bracelet and ring were securely wrapped in cotton and placed in his backpack, which he wore in reverse against his chest. Throughout the journey, Li Shi did not engage in further study. On the surface, he appeared to be engrossed in his mobile phone, yet in truth, he was keenly observing his surroundings, ensuring the safety of the 2 exquisite jade pieces nestled within his bag. By around 10 o'clock in the evening, he arrived smoothly at the Jinjiang Hotel in the HP district of Hu City, conveniently located over 800 meters from the headquarters of Dijia Auction Company at Huamao Plaza, a mere 10-minute stroll away. After a restful night, the following morning, shortly after 9, Li Shi, without prior contact, directly brought the safety deposit box to the art center of Dijia Auction Company at Huamao Plaza, where he alerted the front desk and notified Zhou Yajuan. The receptionist appeared to possess a discerning eye, as she not only made a call, but also kept a watchful gaze on the jade ring adorning his left thumb. Chapter 13, 35 million. Whose city stands as the nation's epicenter for economy, finance, trade, shipping, and technological innovation, boasting a resident population nearing 25 million, a veritable international metropolis that countless business people aspire to inhabit. A half hour later, in the VIP room of the Jewelry and Fine Goods Department at the Dijia Arts Center, Li Shi sat in a chair, flanked by three individuals: the senior business manager Zhou Yajuan, the seasoned expert He Yiwei, and the general manager and esteemed expert Gu Yun, who personally attended to him. As this fundraising event neared its conclusion, they were pleasantly surprised to receive such a rare and precious item. Following an appraisal, discussions ensued regarding the starting and reserve prices. After conferring, Gu Yun and He Yiwei proposed an estimated value of 39 million Hong Kong dollars, recommending a starting bid of 36 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Shi concurred with this suggestion and, after careful consideration, set the reserve price at 36,200,000 Hong Kong dollars, stipulating that should no bids exceed this amount, the item would be withdrawn from auction. According to the information he had gathered, during the recent spring auction held by Li Bao Auction Company in Yangcheng, a fully green jade bracelet fetched a transaction price of 31,200,000 yuan, equivalent to 34,620,000 Hong Kong dollars. However, that bracelet was of inferior quality compared to his, merely categorized as high ice grade, and its color was not as vibrant. Otherwise, Gu Yun and He Yiwei, both esteemed authorities, would not have appraised it at 39 million Hong Kong dollars. After finalizing the details, the next step involved signing the auction entrustment contract. The entire negotiation, contract signing, and the transfer of the bracelet's appraisal were documented on film. More than 2 hours later, once everything was settled, Li Shi graciously declined the hospitality invitation and returned to his hotel room. Standing before the window, he pulled out the contract and scrutinized it twice, his suppressed excitement finally overwhelming him. He exuberantly raised his fist and bounced a few times, laughing heartily as long as the item did not fail to sell. The minimum transaction price would be 36,200,000 Hong Kong dollars. After deducting taxes and auction house fees, his net gain would amount to, he took out his phone to calculate, 31,132,000 Hong Kong dollars, which converted to approximately 28,077,000 yuan. In other words, provided the item sold, he stood to receive no less than 28 million. The mere thought of soon acquiring such a substantial sum filled Li Shi with exhilaration, and he could not help but ponder how he might spend this newfound wealth. Could it be that one day, I too would find myself troubled by the very act of spending money? For a moment, he was utterly entranced. During my middle school years, I was often lost in delightful daydreams of winning the lottery, frequently fantasizing about what I would do if I were to strike it rich with 5 million. I even made several contributions to the lottery station, perhaps 20 to 30 times. However, as I became more aware of the darker facets of society, such whimsical thoughts faded away, and my priorities shifted to acquiring a home and a vehicle. Along with improving my mother's living conditions, the rest could wait until a later date. For the previous 20-plus years of his life, he was merely an ordinary young man hailing from the countryside. Upon entering society, in the low-income city of Tanzhou, his monthly salary, including side jobs, barely exceeded 10,000 at its peak. To accumulate 20 million solely through labor for capitalists would require over 200 years without sustenance. With a heavy heart, he let out a sigh of resignation. With money yet to be realized, he refrained from hastily contemplating expenditures. Indulgences could be postponed. For now, his focus was on achieving proficiency in Chinese. Li Shi endeavored to maintain clarity of thought. He understood that in the future, he must master money rather than become its servant. Possessing an educational foundation instilled him with confidence. As he fiddled with the jade ring on his thumb, Li Shi purchased a high-speed train ticket and took a taxi to the Hongqiao station in Shanghai, boarding the train back to Tanzhou. Without a wave goodbye, he immersed himself in his books, oblivious to the bustling splendor of the metropolis. There was no need for farewells. One day, he would return to this city of opulence, and by then, he hoped to revel in its charm fully. Upon returning to Tanzhou, Li Shi settled comfortably into his newly rented abode, diligently studying his university coursework, albeit at a pace considerably slower than anticipated. It took him an average of 3 to 5 days to complete a single book. After half a month, his progress in Chinese, proficient, finally upgraded to Chinese, proficient. During this fortnight, the Dijia Auction Company had been in continuous contact. Ever since signing the auction agreement, they had established a WeChat workgroup specifically for him. Aptly named Li Shi Commission Group. As soon as the catalog for the upcoming Hong Kong jewelry auction was released, It was promptly shared within the group. Li Shi meticulously examined the catalog, which featured a dazzling array of luxury jewels, jade, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and more, valued anywhere from tens of thousands to millions. His own bracelet and a Colombian emerald ring were highlighted as the auction's centerpiece items. Yet their valuations remained undisclosed, marked instead with the phrase estimate upon inquiry. Inherently cautious, Li Shi cross-referenced the WeChat catalog with the official listing on DJ's website, and once satisfied with the consistency, he finally felt at ease. A few days later, while engrossed in studying comparative literature, Zhou Yajuan called to invite him to the auction in Hong Kong, which he politely declined. "Thank you, but I shall watch the live stream instead." After hanging up, Li Shi resumed his studies, maintaining an expression of calm. He felt an impending breakthrough in his journey towards mastering Chinese, proficient. Days turned into weeks, and as August arrived, he diligently reviewed several textbooks, including classical Chinese, modern and contemporary literature, the modern tutorial and history of Chinese literary criticism, among others. Yet, he was still engulfed in a sense of perplexity. It felt as though he was separated from promotion by a mere thin veil, one that could be easily pierced with a gentle nudge. Yet he found himself unable to break through it. On August 8th, the auction was held in Hong Kong as scheduled. Li Shi eagerly opened the live stream on the official website, nibbling on selected annotations of Chinese literary works, while keeping a watchful eye on the bidding for jade and diamond lots. At 3 in the afternoon, the middle-aged auctioneer began to introduce the grand finale item, lot number 3622, a fully green jade bracelet. Instantly, he perked up, closing his book and directing his gaze towards the tablet on the stand before him. This item requires no elaborate introduction. The starting bid is set at 36 million Hong Kong dollars. Do we have any bids? Bidder number 86 offers 36 million, 37 million. As someone called out 37 million, the tension within Li Shi eased. There was no need to worry about it going unsold. When Li Shi contemplated exchanging for the bracelet, he used the most exquisite portion of the ring face as a reference, characterized by its even color and vibrant translucence. Remarkably, the entire bracelet was crafted from that finest section, devoid of any impurities or flecks, making it exceedingly rare. As the price escalated, Li Shi remained silently transfixed, though his heartbeat quickened. 45.8 million. Sold. With the auctioneer's gavel falling, Li Shi let out a long sigh of relief. He swiftly calculated on his phone and converted the amount into renminbi, soon arriving at a figure exceeding 35 million. According to the contract, once the buyer completes the payment and collection, this substantial sum would be transferred to his designated industrial and commercial bank account within 10 working days. Chapter 14. Funds received. The group chat was abuzz with excitement, filled with congratulations for Li Shi in a state of elation. He sent out 5 red envelopes containing 200 each, his spirits soaring as he yearned to share his joy with someone. First, he transferred 10,000 yuan to his mother's account, then called her. During the conversation, he enthusiastically boasted about his newfound prowess, claiming to be partnering on projects and earning substantial sums. "Mom, don't be frugal with the money I sent. My monthly filial piety will only increase from now on." After hanging up, he felt a flush rise to his cheeks. It seems I possess quite the talent for fibbing. The lies flowed effortlessly, so convincingly that I nearly believed them myself. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Li Shi thought about how he had repeatedly urged his mother not to save, knowing she would likely disregard his advice, saving the money instead. He then opened his phone and navigated to JD.com, setting the delivery address to his cousin Li Chang's house in their hometown. He selected 2 summer outfits and 1 autumn ensemble for his mother, along with 2 pairs of shoes, a bottle of hand cream, and a pack of socks. After placing the order, he sent a message to his cousin Li Chang on WeChat, asking him to deliver the items to the village once they arrived. Previously, he had always sought his cousin's assistance when purchasing gifts for his mother. This year, he resolved to bring 2 packs of fine cigarettes for Changgu during the New Year celebrations. Having completed his tasks, Li Shi perused his contacts, realizing that he seemed to have no one with whom to share his joy. Even his former colleague, Li Guiming, with whom he had enjoyed a good rapport, had returned to his hometown, leaving Li Shi's excitement abruptly subdued, and a sense of loneliness and melancholy enveloped him. Recently, he had immersed himself in numerous articles, and it appeared he had unwittingly adopted a touch of the literary sensitivity characteristic of scholars. Suddenly, he recalled Chen Shuyue. The two had maintained contact during this period, accustomed to exchanging greetings daily via WeChat. Li Shi was engrossed in his studies, often neglecting food and rest, with Chen Shuyue frequently initiating their conversations. At times, he found himself pondering why she, whom he had only briefly met, would be so eager to engage him in conversation. She still appeared to embody the essence of a lofty and ascetic young woman. However, he refrained from voicing this curiosity. "Are you there? I'm quite happy today and wish to share," he sent via WeChat. When there was no immediate response, Li Shi deduced that she was likely occupied with work. He set aside his phone and reopened Selected Works of Chinese Literature, Volume 2. This esteemed collection, organized and edited by the renowned scholar Yuan Xingpei, comprised 4 volumes. From the very first volume, he had shifted his approach to studying, embracing a mindset of inquiry and scholarly pursuit, meticulously engaging with the texts. The first section focused on pre-Qin literature. Li Shi diligently read each piece, frequently consulting reference works and related literature, striving to delve deeply into the literary and historical dimensions of every article, exploring its essence from surface to depth through repeated contemplation. Such a methodical approach naturally slowed his pace. He spent 2 days on the mountain spirit, still feeling he had not fully grasped it. He understood that he could only reach this level for the time being, so he set it aside and continued his exploration. Now, he had reached the 3rd section of the 2nd volume, which covered the literature of the Wei, Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties. Many of the articles within were familiar from his elementary to high school textbooks, such as the Short Song and the Memorial on the Expedition. He remained diligent with these works, adopting a scholarly attitude as if they were new texts to study. Reviewing the old aloud for new insights, there would invariably be some fresh discoveries. With wings unfurled, I aspire to soar high. How can I navigate the vastness if the source remains tranquil? Just as he was engrossed in a poem, a WeChat notification chimed. "Chun Xiuyue, I was just in a meeting. What good news do you have? Have you made any new discoveries in your studies?" Li Shi tapped the input box. "There will certainly be gains from my studies, but not this. I've made money today," smirks. "Chun Xiuyue, it seems you've struck it rich. Congratulations. To earn money while studying, you are impressive." Li Shi, grinning, "Just luck. I'll treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises." "Chun Xiuyue, great. Where shall we dine? In Yangqing or Tanzhou?" Pausing at her reply, Li Shi hesitated momentarily. His invitation to dinner had been a mere formality, yet her earnestness caught him off guard. Was she hinting at a desire to meet in person? His hesitation stemmed from a fear of misinterpretation. "I'm available. It depends on what is convenient for you," he replied, taking a step back to move forward. Chun Xiuyue was quite direct, "To be honest, I find you quite intriguing and wish to get to know you better. How about I come to Tanzhou to visit you sometime?" Li Shi paused for 2 seconds before swiftly replying, "Very well, welcome indeed." After putting down his phone, he found himself pondering Chun Xiuyue's intriguing remark about being quite curious about him. A few moments later, he picked up his phone again and posted a query on a frequently visited forum. "What does it mean if a girl expresses curiosity about you?" Before long, responses began to pour in. Floor 3. "It indicates that this girl is genuinely curious about everything concerning you. She is simply interested and wishes to understand you better, to ascertain if you are compatible with her. Additionally, she wants to see what kind of person you truly are." Floor 12. "Host, this is her way of flirting with you. If you possess enough admirable qualities, it's likely that you too could become something more." Floor 13. "Where's the picture?" As Li Shi read through the replies while engaged in his studies, he found the current netizens quite amusing, their words pleasant to the ear. 3 days later, he received a message in the group chat from Li Zong regarding new developments. The buyer for his bracelet had completed the payment. "Li Zong, our finance department is already processing it. Shouldn't take long. At most 3 to 5 days. And the funds will be credited to your account." The person who communicated most frequently with Li Shi from the auction house was the senior account manager, Zhou Yajuan. She was the first to notice Li Shi's email and respond, and it was she who initially reached out via phone, thus establishing him as her client. For her, this represented a financial gain, which she was determined to secure. "All right," Li Shi replied succinctly at this juncture. It was only natural for his emotions to fluctuate. The term securing funds resonated with him. The money was nearly within reach, and such anticipation was indeed nerve-wracking. Zhou Yajuan had assured him that it would take no more than 3 to 5 days, and she had not misled him. On the afternoon of the 5th day, while he was enjoying the cool air conditioning in his bedroom and reading the 4th volume of Selected Excerpts of Chinese Literature, his phone abruptly pinged with a notification of a bank deposit. Hastily unlocking his phone, he opened the message. "Industrial and Commercial Bank, 95,588. Your bank card ending in 2588 has received a transfer of 236,000 yuan on August 16th at 15:21. Current balance, 35,261,000.00 yuan. Beneficiary, Dijia Auction Company. Beneficiary account ending in 7065. Industrial and Commercial Bank." Staring at the balance for a full 5 seconds, Li Shi struggled to maintain his composure. then swiftly navigated to the ICBC app, logged in, and clicked to check his balance. 15, 100, 1,000.10 million, 35 million, 261,000. He chuckled softly, unable to suppress his delight as he counted the digits, finally bursting into laughter. After such an extensive period since signing the entrustment contract with Dijia Auction Company, he had finally secured his funds. Counting the balance once more, he opened Alipay and attempted to transfer 100,000 yuan. However, he quickly discovered a single transaction limit of 30,000 yuan, so he adjusted his request to 30,000 instead, which was successfully processed in no time. Gazing at the additional 30,000 yuan in his Alipay balance, Li Shi felt a profound sense of reality. Money, when usable, is indeed the essence of true wealth. Just as he was preparing to transfer several thousand to his WeChat wallet, a call came through from the auction company's general manager, Gu Yun. The esteemed Mr.Ge called to inform and congratulate Li Shi. After exchanging a few pleasantries of a commercial nature, he hung up the phone. Mere moments later, their senior business manager, Zhou Yajuan, who had been liaising with Li Shi, also reached out. Mr. Li, should you ever wish to part with such exquisite collectibles in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me immediately. You are now our company's super VIP client and my foremost patron. I assure you of the finest and most attentive service. My personal mobile number is available to you 24 hours a day. Her approach was refreshingly direct. Based on her experience, individuals of Li Shi's caliber, who possess such high-value collectibles, surely have many other treasures at their disposal. The commission from this transaction promised to be substantial, and she hoped for more opportunities like this in the future. Certainly, and I appreciate your service as well. After concluding the call, Li Shi pondered for a moment, located her WeChat, and sent her 5 red envelopes of 200 each. There would undoubtedly be future dealings. Would the next venture involve jade or a trade for diamonds? This delightful dilemma quietly emerged in Li Shi's mind, prompting him to chuckle and shake his head. Fortunately, he need not make a decision in the immediate future. He would revisit the matter in a couple of months. He summoned the learning panel, Constitution, 11.8 Wealth, 0.888, Exchange Status, Currently Learning, Chinese, Proficient, Completed Learning Library. None in addition to advancing his Chinese proficiency from Proficient to Proficient. His Constitution had also increased by 0.3 points. Over the past 2 months, he had not only focused on his studies but had also diligently maintained a regular exercise regimen, ensuring proper nutrition and sufficient sleep. The increase in his Constitution attributes, bolstered by his health-focused lifestyle, was a pleasant surprise. He surmised that as long as his Constitution remained below the human limit of 15 points, health practices and exercise would yield improvements. However, once he surpassed that threshold, he would have to rely solely on the learning panel for enhancements. He anticipated that his Chinese learning would reach fluent within a month, at which point his wealth attribute would be 1. 888. Auction houses typically organize autumn auctions and year-end sales, presenting excellent opportunities for transactions. Li Shi smiled to himself, setting an ambitious yet attainable goal of becoming a billionaire as soon as possible. He responded to Zhou Yajuan, who had sent numerous thank you, boss emojis. You are most welcome. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should your company seek to gather auction items in the future, do reach out to me, and I will provide some quality pieces to enhance your performance. All right, Mr. Li, I thank you in advance. However, there is something I've been meaning to discuss with you but hesitated to bring up. Our company is already internally soliciting items for the autumn auction. Would you be interested in participating? Li Shi was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Zhou Yajuan certainly knew how to seize the opportunity. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. When is the autumn auction scheduled? At the end of October, with item submissions closing in early September. Very well, I will consider what I might contribute and provide you with a response in a few days. If I forget, please do remind me. Upon receiving the message from far-off City, Zhou Yajuan became increasingly convinced of Li Shi's unremarkable nature and promptly replied, All right, I shall reach out to you again in a week's time. After concluding the conversation with Zhou Yajuan, Li Shi temporarily set aside matters pertaining to the auction and resumed the task of transferring funds from his industrial and commercial bank account to his WeChat wallet, construction bank account, and Bank of China account. However, he had only managed to transfer 1 million when he was met with a limit notification. Upon reviewing the prompt, he realized he needed to visit the counter to increase his daily spending and transfer limits. Checking the time, which was just before 4 in the afternoon, he gathered his identification and stepped outside, hailing a taxi to the nearest branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, the very one where he had initially opened his account. Previously, while browsing online, he had come across comments from users boasting about their substantial bank deposits and the extravagant privileges they enjoyed during their visits. He entered the bank's main entrance. He pondered whether, with his current balance of several tens of millions, he would be accorded the same treatment as those netizens had described. 40 minutes later, having completed his business, he emerged with a sense of reflection. It was his first time utilizing the VIP lounge at the bank. Although the bank staff maintained their usual professionalism, their demeanor was notably more amiable, their smiles radiating a touch more warmth. A bank executive even approached him to extend greetings, and upon learning of his intention to transfer funds, engaged him in conversation for a brief while. He also added several contacts on WeChat. Li Shi proceeded to transfer 10 million to both his construction bank and Bank of China accounts. Thus, with over 30 million distributed across 3 different banks, his construction bank account reflected 10.22 million, the Bank of China account showed 10.10 million, and his industrial and commercial bank account held 14.26 million. Additionally, his Alipay and WeChat wallets combined for over 800,000. The rationale behind transferring funds from the industrial and commercial bank, apart from the prudent strategy of diversifying his assets, was also to facilitate future collaborations with the auction company, as he anticipated significant funds would flow back into this account. Upon returning to his residence, he was immediately met with a barrage of 3 financial advisory calls, originating from 3 banks, including the industrial and commercial bank, all inquiring whether he was interested in purchasing investment products. After hanging up on the 3rd call, he couldn't help but smile. He finally felt somewhat like a wealthy individual, whereas previously, the calls had solely pertained to loan inquiries. However, investing in financial products was not on his agenda. He deemed it unnecessary. Given his exuberant mood, to celebrate his newfound status as a millionaire with cash in hand, Li Shi resolved to forego studying for the day and take a break instead. Lying back on the sofa, he toyed with his phone and daydreamed for a while before contemplating his spending options. First and foremost, he decided to purchase a house, a dream long held. As he possessed the qualification to buy property in Tanzhou. He scoured the internet and discovered that housing prices remained above 10,000, unchanged. He thus resolved to skip straight to the point, contemplating the acquisition of a villa or a spacious duplex. When it comes to purchasing property, engaging a professional agent is essential. He navigated to the WeChat of the female agent, Zhong Xiaxia. "Hey, are you there?" Zhong Xiaxia did not respond immediately, prompting Li Shi to peruse her moments, which were filled with real estate listings. He focused particularly on the properties for sale, noting they were primarily from surrounding residential complexes. Li Shi contemplated his desire to purchase a villa or a spacious flat. Realizing that it might be prudent to seek out an agent who specializes in such properties, he recalled the rental agent from his previous experience, Zhong Xiaxia. Perhaps he should reach out to her. After a short while, Zhong Xiaxia replied, "Mr. Li, it's been a while. How may I assist you today?" Li Shi, feeling somewhat reluctant to type, opted for a voice message. "I am looking to invest in property lately. Do you have any good listings? Please send over a few options for me to review." Zhong Xiaxia responded promptly, also via voice. "Certainly, Mr. Li, how many bedrooms are you looking for, and what size are you considering?" Li Shi specified, "Something larger, at least 4 bedrooms, though I am open to spacious flats or villas as well." "Understood, Mr. Li. Please hold on. I will send you the property details right away." Her speech was rapid, reflecting her eagerness to secure a business opportunity. Shortly thereafter, she sent over 5 listings, 2 3-bedroom options and 3 4-bedroom options. Li Shi bypassed the 3-bedroom listings and glanced at the 4-bedroom ones, feeling rather dissatisfied. The purchasing restrictions in Tanzhou were quite stringent, and as a non-local resident, he had only one purchasing quota. He preferred to make a substantial investment in a larger property for comfort. Additionally, he had previously considered establishing a persona as a mysterious top-tier collector, and acquiring a luxurious residence would serve as an investment in that identity. After some contemplation, he sent a voice message to Zhong Xiaxia. "Dear, do you have any spacious flats or villas that could be considered top-tier luxury properties?" Upon hearing his voice message, Zhong Xiaxia's expression shifted slightly. She remembered Li as a stable income, ordinary white-collar worker. If his family were to assist him, purchasing a large unit in a city like Tanzhou with relatively lower property prices should be feasible. Most of her clients fit this profile, which made her enthusiastic. However, she instinctively overlooked the notion of spacious flats and villas, not expecting him to directly inquire about them, especially stating a preference for top-tier luxury homes. Was it possible that she had misjudged him? Perhaps he was a low-key, second-generation wealthy individual? A surge of excitement coursed through her. Mr. Li represented an exclusive clientele for her. According to company policy, if she could successfully sell him a luxury property, she would earn a commission of 40%. Based on a 10 million price tag, with a 2% commission, that would amount to 200,000, yielding her a tidy sum of 80,000. Securing this deal would suffice for her performance metrics for half a year. Yet, did he truly possess such financial capability? Without hesitation, Zhong Xiaxia decided that regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. She pondered for a moment, fearing any lapses in her verbal communication, and opted to type instead. Mr. Li, are you indeed interested in purchasing a top-tier luxury property? Our company is among the leading real estate agencies in the entire Tanzhou. With access to all the top luxury listings in the city, do you have time tomorrow? If convenient, I can present the details to you in person. She resolved to stabilize the client's interest and promptly began searching the company's property database. As long as she could facilitate a sale, the agency did not concern itself with who made the sale. Every property consultant could market any listing, and regardless of who sold it, the commission would be shared with those responsible for uploading and maintaining the property information. Li Shi had been studying at his residence for over a month, venturing downstairs only for exercise or to dine at a nearby restaurant, akin to a hermit in seclusion. With over 30 million now in his account, he found himself in a state of contemplation, and although he had not encountered any properties that piqued his interest, he would not squander time on meetings, until the delicate visage of Zhong Xiaxia suddenly flashed across his mind. He smiled, recognizing that a balance of work and leisure was essential. Thus, he arranged to meet the following day. I am quite busy. It would be best if you could send me a few property listings first. If possible, we can go for an on-site visit tomorrow. All right, Mr. Li, but I am currently attending to a client. Would it be acceptable to reach out a little later? Zhong Xiaxia fabricated a small lie. That's fine. After concluding his conversation with Zhong Xiaxia, Li Shi mused that, aside from purchasing a home, acquiring a vehicle was equally important. Lacking automotive knowledge, he consulted Li Guaming via WeChat. The Nissan Sylphy or the Toyota Corolla both offer excellent value for money. If you decide to purchase, these are worth considering. Li Guaming replied promptly, recommending 2 car models. However, after conducting online research, Li Shi preferred to make his own choice. He continued to search. What vehicles do understated magnates typically drive? The responses varied widely, encompassing a multitude of opinions. After perusing numerous car reviews, he ultimately decided to purchase a Volvo XC90 for 4 reasons. First, it was reasonably priced. Second, many netizens praised its safety features. Third, its appearance was modest yet aesthetically pleasing. And fourth, there was an ample supply of available models. The final point was that he had contacted the Tanzhou Volvo dealership through the Pacific Automotive Forum and learned that they had this model in stock, along with a promotional event, allowing him to take delivery the same day. That evening, Li Shi dedicated 2 hours to reading selections from Chinese literature, concluding with Zhang Dai's Mid-July at Westlake from the Ming Dynasty. In his mind's eye, scenes of Westlake during the Ming Dynasty unfolded, boating vessels drifting, throngs of people coming and going, and the faint sounds of silk and bamboo music resonating, immersing him in a rich tapestry of history, which gradually instilled a sense of tranquility within him. After finishing the piece, he closed the book and fell into a dreamless sleep. The next morning, Li Shi rose early and jogged for 20 minutes in a nearby park. After a refreshing shower, he took a taxi to the 4S dealership adjacent to the provincial government in the Xintian district, where he acquired a black Volvo XC90, a luxurious 5-seater, for a total of 592,000 yuan. Following the purchase, he paid an additional fee to have the dealership staff assist him in obtaining a license plate. With all the necessary documentation in order, he drove his new car, adorned with a temporary license plate, back to Chiang Community shortly after noon. Upon parking in the underground garage, he immediately proceeded to the property management office to rent a parking space. Having made a significant acquisition, he contemplated informing his mother. However, fearing that displaying signs of newfound wealth might cause her undue concern, he decided to hold off. Gradually, he thought, he could boast a few more times and transfer some filial funds. Planning to return home in October. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Shi drove to the Green Pepper Stir-Fry restaurant, reserved a private room, and sent the address to Zhong Xiaxia via WeChat. Mr. Li, I am already en route. Just as he had finished ordering the dishes, Zhong Xiaxia arrived. She donned a short-sleeved t-shirt adorned with alternating red and white stripes, paired with distressed denim jeans, exuding a refreshing aura that undeniably showcased her willow-like figure swaying in the breeze. Li Shi couldn't help but steal a glance, silently marveling at the unexpected depth of this youthful and innocent girl. She certainly possessed more than just charm, perhaps a C-cup or above. Chapter 17. The Riverside Flat. Mr. Li, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Zhong Xiaxia said with a gentle smile as she pulled out a chair and sat beside him. Her demeanor suggested a disregard for the trivialities of personal space, instead leveraging her beauty to her advantage, embodying the essence of a formidable saleswoman. Before their meal was served, Zhong Xiaxia retrieved a tablet and began her presentation. In addition to the properties I sent you last night, I have handpicked 5 more today, 3 villas and 2 flats. Here are the video materials. Let me walk you through them. Following your preferences, I have primarily selected properties by the river and lakeside. Take a look at this villa situated by Meishi Lake. As she spoke, she frequently pointed to the detailed videos on the tablet, her body nearly brushing against Li Shi's arm, the thin fabric of her t-shirt offering a soft sensation. The fragrance of her perfume wafted toward him, stirring a slight distraction within him, with his robust vitality bolstered by a physical attribute of 11.8, and perhaps due to his prolonged abstinence from romantic encounters, he instinctively reacted to such subtle stimuli. However, he quickly regained his composure, focusing intently on Zhong Xiaxia's presentation. The villa was tranquil, yet it was also somewhat distanced from the bustling areas, Li Shi pondered internally, realizing he would occasionally crave the vibrancy of social life, and thus addressed Zhong Xiaxia. Could you provide a detailed introduction to these flats? Certainly, Mr. Li. I have selected a total of 5 exquisite, fully furnished flats that are ready for immediate move-in, she replied, as the waitstaff began to serve the dishes. Zhong Xiaxia remained undeterred by the sumptuous spread before them, passionately continuing her property presentation. Once she had covered all 5 flats, Li Shi gestured, "Let us eat first. After our meal, we shall visit these properties in person at tea." That moment, Zhong Xiaxia suddenly appeared a bit embarrassed, her expression tinged with apology as she said, "Mr. Li, there is something I need to mention beforehand regarding the properties at Binjiang Phoenix Bay and Greentown Tianyi. We will need to verify funds of 5 million in advance. What do you think?" Verify funds? Li Shi was somewhat taken aback, but recalled having heard that purchasing luxury homes often required such verification. He smiled and replied, "That sounds fine." Zhong Xiaxia's face brightened at his response, and she quickly explained, "This is a requirement set by the company and the owners, Mr. Li. I hope you understand. Deposits and equivalent financial products are acceptable." Li Shi waved her concerns away. "No problem at all. When will the verification take place? Now, or shall we do it when we visit the properties?" Zhong Xiaxia clarified, "Once we arrive at those 2 communities, a designated person will be there to let us in, and we will need to show the verification to them." Li Shi nodded in understanding. After finishing their meal, Zhong Xiaxia picked up her phone and said, "Mr. Li, may I call for a car via WeChat?" Many of her colleagues own cars, yet in order to minimize the commission fees that might be shared with others in the future, she is willing to invest a bit more herself initially. Li Shi retrieved the car keys from his pocket and smiled, saying, "No need. I just picked up the car today." Upon reaching the parking area, Zhong Xiaxia noticed the temporary license plate and thought to herself that it was indeed a newly acquired vehicle. Once inside, as Li Shi started the car, he fumbled at the steering wheel due to not having driven for quite some time. After following the navigation for a while, he gradually found his rhythm. Noticing that Zhong Xiaxia appeared somewhat tense in the passenger seat, he chuckled and said, "Apologies, it's been a while since I last drove." Zhong Xiaxia quickly replied, "Oh, it's fine." The 2 first visited 3 spacious apartments that did not require asset verification. Before proceeding to Binjiang Phoenix Bay, Zhong Xiaxia had made prior arrangements, and upon their arrival, a middle-aged man in formal attire was already waiting at the entrance of the community. "Let's start with the asset verification," Li Shi said, directly logging into the Industrial and Commercial Bank's app to show them his balance. Zhong Xiaxia, keenly aware of financial figures, immediately noticed the displayed available balance, which was undoubtedly in the 8 figures, over 13.65 million. She felt a surge of excitement within her. She had indeed made the right call. This Li was truly a low-key, second-generation wealthy individual. Looking at Li Shi again, she found this young, handsome gentleman exuding an undeniable charm. Binjiang Phoenix Bay is a residential complex developed by a state-owned enterprise, a rarity in Tanzhou, and its location is quite favorable as well. The man who conducted the asset verification then began to introduce the property, with Zhong Xiaxia accompanying him. Upon entering the community, Li Shi immediately sensed a difference. It was clean, well-designed, and the layout was meticulously planned. They took the elevator to the 12th floor. The entire apartment featured a layout of 4 bedrooms, 3 living areas, and 5 bathrooms, with a property area of 390 square meters. There were 2 elevators serving 1 unit, along with a dedicated service elevator, and the entrance hall, which was a complimentary 14 square meters, was designed with shoe cabinets and storage solutions. Just look at this grand entrance door. The living room spans 80 square meters with an integrated design, offering a breathtaking view. The interior was designed by the renowned domestic designer Qiao Yilin, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room provide a direct glimpse of the most beautiful river scenery. Furthermore, the entire house is equipped with central air conditioning, a fresh air system, and underfloor heating, all cutting-edge systems that can be controlled via a smartphone. The master bedroom, measuring 73 square meters, features a 3-entry design. Upon entry, there is a walk-in closet. To the right is a bathroom with a bathtub and toilet, And to the left is a 270-degree bedroom with a river view. Just look at this exclusive river panorama. Such a sight would be hard to find even in a typical 5-star hotel. In addition to the master bedroom, there is also a riverview suite. Li Shi was quite impressed with this apartment from the outset, so he examined it with particular attentiveness. After a thorough inspection, he inquired, "What is the property management fee per square meter?" Zhong Xiaxia felt a thrill of joy. Having done her homework, she promptly responded, "Mr. Li, the property management fee is 3.58 per square meter, but the central air conditioning and other expenses are calculated separately." Unlike the previous properties they had viewed, Mr. Li had not asked about this detail, indicating his sincere interest. As she spoke, she thoughtfully took out her phone to calculate. The area of the house is 390 square meters, resulting in a monthly property fee of 1,396.2 yuan, amounting to 16,754.4 yuan annually. Li Shi nodded and inquired further, "What about the parking spaces?" This time, it was the male agent who responded. The homeowner purchased 2 parking spaces when acquiring the property, and they are also for sale now. What is the occupancy rate of the entire development? The occupancy has actually surpassed 70%. This particular unit is the best located, on the 12th floor, offering an expansive view and the finest scenery, hence the slightly higher price per square meter. The current owner has never occupied it since purchase. As you can see, all the furniture and appliances are brand new. Mr. Li, many prospective buyers have shown interest in this property recently. Should you be interested, it would be wise to act swiftly. Li Shi smiled. The homeowner's asking price is 38,000 yuan per square meter, which, given that the average price in Tanzhou is just over 10,000, constitutes a ceiling price for the area, even with its luxurious, exquisitely designed interiors that feature numerous international and even luxury brand furnishings and materials. This location, while adjacent to the North 2nd Ring Road, is not particularly advantageous aside from the river view. Standing before the living room window, he surveyed the exterior scenery, noting not only the expansive vista and beautiful river view but also a park below. Prompting him to inquire, "It is Riverside Park. A short walk from the entrance of the community leads to it. The residents who have moved in not only frequent the community gym for exercise but also enjoy running and working out at Riverside Park." Li Shi nodded, turning to Zhong Xiaxia, saying, "This unit is worth considering, though the price is somewhat elevated. Let us explore other options as well." Upon hearing Li Shi's words, Zhong Xiaxia felt a twinge of regret, though she did not express it. Having been a real estate agent for quite some time, she understood that clients rarely make swift decisions regarding such high-end properties. After exiting the community, Li Shi did not leave immediately. Instead, he drove around the vicinity, discovering numerous residential complexes and a well-equipped array of amenities, including shopping malls, schools, and a Line 4 subway station. On the way to view the remaining large flat, Li Shi pondered for a moment before addressing Zhong Xiaxia in the passenger seat. "Please inquire for me. If we include the 2 parking spaces, what would the total price be for the property at Phoenix Bay?" Feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhong Xiaxia instantly perked up. "Certainly, I will ask right away." After a brief interval, she shifted her gaze from her phone screen to the driver's seat. "Mr. Li, with the addition of the 2 parking spaces, the asking price is 15.2 million yuan. Li Shi contemplated for a moment before softly stating, "In that case, please offer 12.2 million. Zhong Xiaxia was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this young Li would be so bold in negotiation, immediately slashing 3 million from the asking price. Understood. I will communicate that right away." As an agent, she could not dictate the client's actions, and thus she steeled herself to negotiate. The last property viewed was Greentown Tianyi, one of the premier luxury residential complexes in Tanzhou, boasting a spacious layout of 320 square meters. After the visit, Li Shi personally felt a stronger affinity for the previous unit at Binjiang Phoenix Bay. In the evening, he accompanied Zhong Xiaxia back to her company's storefront, Li Zone. Regarding the Phoenix Bay unit, the owner has responded, stating the lowest price is 15 million, and they cannot go any lower. Before exiting the vehicle, Zhong Xiaxia received a WeChat message and promptly declared, "I'll add 500,000, bringing it to 12,700,000, available for full payment. Please communicate effectively with them." Currently, the global economy is rather bleak, and few possess the means to purchase such luxury properties, especially in Tanzhou, where individuals willing to invest over 10 million in real estate are even scarcer. Banks are reluctant to extend loans, making my readiness for an immediate cash transaction exceptionally rare, Li Shi interjected, urging Zhong Xiaxia to negotiate diligently. In truth, his bottom line was no more than 14,500,000. Yet, as he mentioned, given the current global economic downturn, if the seller was eager to liquidate, he might very well secure the property for less than 14,500,000. Understood, Li Zong. I will continue to communicate with them. Upon hearing that Li Shi not only increased the offer by 500,000, but was also willing to pay in full, Zhong Shixia immediately felt invigorated. Li Shi smiled and added, "If we cannot reach an agreement on this unit, we shall need to explore other options. Please keep this in mind." As dusk approached, Li Shi skillfully parked the car in the underground garage. He noted a marked improvement in his physical coordination and control, as evidenced by an afternoon of practical driving, during which he handled the steering wheel with remarkable steadiness. At 11:42 in the evening, Li Shi closed the fourth volume of selections from Chinese literature. Exhaling deeply, he took out his phone, snapped a photograph of the book cover, and posted on his social media. At last, after 2 months of relentless effort, I have completed it. What a challenge! Thus, he had revisited every Chinese language textbook from elementary school through university. The intensity of his 2-month endeavor was comparable to the final sprint of his senior year in high school. Meriting a commemorative post, he accessed the learning panel. Name: Li Shi Physical Fitness, 11.8 Wealth, 0.888, Redeem? Currently learning Chinese, proficient, completed learning repository. None. He was still slightly short, caught at the proficient level, merely a fraction away from advancement. Gazing at the learning panel, Li Shi clearly recognized that he was on the cusp of elevating his Chinese proficiency from proficient to mastery. This slender margin was organization and summarization. Li Shi retrieved a stack of A4 paper, extracted a black marker from the pen holder, pondered for a moment, then began to write, "My Chinese Learning Summary." Since starting kindergarten at the age of 5, he had officially embarked on his Chinese language studies in the classroom. He meticulously outlined his learning journey from elementary school, ultimately synthesizing his insights, with particular emphasis on the distinctions between classical and modern Chinese, categorizing his observations into phonetics, grammar, and semantics. The phonetics exhibit notable differences. 2 characters in modern Mandarin that sound entirely distinct may have been pronounced identically in ancient Chinese. Additionally, modern Mandarin has further simplified and weakened aspects of tonal patterns and rhymes. The grammatical structures also diverge. For instance, in ancient Chinese, nouns could precede verbs to function as adverbials. Furthermore, the semantics have evolved. Identical characters may possess disparate meanings across the ages. For example, Jiang specifically referred to the Yangtze River in ancient texts, whereas in contemporary usage, it denotes rivers in general. Li Shi's writing improved with each passing moment, as he toiled tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, completing dozens of pages, only pausing reluctantly. A profound sense of exhilaration washed over him, akin to savoring a fine elixir from celestial realms. Upon setting down his pen, he experienced an immediate sensation, a shiver coursing through him, prompting him to summon his learning panel. Name: Li Shi, Constitution, 11.81, Fusion Status, Wealth, 1.888, Exchange Status, Currently Learning Chinese, Proficient, Change Learning Direction, Completed Learning Library, None. Each discipline or skill is categorized into 5 levels: novice, intermediate, proficient, expert, and master. Advancing a level grants 1 point to the Constitution attribute and 1 point to the Wealth attribute. Only one discipline or skill may be pursued at a time. Once selected, the branch or level must reach proficient to allow for a change. If one chooses to continue studying Chinese, they must achieve master level to switch again, along with receiving a reward of 10 cubic storage units. Having finally attained proficiency in Chinese, Li Shi was elated. However, upon reading the final notification, he found himself momentarily stunned. 10 cubic storage units. Is that the kind of space that can be carried around? As this thought crossed his mind, the learning panel responded with an enigmatic feedback. His joy knew no bounds. It indeed was that sort of portable space. 10 cubic units, a considerable volume. Yet, as he gradually regained his composure and scrutinized the details, a frown creased his brow. Mastering Chinese, a subject he had studied diligently since childhood, had proven to be immensely challenging. The prospect of advancing to master level seemed almost inconceivable. He had barely scraped by to reach proficient at the undergraduate level, with the next major advancement being expert level, which corresponded to becoming a specialist in Chinese studies. Beyond that, only the master level remained, which was even more daunting. The profundity and intricacy of the Chinese language made the ambition of becoming a master feel insurmountable. Sighing, he pondered his next course of action. Opting for a simpler learning path would necessitate starting anew, while continuing with Chinese toward the master level left him at a loss for a clear endpoint. Ultimately, it was late. He resolved to first fuse his Constitution attribute and then rest before deciding further. Chapter 19. Driving skills in need of improvement. The following morning, shortly after 10, Li Shi awoke feeling invigorated, a sense of vitality coursing through him. He swung his fists, feeling as though he could effortlessly subdue a wild boar lurking on the hills of his hometown. Hein Yo Ling summoning the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Constitution: 12.8. Wealth: 1.888. Exchange: currently learning Chinese. Proficient. Change learning direction? Completed learning repository: none. If opting to continue studying Chinese, one must reach master level before changing again, and simultaneously receive a reward of 10 cubic storage slots. With a constitution attribute of 12.8, he is undoubtedly exceptional. However, he finds himself preoccupied with the decision of whether to change his learning focus, leading to a moment of inner turmoil. Each time he integrates attribute points, a sticky sensation envelopes him. And after cleansing himself twice with body wash, he feels as though he has shed a few pounds. A simple leap propels him effortlessly into the air. After drying off, Li Shi stands bare-chested before the mirror. His muscles are well-defined yet not overly exaggerated, exuding a unique sense of harmonious beauty. Which woman could resist drooling at this sight? He muses with a smirk. Li Shi is not one to indulge in vanity. Yet gazing at his remarkably proportioned physique, he cannot help but revel in a moment of self-admiration. Feeling a tinge of impulsiveness, he grabs his phone and snaps a couple of selfies, initially intending to showcase them on his social media like those fitness enthusiasts. But his reserved nature ultimately prevails. Mornings following the integration of attribute points leave him particularly famished. He heads to his favorite Zhaoyang rice noodle shop and orders 2 bowls of rice noodles, a bowl of stir-fried beef, and a bowl of black fungus tofu. In a matter of moments, he devours the entire meal. Then, feeling immensely satisfied, he pats his slightly protruding belly and leisurely strolls back to his residential complex. Taking his time to wander through the greenery, it's around 11 o'clock. As he meanders, he finds himself the sole occupant of the neighborhood, relishing the tranquil solitude, which allows him to reflect deeply. After a while, he notices an unfamiliar yellow flower blooming in a garden bed, radiantly illuminated by the sun. Unable to resist, he captures several photos with his phone. Li Shi's interest in photography traces back to his primary school years. In 2nd grade, a newly graduated teacher from a normal university arrived at the village school, bringing with him a film camera. The specific model is lost to time, but Li Shi recalls how Mr. Xiao took numerous photographs of the students. In addition to group shots, he captured 2 individual portraits of Li Shi, who stood on the grassy bank in front of the small waterfall at Jupuwan, grinning widely with his pearly whites, utterly delighted. That year marked his first experience with solo photography at the tender age of 7. Li Shi pulls out his phone, logs into QQ, and navigates to his space, where he locates those 2 cherished old photographs. Later, he acquired a phone of his own, capturing countless images, and his QQ album now holds over 3,000 photos from that era. However, as the pressures of life mounted, he lost the desire to take pictures altogether. For adults burdened with responsibilities such as buying a home, purchasing a car, and starting a family, cultivating hobbies seems a luxury, especially when one is also repaying debts. Nevertheless, the absence of financial strain now allows for a moment of introspection. Li Shi's contemplations arise from his decision to temporarily abandon the pursuit of furthering his Chinese studies in favor of exploring photography skills, a passion he has cherished since long ago, now prominent on his list of alternatives. However, the first thoughts that crossed his mind were still the subjects he had learned since childhood, such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, biology, and so forth, these foundational disciplines. Yet, like the Chinese language, these subjects are vast and profound. After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be more prudent to choose a specific branch of study or a relatively singular skill to pursue, as this would enable him to attain a level of proficiency more swiftly. Only upon reaching such a level of mastery could he consider changing his learning direction. Thus, it was imperative to select something uncomplicated. Taking a stroll in the shadows of the building, he sorted through his thoughts before returning to his residence. He reclined on the sofa, retrieving his phone to search for information pertinent to geography. Throughout his life, apart from his proficiency in the Chinese language, geography had been the subject he excelled in the most. The major branches of geography are primarily divided into 3 categories: physical geography, human geography, and other subdivisions. If one were to delve deeper, physical geography could be further segmented into biogeography, climatology, oceanography, geomorphology, hydrology, among others. Human geography could branch into cultural geography, development geography, economic geography, historical geography, military geography, etc. Additional branches include cartography, toponymy, applied geography, local chronicles, geographic information systems, landscape ecology, and geospatial information science, among many others. Upon careful investigation and study, Li Shi realized that mastering any of these branches necessitated a solid foundation of geographical knowledge. The thought overwhelmed him. He had previously erred in his approach by not directly embarking on the study of specific branches. Instead, he must first engage in substantial foundational learning. With a sigh, Li Shi resolved to focus on a singular skill for the time being, aiming to accumulate more attribute points before proceeding further: photography, driving, calligraphy, computer operation. After some reflection, he summoned the learning panel and pondered, could he shift his focus to small vehicle driving skills? Soon, affirmative feedback filled him with delight. Driving skills encompass a broad spectrum, including small vehicle operation, large vehicle operation, specialty vehicle operation, piloting aircraft, commanding aircraft carriers, and even navigating spacecraft, all of which could be included. It primarily depended on the learning panel's limitations regarding the granularity of skill differentiation. He considered further and attempted to generate the thought, could he change his learning direction to driving techniques for the Volvo XC90? Could he shift to the driving skills of a compact SUV? Could he pivot to the driving techniques for small sedans? Could he transition to smartphone camera photography techniques? After receiving numerous negative responses in succession, Li Shi gradually discerned the boundaries of the learning panel. After half an hour, he resolved to choose between small vehicle driving and camera photography as his next phase of study. The vehicle has been acquired. Based on his driving proficiency, he should swiftly reach the beginner and adept levels. After careful consideration, he formally entertained the notion of changing his learning direction. In the next moment, the learning panel reflected alterations: name, Li Shi, physique, 12.8, wealth, 1.888, redeem, currently learning, small vehicle operation, not yet beginner, completed learning repository, Chinese, proficient. Henceforth, his primary focus would be to enhance his driving skills. However, photography, as the next preferred field of study, could also be previewed in advance. During his leisure moments, he could familiarize himself with various cameras. Having determined his learning trajectory, Li Shi felt restless and promptly began searching online for the question bank pertaining to the written examination for the driving license. That moment, a notification from WeChat chimed, and upon opening it, he was somewhat taken aback to find a message from his former superior, Wei Shulan. Why would she suddenly reach out to him? Chapter 20. The female supervisor requests a meeting. Li Shi. Long time no see. May I ask if you were still in contact with Li Guiming? It turned out she was seeking Li Guiming. Li Shi suddenly recalled that during their last encounter, Li Guiming had mentioned that Wei Shulan had blocked him on WeChat. That time. Under the influence of alcohol, he had even expressed inappropriate sentiments towards her. Could there have been some unforeseen complications between them? Li Shi scrolled through his WeChat contacts to find Li Guiming, intending to inquire first. However, when it came time to type, he hesitated. Forget it. Such trivial matters were not worth his concern. Li Shi promptly disregarded Wei Shulan's message and resumed studying the question bank for the first part of the driving license examination. This theoretical knowledge repository was one he had navigated years ago while preparing for his license. The content was exceedingly straightforward. His recent 2 months of Chinese studies had also significantly enhanced his reading abilities, allowing him to swiftly and efficiently grasp the information presented in the questions and comprehend the intentions of the examiners. Thus, his speed in answering was naturally rapid. In no time, he had completed 10 questions, glancing at the clock to find that no more than 3 minutes had passed. The question bank contained a total of 973 questions, which he could finish in an afternoon. Calculating the time, Li Shi felt invigorated. Half an hour later, deep in his studies, his WeChat chimed incessantly. Setting aside his tablet, he picked up his phone to find yet another message from Wei Shulan. Li Shi, are you there? Regarding your last leave, I acknowledge my fault. I overreacted. My attitude during our phone call was also inappropriate, and I sincerely apologize. Tio expressed my contrition. Let me treat you to a meal. Please grant me this favor, I beg you. After reading the 3 consecutive messages, Li Shi was momentarily bewildered. This formidable career woman, who typically regarded others with disdain, was offering him an apology. He quickly realized that after 2 months, it was improbable for her to reach out without cause. There must be some underlying reason, likely connected to Li Guiming. He did not respond to Wei Shulan immediately. Instead, he first inquired with Li Guiming on WeChat. Li Guiming promptly provided a contact number along with some personal interests, followed by a voice message delivered in a suggestive tone. Brother, this is the private contact of my ex-wife's brother-in-law. Their family operates a chain of restaurants, precisely the major client that Wei Shulan has been vying for recently. Don't hand it over so easily. Negotiate a bit. Heh, you know what I mean. I await the good news of your triumphant entry into the dragon's den. Li Shi paused for a moment, replying with a side-eye dog face emoji. He then inquired, is it all right to give her such a private contact? Li Guiming replied, anyway, I haven't been in touch with my ex-wife for a long time. So it's no big deal. You handle it as you see fit, smirk. The tone of Li Guaming's voice message reminded Li Shi of their previous conversation during a foot massage, and he couldn't help but conjure up the image of Wei Shulan's alluring figure. Indeed, from a man's perspective, her physique was quite captivating, and her face was rather lovely. After all, who would decline a free meal? It wasn't merely that. Primarily, he had been solitary for the past couple of months and felt a yearning to reconnect with old colleagues and acquaintances. He opened Wei Shulan's WeChat again. President Wei, I apologize for the late reply. I just saw your message that it's nothing urgent, and it's been so long that I nearly forgot. Where shall we dine? Setting down his phone, Li Shi chuckled to himself, recalling how he had been exploited by her over the past couple of years. Enjoying a meal or two together seemed hardly excessive. Before long, Wei Shulan sent over an address. Lily Fish Harbor Restaurant. Tonight at 7, see you there. I'll be waiting. Li Shi did not dwell on the matter too much. He was young and vigorous, naturally inclined towards women. However, having engaged with his studies and witnessed his wealth grow over the past few months, his perspective and mindset had evolved. Not just any woman could find her way into his bed. After tackling over 20 questions, his WeChat chimed again, interrupting his studies, and he felt a twinge of irritation, instinctively furrowing his brow. Nevertheless, he opened WeChat to discover it was a message from the real estate agent. Zhong Xiaxia, Mr. Li, is it convenient for us to speak on the phone? Li Shi promptly initiated a voice call. Mr. Li, after much negotiation, I've been in touch with them since last night, and they have finally agreed to reduce the price. Its down by a substantial 500,000, now at 14,500,000. However, they specified that it must be a cash transaction and should be completed swiftly. As soon as the call connected. Zhong Xiaxia conveyed the good news enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Li Shi realized his suspicions were correct. The homeowner was indeed eager to sell and liquidate. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he remarked, a reduction of 500,000 is no small feat, but it still exceeds my target price by a bit. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, here's the deal. They are earnest about selling, and I am equally sincere about buying. I'll add 70,000, bringing my offer to 13,500,000. Which is my highest bid. If they agree, I can proceed with a cash transaction at any time. The 14,500,000 had already reached the upper limit of what he was willing to pay. However, as a buyer, it is only natural to strive to spend as little money as possible, for after all, one's earnings are not simply blown in by the wind, but rather painstakingly acquired through diligent study and hard work. After conversing with Zhong Xiaxia for the next 4 hours, Li Shi was not disturbed by anyone. He diligently immersed himself in study for over 4 hours, thoroughly reviewing the entire question bank for Subject 1. A little practice on the road should suffice to attain a basic level of competence. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 6:30. Tidying up, he grabbed his car keys and drove to the Lily Fishing Port restaurant in the Lushan district. Upon exiting the vehicle, he deliberately summoned the study panel to check. His progress in driving the small car still indicated, not yet a beginner. He had already attempted starting, parallel parking, straight driving, and lane changes. Yet he had yet to practice reversing into a parking space and hill parking. It was still only evening, with nighttime driving ahead. He mentally calculated that by tonight, he could elevate his driving skills to beginner level, filling him with delight. Having just earned attribute points last night, he was thrilled at the prospect of earning more that evening. It was now 6:55. Li Shi composed himself and hurried toward the restaurant. The waiter guided him to a private room, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Wei Shulan, whom he had not seen for 2 months. He was momentarily taken aback. Wei Shulan was actually wearing a cheongsam today. On a tall and voluptuous woman like her, a cheongsam was nothing short of a cheat. Li Shi, how have you become so handsome after 2 months? Wei Shulan seemed to have forgotten their previous minor disagreement, approaching him like an old friend, taking his arm and appraising him, her voice melodious and pleasant. Feeling the soft touch of her arm and catching a whiff of her subtle perfume, Li Shi couldn't help but smile, sensing that this evening's meal would likely be quite enjoyable. Chapter 21. The basics of driving skills. Not at all. It is you, Ms. Wei, who has grown increasingly beautiful. Li Shi was not merely being polite. As Wei Shulan scrutinized him, he was equally assessing her. The woman was clad in a vintage short-sleeved floral cheongsam, cinched at the waist and accentuating her figure, the slit nearly reaching her thigh. However, that was not the focal point. What struck Li Shi was the realization that his male colleagues in the company had previously underestimated Wei Shulan. The scale of her allure was at least a D cup. It was so striking that even Li Shi found himself unable to tear his gaze away for a full 1.8 seconds before shifting his focus to her exquisitely made-up face. Li Shi, I must apologize for my past missteps. Wei Shulan began to explain, mentioning that she had been going through a divorce with her ex-husband at the time, feeling quite downcast and regretting bringing her negative emotions into the workplace. As she spoke, she picked up a chilled bottle of Tsingtao beer, intending to pour him a drink as an apology. Li Shi gently interjected, Ms. Wei, I have matters to attend to this evening. Let us forego the alcohol and enjoy some tea instead. He was determined not to let Wei Shulan disrupt his plans for practice. However, Wei Shulan's attitude was remarkably humble, and she offered a rationale that was quite understandable, though it was evident she had ulterior motives. Li Shi, not one to dwell on trifles, added, those matters are hardly significant. In the course of work, minor frictions are inevitable, and I've long since forgotten them. Observing Li Shi's earnest demeanor, Wei Shulan smiled slightly. Not wanting to press the issue further as their teacups clinked together, she took the initiative to steer the conversation for a few minutes. Once the dishes were served, she picked up a piece of fish for Li Shi, saying, this three-colored fish is the signature dish of this establishment, with ingredients sourced from Dongting Lake. It's quite exquisite. Do give it a T or white as Li Shi sampled the fish, imbued with the flavor of chopped chili. The tender flesh melted in his mouth, a delightful fusion of freshness and spiciness that prompted his admiration. After enjoying the meal for a while, Wei Shulan sensed the atmosphere was just right and remarked, Li Shi, let us put our past behind us. I truly have a matter to discuss today and would like to trouble you. Having worked together for over 2 years, we are well acquainted, so I shall be forthright. She explained that she was now embarking on a joint venture and needed to secure a significant client, the very individual who happened to be the brother-in-law of Li Guiming's ex-wife. She required this person's private contact details, along with insights into his interests and hobbies. Li Shi, I want to deceive you. I have approached Li Guiming, but he declined. I know you share a good rapport and often engage in physical therapy together. Pausing for a moment, she searched for the right words and continued, thus, I shall not ask for your assistance without compensation. If you can persuade Li Guiming, I can offer you a finder's fee of 5,000 yuan. What do you say? Are you attempting to buy my assistance? Li Shi inquired, though she hastily clarified, please don't misunderstand. I genuinely require this client. Having previously worked for others, I was unaware of the pressures and hardships of entrepreneurship. Now, I have invested not only my finances but my very life into this venture, and many challenges must be faced head-on. So, Li Shi, could you please help me? Fearing that Li Shi might misinterpret her intentions, Wei Shulan quickly elaborated on her predicament, casting a pleading gaze in his direction. Li Shi regarded her beautiful face, her eyes shimmering with unspoken words, exuding a compelling allure, particularly accentuated by her striking figure. For a fleeting moment, he was tempted to heed Li Guiming's coaxing and make some extravagant demands, but he restrained himself, diverting his gaze. He picked up a piece of black bean fish, savoring the exquisite flavor before smiling and saying, very well, transfer the funds to me first, and I shall endeavor to speak with him, though I cannot guarantee success. Wei Shulan was momentarily taken aback but promptly responded, all right, as long as you are willing to assist, I will transfer the money right away. With that, she retrieved her phone and swiftly initiated a transfer of 5,000 yuan via WeChat. Li Shi chuckled and confirmed receipt. As they neared the end of their meal, taking advantage of Wei Shulan's trip to the front desk to settle the bill, he transferred the funds to Li Guiming through Alipay. No confirmation from the recipient was necessary for the transaction to be completed. Afterward, he sent a brief message via WeChat, outlining the situation. Li Guiming replied almost immediately, brother, I was expecting some groundbreaking news from you, and this is it? Li Shi chuckled softly and responded, you are mistaken. I am a paragon of virtue. You are merely a concealed firebrand, a supposed paragon of virtue. What a farce. Enough said. I am currently engaged in a game. Li Shi put away his phone and smiled slightly. Despite Wei Shulan's humble demeanor when seeking his assistance, Li Shi was aware that should he make any excessive demands, she would likely turn hostile in an instant. After settling the bill and reaching the parking area of the restaurant, Wei Shulan inquired, Li Shi, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride. She was driving an orange BMW X2. No need. I recently purchased a car. Li Shi produced the car key from his pocket, gesturing with it. Wei Shulan was genuinely taken aback. Former colleagues knew that Li Shi was financially constrained and typically frugal, often donning only a few outfits procured from Taobao. Thus, she had contemplated using monetary incentives to persuade him to assist her. Is that Volvo with a temporary license plate yours? Have you struck it rich? Wei Shulan asked in astonishment. Although she was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, she could discern that this vehicle was certainly not inexpensive. Li Shi nodded, indeed, the license is still being processed. President Wei, I shall take my leave now. He drove towards the riverside, and after a couple of minutes, found a spot to park along the side. He took out his phone, copied the information of Li Guiming's ex-wife's brother-in-law, and sent it to Wei Shulan, adding a note. President Wei, I have already conveyed the 5,000 yuan commission to Li Guiming. Thank you for treating me to dinner. At that moment, Wei Shulan was still seated in her BMW X2, searching for the Volvo on a car app using the photos she had just taken. Upon receiving his message, she was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she suddenly burst into laughter, thinking to herself, how come I never realized how amusing Li Shi is before? Following the map navigation, Li Shi drove for a few minutes along Shaoxiang North Road towards Phoenix Bay. Entering the Riverside Scenic Route, where he came across a quiet fork in the road and turned in. Unsure of his whereabouts, he continued until the navigation prompted a route correction. When he felt he had driven long enough, he retraced his path, arriving at his residence at 10:30 in the interim. He received a WeChat message from Wei Shulan, but engrossed in practicing driving, he did not reply in the underground parking garage. He deliberately attempted to reverse into a parking space, and as he parked successfully, a sensation prompted him to summon the learning panel. Name: Li Shi, physique 12.81, fusion status, wealth 2.888, exchange status. Currently learning, basic car driving, beginner, learning completion, Chinese, fluent. Indeed, he had made progress in car driving, achieving a new level. Li Shi beamed as he gazed at the learning panel, initially fixated on the wealth attribute, reveling in the fact that 2.888 attribute points could be exchanged for 2.888 kilograms of any material he once possessed. With this substantial reserve of wealth attributes, he need not fret over redeeming material in the near future. He then shifted his focus to the physique attribute. While wealth attributes were sufficient, the physique attribute would prove to be of greater importance to him moving forward. The higher his physique attribute, the healthier he would become. Just as he was savoring these thoughts, his phone buzzed again. Picking it up, he saw it was still Wei Shulan. Li Shi, why haven't you responded? You aren't already asleep? Are you? If you're awake, how about coming out for a drink? Chapter 22. A collector of your caliber at this hour. You're inviting yourself out for a drink? Li Shi glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 at night. Mr. Wei, I was driving and didn't check my phone. Let us forego the drinking. If you have something to discuss, please be direct. He exited the vehicle and ascended the stairs. He still had to contemplate the specific operations for enhancing his driving skills in the next phase. In addition to integrating the newly acquired physical attribute points, he was quite occupied and truly had no time for mere revelry. Upon reaching the upper floor, Li Shi performed 100 push-ups and squats. After a refreshing shower, he checked his phone and noticed a message from Wei Shulan. Nothing much, just curious how you suddenly came into wealth. Playful, indeed. It was as he suspected. Li Shi couldn't help but chuckle, tapping out 8 cold characters with his fingers to send. Business secret? No comment. Smile. Setting his phone aside, he switched on the television, casually tuning into a CCTV news channel. Comfortably settling onto the sofa, he picked up his tablet and began searching for ways for novices to swiftly enhance their driving skills. The consensus was clear. Practice diligently. Begin with following other vehicles, and do not intentionally avoid congested routes. After some time exploring various online opinions, Li Shi started to categorize the advice into several key areas. Familiarity with traffic regulations was paramount. Understanding what actions were permissible while driving was essential. For him, it was not only necessary to be well-versed in domestic traffic laws, but also to comprehend international regulations, particularly the specific rules of major countries. Acquaintance with vehicles was also crucial, particularly the fundamental structures of several common small cars, which would aid in grasping the principles behind each driving maneuver. Mastery of correct driving techniques through hands-on experience was vital. He needed to familiarize himself with various types of vehicles, including sedans, SUVs, MPVs, sports cars, pickups, and the increasingly popular new energy vehicles. Li Shi organized his learning strategy for the next phase and began to ponder whether to seek a professional instructor. A brief online search revealed that the usual routes would only lead to private instructors from driving schools. The mere mention of driving schools instantly brought back memories of the scoldings and ridicule he endured while learning to drive years ago. As long as I can manage to reach a proficient level, that should suffice. A seasoned driver, with a bit more knowledge of international regulations and vehicle theory, would likely be at this standard. I'll try self-study with online tutorials first, and if the results are unsatisfactory, I may then seek a private tutor. Li Shi opened Bilibili and typed driving instruction into the search bar. The first video that appeared was surprisingly an old-fashioned automobile driving tutorial, featuring an instructor with a distinct announcer's voice introducing himself. My name is Ping'an, as in peaceful and safe. I am a professional driving instructor. He watched for a while and discovered that, despite its nostalgic feel, the 2-hour tutorial was packed with valuable information. He promptly saved it to his favorites. Soon after, he stumbled upon another driving tutorial that had aired on an official television station, spanning over 6 hours and equally rich in content. This was a comprehensive guide. Bilibili was not merely home to lively dance videos, but indeed housed a treasure trove of other valuable resources. Continuing his collection, Li Shi began to watch and learn tutorials at 1.5 times the speed after gathering a plethora of materials. Due to the need to integrate the newly added physical attribute points, he did not study too late, calculating that he would retire for the night by 1 o'clock in the morning. The following morning, he awoke before 7, feeling remarkably refreshed, with a physical attribute of 13.87 that surpassed the majority of individuals worldwide. In the morning, Li Shi took to the roads for 2 hours of practice, driving from the southern part of the city to the north, then looping around the second ring road. Upon returning, he continued to absorb video tutorials on Bilibili at an accelerated pace. Additionally, he collected a wealth of knowledge regarding foreign traffic regulations and alternatingly studied driving techniques. After enjoying lunch, he indulged in a brief nap, rising to once again practice driving for another 2 hours, this time making a deliberate trip onto an elevated bridge. On his way back, the learning panel reflected a change. Name: Li Shi. Physical attribute: 13.8. Wealth: 2.888. Redeem: currently learning. Beginner car driving. Mastery library. Chinese: proficient. 0.4 hours of practical driving today, combined with the theoretical knowledge acquired last night and at noon, elevated his car driving skill from beginner to beginner. Indeed, the singular focus on skill acquisition proved to be significantly swifter. However, the special rewards for reaching master-level proficiency would likely diminish accordingly. The thought of the master-level reward of a 10-cubic storage space in Chinese language made Li Shi's heart flutter with excitement. Upon returning to his residence, he continued to study various countries' traffic rules for another half hour. A call from Zhou Yajuan of the auction house interrupted him. After a brief conversation, he paused his studies to ponder what to bring to the autumn auction at Dijia auction house. Should he present a pink diamond or continue with jadeite? Standing up, he moved to the living room window to stretch his limbs, and after careful consideration, he resolved to bring jadeite to the auction once more. With the previous jade bracelet serving as a foundation, introducing more jade would not seem out of place. Rather, it would give them a sense of inevitability. With over 30 million in his bank account, Li Shi was not in a hurry for money, casting his vision towards the coming years. Cherished items could be released step by step, without urgency. He would first offer jadeite, and perhaps next year or the year after, supplement it with diamonds. What style to choose this time? In the high-end jadeite collection market, the most coveted color is eternally green, and the most sought-after pieces are invariably simple bracelets and bead necklaces. Having previously sold a bracelet, should he opt for a bead necklace this time? The quality of jade bead necklaces at past auctions often surpassed that of bracelets in terms of texture and color, and a strand of beads typically weighed more than a bracelet, commanding a relatively higher price. With some even exceeding 100 million, quality was certainly manageable. He could make another trip to Pingzhou or Nanyuan province, spending a bit more to find authentic imperial green glass small pieces. However, wait. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Zhou Yajuan. Are there any good jadeite pieces among the items you have already collected for this auction? Zhou Yajuan. Mr. Li, not yet. Our Jewelry Excellence Department is currently in discussions with a prominent collector like yourself regarding a string of exquisite pearl necklaces. If the negotiations are successful, it could potentially become one of the highlights of our upcoming autumn auction, although progress has been somewhat sluggish at this moment. Zhou Yajuan. Mr. Li, should you have any top-tier jadeite you wish to part with, this occasion presents a splendid opportunity. Li Shi pondered for a moment and typed. I possess a bracelet, crafted from a single piece of material. The quality is quite commendable, and it features a 56 gold hoop. Would you be interested? He made up his mind to select the bracelet this time. It need not necessarily become a centerpiece of the auction. What mattered most was to secure a smooth transaction for cash. Furthermore, he could reference the previous bracelet, asserting it was cut from the same piece of material, leaving no room for doubt. Zhou Yajuan. Zhou Yajuan. Mr. Li, do you have any photographic documentation? Chapter 23. A house purchase with the items yet to be exchanged. Naturally, there was no visual documentation available. Li Shi contemplated and replied, how about this? In a few days, I will bring the items to your company. He considered that his driving skills had improved significantly and planned to practice in the city for a couple of days before venturing onto the highway, honing his abilities through long-distance driving. This time, he intended to drive to Huqing. After concluding his conversation with Zhou Yajuan, he immediately searched on Penguin Maps for the route from Tanzhou to Huqing. The total distance was approximately 1,100 kilometers, with an estimated travel time of over 12 hours. There were two routes to consider. If he took the Hongruwei Expressway and then transitioned to the Huchu Expressway, He could conveniently visit Suching and enjoy the beauty of Taihu Lake. Conversely, if he opted for the Hangchang Expressway and then switched to the Changshan Expressway, he could explore Hangchang before proceeding to Hucheng. Li Shi meticulously examined both routes, discovering numerous potential stops along the way for sightseeing. However, he reminded himself that the primary purpose of this trip was to practice driving, with the delivery of items being a secondary concern, and that traveling alone lacked much appeal. Thus, he decided to choose a route at random when the time to depart arrived. He put away his phone and continued his studies, watching tutorial videos at 1.5 times the speed. He was diligent in his learning, pausing to revisit and memorize any information or techniques he found beneficial, intending to apply them during his driving practice. As his physical attributes improved, Li Shi noticed not only significant enhancements in strength, speed, and endurance, but also a noticeable boost in his memory. Although the increase was not as pronounced as in strength or speed, it was indeed tangible. He could feel that he was able to memorize information much more quickly than before. Initially perplexed as to how an increase in physical attributes could enhance memory, he later realized it was quite logical, considering the brain is part of the body. This driving tutorial by Shi Guanghui proved to be exceptionally practical for him. The specialized exercises focusing on maneuvers such as the figure eight and S-turn were explained in far greater detail than his previous driving instructor had provided. The operational nuances were elucidated thoroughly, and he even addressed potential challenges that one might encounter. Li Shi had just watched a video tutorial and felt a twinge of excitement, preparing to head downstairs to practice driving. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar local number. Having recently purchased several items online, he presumed it was a delivery call. Upon answering, however, a soft and melodious voice greeted him. "Hello? May I speak with Li Shi? We are calling regarding insurance." After a brief moment, Li Shi hung up in mild exasperation. Having just bought a car, he had already received several calls promoting vehicle insurance. In this day and age, the leakage of personal information was alarmingly rampant. While he was still grumbling internally, the phone rang once more. This time, it was the real estate agent Zhong Shixia, wishing to schedule a meeting to discuss the property. Glancing at the time, which had already passed 5 o'clock, Li Shi invited her to dinner. Once again, they dined on Hunan cuisine, but at a restaurant owned by a businessman from Yangzhou, famed for its blood duck dish. After settling into a booth and placing their orders, Zhong Shixia, clad in a white blouse and pencil skirt, began to present the results of her recent negotiations regarding the price. "Mr. Li, we have had numerous discussions with the property owner and have communicated extensively. They have finally agreed to lower the price by 200,000 to 14.3 million. However, they have stated that this is their final offer. If this isn't acceptable, they will no longer engage in negotiations with you. Based on my understanding of the market conditions, this is indeed reasonable. The owner seems eager to sell and convert to cash. Otherwise, such a significant concession would be unlikely. Mr. Li, from 15.2 million to 14.3 million is a reduction of an impressive 90,000. Such a decrease is quite rare in our industry. Perhaps you might consider it." Upon hearing that the price had dropped by another 200,000, Li Shi felt a surge of happiness. After careful contemplation, he reasoned that while the agent might present differing narratives from both parties, she was unlikely to deceive him. It was improbable that the owner would budge further. After a moment of reflection, he inquired, "You have conducted a property rights investigation for this apartment, I presume?" Zhong Shixia's eyes lit up with delight as she replied, "Of course. We are the most reputable and capable real estate agency in the entire Tanzhou region. We specialize in this area. The rights to this spacious flat, the land situation, and the status of any encumbrances are all in order. There are no mortgages or liens. Here is the property investigation report. Please take a look." After reviewing the documents, Li Shi pondered for a moment, envisioning the apartment's attributes, the community environment, the size, the layout and decor, and the stunning river view, all of which met his desires. With the price negotiation nearing completion, he nodded and said, "All right, let's arrange to finalize the paperwork with the owner." Zhong Shixia had been eagerly awaiting this affirmation. Upon hearing his words, she sprang up from her seat and hurried outside, exclaiming, "I will make the call right away." Li Shi observed her graceful figure as she rushed out of the restaurant, reflecting on the challenges of sales. To close a deal, one must forego the traditional notions of work hours. Even at this late hour, she was still attending to her client. When the dishes arrived, Zhong Shixia had yet to return, and Li Shi refrained from starting the meal. Although he was the client in this relationship, he prided himself on being a cultured and well-mannered individual. Certainly, rather than idly waiting, he took out his phone, unusually refraining from studying, and instead indulged in a brief session of scrolling through Douyin. Today, fatigue from learning was not merely a fleeting sensation. He felt the urge to unwind by enjoying melodies and witnessing performances, taking a moment to relax. With sufficient wealth attributes at his disposal, he consciously decided to ease his learning pace, striving to avoid becoming ensnared in relentless study. While diligence in education is commendable, a vibrant life is equally essential. The purpose of diligent study is to ultimately relish life more fully. After watching videos for a while, he noticed that apart from the myriad of singing and dancing young women, the algorithm predominantly recommended live streams selling mobile phones and automobiles. Before long, he stumbled upon another stream, this time featuring a provocatively dressed host selling a Ferrari. Even the algorithm recognizes my newfound wealth, Li Shi pondered, surmising that it was likely linked to his recent spending habits and online searches. Shortly after, Zhong Xiaxia returned, her face aglow with excitement, inquiring, "Li Zong, can we proceed with the paperwork tomorrow morning?" "Very well." After finishing their meal, as they stepped out of the restaurant, Zhong Xiaxia mentioned she needed to return to her company to prepare materials for the following day. Initially intending to offer her a ride, Li Shi realized she had driven herself in a brand new internet celebrity vehicle, a pink Wuling Hongguang Mini. "I just bought it. Not having a car was quite inconvenient." "What do you think, Li Zong? This car is rather attractive, isn't it?" Li Shi smiled and nodded, waving her off. He didn't rush home. Instead, he drove to Phoenix Bay, took a leisurely loop, and practiced driving in the bustling area before returning to his residence past 9 o'clock. The next morning, the paperwork was handled by the intermediary company with remarkable efficiency. After signing the physical contract, they proceeded with the online signing, tax payment, and transfer of ownership, after which he would soon receive the new property certificate. After parting ways with Zhong Xiaxia and her team, Li Shi sought out a telecommunications service center to acquire a new phone card. He then visited various banks to update his mobile number at the Bank of China, Construction Bank, and the newly opened Agricultural Bank and Bank of Communications, retaining his old mobile number at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Subsequently, he changed his license plate, spending the day driving around. On his learning dashboard, his driving proficiency advanced from beginner to beginner, with just a smidge more to reach the next level. Chapter 24. Li Zong, shall we celebrate? Upon returning home, he first retrieved 2 packages from the delivery locker. Once his driving skills reached proficient, he had already determined to embark on learning photography for the next phase, thus preparing in advance as one would for a pre-class review during school days. In addition to searching for various video tutorials online, he also purchased numerous physical textbooks, such as The Beauty of Imagery, The Aesthetic of Vision, and a specialized guide titled Girls in Progress, Practical Cases and Post-Production in Portrait Photography. The 2 packages he received were both books. The equipment he ordered, a beginner's kit for the Nikon Z5, had yet to arrive, which he had purchased at a promotional price of under 9,000 yuan on JD.com. In the past, it would have taken Li Shi 2 months' salary to afford such a sum, requiring him to forego food, drink, and rent. However, within the realm of photographic equipment, this is indeed merely entry-level gear. And for the time being, he has yet to acquire even a moderately superior lens. After Li Shi unwrapped the package, he spent some time watching a driving instructional video, when a call from JD's courier interrupted him. He was somewhat taken aback. Glancing at the clock revealed that it was nearly 8 o'clock. After a short while, the delivery person arrived at his door. Li Shi accepted the parcel, graciously expressing his gratitude, while internally reflecting on how fiercely competitive every profession has become these days. All workers venturing outside have their own struggles. Once he had unwrapped all the packages, he set the books aside and eagerly examined the newly arrived camera. This is a mirrorless full-frame camera. Although it is a beginner model, it is more than sufficient for a novice's learning experience. After tinkering with it for a while, he casually snapped a few photos indoors and noticed that the results were indeed quite different, seemingly possessing a greater sense of texture than those taken with his smartphone. Engaging in pursuits that genuinely captivate one's interest can be enthralling, and before he knew it, half an hour had flown by. Until he received a WeChat message from Zhong Xiaxia, jolting him back to reality. He had initially intended to watch a driving skills tutorial. Zhong Xiaxia, "Mr. Li, are you busy today?" Amidst the hustle and bustle of handling paperwork, "I completely forgot to extend my congratulations to you in person. Here, I would like to formally congratulate you on acquiring your new home." She had also attached a congratulatory red envelope of 188. Li Shi was pleasantly surprised and happily accepted the red envelope. The amount was inconsequential. It was the sentiment that mattered. "Thank you. I didn't expect to receive a congratulatory red envelope. You are the first to congratulate me. That is very thoughtful of you. Once I move in, I will certainly invite you over." Feeling delighted, after replying with a smile, Li Shi put away the camera and picked up the tablet from the coffee table, opening Bilibili to find the instructional videos he had saved. He first tossed in 2 virtual coins before continuing to watch at 1.5 times the speed. He adhered to his principle of always contributing before indulging in the content created by others, believing it improper to continuously benefit from the efforts of the uploaders without offering anything in return. Very well, Mr. Li, please do let me know when that time comes. However, you purchased such an expansive mansion. How could you not have received congratulations from friends and family? Upon reading Zhong Xiaxia's message, Li Shi paused momentarily. Indeed, having bought such a large house, he seemed remarkably composed. No one had mentioned it, nor had he considered celebrating in any manner. It appeared he was even more excited about the camera he had just acquired. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly smiled, recognizing two reasons. First, the property deed had yet to be finalized, and he had not yet moved in, leaving him without a sense of reality. Second, he possessed a learning panel that allowed him to casually exchange dozens of grams of jade or diamonds for wealth amounting to tens of millions. To Zhong Xiaxia and her peers, that house might represent a lifelong aspiration, yet in his current perspective, he instinctively equated it to a mere fraction of wealth attributes. He summoned the learning panel and took a glance. He still had 2.888 wealth attribute points. Li Shi opened the input box and replied, "Because I have yet to inform them about my home purchase. 3 kilometers away, within the shared abode of Zhong Xiaxia and her colleague." She found herself momentarily taken aback upon reading a WeChat message from Li Shi. She couldn't help but exclaim inwardly that these affluent individuals were indeed unlike the average person. Had it been her who purchased such a splendid residence, she would have eagerly announced it across various family groups, among her close friends, and on her social media. Yet, this Mr. Li, astonishingly, had disclosed nothing to anyone. To possess the means to acquire a mansion for over 10 million in cash is not the hallmark of an ordinary tycoon. Most of the wealthy heirs she knew could scarcely muster 500,000 in liquid assets. Moreover, he was quite handsome as well. A surge of impulse coursed through Zhong Xiaxia, and after a moment's hesitation, she typed, "Mr. Li, would you care to join me for a drink to celebrate?" Playful, after sending it, she felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Her intention in sending this message was not to pursue anything substantial, merely to forge a connection with someone of genuine financial prowess. However, she mused that should something unexpected arise, she wouldn't be averse to it. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time, it was only after several minutes that the notification chimed. "No need, you've had a long day at work, so rest well." Zhong Xiaxia. A wave of inexplicable discontent surged within her. After Li Shi declined her invitation, he resumed watching a tutorial a few minutes later. His WeChat buzzed several times. He still refrained from checking immediately, choosing instead to wait until a complete segment of the tutorial had played before finally picking up his phone. To his surprise, there was nothing. Zhong Xiaxia had retracted all 3 messages. What was going on? Li Shi sent a question mark emoji in response. Zhong Xiaxia, however, replied promptly. Sticking out tongue, initially, she had sent a selfie, intending to convey that she was all dressed up. But feeling that the photo hadn't turned out well, she had rescinded it. "Mr. Li, if you're busy, please carry on. We can arrange another meeting." Photos? Li Shi, who had previously engaged in playful banter in group chats, found himself intrigued and inquired, "What kind of photo? Perhaps I could help you determine if it truly didn't turn out well?" The other party seemed to have been waiting for this prompt, responding in an instant, "Sure." Shortly thereafter, she sent 3 selfies in the images. She wore a thin white t-shirt that was quite short, with a side mesh strap revealing her slender waist, complemented by ultra-short blue shorts and white stockings. At first glance, it was a youthful and vibrant outfit. But wait, a different angle revealed that the fabric around her abdomen extended into her shorts. It was actually a bodysuit. Wasn't that style rather uncomfortable? Li Shi was taken aback. Today's young women certainly knew how to play. Moreover, were they all so open-minded? Such photos could be deemed quite private, and yet she had sent them to him without hesitation. Li Shi chuckled to himself, reflecting that he had never received such images from a girl before. He mused that the allure of wealth was indeed potent. It could render the originally unappealing somewhat palatable, while enhancing the charm of those already pleasing to the eye. His stomach rumbled softly. Having settled for a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles earlier in the evening, he found himself hungry once again just a few hours later. Li Shi suddenly found himself craving the grilled beef fat from Samao Barbecue in Night Snack City. However, the thought of dining alone held little appeal. Just as luck would have it, he had a free companion to share the meal with. Why not take advantage of that? He typed a response. "You look quite lovely. Shall we go for a late-night snack? Would you like to join?" Chapter 25. Upgraded driving skills in Tanzhou. Countless night snack establishments bear the name Samao Barbecue. Each varying in flavor, yet certain classic dishes like flavored shrimp, snails, and clams are a staple on their menus. not to mention an array of skewered delicacies and grilled fish. Li Shi drove to this particular Samao barbecue in Lijiang Night Snack City, recalling the numerous company gatherings held there during his previous employment. Their grilled beef fat and garlic leaf ribs were simply exquisite, always leaving diners wanting more. Just as he finished placing his order, Zhong Xiaxia arrived. Perhaps feeling a bit self-conscious about her earlier outfit from the photo shoot, she had changed into a simple white t-shirt devoid of any logos, paired with snug blue jeans and carrying a black bag. Unlike the innocent yet alluring image captured in the photographs, she now appeared youthful and poised, especially with her long, slender legs accentuated by the jeans. The two engaged in conversation for a while. This meeting felt markedly different from their previous encounters, which had been characterized by a businesslike demeanor. Now, it felt as if old friends were sharing a meal, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Once the dishes arrived, Zhong Xiaxia noticed the server bringing chilled Sprite and playfully asked, "Li Zong, shouldn't we celebrate with some beer? Did you not drive?" "No, I took a taxi today. What kind of celebration would it be without a drink?" Li Shi replied with a smile, requesting a few bottles of Tsingtao beer. "I did drive here, but I can call for a designated driver." As they dined and chatted, it was primarily Zhong Xiaxia who steered the conversation, shedding the client-vendor dynamic. She spoke with ease, discussing everything from housing prices to celebrity real estate in Tanzhou, and various entertainment industry gossip, eventually shifting to travel and culinary delights. Li Shi, genuinely hungry, contributed to the conversation while indulging in the delectable spread before him. With his increasing appetite, he found most of the food disappearing into his own stomach. Having dined prior to meeting Li Shi, Zhong Xiaxia did little more than nibble at the food, opting instead to savor the spicy crayfish with her gloved hands. When she reached a satisfactory level of fullness, Li Shi donned disposable gloves as well, joining her in peeling the shrimp shells. Their late-night feast extended over 2 hours, fostering a sense of familiarity between them. Zhong Xiaxia's address for Li Shi transitioned from Li Zong to Li Gu. As they neared the end of their meal, she casually inquired, "By the way, Li Gu, may I ask what business you are in?" It was the first time anyone had posed such a question, prompting Li Shi to chuckle as he replied, "I am but an unemployed wanderer. I do not engage in any business." This response took Zhong Xiaxia by surprise, leaving her momentarily stunned before she playfully complimented him. "A carefree wanderer like you, who can casually spend 15 million on a mansion, I believe people all over the world would be vying for that position." Although aware that she might harbor some ulterior motive, it is undeniable that having a stunning beauty, with exquisite features and elegantly straight legs, go to such lengths to subtly ingratiate herself is indeed a delightful experience. After the late-night snack concluded, Li Shi noted that it was still early, not yet 11 o'clock. He began to ponder where to venture next, whether to seek another establishment for a drink or engage in some other activity. This was his first time inviting a girl out at night, and he possessed little experience. To his surprise, before he could utter a word, Zhong Xiaxia preemptively mentioned her need to return home for rest, as she had an appointment with a client to view properties in the morning and needed to retire early. Could it truly be that she merely wished to celebrate their meeting in an innocent manner? Yet, those photos that had been rescinded and her behavior during their meal suggested otherwise. Li Shi felt a twinge of confusion and bewilderment, but he soon grasped the situation. This young lady might not mind engaging in a deeper connection, yet she was not interested in a fleeting romance. Rather, she likely had long-term aspirations. After she departed in a taxi, Li Shi also summoned a designated driver to take him back to his residence. Having consumed alcohol, it was imprudent to drive himself. After taking a shower and reclining on his bed, he discovered 2 unread WeChat messages from Zhong Xiaxia. "Li Gu, have you arrived home? Li Gu, are you not home yet? If you have arrived, please send me a message to reassure me. I am quite worried about you." All were voice messages, her tone soft and gentle, evoking a sense of warmth indeed. Li Shi chuckled softly, resolutely deciding to minimize his contact with this young lady in the future. Since their initial interaction, while he may have been physically stirred on a few occasions, his heart remained untouched. She was not a woman capable of captivating his affections. He did not outright block her, yet he chose to disregard her messages, offering no reply. Instead, he occupied himself with video tutorials on his tablet before retiring for the night, with no further conversation. In the subsequent days, Li Shi traversed the city in his car, from morning until dusk, occasionally venturing out for late-night drives, eventually even driving beyond the city limits to explore the surrounding suburbs. Over the course of 5 days, he covered an impressive distance of over 1,300 kilometers. It is worth noting that this was not a long-distance journey. He was merely meandering through the city and its outskirts. This extensive driving experience elevated his driving skills from beginner to intermediate, resulting in a transformation of his learning panel, name, Li Shi physique. 14.8 wealth, 3.888, redeemable, currently learning, small car driving, intermediate, completed learning library, Chinese, proficient, one evening. As dusk fell, Li Shi deftly maneuvered his car into a parking space. After alighting, he summoned his learning panel for a quick glance. After another day of driving, he felt he had reached intermediate. But advancing further would prove significantly more challenging than before. It was time to commence long-distance practice. Once that was completed, he would need to familiarize himself with various small car models. He had a clear plan for his driving skill training, progressing step by step with confidence that he could elevate his small car driving to proficient within 2 months. Do not be deceived by the notion that mastering Chinese within merely 2 months is an effortless feat. It is, in fact, a culmination of years of diligent study, 9 years of compulsory education, followed by 3 years of high school, and another 4 years in university, totaling 16 years of academic life, during which he excelled particularly in the language arts. Thus, achieving a level of proficiency, albeit barely, in a mere 2 months is no trivial accomplishment. The intricacies of the Chinese language far surpass those of driving a car, which is a relatively singular skill in comparison. Yet, transforming from a novice who possesses a driver's license but has seldom driven into an adept driver of various vehicles is no simple task. Should he indeed manage to accomplish this transformation within just over 2 months, it would be a remarkable achievement. Upon alighting from the vehicle, his phone rang. It was a call from Zhou Yajuan, inquiring once again when he would deliver the photographs. I will definitely be there by tomorrow afternoon. You just need to be ready on your ENDI. In truth, he should have already set off for the city of Hu, but he had been awaiting the arrival of his property title, which had caused the delay. All right, I will report this to the general manager, Mr. Li. I shall be eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence in Hu. After hanging up, Li Shi contemplated the impending acquisition of the property title and, after a moment's reflection, returned to his residence and dialed his mother's number. Mom, I have something to tell you. Please don't get too excited. It's wonderful news, truly wonderful. Chapter 26. The title deed in hand. Over the past 2 months, Li Shi had consistently called his mother once a week, enthusiastically recounting his recent financial successes and the remarkable progress of his career. Additionally, he transferred 10,000 yuan to her account every half-month and even gifted her a high-spec smartphone. He also arranged for the purchase of daily necessities and clothing through online shopping, with his cousin assisting in delivering the items back home. During the first 2 transactions, he advised her to keep the money for her own use. But by the third, he urged her to be prudent with her spending and to save for future endeavors. Through this subtle influence over the past couple of months, his mother gradually came to accept the reality of his newfound wealth. During subsequent phone calls, Li Shi could distinctly sense that his mother was in a significantly improved state. Her demeanor transformed, and she spoke with a cheerful tone. Even when he mentioned that he had resigned from his job to partner in a business venture, she merely advised him to maintain good relations with his business partner and not to become overly zealous for profit. Upon hearing her son had purchased an apartment in Tanzhou, Zhou Xiaocui was overjoyed and immediately inquired about the location, size, and price of the property, as well as the amount financed through a loan. Li Shi had anticipated this line of questioning and devised a narrative that was 7 parts truth and 3 parts fabrication. He claimed to have purchased the property outright at a highly favorable price from an acquaintance, boasting exquisite renovations, with an area exceeding 300 square meters, and that he would be collecting the title deed the following day. He refrained from disclosing the exact price, simply stating it was several million. Despite the grand embellishment, Zhou Xiaocui was nonetheless astounded, yet she harbored unwavering trust in her son, harboring no doubts about the legitimacy of his rapid financial ascent. Merely feeling as though she were in the midst of a dream, Li Shi briefly discussed the condition of the house. Not wishing to dwell on the price, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Mother, I will return to fetch you before the National Day holiday. When the time comes, please let me know what preparations are necessary for the housewarming ceremony." The term housewarming is a colloquial expression from their hometown, referring to the ritual of moving into a new home. All right, I shall first inquire about the auspicious dates during the National Day period. Once the date is set, we will determine the appropriate time. At that moment, you should enter the new house according to the chosen time. Turn on all the lights and ignite the stove in the kitchen. The fiercer the flames, the better. After the date is confirmed, you may invite some colleagues and friends over to celebrate. It would be best to prepare a feast with chicken, duck, fish, and meat to entertain the guests. In truth, Li Shi was not particularly concerned about these customs, yet he recognized that his mother placed great importance on them, thus he attentively listened to her. He eventually inquired, should we invite uncle and aunts to Tanzhou as well? Zhou Xiaocui hesitated for a moment before replying, if we were in our hometown, it would certainly be necessary to invite them. But Tanzhou is too far. It's not worth the trouble. Tomorrow, once you have the property deed, Send a red envelope in the WeChat group for your grandmother's family. His mother's hesitation made Li Shi realize that she might be somewhat conflicted. Smiling, he remarked, actually, it's not much trouble. It only takes 2 hours to drive there. When the time comes, they can stay in the new house. If not, there are plenty of hotels along Tanzhou Street. We can book a few rooms. Never mind, when your 2 cousins moved into their houses, they did not invite everyone over, and you are now running your own business, quite busy. It's best not to complicate matters. When you return before National Day, you can simply visit them. His mother asserted this firmly. Li Shi did not press the issue. In truth, he did not wish to extend the invitations, as his father was an only child. Their relatives were solely from his grandmother's side, and Li Shi had never been particularly close to them, especially when his family had been borrowing money from everyone years ago, and they offered no assistance. Each person's finances are not easily come by, and Li Shi bore no resentment towards them for not lending money. However, emotionally, he felt a distance. For his mother's sake, he could put on a facade. But since she had firmly decided against it, he let the matter rest. After chatting with his mother for half an hour, he hung up and revisited the travel guide he had previously prepared, pondering whether, as a first-time highway driver, he should heed Li Guiming's advice and find an experienced driver to accompany him in the passenger seat. If one is a complete novice, it is advisable to have a driver with 3 years of experience accompany them on the highway during the first year after obtaining their license. He had acquired his license the year he graduated from university, so technically he was not a novice. However, in the 2 years since, he had only gripped the steering wheel fewer than 10 times, making him effectively a beginner. Had it not been for the intensive practice over the past week, elevating his driving skills from novice to proficient, cautiously sure would never have considered driving on the highway. Now, however, he felt quite adept behind the wheel, and whether or not he had a co-driver seemed inconsequential. It was difficult to find a suitable companion at the moment. Thus, Li Shi resolved to embark on the journey alone. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall set forth, but in the morning, I must collect the necessary documents, leaving me with a rather tight schedule. After pondering for a moment, he descended to the underground parking lot, where he drove his vehicle to a nearby auto repair shop, seeking the expertise of a mechanic to assess the condition of his car. The mechanic, appearing to be in his 40s, began by examining the exterior of the vehicle, focusing particularly on the tires. While inspecting, he remarked with a smile, "Boss, you are quite cautious. It's clear this is a new car." Li Shi, observing the mechanic's every move with keen interest, secretly gleaning knowledge, responded with a smile, "It is always wise to be cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry." The mechanic, thinking to himself, "Well, you are the one paying, so even if I have to dismantle the car and reassemble it, I shall comply," proceeded to meticulously follow the proper procedures rather than taking a cursory glance simply because it was a new vehicle. After thoroughly inspecting the exterior, he opened the hood to check the overall system and fluid levels, ensuring everything was functioning normally, and also assessed the condition of the engine oil and the functioning of the engine belt. Next, he started the engine to verify its operation. Finally, he checked the windshield wipers and added a bit of washer fluid. Completing the vehicle inspection, Li Shi settled the bill and drove the car back to the underground garage of his residence. Instead of leaving immediately, he reflected on the knowledge he had just acquired, circling the car and reviewing the process 3 times from start to finish, leaving no detail overlooked as he ascended to his apartment. He felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, if there were experience points for learning, I would surely have gained a small increment. Furthermore, he realized that possessing knowledge of vehicle inspections could save him a substantial amount of money in the future. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Li Shi finally received the red property deed. He was filled with excitement and joy, promptly taking a photograph to share with his mother, relishing this moment of happiness. After some consideration, he decided to share it in the family WeChat group as well. Once the photo was posted, the usually quiet group erupted with messages pouring in one after another. With other matters to attend to, Li Shi replied to a few messages, then sent 2 random red envelopes of 200 yuan each before driving to Phoenix Bay. He first ascended to the 12th floor to explore his new home. Having obtained the property deed, he looked at the spacious flat with a newfound sense of satisfaction and happiness that he had not felt before while sitting in the exceedingly spacious living room. Having completed his tour, just as he prepared to visit the property management office, his phone rang. It was Li Guiming. Li Shi, you're driving to whose city this afternoon, right? Yes. What's the matter? He inquired. Are you taking the route I recommended? If so, I can introduce you to an experienced driver to accompany you. Li Guiming spoke with such enthusiasm that it struck Li Shi as somewhat peculiar. He wondered why there was such excitement over introducing him to a driver. Chapter 27. Inviting a beautiful co-driver for driving practice. Li Guiming, a seasoned long-distance driver, was someone Li Shi occasionally consulted regarding driving-related queries. When planning his trip to whose city, He had sought Gu Weiming's advice and learned that Li Shi primarily wished to take the opportunity to hone his driving skills. At that time, Gu Weiming had recommended a route that passed through his hometown in Beihu province. What was going on? It so happens that my ex-wife has a close friend, and, after a while, Li Shi, with an odd expression, hung up the phone. The driver introduced to him by Li Gu Weiming turned out to be his ex-wife's confidant. Upon hearing this, Li Shi resolutely declined, finding it too troublesome. Moreover, what kind of situation is it for a divorced man to have contact with his ex-wife's friend? Li Shi shook his head, stood up, and left for the property management office to register a name change. The service level of this community's property management is quite high, with a dedicated property steward assisting him in filling out the necessary documents and reminding him to update the official registration details for water, electricity, and gas. Before he could complete the matter, Li Gu Weiming's message arrived once more, and I'll tell you, typically a high-quality beauty will have an ordinary friend accompanying her, and it's highly probable that this friend is somewhat plump. Just think about it, my ex-wife's figure is quite comparable to mine, you see? Consider it from a different angle. To be honest, this girl is a bit materialistic. I noticed it when she became friends with my ex-wife. However, her personality is very pleasant and easy to get along with, and she truly excels in both looks and figure. Now that you've come into some wealth, why not take the opportunity to have some fun? Smirking, she is quite skilled behind the wheel. When she went out with my ex-wife and her group, she was always the one driving. Let me show you some photos from her circle of friends. Immediately after, 2 selfies were sent over. Li Shi casually clicked to open them. They featured a girl with delicate features, wearing a tank top, gazing enigmatically at the camera. Her long hair partially concealed her chest and cascaded down her back, with her neck and right collarbone exposed to the air, glistening slightly under the sunlight. The more significant areas were obscured with a mosaic, revealing only a hint of flatness, suggesting modest proportions. She was quite a beautiful woman. No wonder Li Gu Weiming still kept in touch with her. This fellow, though rarely straightforward, had 80% of the females in his WeChat contacts as beauties, typically deleting those who didn't meet his standards. Li Shi glanced at the pictures, then turned back to Li Gu Weiming's message, inquiring, is her driving skill really that good? How did you approach her about it? Beauty alone is not enough. He places great importance on driving skills. After all, it would be his first time on the highway, and having a capable co-driver would provide some reassurance. Driving for over 10 hours, having someone to converse with would likely reduce the chances of an accident. There are countless routes in the world, but safety is paramount. At this moment, Li Gu Weiming was at his grandmother's house in Shijing, feeling particularly bored, thus responding to messages with remarkable speed. Hee, I can guarantee her driving skills are at least on par with mine. She seems to be in need of money lately. She mentioned in her circle of friends that she was looking for job introductions. I told her about you, and coincidentally, she has business in Huqing this weekend and is willing to earn some of your money on the way. Never mind, I shall share your WeChat with her. She should add you shortly. As for whether she accepts your friend request, that is entirely up to you, my brother. I can only assist you to this extent. I have done my utmost. Winking smile. Li Shi pondered that Li Gu Weiming's driving skills should be at a competent level, not inferior to his own. Thus, at the very least, they would surpass his own modest proficiency. He glanced at the time, planning to depart at 3 in the afternoon. He had over 3 hours to spare, which was ample. With that in mind, it seemed reasonable to engage in a conversation. Soon, a friend request arrived. Upon acceptance, they chatted for a while. The young lady was quite forthright. After introducing herself, she promptly inquired about the timing and remuneration. Li Shi searched online to gauge the market rates for driving accompaniment, discovering a wide price range, between 60 to 80 yuan per hour at the lower end, and 100 to 300 yuan at the higher end, largely contingent upon the expertise of the accompanying driver. It was rather akin to the rates for gaming companions. After some contemplation, he responded, we will depart before 3 this afternoon, aiming to reach Hu City by tomorrow afternoon. We shall spend the night in Huangmei County of HS City, continuing our journey the following morning. As for compensation, would 3,000 yuan be acceptable? He had based this on the average rates he had found, calculating 125 yuan per hour for a total of 24 hours, which amounted to precisely 3,000 yuan. If she were to decline this offer, so be it. Sounds good. I'm ready to depart at any moment. Where shall we meet? Please send me your address, and I shall come to fetch you. After completing his errands at the property management office, Li Shi drove to a supermarket to purchase some snacks and bottled water, then filled his tank at a gas station before proceeding to pick up Li Gu Weiming's ex-wife's friend. On the way, he felt a flutter of nerves and excitement, reminiscent of his first venture from the village to the county for high school. Anticipating encounters with new classmates and teachers, this strange yet familiar sensation caught him off guard. He mused on how long it had been since he last experienced such mild social anxiety, perhaps since the second semester of his first year when he could finally converse with girls from other classes without his ears reddening. Since then, such moments had become scarce. Reflecting on the past few months, he realized he had been cooped up studying, rarely venturing out, and thus had somewhat distanced himself from society. This was not ideal. He needed to regularly step out and meet new friends. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Li Shi met the girl named Shi. She appeared to be around his age, perhaps a year or two younger, approximately 23 or 24, with striking features akin to those in her photos. Wearing light makeup, she had a tall and slender physique, at least 1.7 meters, with long, straight legs that were particularly eye-catching, perfect for donning jeans or stockings. From the moment they met, she left a profound impression on Li Shi. Her figure was modest, no more than a C-cup. Once in the car, Li Shi first inquired about when she had obtained her driver's license, her driving habits, and whether she had incurred any recent traffic violations. After confirming everything was in order, they set off. Shi exhibited a pleasant demeanor, gracious and approachable. She quickly established rapport with someone newly acquainted. They found a restaurant for a meal, and within the span of just one meal, it felt as if they had known each other for ages. This compelled Li Shi to exclaim, "This girl is truly talented in social matters." After finishing their meal, Shi went to the restroom, and at that moment, Li Guaming sent another message. "Little brother, I have exerted considerable effort so that you may break your virginity sooner. Seize this opportunity, and remember to repay me with a full service in the future, winks." Upon reading these two messages, Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. A virgin? Who was the virgin? No, I don't believe I ever mentioned to him that I was a virgin. Did I? Could it be that I present myself as someone who has never tasted the pleasures of intimacy? The image of his first love from university flashed through his mind, a memory now somewhat hazy due to the passage of time. He suddenly chuckled. This Li Guaming truly has a knack for tainting everything. His relationship with Shi was merely a pure commercial employment arrangement, at least for the time being. Brother, please refrain from making wild assumptions. I simply wish to find a co-pilot to practice driving. After all, it's my first time on the highway, embarking on a long journey of over 10 hours. Safety first, however. I could be open to a full service. You choose the venue for our next meeting. Feeling unwell, he lamented. I've caught a cold. My head is pounding. I must take a sick leave. Apologies. The illness left him in a daze, utterly drained and aching all over. I've truly experienced the sensation of tastelessness akin to chewing wax, he remarked. His temperature had dipped below 38 degrees, yet his sense of taste had diminished significantly, accompanied by diarrhea, coughing, and a pervasive lethargy. From now on, if anyone dares to compare this to a mere cold, I shall not hesitate to reprimand them. Chapter 28. Driving on the highway is quite comfortable. The distance from Tanzhou to Huangmei County exceeds 400 kilometers, with the navigation estimating a travel time of over 4 hours. Before setting off, Li Shi meticulously checked the vehicle's condition once more. Observing his scrupulous inspection of the tires, Shi displayed a curious expression. As far as she knew, Li Guaming was a somewhat affluent second-generation wealthy individual, not excessively rich but certainly more so than the average family. Li Shi, being his friend, likely shared a similar background. One could infer his financial situation from the fact that he drove a Volvo worth around 500,000 to 600,000. Although she was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, having mingled in the circle of Li Guaming's ex-wife as a younger sister, she frequently found herself responsible for driving, showcasing her adept driving skills in larger vehicles during outings. She had driven this particular Volvo several times. He was a person of meticulous nature, perhaps possessing a strong sense of boundaries. Shi was a girl who clearly understood what she desired. She aspired to lead a materially affluent life and, should she encounter a suitable partner, she would not hesitate to exchange her body for such a lifestyle. Certainly, her greatest desire is to encounter a man whom she can truly grasp. After navigating the complexities of society for several years, she has cultivated a keen self-awareness, instantly recognizing that the clean-cut gentleman before her is unlikely to be her long-term sustenance. This man is not someone she can hold on to. With this realization, she sets aside any other aspirations and resolves to be a faithful companion to him. As for short-term sustenance, that is not within her considerations. Otherwise, with her beauty and social skills, why would she resort to such a laborious side job? A mere moment of leisure would surely yield more than the arduous effort of traveling thousands of kilometers. This journey is merely an opportunity for work and friendship. Li Shi skillfully navigated the car onto the North 2nd Ring Road, subsequently merging onto the City Bypass Expressway. Shi, seated in the passenger seat, attentively observed his driving. Noticing his adeptness and steadiness, she remarked, "Li Gu, your driving skills are impressive. You handle the car very smoothly, completely unrecognizable as a novice." Li Shi smiled slightly. "I've been driving quite a bit lately." As they approached the Yangzicheng interchange, Li Shi, having traversed this route many times before, recalled that turning onto the Jinggang-Ao Expressway would require maneuvering through several sharp bends and paying attention to oncoming traffic. He heightened his focus, feeling a tinge of nervousness. Although Yang Sini thought it was merely a matter of entering an expressway, she remained dutifully engaged, refraining from using her phone or gazing out at the scenery. Consistently monitoring Li Shi's driving state, Li Shi, while slightly anxious, soon successfully merged into the flow of traffic. To outsiders, it may seem like a simple task of entering the expressway, but for Li Shi, it held immense significance. He endeavored to calm his mind, striving not only to overcome the initial anxiety of driving on the expressway, but also to be acutely aware of every detail of the driving experience, diligently committing to memory the sensations of each maneuver. This meticulous approach to learning and practicing has often allowed him to gain more from a single driving experience than others might from 2 or even 3. Once on the Jinggang-Ao Expressway, after driving for a little over 10 minutes, he suddenly felt that driving on the expressway was more relaxed than in the city. Adjusting swiftly, he found himself able to engage in light conversation with Yang Sini. After another 10 minutes, he increasingly appreciated the comfort of expressway driving. No traffic lights to contend with and fewer frequent maneuvers required. As long as he remained vigilant of the vehicles behind, he could occasionally steal a glance at the profile of the young lady beside him from the side. Yang Sini's face might not be flawless, but it certainly possesses a distinct charm. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and within the confines of the intimate space of the car, their proximity fostered a sense of closeness, enhanced by Yang Sini's melodious voice. By the time they reached the Chibi service area after over 2 hours, they felt as though they had known each other for several years. Ligu, do you need to use the restroom? She inquired. I'm fine. You go ahead, he replied. Lig's prostate must be in excellent condition. Haha. Please wait for me a moment. Yang Sini teased with a hearty laugh, and without waiting for Li Shi's response, she swiftly exited the car toward the service area's restroom. Li Shi watched her graceful figure fade into the distance, shaking his head with a chuckle. Yang Sini truly is a remarkable young woman. She donned a white t-shirt and denim shorts today, her feet adorned with casual shoes, exposing much of her fair skin, which glimmered under the setting sun. However, in contrast to her physique, Li Shi found her personality rather intriguing. Engaging in conversation with her proved to be quite relaxing, as her legs became completely obscured from view. He summoned the learning panel. Name, Li Shi, physique, 14.8, wealth, 3.888, redeem, currently learning, small car driving, proficient, completed learning library, Chinese, fluent. His experience of driving over 200 kilometers on the highway had successfully elevated his small car driving skills from proficient to proficient. A smile graced Li Shi's lips. Everything was progressing even more smoothly than he had anticipated. He had initially thought he would need to drive all the way to Hu City for such an upgrade. This journey had already proven worthwhile. To further advance to proficient or even fluent, he would need to focus on driving various types of small cars and learning to diagnose and repair common minor faults. Li Shi contemplated how to approach these two avenues specifically. The aspect of diagnosing and repairing common minor faults was straightforward. He had already watched several tutorial videos. In due course, he could seek out an auto repair shop to learn and practice for a while. As long as he could identify the source of a problem when it arose and manage simple tasks like changing a tire, he should be well on his way. After all, he was currently honing his driving skills, not repair skills. The prospect of driving various types of small cars was also feasible. He could rent any vehicle from a car rental agency for practice without needing to purchase each type. With his thoughts organized, Li Shi felt quite pleased and began to muse that there were 2 parking spaces at Phoenix Bay, with one lying empty, a waste indeed. Perhaps he could buy another car? The moment this thought crossed his mind, images of sleek sports cars flashed through his mind. To be frank, many boys harbor dreams of owning a sports car, much like a childhood wish for a magical staff. In their adolescent years, numerous boys fantasize about possessing a supercar, with some even setting images of such vehicles as their phone or computer wallpapers. Yet, there was no need to rush. Impulsive spending is seldom wise. Better to take it slow and wait until he earned more cash. Noticing that Yang Sini had yet to return, he stepped out of the car to stretch his legs and wandered to a snack vendor. Where the enticing aroma of grilled sausages beckoned him, he purchased 2, along with 2 bottles of chilled drinks. Upon his return, Yang Sini was already waiting by the car. Li Shi smiled as he handed her a grilled sausage and a bottle of cold beverage, saying, I found them quite clean. The vendor even wore gloves while handling them, and they smelled delightful. Give it a try. Yang Sini accepted the offering, taking a bite. Just as she was about to speak, a thought crossed her mind. She glanced at the sausage and then at the chilled drink, her expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Chapter 29. A minor interlude on the highway, she recalled some internet memes. Drink my water. Eat my sausage. Instinctively, she furrowed her brow slightly and turned to look at Li Shi, who was already seated in the driver's seat, preparing to start the car. He appeared utterly calm, gazing into the rearview mirror, seemingly oblivious to her scrutiny. Young Cindy mused that he was completely detached from such trivial thoughts, leaving her feeling as though she had been ensnared by the absurdity of internet jokes. As the vehicle resumed its journey, merging seamlessly into the bustling highway traffic, Li Shi expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, occasionally adjusting his direction while continuing his conversation with young Cindy. We set off early today. If we can arrive at Huangmei County by 7:30, we might even catch a performance of Huangmei Opera. When I was researching accommodations for the night, I came across mentions of evening shows at the Huangmei Opera Theater. Is it the Huangmei Opera featuring my uncle, who is beyond count? No, that's Peking Opera. Have you ever heard of the female imperial consort? There is a line that goes like this: to save my beloved, I left home far behind. Who would have thought I'd be the top scholar in the imperial decree? Yes, that sounds very familiar. I must have heard it on television before. Young Cindy turned to Li Shi in astonishment. Li Gu, I never realized you had such knowledge of drama. You're the first young person I've encountered who studies this. I'm quite impressed. Li Shi chuckled and shook his head. What knowledge? I don't have any expertise in this field, at least not for now. I only took a few elective courses on the appreciation of traditional operas during university, merely enjoying the atmosphere. Understanding it is a stretch, let alone studying it. They traveled eastward. With each passing moment, their conversation deepened, and young Cindy increasingly felt that Li Shi was unlike the wealthy young men she had known before. There was an indescribable quality about him. Having entered the workforce early and with limited education, she struggled to find the right words to articulate her thoughts. Turning to gaze at Li Shi's profile, she noticed his long, beautiful eyelashes. Perceiving her silence, Li Shi assumed she was fatigued and ceased chatting, focusing intently on the nighttime driving experience. They had departed around 2 in the afternoon, and by 6:30, Li Shi spotted the sign indicating the exit for Huangmei County. With a smile, he remarked, once we exit the highway, let us first check into the hotel, booking 2 of the finest rooms, then see if there are any tickets available for the theater. Upon hearing Li Shi's deliberate mention of booking 2 rooms, young Cindy picked up the empty beverage bottle from earlier, gestured playfully, and said with a grin, all right, Li Gu, I'll follow your lead. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a black sedan ahead flipped over, skidding across the ground. The event unfolded with alarming abruptness. Li Shi, who was about to speak, had no time to ponder, promptly pulling the car over to the emergency lane and activating the hazard lights. Exiting the vehicle, he assessed the oncoming traffic on the left before rushing forward. He approached the overturned car, noticing the male driver groaning in pain. The passenger seat was empty, but a small child occupied the back seat. He knocked firmly on the car's frame to catch the driver's attention, gesturing for him to unlock the door. Then, moving to the right side, he grasped the driver's door and leaped up onto the less than 6-foot-high door frame. With a determined effort, he yanked the door open, first extracting the driver, then proceeding to the rear, opening the back door, bending down to pull out a terrified 7- or 8-year-old girl. He hurried her to the emergency lane. Seeing that the male driver was relatively unscathed and not bleeding, Li Shi held the little girl in his arms, glancing at the oncoming traffic as he made his way to the emergency lane. Thank you. I am so grateful. The driver hastily rushed over and now, having finally regained his composure, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Li Shi. Are you all right? At that moment, young Cindy, who had also descended from the vehicle, approached and inquired. I'm fine. Li Shi nodded at her and then turned to the male driver, saying, you should call the police or report to your insurance. We have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. With that, without waiting for a response, he promptly returned to his car and resumed his journey. As the vehicle merged into the flow of traffic, Li Shi let out a long sigh of relief. Everything had transpired so swiftly that he acted on instinct, not allowing himself to ponder the gravity of the situation until now. Reflecting on it, he realized just how perilous it had been. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Vehicles on the highway weighed over a ton, traveling at speeds around 100 kilometers per hour. A collision at such velocity, even if his physical attribute were a mere 14.8, would be catastrophic. If his physique were at 148, though with such a level, perhaps he wouldn't need to worry overly much. A physical attribute just above 100 would place him in the realm of a minor superhero. While he may not withstand a high-speed impact, evasion should be manageable, right? Li Gu, that was incredibly brave of you. When I saw you rush over, I was completely stunned. Were you not a bit frightened? Though Li Shi felt a twinge of fear, he remained composed, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel as he replied with a smile. Of course I was scared, but it all happened so quickly that I acted without thinking. Impressive! Yang Sini exclaimed, raising her thumb in admiration. She had recognized Li Shi's cautious nature from the outset when he meticulously checked the vehicle's condition, indicating he valued his life. Yet, this very individual, without a moment's hesitation, took such a significant risk to save another. It was a testament to the noble character ingrained in his being. She, on the other hand, had merely exited the vehicle on the emergency lane, her legs trembling at the sight of the speeding cars. Having experienced this brief interlude, Li Shi drove with even greater diligence. The exit for Huangmei County appeared somewhat antiquated and descending from the highway. The first impression was reminiscent of many small counties in central China. Following the navigation, Li Shi drove directly to the Chiyuan Grand Hotel, one of the finest establishments in Huangmei County. From the outside, it was an impressive standalone building, tastefully adorned. The best executive king-sized rooms were fully booked, so Li Shi opted for 2 deluxe king-sized rooms, reasonably priced at 360 yuan per night. As they ascended to their rooms, Li Shi inquired with a staff member about local dining recommendations, to which he suggested trying the local specialty, fish balls. After discussing with Yang Sini, they unanimously decided on a grand meal over attending a Huangmei opera. And thus, after tidying up in their respective rooms, they drove together to a restaurant named Huanggong Feast. The fish balls were essentially fish meatballs, and this establishment's rendition was succulent and delightful. A simple yet common dish elevated to a signature offering. It truly showcased a unique quality. Li Shi relished the meal, and Yang Sini enjoyed herself immensely, even capturing some photographs to share on her social media. After satisfying their appetites, the two returned to the hotel. Li Shi had just taken a shower and was preparing to reflect on his inaugural experience of driving on the highway when a sudden knock echoed from outside. Chapter 30. Another bracelet. The knock was brief, yet Li Shi's acute hearing allowed him to notice it immediately. Initially, he assumed it was Yang Sini. Upon opening the door and glancing around, he found no one outside, but instead discovered a few small cards on the ground. Curious, Li Shi picked one up to examine it. It featured a photo of a female university student, quite visually appealing. He chuckled, aware that such cards typically involved stolen images. As he was about to return indoors to dispose of them, he noticed Yang Sini's door across the hall swing open, revealing her figure as she stepped out and caught sight of the item in his hand. Someone just knocked. Li Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a brief explanation. Yang Sini, however, was unperturbed, smiling as she remarked, I heard the commotion too. I didn't expect anyone to still distribute such cards. Aren't all industries transitioning online now? Li Shi turned back and entered his room, discarding the small cards into the trash bin before addressing Yang Sini, who had followed him. It's inevitable for the county to cling to old practices, just like the counties under Nanhua province. You actually know about these things? Wearing white disposable slippers, her alluring black stockings drew attention. I entered society before I turned 20, so of course I'm aware of such matters. After exchanging a few more words, she settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs and playfully swinging her slipper as she asked, Li Gu, when are we setting off tomorrow? Li Shi smiled and replied, I have some matters to attend to after I arrive in Hu's city tomorrow afternoon. So we should leave early. Let's aim for 8 o'clock. Therefore, we ought to rest early tonight. All right then, good night, Li Gu. See you tomorrow, Yang Sini said, rising with a smile and waving as she returned to her room. Once the door to her room clicked shut, Li Shi also secured his own door, standing at the threshold with a smile. He had managed to restrain himself. While Yang Sini was indeed an intriguing young woman, she had not yet stirred any primal instincts within him. Suddenly, Li Shi found himself admiring his own restraint. He had once thought that encountering a woman of such charm would leave him unable to resist. Yet his self-control exceeded his expectations. He approached the window, gazing out at the unfamiliar county, his heart filled with a wave of sentiment. From the afternoon's rescue to the recent events, was saving others an innate instinct? Or perhaps had he truly lost his desire? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. It was inconceivable. He possessed enough self-awareness to recognize this, and big data did not lie. Whether on Douyin or Bilibili, the algorithms continually presented him with beautiful young women, affirming that he was, like most men, not immune to such allure. He chuckled softly and began to review the day's driving lessons in his mind, retracing the entire process to analyze his performance and assess his successes and shortcomings. Aside from a touch of initial nervousness, he had executed the task rather well. Just as he was about to open Bilibili for tutorials, a notification pinged on WeChat. It was a message from Chen Xiaoya. What are you busy with? Li Shi chuckled and replied, "Today, I drove to Hu City, just checked into the hotel, and with immense willpower, I escorted the beautiful companion back to her room. As for Chen Xiuya, Li Shi regarded her merely as an online acquaintance he might never meet again. Thus he expressed himself freely, saying whatever came to mind without reservation. Their occasional conversations proved quite entertaining. After a night of silence, at 7 o'clock the next morning, Li Shi awoke and sent a message to Yang Sini. Before he could finish his morning routine, Yang Sini knocked on his door. The two enjoyed breakfast at the hotel, and shortly before 8, they resumed their journey. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, Li Shi felt increasingly adept as he re-entered the highway. After more than 6 hours of travel, they successfully arrived in Hu City around 2 in the afternoon. "Miss Yang, where are you headed?" "I can drop you off. No need, Brother Li, just pull over to the side." Yang Sini replied. She had her own matters to attend to in Hu City, so Li Shi did not insist, letting her off at the roadside while promptly transferring her payment. He then drove directly to the Jinjiang Hotel, where he had previously stayed. In the car, he moved to the back seat and exchanged approximately 0.088 wealth attribute points for a jade bracelet weighing about 88 grams, still in the same 56mm size. The previous one had cost him around 0.082 points for less than 82 grams. This new piece, though still of 56mm size, was about 6 grams heavier, appearing more rounded and polished. He had also paid greater attention to the color and texture this time, achieving a slight improvement over the last piece. After admiring it for a while, he carefully placed the bracelet into a jewelry box he had prepared earlier, then summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi, physique, 14. 8 wealth, 3.8, exchange. Currently learning: small vehicle driving, proficient, completed learning library. Chinese, fluent. Having only consumed 0.088 wealth attribute points, he realized he could exchange for such jade bracelets another 30 to 40 times. While Li Shi was checking into the hotel lobby, a call from Zhou Yajuan came through. After completing the check-in, he opted not to go upstairs, instead taking his belongings directly to the DG Arts Center. With the experience from his last visit, he navigated the place with ease. An hour later, he found himself once more in the VIP room of the jewelry boutique, alongside the same individuals as before. Himself, Zhou Yajuan, general manager and senior expert Gu Yun, and senior appraiser He Yiwei. The process remained unchanged. After the appraisal, they began discussing the starting and reserve prices. After some deliberation, the bracelet was valued at 38 million renminbi. With the starting price set at 32.5 million. Li Shi established the reserve price at 32.8 million. As long as the bid exceeded the starting price by 300,000, it would not go unsold. After signing the consignment auction contract, maintaining his characteristic decisiveness, Li Shi graciously declined their invitation to dinner and took his leave. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Shi let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully completed both objectives of his trip to Hu City. Now, should he spend a day exploring Hu City, or head straight back to Tanzhou? Considering the long drives over the past 2 days, he felt weary and decided to spend a day in Hu City, also planning to purchase a few items. Upon acquiring his own learning panel, he has been diligently striving to enhance his knowledge every single day. However, it is now time for a well-deserved respite, perfectly coinciding with an opportunity to experience the international metropolis of Shanghai. During his last visit, he had mentioned the desire to fully indulge in the city's offerings on his next trip. Yet, suddenly, Li Shi found himself somewhat bewildered, seemingly at a loss for where to commence his enjoyment. After much contemplation, the only option that sprang to mind was to indulge in consumerism. However, the thought of a grown man meandering through shops to make purchases failed to spark any enthusiasm within him. After a moment's reflection, he decided against it, deeming it rather uninteresting, particularly since he had no specific items in mind that he wished to acquire. Just as he was considering a refreshing shower followed by a good night's sleep before embarking on a night drive back home, a message from Li Guaming arrived. Chapter 31. Car rental and practice. How is it going? Should I send you a red envelope to congratulate you? Smirking, a red envelope? What red envelope? Upon seeing Li Guaming's WeChat message, Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that his friend was teasing him about being a virgin, and promptly responded with a rolling eyes emoji. After a short while, Li Guaming initiated a video call. After some casual banter, upon learning that Li Shi intended to sleep soundly in the hotel before making the night drive back to Tanzhou, he immediately exclaimed, "That's rather dull. It's not every day you visit Shanghai. You ought to enjoy yourself. I'm not familiar with the city and there's not much to do. Besides, I have matters to attend to when I return. Being unfamiliar is no issue. You can always find someone who knows the city to join you. Just wait a moment, I'll ask around." After ending the video call, Li Shi felt perplexed. It seemed as though Li Guaming was more enthusiastic than he was. almost as if he sought to find a substitute for his own enjoyment. Moreover, he had never realized before that his friend possessed such a wide network, with acquaintances in Shanghai as well. A little while later, Li Guaming sent another message. Log on to QQ. I'll add you to a group. Li Shi felt a flicker of curiosity as he opened the QQ app, only to be added by Li Guaming to a group called Tanzhou Food and Entertainment. He was also made a group admin and added to another group for Shanghai's social scene. Within these groups were numerous high-quality women who could be summoned merely by spending money. If you catch my drift, raising an eyebrow, send a red envelope, shout a call, and I guarantee you can summon them from anywhere in the country. This is tried and tested. High-quality Li Shi was momentarily flabbergasted by Li Guaming's message. Is this what you mean by acquaintances? Is this not the infamous tea delivery group? He had heard of such groups during his time online but had never encountered one personally, and he was astonished to discover that such a thing was lurking within his immediate circle. Given that Li Guaming claimed to have tested it himself, it was evident that he had spent considerable amounts of money in these groups. Upon entering, he was immediately welcomed by others, and the admin outlined the group rules, which could be summarized in 2 points. Men must send a red envelope upon joining, while women are required to post photos. Initially intending to lurk and observe, he found himself removed after failing to send a red envelope or engage in conversation for an extended period, as the group admin had prompted him twice. Quite stringent indeed, Li Shi chuckled, tossed his phone aside, and took a nap. Awakening around 6 in the evening, he checked out of the hotel, grabbed a bite to eat, and then set off on his journey back. This time, he intended to practice driving at night alone. Setting off shortly after 7 in the evening, he drove continuously until past 1 in the morning, taking a brief rest at a highway service area to experience the life of a long-distance driver. By 7 the following morning, he purchased some buns and corn from the service area supermarket, and after a quick meal, he continued his journey to by 2 in the afternoon. Li Shi successfully returned to Tanzhou. Although he did not achieve an upgrade from this night driving training, he distinctly felt a significant improvement in his driving skills. He was noticeably more composed behind the wheel, almost exuding the aura of a seasoned driver. Upon arriving at his rental apartment, Li Shi first enjoyed a bowl of cilantro beef rice noodles downstairs, then took a shower and slept soundly until after 9 in the evening. He awoke, his stomach growling, and drove casually to a nearby late-night eatery, ordering a bowl of fried rice noodles. After his meal, he proceeded to Phoenix Bay, where he explored his new home, contemplating how to renovate it. No major overhauls were necessary, but certain areas could benefit from minor adjustments. For instance, in the master bedroom, he considered adding a reclining chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing him to study while savoring the night view. Additionally, there was no need for 4 suite bedrooms. He could convert the smallest suite into a study. The following morning, as Li Shi pondered renting various small cars to continue honing his driving skills, he had just downloaded the eHai car rental app and the Sheqing travel app when his mother's call came through. Sure too, here's the thing. Your 6th aunt has a distant niece, also 25 years old, who works in Tanzhou. After hearing his mother outline the situation, Li Shi couldn't help but feel a wave of sentimentality. In previous years, no one had introduced him to a potential partner. Now, the news of his home purchase in the city had spread back, and matchmakers were suddenly knocking on the door. This society is indeed quite pragmatic. Mom, my career is at a crucial juncture. There's no need to rush into finding a partner. Well, since you're both in Tanzhou, why not meet her? You're not getting any younger. I'll send you her picture. She's quite good-looking, and your 6th aunt suggested it, so meeting wouldn't be a loss. After a while, his mother sent over the girl's photo and phone number. Li Shi glanced at it and saw a girl with fairly regular features, not particularly stunning. She looked somewhat familiar. Relationships in rural areas can be quite sensitive, and not wanting to put his mother in a difficult position, he decided to add the girl as a friend first, treating it as an opportunity to meet a new acquaintance. After all, he had recently resolved to step out more, engage with people, and expand his social circle. Using the provided phone number, Li Shi successfully found her WeChat account and sent a friend request, which was quickly accepted. Hello, he introduced himself, and the girl responded swiftly. Are you Li Shi from class 62 of Guangchang Middle School? Taken aback by the message, Li Shi thought, could it be that I am Li Shi from class 62? Who are you? I am Wang Yani. Wang Yani. Li Shi's memory had improved remarkably, and an image of a little girl with yellow hair instantly surfaced in his mind. That was an old classmate from middle school, with whom I had shared a desk for a period of time, often seen sporting a high ponytail. What an incredible coincidence to encounter a fellow student. Li Shi was taken aback, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, in the town where my hometown is located, there are only 2 middle schools. Thus the likelihood of meeting a classmate among peers is relatively high, and no wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw the photo previously. Given that we were old classmates, Li Shi's enthusiasm for conversation surged significantly, and they arranged to dine together that evening. After concluding their chat, he marveled at how small the world is, then promptly collected himself, opened the car rental app, and set his location to Tanzhou, selecting the car pickup point at the nearby Kide Plaza, which was merely 200 meters away. The options for economy cars were abundant, and Li Shi initially chose a Volkswagen Lavita for a day's rental at a discounted rate of only 108 yuan. After placing the order, he browsed through other vehicles. Comparatively, the selection of luxury sedans and sports cars was quite limited, with prices much steeper. Renting a Porsche 718 sports car would cost over 1,200 yuan for a single day. 18 noon. Li Shi walked to Kide Plaza to pick up the car and began to drive around the vicinity. Time was of the essence with the rented vehicle, and he aimed to make the most of the limited hours available for practice. After circling the city a couple of times, he returned to his lodging around 3, took a shower, rested for a while, and then drove the rented Volkswagen Lavita to the Bubugao Plaza, where he had arranged to meet his old classmate Wang Yani. Before he arrived, Li Shi received a WeChat message from Wang Yani. "Can I bring a friend along?" He had no objections, especially since they hadn't seen each other since graduating from middle school nearly a decade ago. It seemed entirely reasonable for her, as a female, to bring a companion to the meeting, so he replied, "Sure, no problem." Upon arriving at the designated location, it was still early, and since Wang Yani and her friend had yet to arrive, Li Shi noticed a promotional event taking place in the plaza. Curiosity piqued, he wandered over, discovering that it was a celebration for the mall's 10th anniversary. Just as he was growing bored and about to inquire if Wang Yani had arrived, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw the real estate agent Zhong Xiaxia, accompanied by another girl of similar height, who appeared somewhat alluring with a captivating gaze. Both were dressed in t-shirts and ultra-short shorts, although this girl evidently had a more voluptuous figure than Zhong Xiaxia, having grown up in comfort, boasting at least a D cup. "Long time no see. Are you here shopping too?" Li Shi greeted with a smile. "Yes, this is my roommate and best friend Gu Qian. Qian, this is Li Shi, the one I told you about." Zhong Xiaxia joyfully introduced him to her companion, surprised yet pleased to encounter Li Shi. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they parted ways. Suddenly, Gu Qian recalled something and swiftly tugged at Zhong Xiaxia's arm, asking, "Xiaxia, is this Li Shi the one you mentioned who purchased a 390 square meter mansion in Phoenix Bay?" Zhong Xiaxia nodded. "Indeed, that's him. This man is truly wealthy, but unfortunately." Before she could finish her thought, Gu Qian abruptly turned and dashed towards Li Shi's direction, leaving Zhong Xiaxia momentarily stunned. "Li Shi, may I add you on WeChat?" Li Shi had not anticipated that this woman, who appeared effortlessly captivating to men, would suddenly return to request adding him on WeChat. With a smile, he nodded and retrieved his phone, saying, "Of course, no problem. It's merely adding a WeChat." After the others departed, he observed from a distance that Gu Qian and Zhong Xiaxia seemed to be engaged in a minor quarrel. Just then, Wang Yani called to inform him that she had arrived, prompting Li Shi to divert his attention. At the entrance of Starbucks, he encountered his old classmate Wang Yani, accompanied by a young man. Although Wang Yani had changed considerably and looked quite attractive with her makeup, she still bore a resemblance to Li Shi's recollections of her. However, he was surprised to learn that the friend she brought along was indeed a male. She introduced him as a colleague and emphasized that they were merely good friends, not in a romantic relationship. Li Shi shook his head inwardly. In such a setting, even if they were not a couple, he surmised he must be one of those so-called male best friends. Yet, as he was merely there to reminisce with an old acquaintance, he thought little of it. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Yani suggested they go for bullfrog cuisine. Several restaurants specializing in bullfrogs were located around the mall, with the well-known chain Walida consistently bustling with business. It was mealtime. The three of them had to wait for 5 minutes to secure a table. They ordered a spicy bullfrog pot along with some side dishes before continuing their conversation. To his surprise, Wang Yani remarked, "How coincidental. When the matchmaker mentioned your name, I thought it was merely a coincidence. But then she mentioned Xiaoyang village, and I felt it might be you. I truly didn't expect it to be the case." Wang Yani had become much more outgoing than before. Laughing heartily at the serendipity, Li Shi too chuckled, finding it rather amusing. Throughout the meal, they reminisced about many past events, but as they neared the end of their meal, Wang Yani suddenly recalled, "It seems you haven't joined our middle school classmates group yet." "Just a moment, I'll add you in." Li Shi was somewhat taken aback. "Is there still a group for our middle school classmates?" He had always been the introverted type in school, rarely speaking, and aside from a few classmates from his village, he had lost contact with others from middle school. There had once been a QQ group, and now there was a WeChat group consisting of over 30 members, though conversations were infrequent as anticipated. When Wang Yani added him to the WeChat group, there was no immediate response. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shi decided to pay the bill first. Wang Yani said nothing upon learning this. But her previously quiet male colleague insisted on splitting the bill. Naturally, Li Shi did not wish to appear affluent. Since he was adamant about sharing, he agreed. Li Shi, did you drive here? Should we have Zhou Qing give you a ride? Wang Yani inquired as they exited the restaurant. With a smile, Li Shi replied, I live nearby. I can walk back. Upon reaching the first floor, Wang Yani's male colleague went to retrieve his car from the underground parking lot. Initially, Wang Yani intended to accompany him but reconsidered, seemingly wanting to clarify something with Li Shi, and thus allowed her male colleague to go ahead. After that Zhou Qing departed, Wang Yani remarked, Li Shi, it is a pleasure to see you again, my old classmate. However, let us regard this as a mere reunion among old friends, and do not take the matchmaking matter too seriously. Li Shi smiled and nodded. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. After a while, Wang Yani received a call from Zhou Qing and bid farewell to Li Shi. At the roadside, she entered the BMW X5 driven by Zhou Qing. Once the vehicle was in motion, Zhou Qing suddenly commented, your old classmate seems to be quite unsuccessful. He must have graduated from university several years ago, yet he has not even purchased a car. Wang Yani shot him a disapproving glance. What are you saying? According to the matchmaker, he has already bought a house in Tanzhou. He graduated with me just 3 years ago. Being able to buy a house is quite commendable. Surely, he must have received a down payment from his family. As for that, I am uncertain. However, during our school days, I heard that his family's financial situation was not particularly favorable. While Wang Yani and Zhou Qing discussed Li Shi, he returned to the rented car, reflecting on their recent encounter. That old classmate left a decent impression. He was quite warm in conversation. As for her colleague, Li Shi shook his head. That individual was rather pretentious. Upon seeing an old classmate, Li Shi's mind wandered back to numerous memories from the past. He opened the newly added middle school classmates WeChat group, scoured through the members, but failed to find the person he was looking for. Thus he abandoned the search. Just as he was about to drive off to find some food to bring back, his appetite had been growing increasingly voracious lately, and he had barely felt satisfied after that last meal. His WeChat chimed again. This time, the message came from Gong Qian, the roommate and close friend of Zhong Xiaxia. Mr. Li, this is Gu Qian, Zhong Xiaxia's friend. Have you settled down for the night? Li Shi replied, not yet, it's only a little past 8. How could I possibly be resting this early? Indeed, it is still quite early, smiley face. Mr. Li, I am delighted to make your acquaintance. We are planning to go out for a late-night snack around 9. Would you care to join us? Late-night snacks? He had just intended to find something to eat, and the prospect of dining with 2 lovely ladies was quite appealing. He responded, sure. Where shall we meet? Please send me the location. Chapter 33. The mountain road. Li Shi drove the Volkswagen Lavita back to his residence. Instead of rushing in, he commenced a thorough inspection of the vehicle's condition. Earlier that day, when he picked up the car, he had conducted a preliminary check, during which the attendant had inquired if he was a professional. After completing the vehicle inspection, Li Shi began to circle the car, reflecting on his training for the day. Compared to his own Volvo, the most noticeable difference with this compact sedan lay in its power. This model boasted a 1.4T engine, with an official horsepower rating of 150, whereas the Volvo's engine delivered 299 horsepower. Due to the inherent size and performance disparities, the driving experience was naturally distinct. Operating these 2 vehicles felt akin to riding a docile donkey versus a wild bull. However, the operational differences were not substantial. Given his current driving skills, he found it quite manageable. Li Shi contemplated renting an MPV tomorrow, followed by a pickup truck the day after, and perhaps a sports car the day after that. This should suffice. Upon returning to his room, he took a refreshing shower and retrieved the previously purchased Beginner's Guide to Automotive Repair to study. For Li Shi, whose goal was merely to achieve proficiency in automotive troubleshooting, a deeper understanding of the theory sufficed, as he was learning to drive rather than repair vehicles. After a short while of reading, Gu Qian sent him a location. Driving his Volvo, Li Shi arrived at the entrance of a residential complex and, from a distance, spotted a girl clad in a white, lace-patterned short-sleeved shirt and blue and white denim shorts, her exquisite legs accentuated by white high heels, glimmering alluringly in the lamplight. As he drew closer, he realized that the most captivating aspect was the enticing curves revealed beneath the lace top. Recently, Li Shi had excelled in his literature studies, and a term flashed through his mind: delicate branches bearing abundant fruit. However, he wondered why she was alone. Wasn't she supposed to be dining with Zhong Xiaxia and the others? Good evening, Li Dong. Gu Qian greeted him cheerfully, her voice warm and melodious. Li Shi replied with a smile. Hello. Are you here all by yourself? Gu Qian blinked playfully. Yes, Xiaxia had a last-minute engagement. What about you? Li Dong? Is my company not enough for a late-night snack? Of course not. Come on, Let's get in the car. Li Shi thought to himself that this girl seemed to possess a higher social standing than Zhong Xiaxia. Yet, her skin was remarkably fair. A beautiful girl, out so late just for a late-night bite, especially since she was the one who suggested it, must have some ulterior motive. As they got into the car, Li Shi pondered this notion but quickly concluded that it was likely due to his newfound wealth. Though he had not been affluent for long, he had begun to perceive the stark contrast in societal attitudes towards the rich and the poor. Even the most attractive of girls seemed to be influenced by this disparity. Where shall we dine? Li Shi inquired as he started the engine. Ji Yuqian, sitting in the passenger seat, did not answer directly. Instead, she asked, Li Dong, do you prefer something vegetarian? Or are you in the mood for meat? If it's meat, we could go for Korean barbecue. I know a fantastic place. With a smile, Li Shi responded, I am a carnivore at heart. I cannot enjoy a meal without meat. Just give me the address, and I'll set the navigation. The Korean barbecue restaurant Gu Qian mentioned was located in Zhongshan Pavilion, somewhat off the beaten path. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived, and throughout the journey, Gu Qian actively engaged him in conversation, fostering a sense of familiarity between them. Along the way, she also inquired how friends typically addressed him. Upon learning that his friends usually called him Shirtu or Shige, she promptly shifted her address from Lidong to Shige. This change in address instantly made their relationship feel considerably closer. As it was Li Shi's first experience with Korean barbecue, he allowed Gu Qian to take the lead in ordering. She has visited several times, adeptly navigating the menu. She first ordered 2 soups, a delicate tofu soup and a kimchi soup. Then, she inquired about Li Shi's appetite before selecting the grilled meat, opting for a single serving of pork belly, beef belly, heart meat, steak, and beef rib strips, concluding with a stone pot bibimbap. As Gu Qian placed her order, Li Shi surveyed the restaurant's ambience, which was adorned with a distinctly Korean drama aesthetic. Shige, would you care for some Korean soju? Gu Qian asked, turning to seek Li Shi's opinion before ordering the drinks. Li Shi's gaze was momentarily captivated by the deep white grooves, and he replied with a smile, to eat meat without drinking is to miss half the flavor. Let us indulge a little, and I'll call for a designated driver later. Once the dishes arrived, in true youthful fashion, they began with their phones. After Li Shi took a couple of photos of Gu Qian, she expressed her surprise. Shige, I didn't realize you were such a good photographer. Your shots are better than mine, Li Shi chuckled. I have a penchant for photography. Next time, I'll bring my camera to capture you. Ji Yuqian responded with a bright smile. That sounds wonderful. I love taking photos, though I prefer being the subject. Korean barbecue involves grilling and eating simultaneously, and Gu Qian demonstrated her expertise in grilling the meat, which turned out beautifully fragrant, crispy on the outside and tender within, cooked to perfection. After tasting the delicious morsels, Li Shi couldn't help but praise, don't let my slim figure fool you. I'm quite the foodie. There are many delightful eateries in Tanzhou that I've specifically visited. If you're ever at a loss for where to dine, feel free to ask me. Li Shi nodded with a smile. All right then, it's settled. The Korean soju was refreshing, with a moderate alcohol content of around 20 degrees. The two enjoyed their grilled meat with drinks, unknowingly spending over 2 hours savoring the meal. Having finished 2 bottles of soju, as they parted ways, they made plans to dine on Japanese cuisine together next time. This late-night outing left Li Shi feeling quite content. He also learned that although Gu Qian worked in sales, she was not a real estate agent like Zhong Xiaxia, but rather sold cosmetics at the Guojin Center. Upon returning to his residence, it was already past 1 in the morning. After a shower, he fell asleep, only to see a message from Gu Qian the next morning. Shige, have you made it home? Are you already asleep? Li Shi replied and then opened the car rental app to select a vehicle from the same company, this time opting for a 5-door, 7-seater GAC M8, with a rental fee of 825 yuan per day. Although larger, it could still be driven with a C1 license. He returned to Kaide Plaza to exchange vehicles. Driving this MPV, Li Shi spent a day exploring Tanzhou, and the following day he switched to a pickup truck, a Great Wall Cannon. To his surprise, renting a pickup was no cheaper than the MPV, costing 820 yuan per day. To make the most of his expenditure, he dedicated 6 to 7 hours to driving, meticulously experiencing the differences in handling between the pickup and other vehicles. On the final day, Li Shi rented a sports car, a blue Porsche 718 Boxster. Although it was merely an 890,000 yuan sports car, the rental fee reached 1,200 yuan per day. As Li Shi endeavored to master the intricacies of various compact vehicles. His proficiency in driving was elevated from mere skill to a level that could be described as skilled plus. However, he found himself unable to advance further to a stage of mastery. One midday, after returning the rented Porsche, he gazed thoughtfully at the learning panel, contemplating that he had primarily practiced driving in urban areas and on highways, yet had never ventured onto mountainous roads. Perhaps this was the missing link. He resolved to seek out a rugged mountain route for further practice. Li Shi organized his thoughts and began searching online. At that moment, Gu Qian sent him a message. Brother Shi, how about a trip to Yongzhou? When Yongzhou came to mind, Li Shi's first thought was of Lu Zongyuan's 8 records of Yongzhou, followed by the delectable Yongzhou blood duck. Although he had never visited Yongzhou, being a native of Nanhu province, he was somewhat familiar with the region. Known as the Bamboo City, Yongzhou is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and beyond the urban area, it boasts a complex and diverse topography, interspersed with hills and basins densely forested, a glimpse of which can be gleaned from Lu Zongyuan's writings. During his university days, Li Shi had classmates from Yongzhou who recounted that whether driving to local attractions or returning home during holidays, navigating those mountainous roads often induced a sense of trepidation. Without haste to reply to Gu Qian, he first looked up some travel guides for Yongzhou's attractions and discovered several spots perfectly suited for his driving practice. Exiting the built-in browser app on his phone, Li Shi opened Gu Qian's WeChat and inquired what prompted the sudden desire to visit Yongzhou. They had recently shared a meal together, and through their interactions, Li Shi noted that Gu Qian differed from her friend Zhong Xiaxia. While Zhong sought a long-term meal ticket, Gu Qian seemed more interested in mingling with affluent individuals. After a while, Gu Qian responded, "Our company is hosting a promotional event there, and a few of us are being sent from Tanzhou for a half-day of advertising. I'm one of them, but as soon as I finish my work the day after tomorrow, I'll have free time. I've heard the scenery is lovely, and they have authentic blood duck and dongan chicken. Would you like to join me for some fun?" Having already researched the travel guides, Li Shi quickly replied, "Sure, when do we set off?" Besides the prospect of honing his driving skills, blood duck and dongan chicken were among his favorite dishes from Hunan cuisine, with blood duck ranking just behind stir-fried chili pork and chopped chili fish head as one of life's culinary delights. Gu Qian replied, "Then I won't go with my colleagues. How about we leave tomorrow afternoon?" With excitement, Li Shi responded, "That works for me. I'll drive." They continued to discuss various details of their trip until Gu Qian needed to return to work, at which point their conversation concluded. Li Shi spent some time reading. He had diligently self-studied 4/5 of the book Beginner's Guide to Auto Repair. Through his studies, while perhaps his practical repair skills had not significantly improved, his theoretical knowledge of automotive repair had greatly expanded, particularly in systematically understanding the basic structure and operational principles of vehicles, allowing him to better comprehend how his driving actions could affect the car. In the evening, I casually sought out a restaurant to satisfy my hunger. As I passed by a supermarket, contemplating my plans for an outing the following day, I decided to step inside and procure some water and snacks. At the checkout, I noticed a box of condoms beside the register and impulsively grabbed the largest size available. If a stunningly beautiful woman were to accompany me on an adventure, one could never be certain what might transpire. Although Li Shi was quite averse to the idea of relying on such a barrier, a man must safeguard himself when venturing into the world. Once his physical attributes officially surpassed 15 points, exceeding the realm of normal humanity, perhaps even reaching 20 or 30 points, would such precautions still be necessary? Most men, I suspect, would prefer to avoid constraints. Upon returning to the car, he placed the 2 large shopping bags in the trunk and summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Physique: 14.8. Wealth: 3.8. Redeem: currently learning. Small vehicle operation: proficient. Completed learning repository: Chinese, fluent. With a physique attribute of 14.8, while his overall physical capabilities were nearing the limits of an ordinary individual. With strength, endurance, and speed comparable to those gifted athletes, he remained within the normal range. Once his small vehicle operation skill upgraded, adding another point to his physique attribute, he would officially embark on the path of the inhuman. How thrilling! Contemplating this, Li Shi's motivation for learning surged, filling him with vigor, almost compelling him to dive headlong into acquiring several new skills. However, learning cannot be achieved overnight. He resolved to maintain a calm mindset and take it slowly. This time, he aimed to successfully elevate his small vehicle operation skill. Upon returning to his residence, Li Shi entered a state of focused study, diligently completing the remaining 5th of the Beginner's Guide to Automotive Repair at his desk in the bedroom. He then discovered a comprehensive video tutorial on automotive maintenance on Bilibili, which he began to watch at 1.5 times speed. Such invaluable vintage videos abound on Bilibili. The tutorial he found spanned over 6 hours, suitable for professional study. With the knowledge acquired from his previous readings, Li Shi found the viewing experience quite effortless. The following morning, Gu Qian was busy packing her pink suitcase when Zhong Xiaxia approached her and inquired, "Aren't you only going for half a day? Why are you packing so much?" Without pausing in her task, Gu Qian placed a black camisole into the suitcase and replied, "Not at all. I plan to spend 2 days in Yongzhou with friends." Zhong Xiaxia, intrigued, asked, "Do you have friends in Yongzhou as well?" She was aware that Gu Qian hailed from Xizang province. Jiu Qian looked up with a smile. I've met some recently. Noticing her expression, Zhong Xiaxia suddenly recalled their recent argument and felt a twinge of suspicion. However, she chose to remain silent. Once back in her room, she sent a message to Li Shi. Li Gu, are you busy? Would you like to go out for a drink tonight? After a while, Li Shi replied, I have to head out on a trip soon. Let's do it another time. Zhong Xiaxia promptly replied, all right, how unfortunate. It seems it will have to be next time. Is Li Gu heading out on a business trip? If so, I wish you a smooth journey. Upon seeing Zhong Xiaxia's message, Li Shi raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, and replied, thank you, but it's not a business trip. I'm merely going out for some leisure. Once I return to Tanzhou, I shall treat you to a drink. Around noon, Gu Qian stepped out, dragging her suitcase. Today, Zhong Xiaxia, who had taken a day off from work, remained attentive to the movements in the living room, quietly following her outside. From a distance, she spotted her good friend Indeed boarding a Volvo XC90 at the entrance of the community, instantly feeling a pang of envy and muttering a curse under her breath. Calling her a shameless person, dressed in denim shorts, Gu Qian paired it with a wine-red sleeveless top that accentuated her delicate, fair collarbone. Li Shi generously admired the woman seated in the passenger seat and complimented. You look stunning today. Fasten your seatbelt, and let's find a place to grab a bite before we set off. Jiu Qian secured the black seatbelt between her red curves and smiled. Thank you. After finding a restaurant by the roadside to dine, Li Shi drove towards the entrance of the Bachelor's Road Expressway. Now, as he entered the highway, he felt no anxiety. He conversed with Gu Qian about their itinerary while navigating. Upon arrival, we will stay in the ancient city of the city center, found an excellent riverside guesthouse online, and booked a quaint little courtyard. Chapter 35. The Night of the Ancient City and the Beauty. Upon hearing about the guesthouse, Gu Qian immediately expressed her interest and eagerly inquired which one it was, then searched on a travel app. When she saw the photos of the guesthouse Li Shi had booked, she exclaimed in delight. This guesthouse looks quite charming. It's perfect for taking pictures. Li Shi smiled and replied, if you wish to take photos, I brought my camera. The journey from Tanzhou to Yongzhou offers numerous expressway routes. Following the map navigation, Li Shi took the Shuguang Expressway, driving for 3 hours and 40 minutes before exiting onto the Yongzhou interchange from the Quanan Expressway, then turning onto Yongzhou Avenue to enter the city. Arriving directly at the historical Zero-Ling ancient city in Lingling district. A stream, the Shaoshui, flows through Yongzhou city, with the ancient city scenic area nestled alongside it. The Zhu Yuan guest house, established by a hardworking individual from the post-80s generation who returned to his hometown after earning a fortune in the big city, reflects a great deal of thought put into its decoration. Although it doesn't often reach full capacity, it enjoys a steady stream of guests due to its proximity to the ancient city. However, the most expensive room, the Zhuxian Courtyard, priced at 999 yuan per night, occasionally remains vacant, causing some financial strain for the budding entrepreneur. Whenever the Zhuxian Courtyard has guests, he personally attends to them, and today is no exception. Dear guests, as you can see, the most distinctive feature of our little courtyard is the extensive use of bamboo, even in the flooring, which is crafted in a bamboo weaving style. Yongzhou is also known as the Bamboo City. While bamboo is ubiquitous in Yongzhou, it is precisely this characteristic that makes the courtyard a true representation of the city. Listening to the owner's introduction, Li Shi and Gu Qian strolled around the courtyard together. The courtyard is adorned with an abundance of white pebbles, encircled by transplanted bamboo, and features a quaint pathway paved with bamboo flooring that leads to a central terrace crafted from bamboo. This terrace is furnished with a tea table and cushions, elegantly draped with sheer white curtains. It is evident that the proprietor has invested considerable thought into the arrangement of this charming enclave, creating an ambience that is both classical and leisurely. For Li Shi, who has cherished literature since childhood and pursued a degree in Chinese studies, the influence of traditional culture has fostered a particular fondness for jade and bamboo. Thus, upon entering this delightful courtyard, he cannot help but feel an immediate affection for it. Jiu Qian shares in this admiration. However, her appreciation stems not only from the courtyard's exquisite design, but also from its suitability for photography. Once the innkeeper departs, she eagerly retrieves her phone to take selfies. Li Shi, seated on a bamboo chair, observes her as she seeks the perfect angles for her photos, choosing to simply relish the sight of the beauty amidst the tranquil bamboo courtyard. As the setting sun casts its golden glow, everything around seems to be enveloped in a halo of light, rendering both the courtyard and the enchanting woman a feast for the eyes. After a while, Gu Qian appears dissatisfied with her selfies and approaches Li Shi, naturally taking hold of his arm as she playfully inquires, Brother Shi, didn't you bring your camera? Please take a few pictures of me. I'd like to share them on my social media. In recent months, his physical vitality has steadily reached the limits of an ordinary person, resulting in increasingly robust health. To borrow a phrase from martial arts novels, his vigor has surged to its peak in this state. While direct, intimate contact with the opposite sex does not shatter his resolve, it easily stirs his primal instincts. Sensing the faint scent of perfume wafting from Gu Qian, he quickly stands up to fetch his camera from his bag, eager to avoid any potential awkwardness. Simultaneously, he reflects on the pin-up energy he has accumulated over the years, contemplating that perhaps it is time to release some of it, lest it become excessive and detrimental to his well-being. Although he has primarily been focused on honing his driving skills lately, he occasionally revisits the photography books he has acquired, driven by both passion and a desire to prepare for future skill acquisition. In particular, he has self-studied much of the book titled The Young Girl in Progress, Practical Portrait Photography and Post-Production, and feels he has made significant strides in the realm of portrait photography. Li Shi first attempts to capture Gu Qian with his own aesthetic in mind, taking 2 photographs, which he then presents to her. Her immediate reaction is one of exuberant praise. "Brother Shi, these are simply magnificent, like professional masterpieces." She then adds, "Wait a moment, I'll change my outfit, and you can take a few more shots." Encouraged by the quality of his work, Gu Qian's enthusiasm for photography only intensifies. Li Shi gently holds her back and chuckles. "There's no rush. Aren't you hungry? Let us have something to eat first, and after that, we can take as many photos as you like." Realizing it is already past 6 in the evening, Gu Qian feels a twinge of hunger and responds with a smile. "All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Shi." "Follow my lead?" Li Shi meets her gaze, sharing a knowing smile, as an unspoken understanding passes between them. In the world of adults, some matters need not be explicitly articulated. The courtyard comprises 2 rooms, yet both naturally place their belongings in the master bedroom. The guest house offers dining services, and upon check-in, the proprietor enthusiastically recommended the blood duck prepared by their chef. He mentioned that the ingredients were sourced from local farmers who raised the renowned lingling, resulting in an exceptionally authentic flavor. Li Shi, disinclined to seek other dining options, decided to enjoy dinner at the guest house. The dining area, located on the 3rd floor, also showcased their unique charm, allowing patrons to savor delectable dishes while admiring the picturesque Shashui River views. The highlight of dinner was the blood duck, a hefty 3.5-pound duck, freshly slaughtered and cooked, filling a large pot with its enticingly dark red hue, glistening under the light. As Li Shi took a bite, the tender meat burst with flavor, spicy and savory, prompting him to devour 2 generous bowls of rice. Gu Qian, with a smaller appetite, busied herself capturing scenic photographs of the river with her phone. After their meal, the 2 did not rush back to the Zhuxian Xiaoyuan but instead strolled through the ancient town. Bathed in the glow of various lights, the town exuded a delightful ambience at night. Countless small shops lined the streets, and Li Shi, ever generous, scanned and paid for any trinket that caught Gu Qian's eye. Women seemed to possess boundless energy when shopping. They wandered from 7 until past 9, leaving Li Shi, with his 14.8 physique, feeling somewhat fatigued. Yet Gu Qian remained spirited, persistently snapping photos with her phone at every picturesque spot. If a selfie did not meet her expectations, she would affectionately cling to Li Shi's arm, urging him to take another. By 10:30, with a collection of small treasures in hand, they returned to the guest house. Gu Qian took a shower and afterward, she changed into a blue spaghetti-strap denim dress, seemingly wearing nothing but a small undergarment beneath, her bare white arms and legs radiating a refreshing allure. As she approached, Li Shi noticed that the dress featured a row of buttons down the front, which, if undone, would leave the garment completely open. As the clouds parted, moonlight cascaded upon the snow-capped peaks, surely shimmering like silver. Occasionally, vibrant flowers would bloom atop the mountains, undoubtedly a beautiful sight. This thought ignited a sudden urge within him, compelling him to stand and walk toward the enchanting figure emerging from the bathroom. When he was merely 30 centimeters away, he halted, not out of modesty, for as a man, he had little to be reserved about, but rather to ascertain the young woman's willingness in such moments. Noticing that Gu Qian did not pause, her graceful form nearly within his embrace, he gently wrapped his arm around her soft waist and began to examine the buttons of her blue denim dress. How long would it take to unfasten this row of buttons? In the stillness of the late night Zhuxian Xiaoyuan, even the once audible bustle from outside had faded into silence. Li Shi tucked the already slumbering woman under the covers, then made his way to the bathroom for a shower, washing away the sweat from his exertions. He let the 40-degree water cascade over his body, reliving the moments just past. What might have been a swift endeavor took him over 40 minutes this time. Afterward, redoing the buttons consumed even more time. Back and forth, 2 hours slipped by, and the tranquil night enveloped the Zhuxian Xiaoyuan, devoid of any external noise. Who would have thought that a 14.8 physique could be so remarkably resilient? In terms of strength, effortlessly lifting over 100 pounds with both hands felt remarkably easy, a sensation I had not previously acknowledged. As for speed, the frequency of my movements was astonishingly rapid, even while bearing the aforementioned weight. However, the most surprising aspect was my endurance. Although I had previously sensed my body growing stronger with each enhancement to my physique, I had been preoccupied with my studies. Despite possessing greater strength and a bit more vitality, I had led a normal life without delving into the extent of my physical capabilities, until this evening when I experienced a vivid realization. I had not yet surpassed the 15-point mark, and yet I felt this robust. What further heights might I achieve? A smile of anticipation involuntarily graced my lips. The following morning, shortly after 7, Li Shi awoke feeling invigorated, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout his body. Instinctively, he rubbed his hands together and, noticing Gu Qian still peacefully asleep, summoned his study panel. Name: Li Shi Physique. 14.9 Wealth. 3.8 Exchange available. Currently learning. Small vehicle operation. Proficient. Completed learning library. Chinese. Mastered. After a refreshing slumber, his physique attribute unexpectedly increased from 14.8 to 14.9. Li Shi was elated. Indeed, the principle of balance prevails. Too much heat from excess yang is detrimental. Harmony between yin and yang is advantageous for the body. The weather was splendid today, with the morning sun streaming through the window onto the floor. Turning his gaze towards the woman nestled beside him, whose curves were enchanting beneath the covers, an impulsive thought stirred his blood. With a smile gracing his lips, he reached out and lifted her, prompting a delicate gasp from her as he carried her towards the bathroom. Tea wasn't tea until 8:30 that he finally brought her out. Hurry up, I need to be at the event venue by 9:30. It's all your fault, Gu Qian pouted, having lain in bed for a few minutes to gather herself before rolling over to give Li Shi a playful glare. With a grin, Li Shi replied, "You can't place all the blame on me. You bear some responsibility as well. After all, who asked you to be so captivating? Besides, I checked. It only takes 10 minutes to drive from here to the Spring Square where your event is taking place. So don't worry, we'll make it in time." Upon hearing this, Gu Qian felt reassured and slowed her pace in dressing, even picking up her phone from the bedside to check her messages. Li Shi was enjoying the view when suddenly, a notification chimed from WeChat. Unlocking his phone, he was met with a peculiar message from Gu Qian's South roommate and close friend, Zhong Xiaxia.Li. "I saw Qian's post on Moments. She must be talking about you, right?" Curious, upon opening the post, he indeed found Gu Qian's recent update, featuring photos he had taken of her, accompanied by the caption, "Night stroll through Lingling Ancient City. Thanks to Li Ge for the beautiful pictures." Li Shi chuckled, liking the post, before replying to Zhong Xiaxia, "That would be me." She seemed to have been waiting for a response, replying swiftly, "It really is you. You went out to play without inviting me, pitiful. I never expected that you're so good at photography. The pictures you took of Qian are stunning, envious." Li Shi understood the implication of her words and chuckled once more, responding, "If the opportunity arises, I'd be delighted to take some for you as well." Glancing upward at Gu Qian, who was already adorned in her professional makeup, she mused to herself, "These two best friends are indeed quite interesting. No wonder I've heard that in college dormitories, for girls often have 6 or 7 group chats. How delightful. Let us finalize our plans. Once you return to Tanzhou, we shall arrange a time to meet." Playful, no problem. Having donned her attire, Gu Qian surveyed the disheveled state of her bedroom, recalling the events of the previous night. She hastily began tidying up, lest the staff assume they had engaged in some indiscretion during their stay. Observing her flurry of activity, Li Shi pondered for a moment before heading to the bathroom to activate the exhaust fan, ensuring proper ventilation. After enjoying breakfast in the guest house's dining area, Li Shi drove Gu Qian to the Chuntian Plaza shopping center where she worked. On the return journey, he noticed a large supermarket and, after a brief consideration, turned into the parking lot. Upon entering the supermarket, he made a beeline for the grain and oil section, seeking the area dedicated to rice. In such supermarkets, rice is typically sold in bags weighing 10, 15, or 25 kilograms. Li Shi wandered about until he arrived at a heap of 25-kilogram rice bags. Attempting to lift 4 bags, he quickly realized his arms were insufficiently long, forcing him to reduce his load to 3. Weighing 150 pounds, he easily hoisted them. An elderly couple pushing a shopping cart passed by, casting him a puzzled glance. After walking a few steps away, the old man remarked in the local dialect to his wife, "This young fellow has quite a bit of strength, reminiscent of my youth." Testing his strength further, Li Shi felt somewhat unsatisfied. Fixating on the mountain of packaged rice at his feet, he devised a plan. He positioned 2 bags upright and grasped the corners with one hand, lifting them effortlessly. He then challenged himself by attempting to lift 100 pounds with each hand simultaneously. Though it required some effort, he succeeded. One hand lifted 100 pounds while both hands together hoisted 200 pounds. This was not even his limit. Upon returning to his vehicle, Li Shi searched online for the world record in weightlifting. Weighing in at just over 130 pounds, he focused on the records for the 69-kilogram category. The world record holder in this class is the Chinese athlete Liao Hui, who achieved a clean and jerk of 166 kilograms and a snatch of 198 kilograms. Although I have not practiced professional lifting techniques, my ability to lift 200 pounds of rice in one go, despite lacking the subsequent lifting phase, sufficiently demonstrates that my physical attributes, rated at 14.9, are indeed robust. Moreover, unlike these professionally trained athletes, my strength is comprehensive. Physical attributes encompass the totality of one's physical condition. Beyond strength, there is also speed, endurance, and more. While the 14.9 rating may not rival that of elite athletes in a singular aspect, when considered holistically, it has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle for someone of my weight class. Li Shi found himself contemplating whether he should pursue athletic skills in the next phase of his development, capitalizing on his physical advantages. Additionally, it seemed prudent to find a location to conduct a comprehensive assessment of his physical fitness. Chapter 37. Gaining experience on the mountain road. First, gyms were eliminated from consideration. All publicly accessible venues were deemed unsuitable, though he typically does not pay particular attention to it in his daily life and remains unaware of the extent of his impressive physical prowess. Registering a score of 14.9, he realized that testing the limits of his fitness in a public setting would undoubtedly attract attention. Just like last night, after half an hour, he found himself astonished by his own capabilities. During his university days, when in peak condition, he could only sustain such performance for less than 20 minutes. If he were to effortlessly perform a 200-kilogram squat at the gym, it would be predictable that onlookers would gather, especially given his well-proportioned physique, which, to the average observer, might seem rather implausible. Li Shi contemplated that with the spaciousness of his new apartment, he could purchase some equipment to monitor his physical changes as his fitness improved. Providing him with an avenue for exercise, he aimed for simplicity. Upon returning to the guest house, he did not rush to check out but instead sat in the courtyard, perusing the JD app on his phone. In terms of strength, a barbell would suffice, particularly with the selection of heavy plates. After browsing for a while, he settled on a set comprising 430 kilograms. However, just before placing the order, he pondered whether the floor of his new apartment, being in a multi-story building, could support such a heavy barbell set. A quick search revealed that, according to national regulations, residential floors should bear a load greater than 2.0 kilonewtons per square meter, which translates to an approximate weight tolerance of over 200 kilograms per square meter. Generally, floors are constructed as reinforced concrete slabs, exceeding 1 square meter in area. After extensive research, Li Shi was left perplexed. If a room measured 10 square meters, could a 500-kilogram individual potentially collapse the floor? Such queries might necessitate the consultation of a professional architect or an assessment of the building's structural integrity. Nonetheless, he reasoned that storing the 430 kilograms of weights together would be impractical, as such a mass was rather excessive. Thus, he resolved to keep the plates separated. Suddenly, Li Shi recalled that the parking lot at Phoenix Bay, aside from offering parking spaces, featured a surrounding garage. During his last visit to the property management, the caretaker had inquired whether he was interested in purchasing one. At the time, he declined, feeling that 2 parking spaces sufficed. The garage floor, being directly connected to the earth itself, would be suitably robust for storing such heavy items. While the floor might buckle, the earth certainly would not. He sent a WeChat message to the property manager inquiring about the garage. He also recognized that had he chosen to buy a villa, he would not be facing such dilemmas. However, villas come with their own set of challenges. Nothing in this world is devoid of imperfections. For strength training, a barbell suffices, while for speed, a high-precision stopwatch would be ideal for measuring velocity. For long jump and high jump, a tape measure would do, as absolute precision was not his goal. A general understanding would suffice. Since he had yet to secure the garage, Li Shi opted to order a set of 180 kilograms of barbells, completing his equipment purchases and selecting Phoenix Bay as the delivery address. Although he did not choose the most expensive options, the total nonetheless amounted to over 6,000 yuan. Once that was settled, he turned his attention to planning his afternoon excursion. Before his arrival, he had already researched travel guides and selected 2 scenic spots as alternatives for practicing driving on mountainous roads, one being the Shun Emperor Mausoleum Scenic Area and the other the Yangming Mountain Scenic Area. Both are esteemed 4A rated attractions. The Shun Emperor Mausoleum is nestled in the Jiui Mountains, while Yangming Mountain is a national-level nature reserve. Traveling by car to either destination requires navigating numerous rugged mountain paths. Initially, he intended to visit only one, but after last night's events, he discovered the joys of travel and thought that since he was already there, he might as well enjoy a couple more days of exploration. He decided to first visit one of the locations. If his driving skills did not improve, he would then proceed to the other. Should he make progress, he would consider additional attractions. Ultimately, Li Shi's inclination towards learning prevailed. Upon careful consideration, he resolved to tackle the more challenging route to Yangming Mountain. Meanwhile, Gu Qian, who was promoting cosmetics at a shopping mall, was chatting with her plastic best friend, Zhong Xiaxia, during a brief interlude. Zhong Xiaxia, you little schemer, confess honestly. Have you been secretly flirting with Li Zong behind my back? I roll, Gu Qian. Did you see my moments? Blushing, Zhong Xiaxia. Angrily, that was my long-term meal ticket. Gu Qian. Oh please, you gave up on him before. If someone else benefits, why not let it be your good sister? Smirking, Zhong Xiaxia. I roll. Seriously? You actually think this is a good deal? Zhong Xiaxia. Something feels off. Is it because of his deep martial arts skills? Zhong Xiaxia. Teasingly, come on, be honest, it was just one night, right? You didn't go all the way, did you? Gu Qian suddenly felt her legs weaken and, seizing the moment when no one was around to inquire, replied on her phone. Not telling you. Smug smile, far away in Tanzhou, Zhong Xiaxia felt a surge of irritation upon reading Gu Qian's shameless message. She thought to herself, you little vixen, while my figure may not match yours, my looks surpass yours. If it weren't for my desire to cultivate a long-term meal ticket being thwarted by his apparent disinterest, you wouldn't stand a chance, Li Shi. Having watched a video tutorial at 1.5 times speed for over an hour, checked out of the hotel at noon and drove back to the Spring Plaza shopping center. Gu Qian, who had stood for more than 3 hours promoting products, appeared quite fatigued. Remembering her exhaustion since the previous night, Li Shi kindly remarked, it takes an hour and a half to drive to the entrance of the scenic area. You should take a little NPA. Gu Qian responded softly, feeling the lingering fatigue from the previous night and morning seep into her bones, leaving her unrefreshed throughout the morning. She adjusted her seat to a comfortable angle and soon fell asleep. Following the map's navigation, they exited the city, first taking the Quannan Expressway, then transitioning to the Liangguang Expressway, and finally descending onto Provincial Road 230. As they entered the Provincial Road, both sides of the road were lined with undulating mountains, shrouded in mist from a distance, creating a picturesque scene. Initially, Li Shi drove with ease, but after crossing the Tianzi Mountain Bridge, with only 20 kilometers remaining to the scenic area entrance, the road became increasingly steep and winding, with treacherous cliffs adding to the thrill. Especially during the recent spate of heavy rains, several road segments adjacent to the cliffs experienced collapses. Although the relevant authorities have undertaken repairs and reinforcements, and warning signs have been placed in hazardous areas, he, being a novice on such rugged and steep mountain roads, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation and had to summon all his focus. The poor road conditions roused Gu Qian, seated in the passenger seat, from her slumber. She peered out the window at the looming cliff nearby, only to recoil in fright, her cherry-red lips slightly parted as she patted her soft chest repeatedly. The ascent appeared exceedingly perilous. After navigating a stretch of road, Li Shi gradually acclimated and remarked with a smile, in truth, we are quite far from the roadside. It's merely the perspective from the vehicle that makes it seem so close. By the time they arrived at the ticket office at the entrance of Yangming Mountain Scenic Area, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Throughout the journey, he felt his driving experience markedly improve. While purchasing tickets, Li Shi seized the opportunity to invoke the learning panel for a quick glance, yet regrettably, it remained at proficient, with no advancement. Consulting the map, he noted that there was still a challenging stretch of road ahead, and given his newfound experience ascending, the descent would undoubtedly present different challenges. There was no rush. He was confident he would achieve a promotion in the coming days. After securing the tickets, Li Shi first made a phone call to the pre-booked inn. This establishment was located within the scenic area, and according to their plan, he and Gu Qian would spend the night in the mountains. Seeking votes, once 50 monthly tickets were accumulated, an additional chapter would be released. During the promotion period, a rare double monthly ticket event had arisen, occurring only a few times a year, so a voting and additional chapter rule was proposed. This month, including the double monthly ticket period, excluding the system's complimentary tickets, for every set of 50 votes, he would release an extra chapter upon uploading. If this month reached 1,000 monthly tickets, the next month would see 20 additional chapters upon release. Should there be 2,000 monthly tickets, 40 extra chapters would be released. Before the upload, there would be 2 daily updates, while the remaining writings would be stored. Currently, 2 chapters are in reserve. He hopes for everyone's generous voting to inspire him to maximize his writing efforts. After a brief conversation with the innkeeper, Li Shi hung up the phone and drove into the scenic area. The roads were relatively quiet, yet the incline was markedly steeper. Occasionally, vehicles descended from the mountain, and during these encounters, Li Shi remained particularly vigilant. Adhering to the standardized operations he had learned from video tutorials, he paid close attention to every curve and each oncoming vehicle, striving for smoother turns and more fluid encounters in the future. Through months of learning, he had gleaned an insight. Regardless of the knowledge or skills one acquires, seizing upon such details often yields greater rewards, fostering rapid growth. Although Gu Qian had only slept for about 40 minutes, she felt much more invigorated upon waking. She munched on snacks throughout the journey and was not hungry, allowing Li Shi to take his time rather than rush to the inn. Instead, they meandered slowly. Savoring the beautiful scenery along the way of all the sights on Yangming Mountain, Li Shi was most eager to explore elements related to Luzongyuan, so he made a deliberate stop upon reaching Huangjiang Source. On Yangmingshan, there are a total of 32 streams, 84 pools, and 18 waterfalls. These watercourses serve as the source of the Huangshi River mentioned in Luzongyuan's Traveling Along Huangshi. The greatest advantage of artificially developed scenic areas is their convenient transportation. However, the downside is the degradation of the landscape's original charm. With the addition of man-made structures, the once tranquil streams appear somewhat less harmonious. Fortunately, the waters are crystal clear, and the pebbles, polished by time, gleam like mirrors. The temperature on the mountain is pleasantly cool, and the vicinity of the water is refreshingly crisp. Occasionally, a gentle breeze rustles through the trees and shrubs, producing a sound more melodious than the finest music in the world. Whenever they stop, Li Shi captures the moments with his camera, photographing not only the scenery, but also the beauty of the woman beside him. Ji Yuqian, initially clad in professional attire and high heels, exuded a captivating aura, particularly with her ample curves. After changing in the morning, Li Shi found it difficult to resist admiring her. By noon, she swapped her shoes for comfortable black flats, and upon entering the mountains, she donned a burgundy long-sleeved top and a khaki knee-length fitted skirt due to the cooler mountain air. This new ensemble accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous figure to perfection, with beauty in both the woman and the landscape. Every photograph turned out stunningly. The most opportune time to visit Yangmingshan is in April and May, when the mountains are blanketed with blooming azaleas, reportedly covering over 100,000 acres, a truly magnificent sight. Another enchanting season is winter, when heavy snow envelopes the mountains, creating a unique charm. The primary advantage of visiting during the sweltering summer is the refreshing coolness of the mountain air. Furthermore, if fortune smiles upon you, the sight of a sea of clouds swirling around the verdant peaks is nothing short of a celestial paradise. As Li Shi descended from the source of the Dahuang River, he made a brief stop at Wanshou Temple, as it was already evening, allowing only a cursory exploration. Passing by the Hall of the Seven Ancestors, he displayed a look of confusion. He was familiar with the sixth patriarch of Zen Buddhism, Huineng, but this was his first encounter with the seventh patriarch. After glancing at the introduction and conducting an online search, he learned the story behind Wanshou Temple on Yangmingshan. The seventh patriarch refers to the eminent monk Xiufeng from the Ming dynasty. Due to his influence, Emperor Jiajing bestowed the name Wanshou Temple upon it and inscribed the couplet, "Mountains revered for eternity, living Buddhas worshipped by myriad families," which was passed down through generations, as the local ruler revered him as the seventh patriarch. After savoring a sip of the sweet spring water from Wanshou, Li Shi and Gu Qian hastily continued their ascent before darkness fully enveloped the sky. Instead of heading directly to Wanha Lake, they veered onto a small road towards their reserved Tianai homestay. The exterior of the homestay appeared quite ordinary, resembling a typical farmhouse, yet the interior boasted exquisite decor. As it was getting late, Li Shi promptly requested the owner to prepare a table of home-cooked meals. Although the dishes were simple farmhouse fare, the ingredients were exceptional, particularly the bowl of house-smoked cured meat stir-fried with sun-dried bamboo shoots, which was utterly delectable. After satisfying their hunger, they returned to their room. Despite having driven for half the day, Li Shi, still brimming with energy, coaxed Gu Qian into sharing a half-hour bath together. As she emerged from the bathroom, Gu Qian played some music on her phone and donned the same uniform and high heels she had worn that morning. The two of them settled onto a bamboo chair by the window, swaying to the rhythm of the music while admiring the nocturnal landscape of the mountains and forests. The weather tonight was particularly splendid, with a cloudless sky revealing a myriad of stars. Under the starlight, Yangmingshan appeared almost dreamlike. 40 minutes later, Gu Qian, utterly exhausted, drank 2 cups of water and wrapped herself in a delicate nightgown before drifting into slumber. Li Shi, meanwhile, took another shower and returned to his seat by the window. reflecting on the day's driving practice. The roads of Yangmingshan perfectly embodied the famous winding mountain road, rugged and serpentine. As he reminisced about his afternoon behind the wheel, he realized that his maneuvers had not always been flawless. Li Shi summoned the learning panel for a quick glance, then turned back to the now-asleep woman, feeling a sense of lingering desire. After a moment's contemplation, he stood up, took the car keys and room card, and stepped outside. As he exited the room, he made sure to secure the door tightly. It was nearing midnight, and the innkeeper along with the other guests had long since retired. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the myriad of insects chirping in the nearby forest. At this hour, even the birds had quieted. The parking lot was about 80 to 90 meters from the inn, transformed from an old vegetable garden into a small plaza. Li Shi climbed into his Volvo, set the navigation to the mountain's base, and set off. He was impatient to enhance his experience of driving down the mountain. He couldn't wait for dawn to arrive. Moreover, venturing out now would bestow upon him the added experience of night driving, an investment that promised double the reward. The night in the mountains bore an eerie aura, yet Li Shi felt no fear. As he drove, he encountered a vehicle ascending the mountain, prompting him to sharpen his focus, reduce his speed, and edge closer to the roadside to allow ample space for the other car to pass. For the initial 5 or 6 kilometers, he drove cautiously, but after several minutes, he gradually acclimated and increased his pace. The journey from the inn to the entrance of the scenic area spanned approximately 12 to 13 kilometers. Before reaching the ticket booth at the entrance, Li Shi spotted a side road, executed a U-turn, and continued his ascent. Driving alone at night, especially on mountain roads, was undeniably exhilarating. Fragments of ghost stories occasionally flitted through his mind, as he dreaded the sight of a white figure by the roadside. Upon returning to the inn, he exhaled deeply. However, upon calling up the learning panel, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He had yet to achieve a promotion. He felt he was so close, just a hair's breadth away, reminiscent of the time he had been on the verge of completing a summary for his Chinese studies. After some contemplation, Li Shi decided to set off once more. One journey of experience was not enough. He would embark on another. After 50 minutes of descending and ascending the mountain, Li Shi steadily parked the car in the guesthouse's parking lot. The moment the engine fell silent, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, prompting him to swiftly summon the learning panel. Name: Li Shi Physique. 14.91. Fusion status: Wealth. 4.8. Redemption status: Currently learning. Small vehicle operation: Proficient. Change learning direction: Completed learning repository. Chinese: Proficient. Each discipline or skill is categorized into 5 levels: Beginner, Intermediate, Proficient, Expert, and Master. With each level attained, the physique attribute increases by 1 point, and the wealth attribute also increases by 1 point. Only one discipline or skill may be chosen for study at any given time. Once selected, the subbranch or skill level must reach Proficient before a change can be made. If he chooses to continue learning small vehicle operation, he must attain Master level before he can switch again, and he will be rewarded with a cubic storage space. Li Shi was overwhelmed with joy. After enduring 2 arduous trips in the dead of night, his small vehicle driving skill had finally advanced. Chapter 39. In fact, I am cultivating immortality. Observing the changes on the learning panel, Li Shi excitedly raised his fist. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the intricacies of the panel's updates. Advancing the small vehicle driving skill to Master level would indeed grant him additional storage space, albeit only 1 cubic unit. Yet, achieving Master level in Chinese would yield 10 cubic units. Why such a stark contrast? Li Shi pondered over the learning panel for a while, suspecting that the disparity might be related to the varying levels of difficulty in advancing knowledge and skills. Compared to small vehicle operation, the depth and richness of the Chinese language made its elevation to Master level significantly more challenging. Yet, he sensed there was more to it than just that. Gazing at the learning panel, Li Shi felt an inkling that the root of this reward disparity might ultimately tie back to the ultimate learning objectives of the panel. During the months he had possessed the learning panel, he often contemplated its origins and its purpose for him as the master. The panel's emergence was undoubtedly connected to that dream. Back when he napped at the office, he dreamt of witnessing an immense nebula suddenly vanish before him. Upon awakening, this learning panel materialized in his mind. He vaguely felt that the vanishing nebula was, in fact, real, and in that fleeting moment of obliteration, by chance, it had intertwined with his soul's consciousness, thereby giving rise to this learning panel. The entirety of the learning panel was designed to assist him in acquiring knowledge and skills. The pursuit of knowledge and skills was ultimately aimed at elevating the divine aspect of his life essence, while the fusion of physique points was meant to enhance the essence within him. Hence, Was the true purpose of the learning panel to facilitate his evolutionary journey of life? Originally reclining comfortably in his seat, Li Shi was suddenly startled into an upright position, fixated on the learning panel, as thoughts surged within him, prompting a myriad of responses. He had truly touched upon the essence of truth. The nebulous remnants of stars are deemed dead, while the essence of one's own soul and thoughts remains alive, driven by the innate desire for evolution and the aspiration to dominate the trajectory of the learning panel. After a brief respite, he emerged from the vehicle, illuminating his path back to his chamber with the light from his mobile device. Ji Yuqian was still in a deep slumber, her repose quite aesthetically pleasing, the gentle undulations of her form sketching a perfect S-curve. Li Shi stepped into the washroom to splash his face with water, then reclined beside her, a silent chuckle escaping him. Everything revolves around the evolution of life. Indeed, he was on the path of cultivation. The influx of information from that night was overwhelming, prompting Li Shi to decide to do nothing further, opting instead for a restorative sleep. As dawn broke at 7:30 the following morning, Li Shi, having only enjoyed 4 hours of slumber, was naturally awakened by his biological clock, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The soft sensation beneath his fingers prompted an instinctive squeeze. To avoid disturbing Gu Qian, he rose cautiously and seated himself on the bamboo chair where he had battled the previous night. Summoning forth the learning panel visible solely to him, his wealth attribute had risen to 4.8. The pleasure derived from such continual accumulation was truly delightful. Gazing at the increment in his wealth attribute, he felt akin to the avaricious dragon in a fantasy tale. Each additional gleaming gold coin brought a sense of satisfaction. Unlike the dragons of lore, who hoarded their treasures without expenditure, Li Shi relished both saving and the joy of spending. Having diligently elevated his driving skills to proficient, he decided to reward himself with a toy upon his return to Tanzhou. He then shifted his focus to his physical attribute points. As he ventured forth, he resolved to delay any fusion until he returned to a stable environment, at which point he would formally attempt to breach the 15-point threshold. The mere thought of surpassing the physical limits of an ordinary human sent a thrill through him. His gaze wandered downward, where the option to alter his learning direction appeared next to his driving proficiency, proficient. This was a decision he had long contemplated. With the intention firmly planted in his mind, he reached out to the panel, selecting the option to change his learning direction. In the next moment, the learning panel transformed. Name: Li Shi. Physical, 14.91. Fusion. Wealth, 4.8. Exchange. Currently learning: photography, beginner, completed learning library. Chinese, proficient. Driving, proficient. His photography skills had significantly surpassed those he possessed when he chose to study driving. Furthermore, he had self-studied several advanced materials during this time, enhancing his proficiency considerably. By the panel standards, he could be regarded as a seasoned photographer, possessing at least a skilled level. With a systematic review of the learning process, he would likely soon touch upon the threshold of proficiency, advancing to proficient. For his next learning direction, he could contemplate selecting a sports-related skill. The advantages of his physical attributes could now be harnessed. Through his studies in Chinese and driving, Li Shi had gained a deeper understanding of the system's classification of learning levels. In terms of skill, the level of proficiency roughly corresponds to that of an enthusiast among the general populace. Proficiency signifies a budding enthusiast, proficiency denotes a competent enthusiast, while proficiency represents a seasoned aficionado. The distinction between skilled and proficient levels is not particularly vast. The true qualitative leap occurs when one transitions from proficiency to professionalism. To illustrate this with the example of basketball, beginner refers to someone who has recently taken up the sport, comprehending the rules and possessing basic dribbling and shooting skills. Skilled denotes an individual who plays basketball relatively well among the general crowd. Proficiency indicates a player who has engaged with the game for an extended period, mastering certain basketball techniques and managing to participate in various amateur competitions. Proficiency signifies a key player in typical amateur matches. Proficiency refers to a mainstay in high-level amateur contests. Professional identifies a professional basketball player, while professional represents a top-tier professional athlete. Professional denotes a player with comprehensive skills and an elite understanding of the sport. Grandmaster? Of course, every skill and art possesses its own nuances, and one cannot generalize. Additionally, there exists a significant distinction between acquiring knowledge and honing a craft. Nonetheless, this delineates a general progression. Without delving further, the allure of the rewards associated with the Grandmaster level, particularly the personal space it offers, is undeniably tempting. In the future, I shall inevitably choose a direction in which to learn, striving towards the Grandmaster level. However, before that, Li Shi intends to bide his time. accumulating more attribute points first. The proficiency level of photography corresponds to an enthusiast who possesses a deeper theoretical understanding, a budding photography aficionado. Li Shi, camera in hand, stepped outside, coincidentally encountering the male proprietor who had already risen. "Will you be having breakfast here? This morning, we are serving rice noodles, with two options: smoked bamboo shoots with cured pork and spicy stir-fried meat." Li Shi nodded. "Sounds great, but I'll eat later. Boss, I wish to take a few photographs. Which local scenery is particularly captivating?" The proprietor pointed towards the back of the house. There's a bamboo grove and a small stream behind the mountain. "It's quite picturesque." Chapter 40. Photography. Holding his camera, Li Shi circumvented the main structure of the inn and ventured to the rear. Approximately 20 meters from the backyard, a small stream meandered, with a lush bamboo forest on the opposite bank. The morning breeze gently caressed the hillside, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle and collide, producing a soothing sound, while unknown birds chirped joyfully in the woods, seemingly relishing a delightful breakfast. "The early bird catches the worm, while the early worm becomes the bird's meal." Li Shi chuckled softly. With his learning panel, whether he rose early or late, he was destined to remain a predator. A fleeting thought flickered through his mind, quickly vanishing without a trace as he raised his camera, seeking angles and composing shots. Practice is, without a doubt, the most effective means of solidifying theoretical knowledge. After a while, Gu Qian sent a voice message. "Sure Gu, where are you? I have something to discuss with you." Returning to his room, Li Shi discovered she had already risen and was in the midst of her grooming routine. "What's the matter?" Upon seeing Li Shi, Gu Qian immediately expressed her apologies. "Sure Gu, I just received a notification from the company. I must report to work tomorrow, so I fear I can only enjoy today." Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, he quickly reassured himself that it was indeed for the best, allowing him to return early and integrate that point into his physique. With a smile, he remarked, "It's all right. Let us enjoy a stroll around Wanjia Lake at the summit this morning and return to Tanzhou by noon. Did you not mention that there is a fine French restaurant at the Guijin Center? Let us call and make a reservation. We can indulge in it tonight." Ji Qian leaned closer, bestowing upon him a gentle kiss. She then located the phone number for the Western restaurant and called to make a reservation. Alas, the evening slots were fully booked. They could only secure a reservation for the following night. Beside her, Li Shi mused, as expected, a woman could not deter one's earnest pursuit of knowledge. It seemed destined that he would commence his photography course upon returning home, and he could also merge his physique attribute points that evening. After enjoying rice noodles at the guest house, the couple drove to Wanjia Lake at the summit. Just as Li Shi parked the car and had yet to disembark, a loud curse echoed from nearby. "What the hell? This is called a lake. It's merely a small reservoir. You tricked me into traversing this long mountain road." Almost immediately, a man walked back from the lake's edge, entered a neighboring silver Buick, and turned back down the mountain. Li Shi and Gu Qian exchanged glances. After exiting the vehicle, they strolled around Wanjia Lake, discovering that indeed, the lake was not particularly large. Though the scenery was decent, albeit somewhat marred by artificial traces, such as the common ailment of all artificially developed scenic spots, one cannot expect too much. Li Shi took several photographs of Gu Qian with his camera when, suddenly, a chill crept over his wrist. Looking up, he noticed raindrops descending from the sky. "It's raining. Let us find some shelter," he suggested, taking Gu Qian's hand and leading her to a nearby corridor. In an instant, the sky darkened, and fine raindrops fell in a continuous stream, enveloping Wanjia Lake in a natural filter that transformed the atmosphere into something profoundly different. Gloomy yet deep, Li Shi gazed at the lake's surface, where vapor rose in a misty haze. Captivated, he lifted his camera and captured a few shots from various angles. As the rain intensified, the corridor became their solitary refuge. With nothing else to occupy their time, Li Shi settled onto a bench and pulled Gu Qian onto his lap. They would be heading back in the afternoon, thus effectively making use of their time. This sudden downpour was swift, lasting merely a few minutes before subsiding. The pair returned to their car and began their descent, officially concluding their journey to Yangmingshan. Exiting the Yangmingshan scenic area, they drove for over 4 hours and arrived in Tanzhou as evening fell. Li Shi escorted Gu Qian to her residence before proceeding directly to Fenghuang Bay. As he approached, he called the property manager. The property management was handled by the developer, who was also responsible for the sale of remaining parking spaces and garages. The property manager, Peng Gao, was a young man in his early 20s. Upon learning of Li Shi's interest in purchasing a garage, he was naturally delighted. Selling even one garage would yield a commission equivalent to an extra month's salary. After parking his car in his designated spot, Li Shi walked a few steps and spotted Peng Gao, dressed in a suit, waiting at the elevator. Upon seeing him, Peng Gao immediately approached, enthusiastically introducing himself. Mr. Li, I have found 2 garages closest to your elevator. Allow me to show you if they meet your satisfaction, Li Shi politely replied. I appreciate your assistance. Not at all, please follow me, came the response. After a short while, Peng Gao led Li Shi to the far edge of the underground parking garage. The outermost circle comprised 3 combined parking spaces, all of which had been sold and equipped with electric doors. The unsold ones remained open, temporarily serving as public parking spots. Mr. Li, what do you think of these 2 garages? Li Shi approached and cast a brief glance. There was little of particular interest. He turned and inquired, once I purchase them, may I make modifications? He added. Is there any possibility of a price reduction? Peng Gao quickly replied. As long as you refrain from excavating further, you may modify as you wish. However, the price remains unchanged. It is publicly listed. Our community's parking spaces are priced at 200,000 each, and these are equivalent to 3 private spaces. Thus, starting from the base of 600,000, an additional 150,000 is added, bringing the total to 750,000. The developer also includes an electric smart door, valued at 100,000 in the market, which effectively means you are only paying an additional 50,000. Li Shi, eager to expedite the process, directly posed the critical question. Previously, you mentioned that the garage has ownership rights, correct? Peng Gao affirmed, indeed. It comes with a 50-year ownership certificate, which has already been processed. This is quite a rarity. Li Shi nodded in agreement and arranged to return the following afternoon to sign the contract. He chose not to visit the new apartment and, after their discussion, drove straight back to his rental unit. He opened his tablet and accessed Bilibili, clicking on a video tutorial that had been saved in his favorites for some time. Starting from scratch, a step-by-step guide to learning photography. The 8-hour course was viewed at an average speed of 1.5 times, allowing him to skip certain segments while pausing at others to follow along with his camera. He estimated that he could complete the course in 5 to 6 hours. Time for takeout, let's get to work. In reality, he spent even longer on the introductory course than anticipated, starting at 7 o'clock and continuing until 1:30 in the morning to finish the entire tutorial. Upon completion, even with his 14.9 constitution, Li Shi felt a slight dizziness, a sensation of mental exhaustion. Nevertheless, he had gained substantial knowledge. After a refreshing shower, he lay in bed and summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Constitution: 14. 9.2 Fusion status: Wealth: 5.8. Exchange status: Currently learning. Camera photography: Beginner. Completed learning library: Chinese: Proficient. Driving: Proficient. His camera photography skill had progressed from not started to beginner. And with just a small further step, he could attain proficiency. His advancement could only be described as rapid, yet all of it fell within his expectations. As it was late, he focused on his constitution attribute. It was time to fuse. Li Shi checked his phone to ensure no alarms were set before turning it off. As a final act, he felt a twinge of anxiety and took a series of deep breaths to calm himself. He then concentrated and touched the panel. Choose to fuse 1 point of constitution. As before, the moment he made his selection, a gentle warmth enveloped his body, soon followed by a tingling sensation spreading from various parts of his body, swiftly overtaking his entire being, and the feeling intensified. It was uncomfortable, immensely so. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort. Li Shi endeavored to restrain himself, yet after merely 3 seconds, he found himself involuntarily exclaiming, "Ah!" At that moment, a dazzling nebula suddenly illuminated the learning panel, and before he could react, he fainted abruptly. The room was engulfed in darkness, enveloped in profound silence, save for the long and lingering sound of breathing. Chapter 41. You should consider a massage. 8 hours later, Li Shi awoke, and in stark contrast to his previous experiences of merging his physical attributes, this time he felt a pervasive soreness throughout his body. Raising his arm sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. It seemed that every muscle was unusually rigid, making even the slightest movement a challenge. After exerting considerable effort, he finally managed to sit up from the bed, drenched in sweat. How could this be? He had never anticipated that surpassing the limit of 15 points in physical attributes would be such an ordeal. A bitter smile crept across his lips. Yet even this slight gesture strained his facial muscles, eliciting a grimace from the discomfort. He felt akin to a reclusive individual unaccustomed to physical exertion, who had suddenly completed a marathon. Though he had not succumbed, he awoke the next day with his body reeling from muscle tears and a buildup of lactic acid. Leaning against the headboard, he closed his eyes to recuperate for several minutes, feeling somewhat better before summoning the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Physique: 15. 9.1 Merge. Wealth: 5.8. Redeem. Currently learning. Camera photography, beginner, completed learning library. Chinese, proficient. Driving, proficient. From the learning panel, it was evident that the merging had been successful. Thus, the sensations were somewhat familiar, yet undoubtedly unique to his circumstances. Had he undergone medical examination, no significant lactic acid accumulation would have been revealed, nor any muscle strains. Everything stemmed from surpassing his limits. Ignoring the discomfort, Li Shi ventured to the refrigerator in search of a previously opened bag of red bean toast, which he laboriously consumed, washing it down with 2 cups of water. As he ate, he pondered. With each additional point in physical attributes, he would inevitably be pushing his limits. Thus, would this pervasive soreness and rigidity become a frequent experience? Although reluctant to smile ruefully, he could not help but display a grin that reflected both pain and joy. Indeed, while this soreness was unpleasant, it paled in comparison to the continual breakthroughs in his physical capabilities. The toast offered only a faint sweetness, its flavor rather unremarkable, yet he swallowed it with difficulty, maintaining an optimistic outlook. Having gained this experience, he resolved to prepare more delectable provisions for his next attribute merging. Given the discomfort accompanying any movement, Li Shi decided to return to bed. Paradoxically, despite his physical malaise, his spirits were remarkably high. He found it impossible to fall asleep. After lying in bed for 10 minutes, he struggled to rise again, retrieving his tablet to access Bilibili, where he opened a photography advancement tutorial, The Art of Photography Creation, complete 54 lectures. This course, presented by Professor Guiyin of Huagua Media University, delved into 5 major modules: composition, angles, modeling, color, and lighting, illustrating how to elevate one's photography skills to a more professional level. ASA University instructor delivers lectures. They must cater to dozens, if not hundreds, of students in the classroom, often resulting in a slower pace of speech. Li Shi, however, continues to watch and learn at a speed of 1.5 times. Once immersed in his studies, he easily loses track of time, only to realize, after several notifications from WeChat, that it is already 1:30 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, he has been studying for over 3 hours. Attempting to stretch his body, he notices significant improvement. A few arm swings and foot lifts alleviate much of his muscle soreness, enabling him to move slowly yet freely. Upon checking WeChat, he sees numerous messages from Gu Qian. The company has arranged for her and several colleagues to urgently travel to Jiangxing in a neighboring province, resulting in the cancellation of their planned dinner that evening. Just as Li Shi finishes reading her message, she calls him. "I'm so sorry. Sure good, I didn't expect the company to urgently summon me back for a business trip. This trip is quite significant, and if I perform well, there's a possibility of promotion. So I cannot take leave," Gu Qian apologetically explains over the phone. Li Shi, realizing that he is not in the best condition to go out, quickly replies, "No worries, we can reschedule for another time." After ending the call with Gu Qian, he recalls that he had also planned to meet in the afternoon to sign the garage purchase contract at Phoenix Bay. Given the current situation, that too must be postponed. He finds the WeChat contact for the property manager, Peng Gao, and sends a voice message. "Xiao Peng, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to today. We need to delay signing the contract until tomorrow afternoon. Based on his current recovery rate, even if he is not fully healed by tomorrow, it should not hinder the signing process." "All right, Mr. Li, I will contact you tomorrow morning to confirm." "If that is acceptable?" "Sounds good. Let us touch base tomorrow. I'm sorry for the inconvenience today." "No problem at all, Mr. Li. Our property management is here to serve esteemed owners like you." While communicating with the property manager, his stomach growls multiple times, indicating his growing hunger. He opens Mate 1 and orders a green pepper and shredded pork clay pot rice. As he places the order, Li Shi reflects on the fact that he possesses several million in his bank account and has accumulated 5.8 wealth attribute points on his learning panel. Why, then, does he still resort to takeout so frequently? Once he relocates to Phoenix Bay, he must find a skilled cook. It is not only unclean but also unhealthy to rely solely on takeout. However, it must be said that the delivery speed is remarkably swift. Within 15 minutes of placing the order, the delivery person arrives at his door. After hastily consuming his meal, Li Shi shuts off his tablet, intending to take a short nap, hoping that sleep will enhance his recovery speed. Yet, as he lies in bed, sleep eludes him. His mind and body seem to exist in 2 extreme states, and despite his efforts to relax, he cannot achieve it. After 20 minutes of tossing and turning, he is about to give up when a new WeChat message arrives. Swiping to check, he discovers it is from Li Gu Aiming. "Are you there?" Seeing the 3 exclamation marks, Li Shi assumes there is an urgent matter and promptly initiates a video call. "What's wrong?" "There is a matter upon which I seek your assistance. My diploma has unfortunately gone missing. I have already reached out to my former counselor, who informed me that as long as I provide a written application along with the original and photocopied identification, as well as some photographs, it would be possible to enlist someone to assist in procuring a replacement graduation certificate. However, since my original ID is required, I feel uneasy in trusting this task to another. Given that I am currently unable to leave Shijing, I would like to impose upon you to make this trip on my behalf, Li Shi inquired. What do you need me to do? Li Guaming quickly replied. Once I send you the relevant materials via express delivery, upon receiving them, you should visit my former counselor at the school. I have already spoken with him, and he will guide you on how to obtain the necessary stamps and submit the application. Upon hearing this, Li Shi, realizing that it wasn't an immediate task, responded, all right, no problem. It's just a trip, after all. Since Li Guaming has always treated me well, I certainly wish to help. At that moment, Li Guaming noticed that Li Shi's demeanor appeared off and asked, what is wrong with you? Are you unwell? Li Shi, naturally unwilling to divulge the truth, made an excuse. I overexerted myself during exercise yesterday, and today I woke up feeling utterly sore all over. Li Guaming immediately raised an eyebrow, sporting a mischievous grin. I have experience with this sort of thing. You ought to get a massage to loosen up your muscles and tendons. It will undoubtedly expedite your recovery. Li Shi paused. Considering this advice, it made sense. Typically, athletes who train extensively seek out massage therapists to relieve muscle tension. However, while his condition might resemble that of overexertion, the underlying cause was quite different. Would a massage truly be beneficial? After concluding the video call, Li Shi hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding that regardless of its efficacy, it was worth a try. Even if the massage did not aid in recovery, he believed that simply relaxing and getting a good night's sleep would suffice for recuperation. Chapter 42. Spa Relaxation. Tanzhou is renowned among certain circles as a haven for health and wellness. A discerning observer would soon realize that this city boasts an astonishing abundance of establishments dedicated to foot baths, massages, chiropractic adjustments, and spa therapies. The prevalence of soreness is ubiquitous. Thus, Li Shi was inclined to try a full-body massage on this occasion. He resolved not to return to the previous establishment. After conducting an online search, he stumbled upon a recommendation from a fellow patron in a forum he frequented, extolling the virtues of a high-end Thai spa in Tanzhou. This individual praised the establishment's exquisite ambience, attentive service, and the commendable skill of the therapists, particularly noting that they had a remarkable ability to lull even the most restless insomniac into slumber. The only downside mentioned was the steep pricing. Intrigued by the glowing review, Li Shi felt compelled to experience it for himself, hoping to find solace in his current state. The cost was of little concern, as he was not lacking in funds. After locating the spa's contact information, he called to make an appointment. Observing that it was already past 3 in the afternoon and an hour and a half had elapsed, Li Shi stood to stretch his limbs. Finding that the soreness had somewhat diminished, dressing in fresh attire, he ordered a ride through a ride-hailing app. 6 minutes later, he boarded the car, confirmed the destination, and leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. As he exited the residential community, having descended a few steps, a dull ache in his thighs unexpectedly caused him to break into a light sweat. He resolved to give his legs a thorough massage later. Li Shi paused for a moment, then retrieved his phone to peruse the news. However, the trending topics on Weibo were rife with distressing matters, leaving only trivial entertainment discussions. One particular trending post lauded a male star's acting prowess, prompting him to click on it. Upon viewing, he was left speechless. Was this lifeless gaze truly worthy of such acclaim? It was utterly cringeworthy. Disgusted, Li Shi exited Weibo and opened WeChat to scroll through his moments, casually liking every update. After a while, he stumbled upon a post from his mother, and he was taken aback. She had never before shared anything on her moments. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could her account have been hacked? He quickly scanned the content. This week's insoles have been purchased again, and everyone is quite pleased. A simple statement accompanied by a photo of handmade insoles adorned with a floral pattern. The picture was not particularly sharp, somewhat blurred, yet it astonished Li Shi. When he had changed his phone, he had considered teaching her how to post on social media, but at that time, she had shown no interest in such matters. He promptly made a call to inquire about the situation. Nana has returned. She taught me how to post. Now she is organizing us to create embroidered items in the village, and she has contacted buyers who pay more. Xiao Na, the daughter of a neighbor from the village group, was 6 years his senior. Shi in Yangqing. She got divorced, with the child staying with the father. She resigned from her job there and came back. Alas, your 6th grandmother has cried several times over this matter. After a brief conversation, Li Shi ended the call, somewhat reflective. In today's society, the divorce rate was indeed alarmingly high. Among the young people he knew, many had already divorced, including Li Guaming, who had recommended the massage he was about to receive. He too had been married for less than 2 years before separating. He navigated to Chao Na's WeChat and sent a message. Nana, have you returned to your hometown? Given the village's hierarchy, Chao Na was the daughter of his distant 6th grandfather, thus making her his aunt. After sending the message, he received no immediate response. Just then, he arrived at the leisure club that Li Shi paid for his ride via his phone and, upon disembarking, made a call. The establishment, named Tailu, was surprisingly located in a commercial building. Once he reached the 30th floor, a staff member from the club awaited him at the elevator. Mr. Li, welcome to our leisure club. Please follow me. The receptionist guided him into an opulently decorated space that bore little resemblance to a massage parlor. Rather, it resembled a high-end art hotel, an establishment he had yet to experience, having only seen videos online. At first glance, the lobby resembled an art corridor, characterized by a harmonious gray, white, and blue palette, exuding simplicity and elegance, with a strong sense of design. Arriving at the front desk, he settled into a sofa chair by the floor-to-ceiling windows, from which a stunning view of the river could be admired. Shortly thereafter, a different female receptionist approached with a tablet, ready to introduce him to the leisure offerings. Li Shi expressed his desires to find a tranquil environment and a skilled technician, hoping to relax his entire body and muscles, preferably indulging in a lengthy session where he could even take a nap. The female receptionist recommended a luxurious 150-minute full-body essential oil spa package for men, priced at 1588 yuan. There were private VIP rooms available, and should the guest fall asleep, the session could be extended. After gaining a general understanding of the package, Li Shi decided to indulge himself today and booked it. When selecting a technician, the receptionist presented a tablet displaying photographs, her finger gliding across the screen, one after another. After perusing a dozen options, he remained true to his instinct and chose the one with the most symmetrical features. After scanning the payment, the receptionist guided him through the establishment for a while until they arrived at a VIP area. Stopping before a room named Sangyuan. At the entrance, a slender female technician awaited him. Good day, sir. I am Technician 6, Xiao, here to serve you today. The technician, Xiao, donned a white uniform complemented by a blue gradient sheer skirt. Her figure graceful, and she wore a veil, seemingly aiming to evoke an air of classical mystery. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the floors, walls, and ceiling were adorned with natural wood panels, and the technician explained that the finest mulberry wood was used. Sangyuan, mulberry wood, silkworm rearing women, where are the silkworm babies? After selecting the essential oils, he changed into a fresh bathrobe in the adjoining changing room. Xiao then guided him to soak his feet before lying on the massage table, where she commenced the full-body essential oil massage. Amidst the gentle strains of background music, Xiao applied the oil delicately with her soft yet firm hands across Li Shi's face, ears, neck, back, and arms, meticulously kneading his skin. Gradually, the pressure increased as she worked on his muscles. At some point, the background music shifted to the sound of rain, occasionally interspersed with distant thunderclaps. This thunder was not jarring. Rather, it harmonized with the rain, creating a soothing atmosphere. Under her gentle ministrations, accompanied by the tranquil sounds of rain, Li Shi gradually succumbed to relaxation, allowing his mind and body to unwind. He lay there, surrendering to the technician's skilled touch, lazily enjoying the experience, devoid of thoughts, and soon found himself drifting into slumber. After several minutes, he successfully entered the realm of dreams. In his dream, he seemed to witness the vast nebula before him fading away. Then the scene shifted to himself asleep at the company, eventually merging the two into a singular existence, indistinguishable from one another. In this deep slumber, Li Shi slept particularly soundly, even emitting a rare, faint snore. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he fell asleep, Technician Xiao began to massage his legs, leading to an awkward situation. Chapter 43, full of life, seeking monthly votes. Initially, the guest lay prone on the massage table. As she prepared to massage his legs, she gently guided the already semi-conscious guest to turn over onto his back, and then, an embarrassing moment unfolded. As a top-tier technician, Xiao had predominantly catered to female clients, though she had attended to numerous male patrons as well. She had encountered various temperaments, but had never met a guest quite like today's. The esteemed technician, Xiao, first assessed the guest's condition and, noticing he was in a deep slumber, returned to her position to complete the leg massage. Recalling the guest's prior instructions, she settled quietly nearby, patiently awaiting his awakening. Yet, her gaze could not refrain from stealing glances at him. Before long, after years in the profession, a rare flush graced her cheeks. Indeed, it was a sight to behold. When Li Shi awakened, He instinctively sat up and stretched, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort enveloping his entire being. Although his muscles bore a subtle ache, the overall sensation was remarkably pleasant. This brief slumber seemed to have harmonized his body and spirit, alleviating the extremes he had previously felt. "Sir, you have just fallen asleep. There remains half an hour. Would you like me to continue my services?" The technician inquired softly as she approached. Li Shi, somewhat disoriented, realized that after a 150-minute session, only half an hour remained, meaning he had truly slept for just over an hour. How could such a brief respite yield such significant rejuvenation, far surpassing the restorative effects of lying in bed for 6 or 7 hours during the day? "Please continue," he replied. "It may not be possible to complete the remaining treatments in half an hour. Shall we extend the time?" "No need. Just utilize the remaining half hour," he instructed. Lying back down, the technician brought a warm towel, gently advising him to close his eyes before placing the cloth over them. Moments later, he felt a pair of hands, adorned with fragrant oils, skillfully kneading and pressing various parts of his upper body with varying pressure. A most delightful sensation. As he indulged in the experience, he pondered why such a brief sleep had alleviated his discomfort so remarkably. "I feel muscle stiffness and soreness, yet it is not due to excessive exertion. The cause lies in the merging of attribute points, which has propelled my physical constitution beyond its limits. In truth, my muscles and bones may be stronger and healthier than ever before. Thus, this discomfort could merely be an illusion or perhaps an adaptation response following a breakthrough of limits." It must be said, experiencing this essential oil spa for the first time was indeed a pleasure. Li Shi felt himself thoroughly relaxed, gradually slipping into a light slumber. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed until the technician gently guided him awake. Whispering softly in his ear, as he sat up, a server presented him with a cup of jasmine tea, perfectly warm, and upon taking a sip, he felt entirely at ease. Exiting the private room, Li Shi took a moment to rest in the lounge area, checking his unread messages on his phone. Immediately, a staff member attending to the relaxation area placed a beautifully arranged platter of delicacies before him. Feeling a touch hungry, he sampled a piece of rose cake, finding it quite delightful. There were numerous unread messages, among them a message from his distant cousin. "Qiaonat, I have divorced and resigned from my job to return to my family home, preparing to start a business here. I heard from my sister-in-law that you have purchased a house in Tanzhou. Quite impressive, just a few years post-graduation, and you've managed to acquire property on your OWNIT. Seems you have struck it rich." Li Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had it not been for the learning panel, his aspirations to own a home would likely have been postponed for several more years, compounded by the burden of a substantial mortgage. After some contemplation, I opened the input method and typed in response. "I heard about your endeavors from my mother. It seems you have returned to support the development of our hometown, which I truly admire." Joanna quickly replied, "My aspirations aren't that lofty. It's simply that one cannot remain idle. I always seek something to engage in, but if I can help my fellow villagers earn a bit more, I would be more than willing to do so." Smiley face, Li Shi responded, "That sounds like a win-win situation, mutually beneficial." Thumbs up, Joanna continued, "Li Shi, you're quite eloquent now, much more than in your childhood when you were truly like a rock." "Haha, by the way, have you found a girlfriend yet?" Li Shi sighed. Ever since graduating from university, every conversation with friends and relatives inevitably veered towards the topic of his relationship status. He could foresee that in 2 years, the pressure to marry would undoubtedly increase. While engaging in light banter with Joanna, he glanced at another unread message from Gu Qian, who had already arrived in Jiangxing, and her friend Zhong Xiaxia. He first replied to Gu Qian's message before opening Zhong Xiaxia's WeChat. "Li Gu, what happened to our promise of drinks? Playful, are you free tonight? Let's go drink in Jifangxi, shall we?" Li Shi pondered. Had this girl abandoned her aspiration of turning herself into a long-term support? The image of Zhong Xiaxia flashed through his mind. In terms of facial features, her beauty surpassed that of Gu Qian. However, never mind, Li Shi chose not to respond to Zhong Xiaxia's message. He stood up and walked to the window. Gazing at the vibrant night scenery outside, his thoughts adrift, upon descending, he walked for quite some time, hardly feeling any soreness. After taking a taxi back to his residence, it was once again time for solitary study. He resumed watching tutorials on his tablet. Lecture 51. Photography in Rain and Snow. Strictly speaking, rainy and snowy days should be categorized as a type of overcast weather. However, the unique elements of rain and snow warrant their own classification, as they imbue photographic creation with special significance. Rain and snow possess a strong emotive quality. In the realm of photography, they are often referred to as lyrical elements. When rain and snow grace an image, they typically intertwine with the theme and atmosphere of the scene. Rain, aside from conveying themes of sorrow, can also evoke joy. Consider this image titled In the Rain. After studying for a while, Li Shi's gaze fell upon the camera on his desk, and he felt a twinge of desire to create. He thought to himself that in order to progress swiftly, he must put the theoretical knowledge from the tutorials into practice. Searching for the weather forecast for Tanzhou over the next few days, he discovered it would be sunny. Never mind, he concluded. I shall finish the theoretical courses first, then focus on capturing all the practical photographs, such as portraying themes of hardship in the rain, joy in the snow, and the debauchery amidst the neon lights, etc. Integrating the theoretical knowledge acquired, I shall photograph each theme in turn. Once completed, I should be poised to elevate my skills to the level of proficiency. After laboring until midnight, Li Shi finally retired to bed. This time, he fell asleep with remarkable swiftness. The night passed in silence, and by 6 o'clock the following morning, he naturally awoke, feeling an unprecedented sense of vitality. He stood up, his posture reminiscent of a dragon or a fierce tiger, his bare body moving freely in the open space beside the bed, every muscle invigorated with boundless energy. He swung his fists with fervor, wishing he could deliver a single blow capable of slaying a bull. Chapter 44. Photography learning plan. In the past, after integrating his physical attributes, he often felt an impulsive urge to engage in a brawl with the wild boars of his hometown, Hanyu Ridge. This time, however, his target of impulse had shifted to a bull. Could one truly strike down a bull with a single punch? Certainly, that was a mere illusion. An adult yellow bull typically weighs between 300 to 500 kilograms, while he himself weighed a mere 70 kilograms. The disparity in size was vast. The average physical attribute for a standard healthy adult male is around 10 points, with the human limit being 15 points. Even at 15.9 points, he had only just surpassed the threshold. In his recollection, Captain America from Marvel, devoid of any protagonist privileges or additional enhancements, initially boasted a physique enhanced fourfold by serum, suggesting his physical attributes would exceed 40 points. This character stands as one of the more recognizable primary superhumans in cinematic portrayals, though it must be noted that the discrepancies between film and reality are significant. His understanding of Marvel films is limited. Thus, any interpretations may contain inaccuracies. Nevertheless, it serves as a slight reference point. If he could attain 3 points in physical attributes for each skill and knowledge he mastered at the proficient level, to reach over 40 points, he would need to complete at least 7 or 8 additional learning endeavors. 7 or 8 learning projects would occupy him for quite some time. Li Shi, positioned on the floor beside his bed, completed 200 standard push-ups in one breath, breaking a light sweat before jumping to his feet. During his shower, he summoned the learning panel, name, Li Shi Physique, 15.91. Integration pending, wealth, 5. 8. Redemption pending, currently learning. Camera photography, beginner, completed learning repository. Chinese, proficient. Driving, proficient. There remained 1 point of physique attributes yet to be integrated, which he decided to set aside for a couple of days. In the morning, Li Shi did not venture out but chose to stay at home, immersing himself in the theoretical aspects of photography. Drawing upon his understanding of the art and consulting various resources, he devised a comprehensive photography learning plan. The plan was broadly divided into 4 parts: foundational theoretical accumulation, practical application, enhancement of aesthetic appreciation, and supplementary skills in post-photography techniques. Within the foundational theoretical knowledge, he included not only professional photography textbooks but also various specialized tutorials, mastering the basic functions of photographic equipment, understanding camera shooting modes, grasping composition techniques, and exposure techniques, among others. Li Shi was still in the stage of accumulating foundational theoretical knowledge. He studied diligently until noon, then stepped out to find a nearby restaurant for a quick meal before driving to Phoenix Bay. The process of finalizing the garage purchase took over an hour. Once concluded, he returned to his new home, contemplating how to transform the second Zhongjing suite, aside from the master bedroom, into a study. In the future, the study will undoubtedly be utilized frequently, hence he is particularly attentive to it. The large bed can be relocated to the nanny's room, thereby freeing up space. The area before the floor-to-ceiling windows can remain vacant, allowing for the placement of a desk, with a comfortable sofa in the center and a bookshelf beside it. A large display screen can be mounted on this wall, which may later serve for viewing video tutorials. Having contemplated this for some time, he swiftly finalized the renovation plan. The desk and sofa can be purchased as ready-made items, but it would be best to customize the bookshelf according to actual dimensions, necessitating the involvement of professionals. Li Shi searched online and discovered a well-reviewed local customization firm named Tulin in Tanzhou, arranging for their designer to come promptly for measurements and to discuss the customization plan. Given the current unfavorable economic climate, the market competition is particularly fierce, resulting in increasing pressure across many industries. Li Shi sat on the sofa in the living room, studying on his phone for 40 minutes before the team arrived. 3 individuals came. A designer, a designer's assistant, and a salesperson. The assistant and the salesperson took their tools to measure, while Li Shi communicated his thoughts and needs for the study with the male designer, who was in his 30s. The designer, surnamed Jiang, listened attentively to Li Shi's ideas, and after walking around the apartment twice, he paused thoughtfully by the window and said, "Mr. Li, my perspective is to unify the current decoration style and build upon that with some modifications to meet your needs. Moreover, such a beautiful river view should be utilized. For instance, in this location, we could add a small tea area. If you grow weary from reading at the desk, you could move over here, enjoy some tea, and admire the scenery. Of course, this is merely my preliminary thought. You mentioned wanting the renovation completed before National Day, so we need to expedite the process. I will work late tonight with my colleagues to develop a detailed design plan by tomorrow, at which point we can discuss further." "All right." Li Shi found his ideas quite agreeable and replied, "That sounds good." Although following the designer's vision will undoubtedly incur additional expenses, the study is likely to become the area where he spends the most time at home, aside from the bedroom, so investing a bit more does not seem unreasonable. Around 4 in the afternoon, upon returning to the rental apartment, Li Shi finished watching the previous video tutorials and opened the electronic book list he had purchased earlier. Large format photography, black and white photography, portrait photography, documentary photography, landscape photography, commercial still life photography, news photography, archaeological photography, photography color, photography lighting. He first selected black and white photography. This book, authored by the renowned domestic photographer, Tsinghua professor, and doctoral supervisor Feng Jiangwo, also serves as a textbook for the photography program at Beijing Film Academy, discussing the fundamental theories and techniques of black and white photography. Li Shi glanced at the table of contents using his tablet before continuing to flip through the pages. The first chapter, An Introduction to Black and White Photography, explores its allure. He approached the reading with the same vigor he had when studying his language arts textbooks, immersing himself in the material. However, the language arts textbooks were ones he had diligently studied in class throughout his life, with many passages memorized multiple times, whereas these photography textbooks were entirely new to him, resulting in a significantly slower learning pace. Fortunately, the study of photography differs from that of the Chinese language, as it is primarily centered around comprehension of the material. As long as one can grasp the content and the author's intended message, that is generally sufficient. The entire volume of black and white photography comprises 10 chapters, which are not extensive, and is accompanied by a plethora of images. By noon the following day, Li Shi had completed his reading, just as designer Jiang from Tulu & Company forwarded the design proposal. The design proposal posed no issues, and after a thorough discussion, both parties proceeded to Phoenix Bay where the designer took additional measurements and signed the custom contract. It must be said, conducting business nowadays is indeed quite challenging. That very evening, the counterpart provided the project quotation. Once Li Shi, as the client, confirmed everything was in order, the factory promptly commenced production. For the next 2 days, Li Shi remained at home, reverting to his reclusive state, diligently adhering to his study plan to accumulate theoretical knowledge in photography. It was not until that afternoon, when he received a call from the courier company informing him that the set of barbells he had purchased online had finally arrived, that he emerged from this semi-isolated state of study and drove to Phoenix Bay to collect them. Chapter 45. The second time this was a set of 180 kilograms of barbells. Due to their substantial weight, they could not be stored in a delivery locker, necessitating prior communication with Li Shi to schedule a delivery time. Li Shi instructed them to deliver the items directly to the underground parking lot of Phoenix Bay. The garage originally accommodated 3 parking spaces, each measuring 6 meters in length and 2.8 meters in width, totaling an area of 50.4 square meters. Including the surrounding area, the entire garage spans 68.2 square meters. Overall, it appeared quite spacious. The delivery truck from the company maneuvered directly into the garage, and the delivery person, alone, parked the vehicle and approached Li Shi, saying, "Could you please assist me in lifting this?" "It's rather heavy, of course. It's my own purchase," Li Shi replied. The items were divided into 4 packaging boxes. The delivery person climbed into the truck bed, laboriously moving the first box to the edge before descending and remarking, "You bought barbells, right? Although this box doesn't look large, it is exceedingly heavy. Just this one box weighs at least 100 and some pounds. Let us lift it together." Shi glanced at the label affixed to the box, noting that it contained 4 weight plates, 2 weighing 25 kilograms and 2 weighing 20 kilograms, totaling indeed 180 pounds. He could easily lift the 180 pounds himself, but he refrained from showing off and cooperated with the delivery person to unload it from the vehicle, placing it on the concrete floor of the garage. The second box was larger, yet slightly lighter, containing 2 sets each of 15 kilograms, 10 kilograms, 5 kilograms, and 2.5 kilograms weight plates, along with a pair of 5 kilogram spring clips. The third box was long and the lightest, containing a 20 kilogram barbell rod. The remaining box held 2 sound dampening mats. Once the delivery person drove away, Li Shi closed the garage door. The entire underground parking area was equipped with a fresh air system, which was also present in this small garage, ensuring that even with the door closed, there was no concern of oxygen deficiency. In fact, the air remained fresh for a considerable time. He began to unpack the boxes and assemble the equipment. In recent days, I have been holding back the integration of the remaining single point of physical attributes. Apart from needing to adapt further, I am also awaiting the arrival of the barbell to assess my current strength data and to keep a record, so that I may surpass it later for comparison. Although I possess confidence in my existing strength, Li Shi still opted to begin with lighter weights. Initially, I loaded 2 25 kilogram plates onto the barbell, along with the collars and the bar itself, bringing the total to 75 kilograms, approximately 20 kilograms more than Gu Qian's body weight. Standing firm, I bent at the waist, grasping the barbell with both hands, effortlessly lifting it up. I merely held the weight upright without performing an overhead lift like a weightlifter, as such an action requires technique. Otherwise, one risks muscle strain. After a few minutes of acclimatizing to the 75 kilogram weight, I felt no significant difficulty and gently lowered the barbell onto the weight-reducing mat. On my second attempt, I added a 15 kilogram plate to each side, raising the total weight to 105 kilograms. Li Shi executed a steady deadlift, feeling a slight strain this time. After standing upright for 3 minutes, perspiration began to form. Upon lowering the weight, I continued to add another 10 kilogram plate to each side, increasing the total to 125 kilograms. With determination, I successfully lifted it to a standing position, yet it required considerably more effort than before. After a minute, I began to feel a slight ache and tightness in my arm muscles, prompting me to lower the weight promptly. The weightlifting record for the 69 kilogram category stands at a clean and jerk of 166 kilograms and a snatch of 198 kilograms. In comparison to the world record, my current strength may still fall slightly short, as the points and physical attributes represent an overall capability, with strength being merely one facet. Moreover, my score of 15.9 merely indicates a recent breakthrough beyond 15. The path ahead requires considerable effort. Li Shi waved his hands, suddenly chuckling. With my current strength, lifting a young lady of Gu Qian's weight with one hand feels quite effortless. If I were to lift her with both hands, that would pose no challenge at all. As for how long I could sustain it, I plan to test that the night after tomorrow. As for the extent of my maximum strength, I have no intention of testing it, as it could lead to injury. Earlier in the day, Gu Qian had messaged me, saying she would return to Tanzhou the day after tomorrow. Upon returning to my rented accommodation, I visited a nearby supermarket to procure some fruits and snacks, and then dined at a local eatery, deliberately ordering several extra dishes to take back. Subsequently, I called the leisure club I had visited last time to make a reservation for services the following morning. Once in my bedroom, I plugged in my newly purchased Huawei laptop, the MateBook X Pro, powered it on, activated the camera recording function, and positioned it on my desk to capture a close view of the bed. This laptop, which cost me 9,000 yuan, boasts a 1 terabyte hard drive, ample enough to record over 8 hours of video. Prepared for the second breakthrough in my physical attribute limit, I turned off the lights, lay down on the bed, closed my eyes, and engaged with the learning panel to select the integration of one point of physical attributes. As before, I first felt a warm sensation within, but soon, a wave of tingling surged from all directions, and before long, I lost consciousness. However, this time, I managed to endure without uttering a sound. 8 hours later, I awoke, slightly raising my right hand, a familiar soreness washing over me, leaving my emotions in a complex state. As anticipated, it seems that every subsequent fusion of physical attributes will inevitably subject him to the discomfort of overexertion. This time, he did not rush to rise but instead remained reclined, summoning the learning interface to glance at his physical attributes, which had elevated from 15.9 to 16.9, a clear indication of a successful fusion. He closed his eyes, hoping to drift back into slumber. But alas, his efforts were in vain. 20 minutes later, he reluctantly arose, first checking the time. 5:09 a.m., still early in the day. He proceeded to stop the recording on his notebook, saving it diligently, before sluggishly making his way to the kitchen like a sloth. There, he heated the leftovers from the previous night in the microwave, enduring the discomfort in his cheeks and throat as he managed to consume a small amount. Returning to his bed, he opened the collection of complete course on aesthetic principles from his Bilibili account, and began to study while lying down. Photography, at its core, is a harmonious blend of technique and artistry. Thus, enhancing his aesthetic sensibilities was an integral component of Li Shi's study plan. He immersed himself in learning until 8:30 in the morning, and after more than 3 hours of restorative study, his condition had markedly improved. He sat down at his desk to review the recording, noting nothing unusual. He had remained quietly reclined on his bed. Yet, upon closer examination, it appeared he hadn't moved at all during that time. Dragging the progress bar, Li Shi discovered that he had lain in bed for over 8 hours without shifting even slightly, not even turning over, nor exhibiting the common post-fainting twitches. From the moment he opted for the fusion until he awakened, approximately 8 hours and 12 minutes had elapsed. Retrieving a notebook from his desk drawer, he recorded in a manner only he could decipher, 8.20, movement. He then deleted the video, glancing at the time, nearly 9 o'clock. Lying back down, he attempted to fall asleep again, yet met with the same lack of success. Reluctantly adhering to his original plan, he rose once more, ventured downstairs, and walked a few paces to circumvent the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he retrieved his phone and summoned a ride-hailing service, directing it to Tyloo Spa and Leisure Club. Since he was unable to sleep at home, he resolved to spend money on the services of a skilled masseuse. Chapter 46. A gentleman Li Shi had initially presumed that the number of patrons seeking relaxation at the spa around 9 in the morning would be minimal. Yet upon his arrival, he realized his error. The previous female therapist was already occupied, necessitating a switch. He adhered to his instinctual choice method, opting for the 12th therapist, Lily. To his surprise, Lily's techniques surpassed those of the previous therapist, Xiao, allowing him to enjoy a profound slumber. When Li Shi awoke, he discovered that the 150 minutes of service had exceeded by 40 minutes, indicating he had slept soundly for at least 2.5 hours. The quality of his rest significantly enhanced his recovery. As he dismounted from the massage table, Li Shi felt all traces of soreness had dissipated. He bounced lightly in place, flexing his joints, and felt no discomfort whatsoever. At that moment, he couldn't help but contemplate whether he should consider hiring a personal masseuse in the future. As he exited the room, Li Shi sensed an odd gaze from the female therapist, but he dismissed it, attributing it to her surprise that he had indeed paid to come there for a lengthy nap. Having completely shed any lingering discomfort, he noted that the materials sent by Li Guiming had arrived, prompting him to take a taxi that afternoon to Li Guiming's alma mater, Nanha Agricultural University. When it comes to this university, one cannot help but mention a remarkable individual, Huagua Daluo, a venerable elder. Nongda is situated at the easternmost edge of Tanzhou, while Li Shi's alma mater lies at the far west. These two institutions are quite distant from each other. However, for certain reasons, he frequently visited the latter during his university days. Though he seldom returned after entering society. One of his most vivid memories is of the narrow streets outside the residential communities opposite the East Bus Station, where elderly women would often stop passers-by to inquire, "Looking for accommodation? Care to have some fun?" There are girls, including university students. He himself had been approached a couple of times. Was it twice or thrice? Li Guiming's former counselor, now the office director of their department, had been contacted, and after 2 hours of back and forth, Li Shi finally managed to sort things out. Upon exiting the 9th teaching building, he took out his phone to check the time and to look for the nearest shunphone, intending to send the materials back to Li Guiming. To his dismay, he noticed the battery indicator was red, with only 6% remaining. In order to prevent his phone from shutting down, he stopped a passing male student and inquired for directions. "Continue straight along this road, turn left at the second intersection, then right after 20 meters. You will see a sign for a well-established Kanto-style hot pot shop. The nearest shunphone point is just there." About a 7 to 8 minute walk. Nowadays, Li Shi appeared even younger than before, resembling a man in his 20s. After a few months of study, he exuded a scholarly air, prompting the student who directed him to mistakenly assume he was a freshman, and he kindly offered assistance. Li Shi expressed his gratitude with a smile. As dusk began to fall, he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the second intersection, a young lady clad in hanfu unexpectedly dashed out from the left and collided directly with him. Li Shi's reflexes were remarkably swift. He deftly sidestepped the impact. The young woman stumbled forward several steps. Although she ultimately regained her balance, the action cam she held fell violently to the ground. Shattering its lens, "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" she asked, displaying a commendable sense of understanding as she turned to apologize before kneeling down to retrieve her camera with a look of dismay. Li Shi reassured her, "I'm fine," his gaze inadvertently drawn to her exquisitely crafted hanfu, which suited her quite well. Seeing that he was unharmed, she gathered her belongings and departed, Li Shi soon located the Shunfeng courier station and dispatched the materials for Li Guiming. That evening, Tanzhou experienced particularly heavy traffic, and by the time he returned to his rental apartment, it was already past 9 o'clock. He seized the opportunity to study, pushing through until 2 in the morning to complete his work on portrait photography before finally retiring to bed. As he lay there, he suddenly recalled the young lady in Hanfu whom he had nearly collided with earlier that evening, contemplating that during the practical session on portrait photography, he must capture a themed shoot in traditional attire. The night passed without incident. The following morning, around 6 o'clock, Li Shi awoke feeling remarkably refreshed, once again aware of his body's optimal state. This breakthrough in limits and the subsequent recovery was truly intoxicating. Such a delightful sensation. However, there was one downside. It seemed that his increased physical prowess had also amplified the fiery energy within him. After a cold shower, he found, to his dismay, that it was of no avail. He dressed and sat at his desk, attempting to divert his attention through study in order to quell the rising turmoil. At first, his mind was a tumult of thoughts, tinged with a sense of exhilaration that rendered it difficult to focus on his studies. After a considerable duration, he summoned immense willpower and gradually slipped into a state of learning. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, he forgot everything else. He continued his studies until noon, when hunger prompted him to emerge from his intellectual reverie. The memory of the morning's awkwardness resurfaced, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How exaggerated!" Was this the aftermath of pushing his physical limits? At least 30 minutes had passed. Had it not been for his physical constitution of 16.9, he might genuinely have worried about the eventuality of varicose veins. There had seemingly been a trend of increased heat within him, though never to such an extent as today. It appeared that the severity was most pronounced upon waking in the morning. Li Shi recalled the first time he had a heartfelt discussion with Miss Gu Qian, where, after achieving a harmonious balance of yin and yang, his constitution had improved by 0.1. The accumulation of heat was detrimental to both body and mind. It seemed imperative that he find ways to dissipate it. Deleted. He was not attempting to excuse his own indulgences. After all, everything was for the sake of bodily health and the evolution of his learning. With a slight smile, Li Shi glanced at his phone and discovered a plethora of new messages in the auction company's service group. Additionally, Zhou Yajuan had sent him a private message, which he opened to find that their company's autumn auction catalog had been released. Upon clicking the link, he was surprised to learn that his bracelet was merely one of 5 featured items in the jewelry category. It appeared that their autumn auction was quite significant. Li Shi refrained from commenting in the group, opting instead to privately message Zhou Yajuan. "Has the specific time for my item's auction been confirmed?" After sending the message, he stood up, preparing to venture out in search of food. Just as he stepped out and pressed the elevator button, Zhou Yajuan replied, "Mr. Li, we just concluded a meeting and we're about to inform you. The current plan is to hold the final jewelry auction on October 22, at which your item will be the highlight. There is still a month and a half to go." Li Shi typed back, "All right. Thank you for your efforts." Descending the stairs, he found himself torn over what to eat. He had grown weary of the nearby restaurants and was reluctant to drive alone to a farther location just for a meal. By the time he reached the community entrance, he still hadn't made a decision. In the past, when he had little money, such dilemmas were non-existent. He simply ate whatever was affordable. Ironically, now that he had more options, he occasionally found himself grappling with the burden of choice. Though he had yet to settle on a meal, one thought became increasingly firm in his mind. Once he moved to Fenghuang Bay, he would promptly seek out a skilled cook. Perhaps he would simply indulge in a bowl of noodles. Just as Li Shi planned to head to the unnamed noodle shop by the community entrance, he received a call from Gu Qian. "Brother Shi, I've returned to Tanzhou. Have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet. I'm still pondering what to eat." "Why not come to my place for lunch? A few colleagues from this business trip are planning to dine at a fantastic hot pot restaurant, which I believe ranks first among all the hot pot places I've tried in Tanzhou." Li Shi, who was quite fond of hot pot, felt a surge of interest and inquired, "Are they your colleagues? Would it be convenient for me to join?" "Absolutely. It's perfect timing, as I have nothing planned for the afternoon. After we eat, we can go shopping." "Certainly. Here is the refined translation of your text." "All right. Remember to make a reservation at that restaurant we missed last time and check for available tables." After hanging up the phone, Li Shi resumed driving. Halfway through, Gu Qian sent another message. "Brother Shi, there are tables available at the restaurant. I'll make the reservation. Don't forget to book the hotel for tonight." Shy, kissing gesture. Chapter 47. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window following the navigation sent by Gu Qian, Li Shi drove to the vicinity of Furong Road International Plaza, parking his car by the roadside, where he encountered a group of her colleagues. Besides Gu Qian, there were 2 men and 3 women. Previously, Li Shi had thought that there were not many male cosmetic salespeople, but after meeting Gu Qian, he realized that while they are fewer in number than their female counterparts, they are indeed more prevalent than he had assumed, with the well-known livestream sales host Li Shi being a notable example. Brother Shi. Upon seeing Li Shi step out of the car, Gu Qian jogged over as September rolled in. The temperature had dropped sharply in recent days. Today, she donned a powdery purple high-waisted long-sleeve dress, which flattered her tall and curvaceous figure splendidly as she ran towards Li Shi. Her lively demeanor caused his gaze to involuntarily shift up and down. Observing Gu Qian, he pondered whether she might be in a relationship. Could it be? He hadn't heard any mention of her having a partner. Just yesterday, she had mentioned that her family had arranged a blind date for her. However, the man accompanying her seemed decent enough, and his car appeared rather impressive. Impressive, is it? I fail to see it. What can you discern? You only recognize BMWs, Mercedes, and Ferraris. Not far away, a few of her colleagues, noticing her exuberance, huddled together to gossip in hushed tones. One male colleague, well-versed in automobiles, remarked, "That's a Volvo XC90. It's worth at least 500,000. The female colleagues exchanged glances. A young man who could afford a vehicle costing over 500,000 was likely from a wealthy family. Although they were curious about Li Shi's background and his relationship with Gu Qian, they refrained from prying, understanding the nuances of social etiquette, especially on their first meeting. The knowledgeable male colleague drove a BMW Series 1, and the group arrived at the Hot Pot restaurant in 2 cars. The establishment was named Spicy and Flavorful Hot Pot, and its location was somewhat challenging to find, nestled in a rather secluded alley outside the northern gate of Martyrs Park. Had it not been for accompanying Gu Qian and her colleagues, Li Shi would likely never have ventured here. The decor of the restaurant was quite dated. However, the ingredients were impeccably fresh, and the signature spicy beef tallow broth was indeed delightful. Indulging in a serving of the specialty tripe, Li Shi savored the meal thoroughly. At the dining table, they primarily engaged in casual conversations about work or shared gossip among the women. Li Shi made no effort to interject. It wasn't that none of the girls was more beautiful than Gu Qian, but rather, he had little interest in such topics and focused on relishing the culinary experience, responding politely only when prompted. After finishing their meal, they settled the bill on a split basis, transferring payments to one another via WeChat. With Gu Qian covering her share and also Li Shi upon exiting the Hot Pot restaurant, someone suggested going karaoke, but the others quickly dismissed the idea. They all dispersed, and Li Shi and Gu Qian got into the Volvo. He smiled and said, "Let us go. You treated me to Hot Pot, so I'll accompany you for some shopping." They drove to the International Finance Center. Gu Qian, engaged in the cosmetic sales industry, would often bypass all cosmetic shops while shopping, opting instead to peruse handbags, as well as men's and women's clothing. After an afternoon of exploration, she amassed quite a collection. In addition to purchasing a bag and 2 skirts for herself, Li Shi also acquired 2 outfits and a pair of shoes. Once their shopping expedition concluded, the duo made their way to the Negro Hotel on the 93rd floor, intending to check in before heading out for dinner. As they passed a store named Balenciaga, Gu Qian suddenly recalled something and leaned in to whisper in Li Shi's ear, "Brother Shi, wait for me outside for a moment." With that, she turned and entered the shop. After a brief interval, she emerged carrying a shopping bag. Li Shi, perplexed, inquired about her purchase. She provocatively raised an eyebrow, bit her lip, and flashed him a mysterious smile, saying, "You'll see tonight." This playful tease piqued his interest, igniting a flicker of excitement within him, especially as he recalled a popular internet meme related to Balenciaga. Their opulent riverside king-size room cost $2,300 for the night. Though they merely intended to drop off their belongings initially, stepping into the lavish room filled Gu Qian with exhilaration. She immediately took out her phone to snap several pictures, then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the urban landscape. Turning around, she smiled at Li Shi and remarked, "I used to tell Xiao Qiao and the others that we must come up here for a night, to indulge in the finest hotel service in Tanzhou, and behold the most picturesque view of the Xiang River at night. However, with our modest salaries, we talked about it for ages, yet none of us could bring ourselves to splurge. Even the cheapest room in this hotel costs over 1,000 yuan per night." Xiao Qiao was her colleague, the same one who had suggested going for karaoke after their hot pot meal. Li Shi could empathize with her sentiments, but not glancing at the time, he smiled and said, "Let us go enjoy a dinner of equal expense first. We have the entire evening ahead of us." The Wisteria restaurant is one of the few high-end Western dining establishments in Tanzhou. Although Li Shi wasn't particularly fond of Western cuisine, he didn't mind a change of pace now and then. Especially after indulging in takeout and street food recently, he ordered the roasted steak, as he preferred terrestrial meats over seafood. High-end restaurants, aside from their meticulous selection of ingredients and the chef's culinary prowess, are characterized by their exquisite ambience and artfully plated dishes, making them particularly popular among those who love to share their dining experiences on social media. Gu Qian snapped numerous photos, and before finishing her meal, she posted a status update. She even shared a delightful food photo taken by Li Shi with her close friend Zhong Xiaxia, spreading her joy. While Li Shi assisted Gu Qian in capturing a single photo with her phone, he refrained from taking any pictures himself. However, as she continued to snap photos, he contemplated how he would approach a food-themed shoot in such an environment, using the delectable dishes on the table as props. What angles should he choose? Would certain areas require additional lighting? Drawing upon the knowledge he had recently acquired, along with his own aesthetic sensibilities, he quickly devised a simple shooting plan in his mind. Smiling with satisfaction, thinking to himself that his efforts in learning had not been in vain. Their meal totaled 2,200. When it came time to settle the bill, the waiter inquired whether he would be paying by credit card or scanning a code. Having never acquired a credit card, Li Shi opted for the usual WeChat payment. After emerging from the restaurant, the two did not rush back to the hotel. Instead, they descended to the nearby Taiping Old Street for a leisurely stroll. After a brief circuit, they returned to their room. Li Shi held Gu Qian's slender waist as they stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the enchanting sights of Tanzhou at 9 o'clock in the evening. The night was illuminated by countless lights, casting a glow over both banks and creating a scene of bustling prosperity. At some unknown moment, the hem of her skirt fluttered without a breeze, undulating like the distant river waters, akin to delicate blossoms swaying in the wind. The beauty of last night captivated Li Shi, ensnaring him in its allure, rendering him unable to extricate himself for an extended period. It wasn't until the following morning that he discovered the surprise Gu Qian had mentioned. As was his custom, Li Shi awoke refreshed before 7 o'clock, finding his seat on the sofa by the window to read the science of color and photography. It was not until 9 that the weary woman stirred, emerging from the bathroom after her morning routine, clad in black stockings adorned with exquisite lace at the thighs. She darted back into his embrace, insisting on enjoying the river view together. While Li Shi reveled in the scenery outside, he rhythmically tapped his feet to a beat, conjuring a disjointed melody that only he could hear, pondering to himself that indeed, women could prove to be stumbling blocks on his path of learning. Chapter 48. A practical invitation at the Central Hospital of Jining City. Zhong Xiaxia felt that her recent fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. She had initially thought that selling a luxury apartment would mark the beginning of her career's ascent to its peak. However, following that, no matter how hard she tried, her performance remained mediocre for over a month. Just yesterday, she had finally secured a deal for a small apartment and was preparing to take her client for the signing when she received a call about her father's car accident. Consequently, she had to hand the deal over to a colleague and rush back to her hometown of Jining. Fortunately, her father had only suffered a fractured left leg, and there were no other serious injuries. After a flurry of activity until the early hours, she entrusted her brother to keep her father company and managed to sleep until 10 in the morning at a hotel next to the hospital. Upon waking, she hurriedly powered on her phone, which had automatically shut down while charging the previous night, eager to see if her colleagues had sent any messages regarding the signing. To her dismay, upon opening WeChat, she was confronted with a dozen photos sent by Gu Qian. Seeing her close friend enjoying herself in a high-end restaurant and hotel ignited a surge of anger within her. That wretched woman, such pretentiousness, masquerading as a socialite. Recalling the now unresponsive Li Shi, she couldn't help but scornfully mutter about that insufferable man. Staring at the radiant Gu Qian in the photos, her irritation grew, prompting her to throw back the covers and reveal her long, beautiful legs, capturing a photo that was tantalizingly ambiguous. She navigated to Li Shi's WeChat, about to hit send, when her rationality returned, and she hastily selected to retract the message. How foolish to be upset with a superficial friend and inadvertently give satisfaction to another insufferable man. Withdrawing the message within 2 or 3 seconds, she hoped he had not seen it. Humph, even if he did, it mattered not. I am a woman he could never possess, regardless of his wealth. Li Shi exited the e-book, set his phone aside, and embraced Gu Qian, enjoying the view for several minutes. Suddenly recalling that he had not assessed his strength and endurance since his physical condition had improved to 16.9, he asked her to turn around and stand facing him. He gently lifted her, feeling a smoother, lighter sensation than before, and leaned closer to her ear, softly inquiring, "Have you lost weight?" Gu Qian sighed softly, taking a moment before responding, "This business trip has been exhausting. Everyone is so competitive. I in the pursuit of performance. I've lost 3 or 4 pounds. He nodded, a slight movement of his hand accompanying his affirmation. "Indeed, Your weight must now be less than 55 kilograms. Gu Qian murmured. I haven't shrunk. After carrying her for over 10 minutes, Li Shi didn't feel particularly fatigued, but ultimately gave up. Although Gu Qian's figure was ample, her weight still felt insufficient. If it were doubled, it might be more fitting. Returning to the single sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, he withdrew one hand to check the time on his phone. Just as he unlocked it with his fingerprint, a WeChat notification popped up, and he instinctively tapped it open. Oh? Li Shi believed his eyes were deceiving him, for the contact name at the top of the screen was indeed Zhong Xiaxia, the real estate agent. Was that a leg exposed outside the covers? Just as he was about to enlarge the image with his thumb, he discovered it had already vanished. The sender had retracted it. Li Shi felt a bit bewildered. What was happening? Was it a mistake or a deliberate bait? If it were an error, who was she intending to send it to? If it were bait, what could her intentions be? After a brief wait without any new messages from Zhong Xiaxia, Li Shi distractedly pondered the situation before exiting WeChat and tossing his phone aside to focus on his own affairs. Regardless of whether it was bait or not, he decided to feign ignorance. Yet, those legs seemed rather appealing, and considering she was Gu Qian's roommate and close friend, Li Shi suddenly felt inexplicably exhilarated. Around 10 o'clock, Li Shi gently placed the soft woman onto the bed. Allowing her to indulge in a nap, he took a shower and settled onto the sofa, continuing to read an ebook on his phone while reflecting. He had been somewhat indecent in his thoughts earlier. The book, The Color Theory in Photography, was a textbook designed by higher education institutions, thoroughly discussing the relationship between photography and color from 5 perspectives, complemented by a plethora of images for illustrative support. The entire volume comprised only 6 chapters, making it quite swift to study. As he reached the first section of the 3rd chapter, on color temperature and color, Gu Qian, who had dozed off for over 40 minutes, awoke once more. Although her nap was brief, women generally recover quickly in that regard, and given her youth, lack of exertion, and a good night's sleep, she felt revitalized after such a short rest. The two discussed trying the room service of a luxurious hotel. Li Shi used the room's phone to place an order, while Gu Qian began to tidy up the disarray of the room. She picked up a pair of stockings she had purchased just yesterday from the blanket by the window, only to find several holes already marred its surface, prompting a rush of memories to flood her mind. In retrospect, it was quite embarrassing, even though she had lost herself in the moment. This hotel boasted its own restaurant, with chefs possessing remarkable culinary skills. While dining, Li Shi contemplated the upcoming practical photography session, which was crucial for his studies. Unlike the casual snaps of the past, he would approach it with a thematic focus. Observing Gu Qian as she savored her meal while engrossed in her phone, he thought her figure would suit the theme of a qipao beautifully, and thus, he extended an invitation to her. Gu Qian set down her phone and lifted her cup, replenishing her hydration. She instinctively licked her somewhat dry lips and then immediately inquired, Shige, when exactly do you plan to shoot? Li Shi assessed his current study progress and replied, in 10 days, I suppose. Gu Qian expressed her disappointment with urgency, explaining, during this business trip, I performed rather well, and the company intends to send me to Yangqing for training and certification. No sales clerk would aspire to remain a clerk for a lifetime. Like all other professions, counter-sales also possess corresponding career prospects. In the realm of cosmetics, one can become a makeup artist, a senior makeup artist, or a makeup trainer. In the domain of perfumes, one can aspire to be a perfumer, a fragrance training specialist, or a fragrance training manager. Regarding skincare, one can become a skincare manager, a senior skincare manager, or a skincare training instructor, among other roles. Gu Qian mused, I have always wanted to obtain a skincare management certificate. I must seize this opportunity. She glanced at the man opposite her, who was not her boyfriend yet had brought her unprecedented joy, and apologized. So, time is of the essence. According to plan, I will be heading to Yangqing the day after tomorrow. Naturally, Li Shi did not feel that she had to be the model. He smiled and said, that's a good thing. Congratulations. He raised his cup to clink it with hers. After checking out, Li Shi drove Gu Qian to the entrance of her residential community. Before exiting the car, Gu Qian leaned over to the driver's seat, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a kiss. Then, she exited, carrying the items she had purchased during her shopping spree the previous day. Waving goodbye as she gracefully walked through the community gate, Li Shi arrived at Phoenix Bay, driving directly into the newly acquired garage, intending to engage in some weightlifting before inspecting the renovation of his study in the new house. Chapter 49. 9 days. Li Shi's weightlifting was merely a test of his strength. After integrating his physique attribute points, it was impossible for him to genuinely lift weights. He had a learning panel and did not need to spend time on such activities. With that time, he would rather study for an additional 2 minutes. Moreover, he was already preparing to begin learning skills related to sports in the next phase. Regardless of which sport skill he chose, it would inevitably initiate a systematic learning and training process. The last time he tested his strength, he managed 105 kilograms on the second-to-last lift and 125 kilograms on the last. Now, having integrated an additional point into his physique, raising his physique attribute on the learning panel to 16.9, he decided to start directly from 105 kilograms. He added a 25 kilogram and a 15 kilogram weight plate to each side, along with the clips and barbell, bringing the total to 105 kilograms. After warming up, he opened the stopwatch on his phone, positioned himself in the center of the barbell, grasped it firmly, and exerted force. The barbell was subsequently lifted. Standing upright, after 4.5 minutes, Li Shi felt the onset of sweat and returned the barbell to the mat. It was easier than last time, and he managed to endure for an additional minute and a half before breaking a slight sweat. To continue the comparison with the previous attempt, Li Shi increased the weight to 125 kilograms. At this weight, he had felt muscle tightness after standing straight for a minute last time. This time, however, he found it considerably easier. It was not until around 1 minute and 49 seconds that his muscles began to tense. Setting down the barbell, he relaxed his arms and took a brief respite before adding 2.5 kilograms to each end, bringing the total weight to 130 kilograms. He steadied himself, grasped the bar, and pulled by the third lift. He felt a notable strain. 56 seconds later, his arms returned to that familiar state of muscular tension, and beads of sweat began to form on his back, prompting Li Shi to lower the barbell in less than a minute. He surmised that this outcome was likely influenced by his previous attempt at 125 kilograms. Otherwise, enduring a minute more without sweating should have been feasible. Thus, his reaction mirrored that of his earlier endeavor with 125 kilograms. Li Shi smiled, gaining a clearer understanding of his physical capabilities. Exiting the garage, he entered the elevator after inputting the code and ascended to his new residence. The communication and oversight were entrusted to the assistant of designer Jiang, who made 2 visits daily, in the morning and evening, to inspect the construction progress and report back to Li Shi with photographs. Such a level of service is considered the pinnacle within the industry. Having someone consistently on-site is an impossibility unless one is willing to pay extra. More often than not, the construction site was inhabited solely by the laborers. Li Shi's study renovation had a mere 1-week time frame. Upon his arrival, the carpenter was busy installing the main structure of the bookshelf. He meticulously surveyed the surroundings, exchanged a few words with the carpenter, and then descended to his car, driving to a nearby supermarket to purchase iced tea and various snacks. He returned to present these to the hardworking craftsmen. Expressing his gratitude for their efforts in his rural hometown, it is customary to not only provide wages, but also to offer a pack of cigarettes during breaks. While Li Shi contemplated this gesture, he ultimately opted for beverages and snacks for safety reasons. Though these offerings were not extravagant, the craftsmen appreciated their employer's thoughtfulness and cheerfully assured him that they would ensure the work was executed beautifully. In the afternoon, Li Shi resumed his semi-contemplative state of study. His days were consumed with reading and exploring photography, occasionally capturing spontaneous ideas within his home. Windows, beds, desks, utensils, stools, and everything within his abode, even the community and sky outside, became his subjects. Concurrently, he procured additional photographic equipment, including 2 camera lenses, a tripod, a trigger, several compact yet versatile lights, collapsible reflectors, and light modifiers, among other tools. After a 9-day retreat, he ventured out only twice. Once for the inspection of the study renovation and once to share a meal with Gu Qian before her departure to Yangqing. Following their meal, they spent 4 hours at a hotel engaged in intimate conversation, sharing a wealth of secrets. Beyond these excursions, he remained wholly devoted to his studies. Throughout this intensive learning experience, he discovered a marked improvement in his memory. Once immersed in study, his efficiency surged. Coupled with his robust constitution, he found that sleeping merely 5 to 6 hours at night was sufficient to rejuvenate him for the following day. Even if he felt fatigued from studying, a brief 20-minute rest in bed would instantly restore his vitality. Consequently, he devoted nearly 15 to 16 hours each day to the pursuit of knowledge and the refinement of his photographic skills. In the final 2 days, he even began utilizing his new laptop to explore Photoshop tutorials found on Bilibili, delving into photography post-production. These 9 days were spent in complete immersion, yielding an incredibly fulfilling experience. Meanwhile, the harvest also began to materialize. By the 9th day, the learning panel underwent a transformation. Name: Li Shi, physique. 16.91, fusion status, wealth. 6.8, redemption status, currently learning. Camera photography, proficient. Completed learning repository. Chinese, mastery. Automobile driving, mastery. At long last, camera photography ascended from beginner to proficient. To be candid, this promotion arrived later than Li Shi had anticipated. Upon reflection, he recognized that his theoretical knowledge had indeed accumulated sufficiently, yet he had lacked practical experience. Once he stepped outside to engage in real-world photography, he was certain that he would swiftly elevate to proficient. He had once encountered a post online that categorized photographers into 8 distinct stages. First stage, beginner. The subject matter is unclear, post-processing is inadequate, and the images typically consist of flowers, landscapes, or portraits of beautiful women, with blind exposure and overly vibrant colors. Second stage, initiation. There is a theme, yet it lacks depth, and post-processing is simplistic. This stage often features dramatic landscapes, mediocre documentary work, and fresh-faced portraits. Third stage, advancement. The theme is clear, with slight depth, and the post-processing is complex but possibly inappropriate. The works are harmonious landscapes with emotional narratives. Fourth stage, intermediate. Technical skills are refined, the theme is prominent, and the post-processing is powerful and effective, resulting in works that possess depth and emotional resonance. Fifth stage, apprentice. The photographer engages in fine art and painterly photography, exhibiting a personal understanding of composition and color, and is capable of independently managing a photography team. Sixth stage, photography artist. Seventh stage, master. Eighth stage, legend. Li Shi compared his learning panel's categorization of proficiency levels with those outlined in the post and concluded that within the realm of photography, the beginner level on his panel corresponds to the first stage, while proficient aligns with the second stage. However, discrepancies arose thereafter. Mastery should correspond to the third stage of advancement, wink with a frown. Mastery and mastery correspond to the fourth stage of intermediate. Professional aligns with the fifth stage of apprentice, and the sixth stage of photography artist, wink with a frown. Grandmaster corresponds to the seventh and eighth stages of master and legend. Although he had amassed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, his practical photography still barely adhered to the theme, placing him firmly in the nascent phase, poised to take the next steps. To illustrate this, one might liken it to the evaluations given by a language arts teacher during his school years, often remarking, "The writing is mediocre, yet you have finally grasped the theme." In his planned reading list, Li Shi deliberately placed portrait photography as the final book to study. This particular volume, authored by Su Jigang, the dean of the Beijing Film Academy's photography department, was published by the Zhujiang Photography Publishing House, and is part of the series of educational materials for the photography program at the Academy. On the morning of the 10th day, after completing the last chapter, various lighting effects in portrait photography, he stood up, stretched, glanced at the time, and smiled, thinking that his period of seclusion and study was finally coming to an end, and it was time to venture out with his camera. However, before doing so, he picked up his phone, ordered a plethora of takeout, and then called to schedule a spa appointment for the evening. He decided to fuse that one point of physique attribute first. Chapter 50. I suffer from insomnia. As the takeout arrived as scheduled, Li Shi proceeded to integrate his physical attributes. Awakening at 6 in the evening, he once again experienced the familiar sensation of soreness. Lying in bed, he summoned his learning interface, name, Li Shi Physique, 17.9 wealth, 6.8, exchange available, currently learning, camera photography, proficient, completed learning library, Chinese, fluent, driving, fluent. With a physique of 17.9, he resolved to strive diligently, aiming to surpass 20 this year. To achieve this milestone, after elevating his camera photography to proficient, he would need to select another area of knowledge or skill to study, ensuring it reached at least proficient level. As well as it was already late September, with merely 3 months until the Gregorian New Year and over 4 months until the Lunar New Year. The challenge was considerable. His proficiency in Chinese stemmed from years of accumulation, while his driving skills were relatively straightforward, with the fluent requirement merely reflecting the theoretical knowledge possessed by seasoned drivers, allowing for rapid advancement. Camera photography, a personal passion, had seen some prior accumulation of knowledge, but only through formal study did he realize its artistic components. Unlike pure skills, it involved more abstract elements, rendering it altogether more profound, with heightened demands for the proficient level, making the learning process increasingly arduous. Fortunately, he intended to reach only the proficient level for now. After lying down for 20 minutes, Li Shi rose, acutely aware that this time felt markedly better than during his previous 2 breakthroughs. The soreness remained pronounced, yet it seemed somewhat diminished. After consuming the pre-prepared meal, he opened his tablet and resumed watching the unfinished series on principles of aesthetics, continuing to study in a reclining position for 3 hours. Upon standing once more, he confirmed his earlier assessment. Indeed, this instance of stress response was less severe than the preceding 2. Cautiously, he moved his hands to gauge the extent of the soreness. Each time, He had integrated 1 point into his physique attributes, yet the foundational physique prior to integration had varied. Li Shi realized that as his attribute points increased, this sensation of soreness would gradually lessen. Once his physical condition reached a level where a 1-point breakthrough in attributes seemed inconsequential, it would ultimately dissipate. Reviewing the recordings in his notebook, he noted that from the moment of integration to awakening, his body remained still, yet the duration of integration decreased. Last time it took 8 hours and 20 minutes, whereas this time it was only 8 hours and 13 minutes, a reduction of 7 minutes. In that specialized notebook, he continued to record in a manner only he could comprehend. 8.13, 0 motion. Shortly after midnight, having emerged relaxed from the spa, he found that the soreness had completely vanished, and his body moved freely once more. As he entered a rideshare vehicle and lowered the window to feel the night breeze, his WeChat notification chimed twice. Puzzled, he wondered who would message him at such a late hour. Upon checking, he saw it was Chen Shui. "Have you slept yet?" "I have been plagued by insomnia, sobbing," Li Shi replied with nimble fingers. "You haven't slept yet? What troubles your mind?" Chen Shui lamented. "It's about the matter I mentioned to you last time. It seems it will go to court." Frustrated, exasperated, Li Shi recalled that during their conversation 2 weeks prior, she had confided in him about a fallout with a close friend over business issues. Li Shi responded, "If it has escalated to the point of court involvement, it indicates that reconciliation is no longer feasible. You should confront the litigation with a proactive mindset and await the court's verdict. Try to be more at ease." Chen Shui replied, "Indeed, that is the only course of action." Pathetic. "I feel the same way, but it's hard to quell the turmoil in my heart. I just wanted to chat with you. By the way, why are you still awake? Are you still studying?" Li Shi gazed out the car window at the city, which was significantly quieter than during the day, and without much thought, he replied, "No. I went to a spa for a massage this evening and fell asleep. I just returned." He and Chen Shui had always communicated candidly. Chen Shui teased, "Did the masseuse have such skillful hands that you actually fell asleep? Was she not particularly attractive?" Playful, Li Shi was taken aback by her message, reflecting that when he first met her, he had perceived her as a cold, ascetic type, but as their conversations deepened, he discovered her mischievous and cunning nature, occasionally enjoying playful banter. Could this be what is termed contrast in the contemporary online sphere? It seemed quite intriguing. The therapist wore a veil, so I couldn't discern her looks, but her technique was certainly commendable. "Are you feeling less agitated now?" Pouting, Chen Shui replied, "I'm no longer agitated." Was her technique truly that remarkable? "When I visit Tanzhou, do remember to take me to experience it." Upon reading this, Li Shi chuckled, not taking it seriously. Sure. She had mentioned coming to Tanzhou for the past 2 months. Ever since they met, she had brought it up intermittently, and he had long ceased to regard it as a serious proposition. Now, he considered her merely a casual online acquaintance with whom he could chat freely. Their conversation continued until they exchanged goodnights. The following morning, Li Shi picked up his phone to check the weather in Tanzhou for the upcoming days to plan for his photography outing. He was somewhat dissatisfied to find that the forecast indicated several days of clear skies, as he preferred weather with some variability. After reviewing the weather, he noticed a notification from an app he had installed while learning about car driving. It had sent him an update. 4 luxury sports cars that capture a man's ideal. Does any of them stir your heart? This reminded him of a decision he had made while advancing his driving skills at Yangming Mountain, to reward himself with a sports car for his hard work over the past months. However, since returning to Tanzhou, he had been preoccupied with his studies and had almost forgotten about it. He clicked to explore further. Many men harbor a dream of one day driving a luxurious sports car. Whisking away the woman of their desires for a scenic drive, Li Shi perused an article that recommended 4 iconic vehicles: the Porsche 918, Hennessy Venom GT, Pagani Huayra, and Aston Martin 1-77. The article was meticulously detailed, not only presenting the performance specifications of these 4 cars, but also featuring captivating images. After reading it, Li Shi found himself somewhat enchanted. Setting aside other considerations, the aesthetic appeal of each vehicle was undeniably striking and dashing. However, each of these cars carries a price tag exceeding 10 million, and even with wealth, acquiring one immediately is not guaranteed. It would be more pragmatic to purchase a car at a more reasonable price. Ideally one that could be obtained promptly. Li Shi recalled his recent renovations to his study, along with the addition of new furniture and equipment, which had certainly depleted his finances. He began to log into his various bank accounts: 22 million in Construction Bank, 8.39 million in Bank of China, 50,000 in Industrial and Commercial Bank, and a combined total of 120,000 in WeChat and Alipay, bringing his total to 18.78 million. Upon calculating this figure, he felt a slight apprehension regarding his spending. Nonetheless, The thought of an impending income of no less than 35 million by the end of next month, or at the latest, the beginning of the following month, brought a sense of calm to his mind. He brought up his wealth attribute panel and noted a figure of 6.8, a reassuring and gratifying number. If we consider the previous jade bracelet, which was valued at approximately 0.082 in attribute points, equating to around 35.2 million in cash, what might 6.8 wealth attribute points yield? Chapter 51. Level 3 Photographer. Please continue reading. In this calculation, 1 point of wealth attribute could be exchanged for 429 million. Thus, 6.8 wealth attribute points would amount to over 2.9 billion. As Li Shi gazed at the estimated figure displayed on his phone's calculator, his breath momentarily halted for half a second, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming surge of confidence. Although he was acutely aware that the reality could not be so straightforward, and he could not convert all his wealth attribute points into top-tier jade. Indeed, even if he managed to exchange everything for jade, the timeline for realizing such wealth would extend over many years. Nevertheless, if he were to sell just 2 pieces of top-tier jade each year, that could yield tens of millions in income annually. Tens of millions in cash. Many of those who boast net worths in the billions might struggle to amass such an amount. There is no need to rush. Everything will unfold in due time. A serene smile unconsciously graced Li Shi's face. The future appeared boundlessly bright. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He should visit several jade raw stone markets within the country and invest in some stones. Moreover, he ought to seize the opportunity to visit Myanmar a few times. Speaking of Myanmar, he recalled coming across travel bloggers experiencing local massage treatments, which seemed quite intriguing. It is widely known online that Myanmar boasts 3 specialties: jade, unique broadcasts, and massages. Given his tumultuous relationship with Dudu, he would certainly avoid the first specialty. However, if he were to travel to Myanmar, he would inevitably have to explore the remaining 2 specialties. After all, he would already be there. Li Shi perused a selection of sports cars on an automotive app, subsequently shifting his attention to a range of luxurious sedans. He pondered the situation. Although he still possessed 6.8 wealth attribute points on his learning panel, his liquid cash had dwindled to just over 18 million. Should he opt for a sports car, a limited budget would render the purchase meaningless, while a more generous budget would contradict his principles regarding financial expenditure. After all, a decent sports car would require a budget of at least 2 to 3 million. He felt that it was unnecessary to allocate 1/5 to 1/3 of his savings for a mere toy. In Li Shi's worldview, if the purchase was purely for recreational purposes, even a grand toy should ideally not exceed 1/15 of his total savings. Of course, if there were other objectives or practical uses involved, that would be a different matter. The sports car, in his eyes, was purely a toy, whereas a sedan could serve as a daily mode of transportation, alternating with his current SUV. After some contemplation, he resolved to purchase a sedan first and consider the sports car once his savings surpassed 50 million. After all, that was likely to be a matter of mere months. Upon browsing the internet for sedans, Li Shi soon realized the plethora of options available, which left him grappling with a decision-making dilemma. He understood the necessity of establishing a budget. Considering that he would undoubtedly engage in some business entertaining in the future, he recognized that this vehicle would represent his status as a distinguished collector. Therefore, the budget could not be trivial. Having cultivated a fair understanding of automobiles, he concluded to set his budget between 1 million and 2 million. This range would allow him to explore a majority of luxury sedans on the market, such as the Maserati Quattroporte, Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Maybach S-Class, Lexus LS, and BMW 7 Series, among others. He resolved to visit a dealership when time permitted, leaving the specifics of which model to purchase for a later decision after test driving. Setting aside the car purchase for the moment, Li Shi redirected his focus to more pressing matters. For him, endeavors related to learning and earning were paramount, while everything else constituted trifles and distractions. He had long been contemplating practical photography and had formulated concrete plans in his mind. He intended to begin with portrait photography, although he had yet to decide on a specific style. Perhaps he should start with the most common and widely appreciated fresh and elegant aesthetic. Resolute in his decision, Li Shi retrieved a pristine notebook and commenced drafting his plan. Yes, this would be his inaugural shoot. He aimed to clarify his thoughts and meticulously consider the details to ensure a smooth execution and to capture images that align with his expectations. Step 1. Establish the shooting style, which is a fresh and delicate aesthetic, Japanese style, completed. Step 2. Review. Identify at least one representative photographer of this style for targeted study. Incomplete. Step 3. Search for and confirm the model requirements. Well-defined features. A single captivating statement, visually appealing, considering the shooting style, preferably youthful and pure. Pending completion. Step 4. Determine makeup and styling, including clothing and makeup details. Pending completion. Step 5. Finalize the shooting location, reconnaissance. Taking into account weather and lighting conditions, incomplete. Step 6. Conduct the photo shoot, incomplete. Step 7. Post-production of the final pieces, incomplete. Li Shi meticulously arranged his plan, having established the shooting style as fresh and delicate. He commenced with the implementation of steps 2 and 3. After scouring the internet, he discovered a plethora of works by the renowned neon photographer, Hideaki Hamada. However, rather than engaging in targeted appreciation and analysis of the works, he swiftly proceeded to step 3, searching for a model. Steps 2 and the subsequent ones could be conducted concurrently. Li Shi first contemplated people he knew to see if any were suitable. With family absent and only his former colleague, Li Guiming, still in contact, he realized his classmates were scattered far and wide, each engrossed in their own lives. The WeChat and QQ class groups had devolved into mere platforms for advertisements and unsolicited invitations. Suddenly, Li Shi realized that not only was it challenging to find a model fitting the fresh and delicate style, but there seemed to be hardly anyone in his immediate circle. He felt quite isolated. However, he remained undeterred. If suitable candidates were not available nearby, he would seek them online. He registered a new Weibo account, naming it third-level photographer, with the first level being beginner, the second level being proficient, and the third level being expert. Representing Li Shi's lofty aspirations, he drafted a model recruitment notice with the following content. Requirements. Well-defined features. Boys should possess a sunny and healthy demeanor, and girls should embody youthful purity. Compensation. Payment upon completion. Specifics to be discussed via private message or by adding him on WeChat. Preference given to those with shooting experience and capable of self-makeup. Given that this was a new account, the notice would likely attract little attention. Thus, he searched for local photographers in Tanzhou. Occasionally, photographers would feature the models they worked with when posting their works on the platform. While browsing through some photography forums, he heard that many emerging photographers found models through such means. After a thorough search, he discovered several local model accounts, identifying 2 that appeared suitable. He attempted to send private messages, but received no replies. After further searching, he came across an account named Tanzhou Inquandalao, which had recently posted a series of school uniform photos featuring a model with commendable features and a vibrant youthful aura. Crucially, this account also highlighted the model in their posts. After clicking to view additional photos shared by the model, Li Shi decisively sent a private message. Hello, Mississippi. I am a local photographer in Tanzhou. May I arrange a photo shoot with you? It would be a paid opportunity. To his pleasant surprise, the recipient was online and quickly responded, yes, that would be great. Chapter 52. Do you have a pure white slip dress? Li Shi was pleasantly surprised to discover that the other party was online. Unlike WeChat or QQ, encountering someone online on Weibo was quite rare. To expedite communication, he promptly replied, let us connect on WeChat. It is more convenient for communication. The response came swiftly, sure, my WeChat ID is M. The subsequent numbers also correspond to my work QQ number. You can add either. Li Shi copied the information and added the female model as a friend. His WeChat account was newly registered, utilizing a phone number he had recently acquired. Presently, he possessed 3 mobile numbers. One for daily use, another specifically for managing his bank accounts, and this new one, serving as a backup alias. His intentions were not nefarious. Rather, he was currently delving into the realm of photography. Once he began practical shooting, he felt that merely admiring his own work in solitude would lead to an insular mindset. Sharing his creations, whether met with praise or criticism, could evoke emotional responses and sustain his creative drive. Most individuals in this world are rather ordinary, and creators of literature and art are no exception. Few possess the ability to transcend the mundane. Regardless of their outward assertions of indifference or pretensions of highbrow tastes, deep down, they yearn for their works to be seen and acknowledged by a wider audience. Photography is a form of creation, and Li Shi, being an ordinary person himself, understood this from the outset. Therefore, he had proactively prepared his alias, not only registering a new mobile number for Weibo but also establishing accounts on Douyin and Bilibili. Although those platforms primarily focus on video content, photographs could be paired with music to create captivating visual presentations. He planned to select his favorite photo from each completed thematic photography project and share it through these accounts, gauging the reactions of online viewers. Once the friend request was accepted, Li Shi inquired about her situation and learned that she was a student working part-time as a model. If they were to collaborate, it would depend on her availability. Li Shi was straightforward, stating, I have only recently begun studying photography and would like to shoot a series of fresh and vibrant style photographs with you. Are you adept at applying this style of makeup? The girl, named Li Shi, was equally candid. I frequently apply fresh and vibrant makeup. It's not an issue. May I ask when you plan to shoot? And will it be in Tanzhou? Additionally, how will the remuneration be arranged? Li Shi appreciated her direct approach to work. The shoot would indeed take place in Tanzhou, although the exact timing had yet to be determined, likely tomorrow or the day after. Regarding payment, he pondered the market rates he was familiar with. For professional models, the fees range from 200 to 500 yuan per outfit, or 500 to 1,500 yuan per hour, with daily rates spanning from 2,000 to 10,000 yuan. Such prices were exorbitant, making them unaffordable for most photography enthusiasts. However, for non-professional part-time models, the rates were considerably lower, typically varying between 200 to 600 yuan per day. He had not yet quoted a price when the other party sent another message. The time is not set yet, so I may not have availability, Li Shi replied. I will confirm the time as soon as possible. We can still communicate. I will need you for a day. And you will also need to do your own makeup. It would be best if you could bring 2 or 3 sets of refreshing outfits. If we finalize our collaboration, the remuneration will be 1,000 yuan, plus 100 for transportation, to be settled immediately. Li Shi responded. All right, I can take a leave to adjust my schedule, and I have no issues with makeup and outfits. However, I cannot accept a shooting location that is too confined. Is that acceptable? Li Shi replied. Of course, that is not a problem. He was a serious photographer, aiming to practice his theoretical knowledge of photography. The refreshing style typically chose locations such as streets, grassy areas, and lakesides and parks, and there was no need for any enclosed spaces. However, she was a university student. Did she really need to request leave for skipping class? Subsequently, the two discussed the specific details of makeup and styling before concluding their conversation. The female model was confirmed, but the male model was still not found. Li Shi searched online for a while and discovered that finding a male model was considerably more challenging than finding a female one. After wasting half an hour without locating a suitable candidate, he accidentally stumbled upon some irrelevant and unsightly content. Finding a child model was even more difficult. Alas, he decided to proceed with the female model first. Li Shi picked up his notebook, marking the 3rd step of finding and confirming models and the 4th step of determining makeup and styling as completed. The next step was to finalize the shooting location, which he was quite familiar with, having nearly traversed Tan City for driving practice last time. Several alternative locations immediately came to mind: Jinshan Lake Park, Songya Lake Park, the Xiangjiang Riverside Scenic Area, Dada Village, and the area across from Wanda Plaza by the river. Although there were many potential sites, the specific choice required a site visit. For the first time, Li Shi contemplated the idea of hiring an assistant. If he had an assistant, he could send her to scout locations, saving time and allowing him to learn for an extra half day. Li Shi felt he should adjust certain aspects he had never previously considered. He could not manage everything himself. It was time to learn to use money to enhance efficiency in tasks and learning, as this would only lead to greater financial success in the future. He left at 10:30 in the morning and did not finalize the 3 shooting locations until after 4 in the afternoon. Upon returning home, the first thing he did was not to schedule a time with the girl named Li Shi, but rather to register as a member on a platform where he could post personal recruitment information, where he published an assistant recruitment notice. Only after that did he arrange with the female model for the shoot the following day. He then hurriedly retrieved the refreshing style works of the representative photographer he had previously saved, examining them one by one for study. This neon photographer indeed possessed considerable skill in capturing refreshing style photographs, particularly excelling in warm Japanese styles and adept at photographing children. With a particular fondness for the color blue, Li Shi attempted to apply the theoretical knowledge he had accumulated over time to appreciate each photograph. Occasionally jotting down insights in his study notebook, he worked diligently until midnight, his thoughts on the shoot the following day becoming increasingly clear. Having located the WeChat of the female model on his phone, he attempted to send her a message, yet received no reply. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 26 minutes past midnight. He decided it would be inappropriate to disturb her at such an hour and resolved to wait until the following morning. The next day, Li Shi awoke at 6:30, awkwardly realizing that the aftereffects of surpassing the 15-point threshold of his physical attributes had returned yet again. He first checked his WeChat, then placed his phone on the desk, retrieved his laptop, and opened Photoshop. Continuing his studies in photographic post-processing.as, he immersed himself in learning. Everything gradually settled down. At 7:12, Miss Li Shi finally replied, "Teacher Li, is there something you need?" Hearing the notification sound, Li Shi hastily picked up his phone. Upon seeing her address him as teacher, he paused for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he typed, "I would like to discuss the makeup and styling further. Do you have a pure white spaghetti strap dress?" Chapter 53. Photo shoot. Upon learning that she possessed pink headphones, a backpack, a white t-shirt, khaki shorts, and orange socks, but only lacked a pure white spaghetti strap dress and a straw hat, Li Shi let out a sigh of relief. Initially, he considered the absence of just the straw hat a reason to forego the entire outfit, but after 10 seconds, he stood up from his chair, shouldered the already packed equipment bag, and grabbed his car keys to head out. Following the map's navigation, he visited 3 accessory stores before finally locating one that sold straw hats. He chose a hat adorned with a green bow, imagining how lovely the girl would look wearing it, believing it perfectly suited the atmosphere he envisioned. The cash register. The cashier, a middle-aged woman, was somewhat surprised by his selection of a female hat. Smilingly inquiring, "Are you buying a gift for your girlfriend, handsome?" Li Shi offered a sheepish smile, refraining from elaborating, and completed the payment via scan before departing. He thought it amusing that she questioned him so much, considering he was merely purchasing a women's hat, not lingerie. 9 o'clock that morning, in the art district adjacent to the Tianma apartments on Jizizu Street in the Lushan district, Li Shi met the part-time model Mu Shi in person. She had come with light makeup. In reality, her appearance was slightly less striking. Her skin did not have the same flawless quality, and her features were not as refined. Nevertheless, she was still a beauty who elicited a sense of delight. After exchanging polite greetings and becoming slightly acquainted, they commenced their work. Li Shi communicated his requirements for the shoot. "The t-shirt and shorts you are wearing are fine, but please change into orange socks and sandals. And hold this straw." Mu Shi's makeup skills were quite commendable. She quickly finished her look. Li Shi examined her through the camera lens and deemed it satisfactory, prompting him to begin scouting for locations. During his reconnaissance the previous day, he had felt that the area was generally promising, but the precise spots and angles required on-site assessment. A few minutes later, having selected the first location, he captured several images. Reviewing the photographs, he couldn't help but give Mu Shi a thumbs up. "Excellent. You are very expressive." This girl truly shone on camera. The photos showcased her beauty far better than her real-life appearance. Shortly thereafter, they arrived by a small iron tower, and the sight of it sparked inspiration within Li Shi. You ascended, grasping with one hand, removing your straw hat and placing it behind you. Avoid using both feet. Stand on your right foot while your left foot hovers. Yes, exercise caution. Pay attention to your facial expression. Smile even more radiantly, indeed. Envision yourself encountering delightful and joyful moments. Excellent, there's a breeze. Perfect. Once Li Shi finished taking the photographs, he refrained from reviewing them immediately, opting instead to assist the young lady down before glancing at the images. He captured that fleeting gust of wind. In the photograph, the model's hair was beautifully tousled by the gentle breeze, harmonizing splendidly with her sunny smile and the azure sky above, evoking a resplendent summer ambience. For the second location, they chose a nameless alley near Nanjiao Park. The young lady was quite cautious. During the outfit change, she did not do so in the vehicle but rather asked Li Shi to escort her to a nearby McDonald's, where she utilized the restroom to change her attire. After completing the shoot at the second location, they paused for a bite to eat before proceeding to the third site, by the Luyang River. After donning a pure white spaghetti strap dress, Mu Shi, adhering to Li Shi's requests, reapplied her makeup and styled her hair into 2 braids. Upon seeing her transformation, Li Shi was momentarily speechless. Indeed, makeup, beautification, and photo editing can work wonders, especially considering the young lady's already exquisite features. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Li Shi sought an angle at the first position to take a test shot before adjusting the camera settings. Following his education and insights, he meticulously composed the shots, setting exposure and focus with diligence, capturing a series of images. As there was no one to assist with lighting, Li Shi primarily relied on the sunlight during the shoot. Suddenly, inspired by a patch of grass, he felt a surge of creativity. "Miss, tilt your head slightly upward and gaze towards me." Li Shi ascended to a higher angle, positioning the model so that her back faced the sun. "Yes, just like that. Place your hands in front of you. Indeed, from this angle, you appear absolutely stunning." While communicating, he endeavored to apply the shooting communication techniques he had learned from various photography tutorials, aiming to elicit more expressive poses from the model before the lens. The expressions on her face need not be overly animated. A touch of seriousness would suffice. Yes, precisely, when you adopt a serious demeanor, you are exceptionally beautiful. Do you realize that? Upon completing this particular photograph, Li Shi was suddenly enveloped by a sense of fulfillment. He had an inkling that when the time came to select pictures for sharing, he would likely choose this very one, back in the vehicle. He eagerly connected his laptop to review the results. Wow! The model, Mu Shi, draped in a light jacket, leaned over to catch a glimpse of the photos, her expression one of surprise. "Teacher Li, your skills are remarkable. You captured me so beautifully." Girls invariably delight in seeing themselves portrayed exquisitely. Initially, she had little expectation for this shoot, having only anticipated it as a means to earn some money after hearing Li Shi mention he had only recently begun studying photography. However, she was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Li Shi, who had also felt pleased with his work, was further elated by the praise. Yet, possessing a somewhat reserved demeanor, he humbly smiled and remarked, "It is primarily due to your innate beauty. You photograph exceptionally well. Today was a delightful collaboration, and I hope we can work together again in the future when the opportunity arises." "Certainly, Teacher Li, your skills are impressive. Even before the post-production, the results are already quite captivating. Next time, simply provide me with the negatives, and I shall gladly model for you free of charge." Li Shi gazed at the photographs on the screen for a while, genuinely appreciating the work of this photographer with whom she was collaborating for the first time. Li Shi, heartened by her words, nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Great, let us schedule another session." The negatives refer to providing her with a copy of the final images, which is certainly manageable in the realm of portrait photography. Mutual assistance collaborations are quite popular. Both parties help each other free of charge, with photographers gaining free models and models receiving complimentary photo shoots. However, nowadays, beautiful young women are in high demand, and finding a suitable collaborative model requires time and serendipity. Li Shi, valuing efficiency, had no time to indulge in such considerations. After transferring the payment, he drove to a nearby Dicos while the female model changed in the restroom, subsequently escorting her to a nearby subway station. By the time he returned home, it was already past 6 in the evening. He ordered takeout, and while waiting, began to work on the post-production. It is often said that the creation of a perfect photographic piece must undergo 3 distinct phases: shooting, post-production, and output. In the current digital age, output has become less common. However, post-production has reached new heights of significance. The process of editing can be quite arduous. While the daytime shoot was enjoyable, Li Shi felt the weight of photography during the post-production phase. After several hours at the computer, he set down his mouse and gazed at his work, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. At that moment, inspired by his reflections, he raised his brows and quickly summoned the learning panel. Chapter 54. The 3 Essentials of Portraiture, Seeking Continued Reading. Name: Li Shi. Physique: 17.9. Wealth: 6.8. Exchange: Currently learning camera photography, proficient, completed learning library. Chinese: fluent. Driving: fluent. Li Shi felt a surge of delight. Astonished that after completing his first outdoor photography practical, he had advanced from proficient to proficient. Indeed, I possess a certain talent for photography. He reveled in this notion, while also recognizing that his ascension was primarily due to translating much of his previously accumulated theoretical knowledge into practical experience through this endeavor. Observing the array of beautiful images captured by his own hands, Li Shi felt an irresistible urge to showcase his work. Kitsch, perhaps, yet the desire to boast serves as a source of creative motivation. And Li Shi refused to suppress this impulse. He began selecting photos from the 15 final images. After much deliberation, his gaze ultimately settled upon one particular shot: a girl clad in a strappy dress standing upon lush green grass, her hair styled in 2 thick braids adorned with delicate pink flowers. With her hands clasped nervously before her chest and her chin slightly raised, her gaze bore a hint of resolute defiance. The dress, pure white as snow, could not conceal the girl's rosy complexion, her exposed skin glimmering softly in the sunlight. The theme of the summer's refreshing clarity was unmistakably conveyed, yet the essence of portraiture remains eternally anchored in the subject of humanity. Li Shi's greatest satisfaction lies in his ability to capture the model's body tension, while her eyes, under his guidance, exhibit a striking transformation. The adage that every reader interprets Hamlet in their own way holds true. The reasons behind the model's state are of little significance. What truly matters is the emotions and sensations evoked in the audience upon viewing the artwork. A casual observer might exclaim, "Wow, what a beautiful woman, so fair and somewhat ample." Meanwhile, a photography professional may delve into an analysis of composition, exposure, and the themes the photographer intends to convey. Those with a sensitive and perceptive nature might focus more intently on the girl's eyes. Pondering what experiences she has endured, Li Shi admired the photograph for several minutes. Through makeup and styling, the model's allure had ascended at least 2 levels in his lens. He could hardly contain his curiosity about how many likes and comments such a photo would garner if shared. Initially, he contemplated posting it to his social media as a keepsake, but upon seeing the model in the image, he hesitated, thinking it might invite unwanted inquiries unless he restricted visibility to his mother and relatives. He logged into his Weibo account as a novice photographer and crafted a caption. "The summer of my memories is represented by that pure white spaghetti strap dress and youthful defiance. This is my first genuine attempt at portraiture." He tagged the model, Musai, and attached the photo. Subsequently, he paired the image with a simple, gentle melody, sharing it on Douyin and Bilibili as well. After posting, he glanced at the clock. It It was already past midnight. As he lay in bed, the excitement in his mind took some time to subside before he drifted into slumber. The following morning, shortly after 6, his biological clock naturally awakened him. As Li Shi opened his eyes, the memory of the photo he had shared the previous night flooded back, prompting him to reach for his phone on the bedside table. Although he was aware that, as a new account, his data would likely be lackluster, he couldn't help but harbor a faint glimmer of hope. He accessed his Weibo account. 69 views, 0 comments, 0 likes. Gazing at the post, Li Shi's emotions turned complex. Indeed, reality remained cold and harsh. One cannot always harbor unrealistic expectations for improbable outcomes. With a self-deprecating smile, he sought to maintain a balanced mindset and opened the Douyin app. The data there proved more favorable, with 8,629 views, 113 likes, 2 comments, and 115 saves. He felt a surge of encouragement. Wait, 115 saves? Upon closer inspection, he confirmed the number. It exceeded the likes by 2. He recalled that when he casually browsed videos, he might not like every appealing one, but he would save it for future enjoyment, which alleviated his concern. Who is she? I need the model's information. 2 comments caught his eye, prompting him to exit the app and log into his Bilibili account. This time, he was pleasantly surprised. Although the view count remained modest at just over 2,000, the comments surprisingly exceeded double digits. Li Shi quickly clicked to read, hoping the Bilibili audience would exhibit a higher caliber of discourse than those on Douyin. Newbie but loves the lens. Dude, is this really your first official shoot? The work is quite nice. I've shared it in my enthusiast group. No need to thank me. Why should that be? What a stroke of fortune that you managed to capture such an exquisite model on your very first shoot. The photography club without roasted chicken remarked. I possess a camera and a lens, but where does one find such stunning young ladies? Love for cameras and Iron King chimed in. Oh, dear host, do not keep the delights to yourself. Swiftly disclose the information regarding the lovely model. Less sodas, more water added. How is it that a newcomer can secure such a beautiful model? Is he perhaps a wealthy gentleman mingling in our circles? Welcome, may we share resources if we become friends? Hee, doghead, dogs love to shoot expressed envy for having such a lovely model. Level 900 declared, the 3 essentials of portraiture. The model is beautiful. The model is beautiful. The model is beautiful. Li Shi quickly perused all the comments. Feeling a bit bewildered, it appeared from the first comment that someone had shared his content in a photography enthusiast group, attracting a throng of admirers eager to engage. Their enthusiasm was palpable, yet why were they so fixated on the female model? Could they not spare a moment to critique my skills and the merits and flaws of my work? Li Shi chuckled inwardly, bemused by the antics of the Bilibili crowd. They had not disappointed, proving to be just as amusing as the TikTok users, a group of LSP, as they say to T that moment. He noticed that the individual who had shared his video, a novice yet playful with the camera, had sent him a private message inquiring if he wished to join their hobby group. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shi chose not to respond. He had previously joined numerous photography enthusiast groups, some merely for idle chatter, while others indulged in more colorful pursuits. Within days of joining, he had often found himself banned, having gained little insight. There were a few more reputable groups that frequently discussed photographic techniques and organized various activities. For instance, one group held weekly competitions for members' captivating works, in which he had submitted a photo of his desk but failed to progress past the first round. Initially, he had joined 7 or 8 groups, but gradually exited, leaving only the one dedicated to genuine technical exchange. In terms of camera work, he was content to reach a level of proficiency, deeming it unnecessary to expend excessive time and energy mingling within circles. Time is equitable for all. Everyone possesses but 24 hours in a day. Should one invest more time in this pursuit, it inevitably detracts from other endeavors. Thus, he resolved to elevate his photography skills to a level of proficiency before venturing into other pursuits. Li Shi called forth the learning panel for a glance, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Indeed, everyone's day consists of merely 24 hours. Yet some meet an untimely demise while others enjoy longevity. With the learning panel at his disposal, how long could he truly thrive? At 7:30, having completed his morning routine and shouldered his camera bag, he prepared to step out for street photography. Eager to embark on his second practical lesson, portrait street shooting. That moment, Chinchuya messaged him. What are you up to? I'm just about to head out for work. What's the matter? Do not leave just yet. Find a chair and sit down. I have something to discuss with you. Raising an eyebrow, Chapter 55. Street photography in the rain. September 23 RD, clear skies, all is well. Autumn equinox. Li Shi, upon seeing Chinchuya's message, dismissed it nonchalantly and proceeded with his plans to step outside. As he pressed the elevator button, he replied, What is it? Please don't frighten me. I'm quite timid. Instead of a text or voice reply, Chen Shuya sent a location pin. Yangqing South Station. A fleeting thought crossed Li Shi's mind. Could it be? After 2 months of conversation, was she really coming this time? He did not retract his leg from the elevator but continued to step inside, tentatively inquiring, "Are you going on a long journey?" Chen Shuya responded, "Why don't you guess if I'm heading to Tanzhou?" A vision of Chen Shuya materialized in Li Shi's mind. Their recent exchanges had been quite delightful, and meeting in person would undoubtedly be lovely. Yet, he had always believed in the flow of fate. Never forcing matters. He replied, "If you truly come to Tanzhou, I would certainly welcome you." Upon sending this message, Chen Shuya promptly shared a photo of her train ticket. Yangqing to Jiangcheng, departing at 7:22 a.m. and arriving at 11:20 a.m. Jiangcheng was the capital of the neighboring province, Li Shi. Upon seeing the ticket, could not help but roll his eyes. "Are you kidding me? Be careful. Next time we meet, I might just spank you." Angry, Chen Shuya. "Really? Are you certain?" Li Shi. "I'm certain. Just wait." Chen Shuya. "All right, I'll wait." Then she sent another ticket photo. G1553, Jiangcheng to Tanzhou, departing at 6:19 p.m. and arriving at 7:53 p.m. After scrutinizing the details, a flurry of question marks danced above Li Shi's head. Was he being schemed against or merely teased? Even if a man's resolve wavered, his words must remain steadfast. "All right. I didn't anticipate that such a heavenly beauty like you would harbor such a wicked heart, plotting against me. Just wait, when we meet tonight, we shall see if I want to give you a thrashing." Proudly defiant, Chen Shuya seemed to be eagerly awaiting his reaction, promptly responding, overjoyed, "Haha, splendid. I adore your fierce demeanor. Remember to pick me up on time tonight." However, just 3 or 4 seconds later, she retracted her message and then sent it again, overjoyed, "Haha, splendid. I adore your tough fade. Remember to pick me up on time tonight." Li Shi was at a loss for words. This girl was truly something else, retracting her message after such a long time. Did she think he wouldn't notice? He feigned ignorance. "Rest assured, I will definitely arrive at the high-speed rail station before 7:53 p.m. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Are you coming alone? I'll book a hotel for you, as I promised. When you come to Tanzhou, I will surely treat you well." Chen Shuya, smiling, "Thank you, but I've already reserved a hotel. Just remember to pick me up. By the way, shall we go for some spicy crayfish first?" Li Shi responded with an okay emoji. Once in his car, he set aside thoughts of Chen Shuya's visit to Tanzhou, contemplating where to go for street photography. His approach to street photography differed from what some netizens perceived as merely visiting trendy spots or pedestrian streets to capture images of so-called fashionable individuals. The city itself was the finest subject for his lens. Urban landscapes represent one of the principal classifications of scenic photography. The individuals who inhabit the streets and alleys of this city also serve as some of the finest subjects for portrait photography. In Li Shi's perspective, this photographic approach seamlessly integrates urban scenery, city portraits, and urban documentary styles. Depending on the circumstances, one can choose to emphasize any particular aspect, making it an excellent practical method for photography that can swiftly enhance one's skills. He glanced at the weather forecast and was pleasantly surprised to discover a change from what he had seen 2 days prior. Initially, the forecast had predicted several days of clear skies, yet now there was a forecast of rain between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. This presented an opportunity to capture the city in the rain. After spending the morning traversing the streets and alleys, he had taken over 100 photographs. Before he knew it, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Li Shi drove to a shopping mall near the train station that boasted an underground parking facility. After securing his vehicle, he crossed the sky bridge and walked for a few minutes until he arrived at the square in front of the station. Looking up at the clock atop the tall tower, beneath which were the characters for Tanzhou, he noted the sky in the distance was a vivid blue, showing no signs of impending rain. Li Shi lifted his camera. This time, he did not overthink photographic techniques and casually snapped a picture. After wandering nearby for a while, he gradually found himself further away from the train station, where a bustling market thrived with shoppers. Pausing beside a billboard, he observed the pedestrians on the street when suddenly, a woman, radiant as a ripe peach, passed by, clad in a form-fitting skirt and high heels. She moved with a captivating grace that drew considerable attention. Turning many heads, Li Shi seized the moment as a male passerby glanced back at her. Capturing the instant with his camera, upon reviewing the shot, he was pleasantly surprised. Not only had he captured the man's expression, but he had also perfectly framed the voluptuous sway of the woman's figure in motion. It was a remarkable photograph, yet it could not be shared. Firstly, it might adversely affect the male passerby's image, and secondly, the woman's portrayal bordered on suggestive. It was best kept as a personal treasure. Continuing his leisurely stroll, he discovered another somewhat antiquated skybridge. After careful consideration, he hurried back to retrieve his car and parked it in a nearby alley, awaiting the perfect opportunity. Good photographs are often the result of patience. After 20 minutes had passed and the clock indicated 4 o'clock, just as Li Shi began to think that the anticipated rain might not materialize, the sky suddenly darkened. Within moments, a torrential downpour ensued, drenching the nearby streets and distant high-rises. 1 photo, 2 photos, 3 photos. Shielding himself with an umbrella, Li Shi retracted his camera, wearing a satisfied smile. He had captured the images he desired. On his way back to the car, he chose to brave the rain himself rather than risk his camera bag getting wet, ensuring it remained protected beneath his umbrella. Once inside the vehicle, he placed the bag on the passenger seat, wiping away the condensation with a tissue. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. With plans to pick up Chen Shuyue at the high-speed rail station later that evening, he hastily set off to return home and change clothes. Just as he drove onto the main road, he caught sight of an elderly woman in the distance, clad in a red raincoat, struggling to ride her bicycle while guiding a child under an umbrella through the relentless rain. This scene stirred something within him, prompting him to hastily pull over to the roadside, swiftly relocate to the passenger seat, and seize his camera to capture a moment. The rain had lessened, though it showed no sign of stopping. Pedestrians on the road continued their hurried journeys, weaving in and out of each other. At 7:45 in the evening, Li Shi, having purchased a cup of tea from the renowned Tea Yin Yusei, arrived at the exit of the high-speed railway station. After a brief wait, as the clock neared 8, he spotted Chen Shuyue among the throngs of travelers emerging from the station. Dressed in a black dress, she stood out in the crowd like a solitary, ethereal black snow lotus, proudly blooming in her own world. Chapter 56. Chen Shuyue, welcome to Tanzhou. Li Shi approached her with a smile, offering the still warm milk tea. Thank you, Chen Shuyue replied as she accepted the tea. You're welcome. Did you have a smooth journey? Though the two had conversed via WeChat for over 2 months, having only engaged in a single video call amidst their predominantly text-based exchanges, they found themselves in reality as familiar strangers. Especially having just met, both instinctively adopted a veneer of politeness. Chen Shuyue quickly adjusted, her smile radiant as she remarked, Li Shi, we've finally met. Will you fulfill your promise? The normally aloof individual seldom smiled. Yet when he did, it resembled the stunning bloom of a snow lotus, serene and exquisite. Anticipating her inquiry, Li Shi stepped forward with a grin, extending his arms. It's not proper to strike a lady. I'm a civilized man, after all. How about we embrace instead, transforming hostility into harmony? Taken aback for a moment, Chen Shuyue's smile broadened as she stepped forward to embrace him. All right. This simple hug, to onlookers, appeared merely ceremonial, yet it instantly dissolved the lingering unfamiliarity between them, allowing their conversation to flow as effortlessly as it had in their online chats. After a brief exchange at the exit, they proceeded to the parking lot and entered the car. Suddenly, Li Shi recalled something and turned to Chen Shuyue, who was glancing at him from the passenger seat. I almost forgot to ask. How many days can you stay in Tanzhou? Chen Shuyue assessed Li Shi's profile and replied, I can only stay for 1 day. I must return to Yangqing tomorrow evening, and I have an important engagement the following morning. Yet inwardly, she mused, despite his decent appearance, he was not strikingly handsome. Why did he seem so appealing to me? Conversing with him felt remarkably comfortable, compelling her to make this special trip to Tanzhou. It was truly perplexing. Upon hearing that she could only stay for a day, Li Shi promptly said, then we must make the most of our time tomorrow. Tell me, is there anywhere in Tanzhou that you particularly wish to visit? Chen Shuyue maintained her gaze on him as he skillfully maneuvered the car out of the station, responding, indeed, given our limited time, we can save the pedestrian street for next time. Let's first visit the Nanhu Provincial Museum. I wish to see the renowned Lady Xinjue. Additionally, how about that spa you mentioned? Would you take me there for an experience? At her words, Li Shi couldn't help but glance at the passenger seat. Their eyes locking momentarily, he chuckled. Don't keep staring at me. It's distracting while I'm driving. Chen Shuyue smiled and inquired, What's the matter? Li Shi, with a stoic expression, replied, It's rather nerve-wracking to be gazed upon by such a stunning beauty. Although Chen Shuyue had anticipated this response, she couldn't help but chuckle. The Lao Tanzhou barbecue shop was conveniently located near Li Shi's former rental residence. Despite its name, the barbecue was merely passable. However, Li Shi found their crayfish exceptionally delectable. Upon their arrival, the establishment was already bustling with patrons, compelling them to take a seat at an additional table outside. The proprietress, a plump woman in her 40s, approached them with a warm smile and asked, What would you like to order, handsome and beautiful? Without bothering to glance at the menu, Li Shi confidently requested, 2 skewers of chicken wings, 2 skewers of squid, 1 serving of beef, 1 serving of pork belly. Also, a sizzling plate of chives and some preserved ribs, and a large portion of konjac crayfish, along with 2 bottles of iced red tea. Chinchilla interjected. Last time you mentioned that having late-night snacks without beer felt incomplete. Let us get some beer. I'll be driving later. Considering he would be the one driving and recalling that Chinchilla had previously mentioned her aversion to beer, he initially refrained from ordering it. However, her suggestion made him realize that this seemingly aloof yet playful young lady was quite considerate. He then instructed the proprietress, in that case, let us have 1 bottle of iced red tea and 1 bottle of beer. After placing their order, the two engaged in conversation, continuing their discussion from earlier about the various provincial museums worth visiting. As they exchanged thoughts, they ultimately agreed that each museum possessed its own unique heritage and distinctive collections, all worthy of exploration. When the food was served, the proprietress made a special effort to approach them, saying, "Here's a complimentary fruit ice cream platter for you, a small token of appreciation. We hope to see you often." Li Shi expressed his gratitude, and Chen Shuiyue followed suit with a smile. The proprietress couldn't help but admire her for a moment longer, thinking to herself how strikingly beautiful and graceful this young lady was. The pair continued to eat and chat, even making a reservation for tickets to visit the provincial museum the following day via their public account. Perhaps due to their 2-month-long conversations on WeChat or their mutual affinity, despite it being only their second meeting, they interacted with an ease reminiscent of longtime friends. Time slipped away unnoticed, and an hour had passed with their meal nearly finished. Li Shi stood to settle the bill when his phone rang. It was his mother, Zhou Xiaoi. He gestured to Chen Shuiyue, indicating he would be a moment, then sat back down to answer. "Sure too, you're still awake?" "Not yet, Mom. What is up? I wanted to ask about your recent blind date. Your 6th aunt came by this afternoon and said if it didn't work out, she'd introduce you to someone else, this time." Upon hearing this, Li Shi felt an overwhelming headache. After a brief conversation with his mother, clarifying that he had no interest in blind dates, he noticed Chen Shuiyue rising and heading into the shop. He assumed she was merely going to the restroom and thought little of it. Continuing his conversation with his mother, he mentioned that he would return in a few days to take her to see the new house in Tanzhou. After hanging up, Li Shi checked his phone's health attributes and noted 17.9. He noticed that Chen Shuiyue had yet to emerge, so he stood up and peered into the store, discovering her standing before the cash register, scanning the payment code with her phone. Just as he was about to approach her, a tall and slender handsome young man, likely a university student from the nearby business school, stepped out from a table of patrons enjoying late-night snacks and directly approached Chen Shuiyue, attempting to flirt and request her WeChat. Chen Shuiyue remained expressionless, not even glancing at him, and replied in a cool tone with polite words. "I'm sorry, but I never add strangers on WeChat." After being rejected, the young man felt somewhat awkward. However, he did not persist and returned to his seat, where the volume of conversation among his companions suddenly rose, presumably due to their teasing. Li Shi walked over and said, "Why did you buy the bill?" "We agreed I would take care of it." Upon seeing Li Shi approach, Chen Shuiyue immediately raised her eyebrows and smiled at him. "What does that matter? By the way, I think I just heard that your family is urging you to go on a blind date. Is that true?" The teasing tone in her voice was unmistakable. Li Shi replied, speechless. "My mother is always worried that I want to find a wife. By the way, you're a year older than me. Hasn't your family pressured you into blind dates?" Chen Shuiyue suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds, then sighed. "My parents passed away several years ago." Later, around 11 o'clock at night, he dropped Chen Shuiyue off at the Huadian Hotel, left the car there, and took a taxi back to his residence. He had to rise early the next day, so he refrained from editing the photos taken that day, took a shower, and lay on his bed. Recalling the pictures he had posted online the previous day, he logged into several platforms using his phone. The data across the 3 platforms showed little significant change, but when he opened the comment section on Bilibili, a newly added comment immediately jolted him upright in bed. Chapter 57. 2 comments, seeking continuation. On the first shoot, to find such a beautiful model, did you spend several thousand or even millions? The industry is being ruined by people like you, relying on wealth and masquerading under the guise of photography, when in reality, it's just a pretext to seek thrills with girls. Teske, the world is declining, and humanity has lost its morals. Li Shi read this newly added comment 3 times over, feeling utterly speechless. What nonsense was this? He clicked on the profile of the user named Rabbit Understands Love But Does Not, which was a secondary account with 3 followers, 0 followings, and a single dynamic from a year ago regarding a registration for an exam.it seemed to be a dedicated account for leaving negative reviews. Despite his inner voice reassuring him that such trolls often acted without regard for the truth and merely vented their emotions, He could not help but feel the sting of this first encounter with such criticism. The absence of any constructive feedback on his work, with only moral accusations based on unfounded assumptions, made it challenging to dismiss. One disparaging comment left him wide awake. Deciding against sleep, he got up, opened his computer, and began organizing the street photos taken that day. He planned to select only 3 images for editing. He swiftly sifted through the over 100 photos, choosing 15 that he found relatively satisfactory, some of which were meticulously composed while others were candid shots. After weighing the 15 images repeatedly, he selected the 3 he was most pleased with. By the time he completed the editing, it was already 1:30 in the morning. Li Shi stood up and stretched. The 3 photographs consist of a meticulously captured image of a rain-soaked overpass, a candid shot of an elderly cyclist braving the downpour, and a rather elusive depiction of a mature woman's allure that cannot be shared. Excluding the latter, he pondered for 2 or 3 minutes before ultimately deciding to share the photograph of the elderly cyclist. He logged into several platforms, posting each one in turn. Furthermore, he accessed QQ, located a photography enthusiast group, and, accompanied by the photographs, posted a request for feedback. Once he completed these tasks, Li Shi logged out of QQ, shut down his computer, and returned to bed. Indeed, immersing oneself in study and work can alleviate negative emotions. With a tranquil mindset, he fell into a deep slumber within mere minutes. The following morning, shortly after 6, Li Shi awoke feeling remarkably refreshed despite only having slept for 5 hours. He first checked QQ, where several night owls in the hobby group had exchanged pleasantries, though their comments were somewhat superficial and lacked substance. He then opened the apps of various platforms, logging into his Tier 3 photographer account. Upon reviewing the data, he couldn't help but grimace. The statistics across all platforms paled in comparison to his previous postings. Weibo had garnered only a few dozen views, with no likes or comments. Douyin showed over 200 shares but merely 3 likes and no comments. Bilibili reported over 80 views, 2 likes, and a single comment. It was almost akin to being a solitary endeavor. With a sigh, he clicked on the lone comment, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover a lengthy critique. Upon skimming its content, he realized it was far from frivolous. Such a substantial response indicated thoughtful consideration. Li Shi promptly read it with intent. Having viewed your previous video, I recognize that you are a budding photographer. Yet, the portrait you captured demonstrates a certain foundational skill. My assessment of that work is this. The young lady is commendable, and so is the piece itself. She possesses beauty, and the effort in the work is evident. As for the photographs in this video, they evoke both surprise and disappointment. The surprise lies in the photographer's keen observational skills, capturing vivid moments, particularly the expression on the elderly cyclist's face, which is quite apart. This suggests that the photographer has a talent for composition and possesses a discerning eye, which is crucial in photography. However, the overall impression of the photographs lacks a certain photographic quality. They do not employ techniques that would enhance the subjects and clarify the theme. In my view, the interplay of focus and blur could be improved, not merely in terms of depth of field. To illustrate, a slightly slower shutter speed would allow for the surrounding vehicles to appear in motion. Admittedly, considering the likelihood of it being a candid shot, such conditions are often serendipitous. An exposure time of 130 seconds could convey a sense of movement. Furthermore, the exposure of the child's face in the back seat exhibits noticeable issues. Apologies, as I have grown accustomed to critiquing. Witnessing earnest photography novices, especially those with potential and talent, I cannot help but offer my insights. This is merely one perspective, and if you, the budding photographer, find my comments unsatisfactory or inaccurate, feel free to disregard them or delete my critique. Li Shi read each word of this comprehensive review and found that the reviewer had articulated many points with remarkable insight, precisely pinpointing the shortcomings of the photographs. Although the majority of this comment is critical in nature, Li Shi felt a sense of joy, as these targeted observations could aid in his personal growth. To his surprise, he had not received any useful critiques in the hobby group, yet here, he encountered a true master. Li Shi clicked on the profile of this individual, known as Teacher Photography Wong, who had posted a dozen or so photography tutorial videos. The introduction stated, "With 20 years of professional photography experience and 15 years of teaching experience, I welcome those who love photography to engage in discussion." Boasting over 2,000 followers, his IP address traced back to whose city. After perusing his videos, which included him explaining photography techniques while seated before the camera, as well as venturing into the streets to narrate and capture common urban scenes, Li Shi was deeply impressed by the compelling quality of the works produced under his lens. After viewing, Li Shi felt humbled, recognizing that this individual possessed at least a professional level of expertise. Data can be fabricated, awards can be falsified, But the works themselves cannot. Li Shi first expressed his gratitude in a reply beneath the lengthy review, and subsequently sent 2 private messages, hoping to add him as a friend to seek advice on photography. The other party was offline, and glancing at the time, Li Shi noted it was already past 7:20. After freshening up, he called Chen Xiuyue, and upon learning she was awake, he hailed a taxi to Huatian Hotel on Furong Middle Road. Upon his arrival, he found Chen Xiuyue already waiting in the hotel lobby. She wore a light gray dress that bore a somewhat vintage style, with exquisite embroidery on the chest featuring pale purple leaves, which softened her overall demeanor, adding an air of understated elegance. "Let us hurry, we must make the most of our time," she said. As soon as Chen Xiuyue spotted Li Shi, she sprang from the sofa and excitedly took his arm. Clearly looking forward to the day's itinerary, the two first visited a nearby Hengyang fish noodle shop for breakfast before heading directly to the Provincial Museum. The Nanhu Provincial Museum, a national first-class museum, showcased remarkable bronzes such as the elephant face pattern bronze gong, the boar-shaped bronze zun, and the human face pattern square ding, unveiling a glimpse into the ancient Shang dynasty. However, it was Han culture that captured Chen Xiuyue's interest most. As she entered the second-floor exhibition hall of the Mwangdui Han tombs, her pace noticeably slowed. She lingered before each artifact, savoring the details. Li Shi quietly inquired, "I had no idea you were so fond of cultural relics." Chen Xiuyue slightly turned, whispering in his ear, "In truth, I don't know much. I just have a particular fondness for the aesthetics of the Han dynasty." She stood longest before the plain silk garments, eventually leaning closer to Li Shi to murmur, if plain silk garments were available today, they would still be considered the pinnacle of luxury. Our country was capable of crafting such exquisite clothing over 18 or 1900 years ago. It's truly remarkable. Li Shi felt a tickling sensation from her breath against his ear, thinking to himself, this girl is indeed quite special. After leaving the museum at noon, Li Shi logged onto Bilibili and discovered that teacher photography Wang had replied. Chapter 58. Are you available for private photo shoots? The response was direct. He simply stated that he could, and then provided a WeChat ID. Li Shi replicated the WeChat account of a third-tier photographer to apply for a friend request. What struck him as peculiar was that the individual in the video was clearly a middle-aged man of substantial girth, yet the WeChat account indicated a female gender. The friend request was swiftly accepted, and immediately, 3 messages followed. You must be interested in enrolling in Teacher Wang's photography workshop, correct? Our offline classes are small, with no more than 15 participants per session, and Teacher Wang provides personalized instruction. The tuition fee is 12,000 yuan. If you prefer the online training program, you can choose between the basic and advanced courses. The basic course consists of 25 lessons, costing 1680 yuan, while the advanced course comprises 18 lessons, priced at 2980 yuan. Alternatively, you may opt to purchase our complete set of premium courses for just 698 yuan. However, since you possess a certain level of photography knowledge, I recommend enrolling in a class, as only enrolled students can consult Teacher Wang online with their questions. Li Shi. What is going on? How did it suddenly turn into a recruitment pitch? He recalled the promise of engaging in discussions with fellow photography enthusiasts, pondering the abrupt shift from the persona of a benevolent mentor to this commercial endeavor. While the concept of knowledge being monetized is commonplace, the transition felt excessively jarring. He found himself standing still, staring at his phone screen with a bemused expression. Nearby, Chen Xiuyue inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" Snapping back to reality, Li Shi walked on while briefly explaining the situation. Upon hearing, Chen Xiuyue couldn't help but smile, though she refrained from voicing any opinions or inquiring about the alias Li Shi was using online. Instead, she took hold of his arm, urging him to quicken their pace. "Let us hurry to get something to eat. I'm starving." They opted for Hunan cuisine for lunch. Chen Xiuyue could handle spicy food, but only to a mild extent, so Li Shi made a point to inform the waiter to relay this to the kitchen. In the afternoon, the two ultimately bypassed the spa and instead visited Orange Isle and Lushan Academy. Standing at the entrance of Lushan Academy, Li Shi asked her if she would like to take a commemorative photo. Chen Xiuyue seemed particularly averse to being photographed. Despite having taken numerous scenic shots throughout the day, she hesitated for 2 seconds before responding, "Sure." Suddenly, with a hint of excitement, she suggested, "Let us take a group photo here." Upon seeing Li Shi nod in agreement, she promptly sought out a passerby to assist them. The day passed swiftly, and Chen Xiuyue was scheduled to depart for Yangqing on a high-speed train at 7:37 p.m. Li Shi ensured she arrived at the station before 7:00 p.m. After parting ways, he had just reached the parking lot to retrieve his car when Chen Xiuyue sent him a WeChat message. "Li Shi, will I be welcomed back to Tanzhou next time?" Upon reading her message, a smile crept across Li Shi's face as he paused for a moment, then simply replied with 4 words. "You are very welcome." Back at his residence, Li Shi recollected the matter concerning Teacher Wang and revisited the 3 recruitment messages. He discerned a potential trap. The first 2 messages clearly stated that the offline classes involved targeted, personalized instruction from Teacher Wang, yet there was no such assurance for the online courses, which would likely be taught by someone else. It felt as though they were merely playing with words. The scheme may have originated from a particularly substantive comment, utilizing professional critiques to gain the trust of novices. Li Shi decisively blocked and deleted contacts, then logged back into Bilibili, erased that comment, and unfollowed. In this era rife with various schemes and deceitful individuals online, he did not dwell on it much, but instead contemplated that he could indeed seek out a proficient professional photographer to assume the role of a mentor, thereby enhancing his learning efficiency. Upon logging into QQ, he discovered a plethora of chat records in the hobby group, amounting to several hundred messages. Scrolling to the top, he noted that a few group members had commented on his photographs. Albeit in a rather casual manner, lacking substantial insights, Li Shi replied to each with expressions of gratitude. He then clicked on the profile of a group administrator. Xiao Duqi, recognized as one of the prominent figures in photography within the group, was a freelancer who occasionally conducted workshops at his friends' training institutions. Some members had attended, claiming the quality of instruction was exceptionally high. Not to mention, Li Shi had seen the collection of works he shared in the group, which undoubtedly demonstrated a professional caliber. His objective was mastery. The theoretical foundation he had accumulated thus far was sufficient, and what he required was personalized guidance. Li Shi sent a private message. Esteemed mentor, may I inquire if you offer one-on-one coaching? It seemed that over time, within various circles, individuals had taken to addressing one another with titles such as mentor, giant, or instructor in online communications, while the majority opted for teacher in face-to-face interactions. Xiao Duqi was quite active in the hobby group, frequently online, and upon receiving Li Shi's message, he almost instantaneously replied, "Certainly, but my rates are quite high." Li Shi chuckled. The cost was inconsequential if it proved worthwhile. He first requested to add the individual as a QQ friend, and once accepted, inquired, "How high are your rates?" Xiao Duqi responded, "Please hold on. I will send you my previous recruitment advertisement for private coaching at the training institution. You can have a look." Soon after, he sent over an image, one-on-one VIP advanced photography training course nature, one-on-one private instruction location. Can choose nearby teaching points or arrange for the instructor to conduct lessons at home. Course duration, 12 sessions, 2 hours each, must be booked at least 1 day in advance. Online lessons available. Target audience: photography enthusiasts with high-end demands for instructional environment, instructor quality, and teaching standards, limited to 1 enrollment per month. Teaching objectives: content, duration, customized as needed. Value-added services, provision of work critiques and one-on-one consulting services. Fees: RMB 22,980. Li Shi examined the advertisement carefully. 12 sessions priced at over 22,000 yuan meant each class would cost more than 1,900 yuan. However, considering that each session lasted 2 hours, it seemed comparable to a single visit to a spa for a massage. Upon this reflection, he felt it was rather reasonable. After all, it was tailored instruction from a professional. He messaged, "Are there any discounts available?" Xiao Duqi replied, "Are you certain you require this? If it is confirmed, considering we are all friends in the group, we can waive the small change and settle on 20,000. By the way, may I ask your esteemed surname?" Li Shi pondered for 2 seconds and replied, "My surname is Li. I do require it, but I am currently in Tanzhou and may need to attend the classes online." Xiao Duqi, whose real name is Xiao Yuan, a lean man in his 30s, responded, "Mr. Li, online classes are perfectly acceptable." After communicating via video call to gain a detailed understanding of Li Shi's current level of study and his learning objectives, he requested some of Li Shi's recent works. He then stated, "Mr. Li, your foundation is actually quite solid. I took a cursory glance, and your portraits already convey a strong sense of feeling. I will promptly create a teaching outline tailored to your situation and learning expectations. If you find it satisfactory, we can schedule the formal classes according to your availability." Li Shi thought to himself that it was indeed customized teaching, and with a smile, he replied, "All right, thank you, Teacher Xiao." After ending the video call and glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 10:30. Remembering the task of recruiting an assistant, he was about to log onto the platform to see how many resumes had been submitted when a new message arrived on WeChat. Opening it, he was astonished to find it was from Li Shi, a part-time model he had collaborated with a few days prior. "Teacher Li, I apologize for the interruption. May I ask if you accept commissions for private photo shoots?" Li Shi's eyes widened in surprise as he read her message. Private photo shoots? This. Chapter 59. How to Capture Sensual Portraits. Seeking continued reading, private photo shoots refer to intimate photographs, which have never had a particularly good reputation in society. As everyone understands, Such images typically possess characteristics of intimacy and sensuality, and there is a saying circulating online: no sensuality, no private shoot. Many private photo shoots even feature semi-nude or nude imagery. Some individuals pursue photography with the intent of capturing such images. To be frank, Li Shi had contemplated exploring this style of photography in the future, but he held a fundamental principle of respecting women and ensuring that everything is based on mutual consent. Avoiding any legal controversies, Li Shi sent a message asking, "What is the situation?" Mu Shi replied, "It's like this. I know an older sister who saw the photo you took of me and adored it. She is celebrating her birthday soon and would like to have you shoot a set of private photos for her as a memento. So it wasn't for you after all." Li Shi thought for a moment and inquired, "Have you mentioned to her that I am still an inexperienced novice?" He was self-aware, recognizing that his skills were still developing, and the works he had produced recently varied significantly in quality. To achieve consistent and satisfactory output, he needed to reach a level of proficiency. Mu Shi responded, "I haven't mentioned that yet. She simply loves the photo you took of me and asked me to inquire on her behalf." Li Shi was not inclined to casually relinquish an opportunity for a new style of practical experience. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Indeed, my skills are not yet entirely stable. If I encounter a model with whom I share a connection, the results could be quite remarkable, much like our previous collaboration. However, should I work with a model lacking that spark, the photographs may not be as gratifying. Therefore, I would prefer to first review her images. Ideally full-length lifestyle shots." Mu Shi responded, "Understood." After a brief interval, she not only sent 2 photographs but also a video. Li Shi opened the video and was greeted by the sight of a woman in her 30s, possessing striking features, fair skin, and an attractive figure. Slender waist and ample hips. At first glance, her blend of maturity and a hint of sweetness inspired Li Shi. He thought to himself, "This is splendid. Such a model presenting herself to me is an opportunity one cannot afford to miss." Having previously photographed Mu Shi, a youthful and innocent woman, capturing the essence of a mature and beautiful woman would enrich his experience in female portraiture. Before he could respond, Mu Shi sent another message. "Teacher Li, what do you think?" Li Shi replied with a simple OK emoji. "Great. I will share her WeChat with you, and you two can discuss it further." Soon after, Mu Shi forwarded a WeChat contact card belonging to someone named Li. Li Shi promptly added her as a friend while pondering his current photographic pursuits. Among portrait, landscape, news, cultural, ecological, and specialized photography, he had accrued the most practical experience in portraiture. If he wished to elevate his photographic skills from proficient to proficient plus, he needed to engage in various categories to gain experience through practice. However, to advance from proficient plus to mastery minus, he would need to specialize in at least one area, as Xiao Yuan had suggested, acknowledging his innate talent in portraiture. The friend request was accepted. Xiao, hello? Are you the photographer who took the photo of Mu Shi? She inquired, subsequently sending the image of Mu Xi. Shi, eager to get straight to the point, responded, "Yes, I hear you would like me to capture a series of private photos?" Xiao, "Yes, but not in an overtly revealing manner. I wish to have images that are not excessively exposing, yet still exude a sense of sensuality. Is that possible?" Li Shi was indifferent to the level of exposure. His primary aim was not to view a woman's bare form but to gain practical experience in photography and enhance his skills. With improved technique, he could attain both wealth and attributes. With these two elements, his physical well-being would flourish, and his real-world wealth would increase. Of course, it is not necessarily the case that more exposure equates to greater sensuality. Often, subtlety can evoke a more compelling allure, he replied, reflecting on his aesthetic sensibilities. However, the notion of subtle sensuality can manifest in various forms. There is the allure of mystery, the charm of innocence, and the elegance of grace, among others. Which of these do you prefer? Different themes require distinct attire and styling. After engaging in conversation with the cheerful Baozi for a considerable part of the day, Li Shi managed to tentatively finalize the details regarding the private photo shoot, agreeing to schedule it for a few days later. Once their chat concluded, he promptly reached out to Xiao Yuan on QQ, typing, "Teacher Xiao, are you available? I would like to consult you on a question. How does one capture subtly suggestive portraits?" Despite the late hour, Xiao Yuan promptly replied, "Li, have you secured a model for a practical session?" Li Shi responded, "Indeed. A model approached me today for a shoot, and I found her quite photogenic. So I agreed." Xiao Yuan continued, In fact, capturing subtle sensuality is relatively easy. It is the art of revealing without being vulgar that poses the real challenge. Let me explain." After over 30 minutes of discussion, Li Shi felt that his investment in this private tutor was well worth it. Xiao Yuan did not merely instruct him on how to shoot. He elaborated on the reasoning behind choices related to framing, exposure, depth of field, and composition, thereby reinforcing foundational techniques through practical examples. In the realm of portraiture, particularly female portraiture, your aesthetic sense is commendable. The critical aspect lies in mastering the technicalities, understanding how to manipulate the camera to achieve the envisioned imagery. After ending the video call, Li Shi noted in his notebook, "Remember, framing determines what appears in the image and its presentation. Composition dictates the positioning of elements within the frame. Exposure governs the brightness of various areas in the photograph. Depth of field clarifies which parts are sharp and which are blurred." The following day, Li Shi was scheduled to scout the villa mentioned by the wealthy Baozi. However, upon rising in the morning, he hesitated to depart, instead retrieving the materials he had previously self-studied regarding framing, composition, exposure, and depth of field for a thorough review. With the progress he had made during this period, revisiting these concepts yielded fresh insights, deepening his understanding significantly. From 6:30 in the morning until 9:30, Li Shi reluctantly stood up from his desk, grasping the car keys as he made his way outside. Upon reaching the parking lot, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to check the status of the resumes received for the assistant position due to a distraction from Li Shi the previous night. He quickly took out his phone and logged into the platform where the job advertisement had been posted. If he had an assistant, he could remain at home today and thoroughly review those materials. With a swift login via his phone number, he accessed the backend. To his dismay, he discovered that the number of resumes received was 0. Chapter 60. Slightly mature. Seeking continuation. The job advertisement had been posted for several days, and although it was a personal recruitment effort, Li Shi was utterly astonished that not a single resume had been submitted. After settling into his car, he took a moment before driving off to search online for potential reasons. 1. Personal recruitment is challenging. 2. Lack of promotional outreach. He fell into deep contemplation. While purchasing a membership for promotional services was not difficult, he pondered whether he should establish a company. In truth, this notion had been circulating in his mind for quite some time. Ever since the sale of his first jade bracelet, he had envisioned creating an identity as a collector and investor in jade and gemstones. First, establish a studio. In order to solidify one's persona, it cannot merely be a hollow facade. It must be grounded in practical operation. One cannot solely expend resources without any return. There must be a reciprocal flow. However, given one's circumstances, there is no need to expand too rapidly from the outset. It is prudent to commence by opening the studio, thereby creating a commercial entity capable of recruiting talented female assistants. Li Shi did not rush into execution. One must consume a meal bite by bite and approach tasks step by step. He first drove to the Waney Villa community on Xingsha Avenue. This neighborhood is an established villa area, shaded by lush trees, featuring a large water pool originally constructed by the developer to promote the lake view. The overall environment is rather pleasant. During a conversation the previous night, the cheerful Baozi introduced herself with the surname Wu, and when discussing potential filming locations, she proactively mentioned that she had a villa nearby that had been vacant for quite some time, which could serve as a filming site. Upon arriving at the entrance, Li Shi contacted Ms. Wu via WeChat, and soon a woman in her 50s emerged to open the door for him. She was the caretaker overseeing the property. The villa was adorned in a European style, exuding luxury. Though unoccupied, it was well-maintained and clean. Having been regularly attended to, Li Shi already had a preliminary vision for the upcoming shoot, thus his reconnaissance was quite focused. There were windows adorned with white sheer curtains, a daybed by the window, a bed, a bathtub, and more. In less than half an hour, he exited the villa community and, seated in his car, sent a message to Ms. Wu. Ms. Wu, the shooting location is satisfactory. The props and costumes you need to prepare include milk, flower petals, white lingerie, preferably pure white cotton panties, a red silk camisole nightgown, a white shirt, and the rest can utilize the items available on site. After sending this, he considered and added, additionally, if you have any particular outfits you wish to shoot, please feel free to inform me in advance. Upon returning to his residence, he unlocked his phone and checked Ms. Wu's previous reply. All right, Teacher Li, I have a cherished piece of clothing. I'm not sure if it can be photographed. Attached was an image, and upon closer inspection, Li Shi discerned it to be a black suit. It appeared to be a men's suit. Curiosity piqued, he wondered why a woman would treasure a men's suit. Surely there must be a story behind it. May I inquire why you hold this piece in such regard? He was not being nosy. Rather, he sought inspiration. Ms. Wu responded rather candidly. I originally intended to gift it to my first love, but it was never given. It's been exactly 10 years now. Taking a photograph could serve as a commemoration of my lost youth. If possible, I hope to look a bit younger in the photos with this outfit. Li Shi mused that there was indeed a story, likely tinged with nostalgia, and no problem. Ascending the stairs and returning home, Li Shi ordered takeout, lamenting the monotony of his meals while simultaneously researching local agency registration companies in Tanzhou City. He found one that appeared reasonably reliable and, after checking the Enterprise Inquiry website, noted that this company had been operational for 19 years. Upon contacting them, he conveyed his requirements. In this day and age, wealth affords one the luxury of hiring others for even the most solemn of tasks, such as mourning or tending to graves. In contrast, the act of registering a company or establishing a studio seems rather mundane. When pondering a name for his studio, Li Shi was inspired by the nebula from his dreams, and thus inscribed Nebula Collectible Studio as his first choice, followed by Dream Nebula Studio. The scope of operations includes the retail of arts and crafts as well as collectibles, excluding ivory and its products, jade jewelry, raw jade stones, finished jade products, precious metal crafts, and the creation and sale of artistic gifts, as well as the exhibition and promotion of artworks and collectibles. Projects requiring legal approval may only commence upon the authorization of relevant departments. Li Shi meticulously prepared the necessary materials and entrusted the formalities to an agency. While he himself continued to prepare for his inaugural private photography session. One must approach their work with seriousness, especially when driven by a desire to learn. He opened his computer, created a new document, and recorded his thoughts. Subsequently, he searched online for private portrait photography, scrutinizing a plethora of works by various photographers, analyzing their techniques and themes to glean insights beneficial to his own practice. After appreciating over 100 photographs, he turned to review his previous textbooks, studying late into the night. Upon awakening the following morning, he found himself once again standing tall. Li Shi had grown accustomed to this routine, naturally settling at his desk to study for half an hour before proceeding to freshen up. In the bathroom, a sudden thought struck him as he paused mid-brush. What if he experienced a bout of nerves during the shoot? Would that spell social demise? From the photographs and videos, it was evident that Ms. Wu possessed both beauty and poise, embodying a woman of considerable charm, making such matters rather delicate. He realized the necessity of maintaining a professional demeanor, constantly reminding himself that he was in the midst of learning and working, and that his focus should remain on the art of photography itself. A man must be a bit more demanding of himself. Taking advantage of the time before the formal shoot, Li Shi reviewed his previous materials, filling over 20 pages in his notebook with insights on photography, yielding significant rewards. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan had also prepared a teaching outline, tailored to Li Shi's level of understanding and goals, primarily concentrating on practical photography instruction. That very evening, he attended his first practical portrait photography class, a 2-hour session filled with invaluable knowledge, systematically organizing how to capture compelling portraits or, more broadly, individuals. Upon conclusion, Li Shi felt that the previously scattered knowledge in his mind had been woven into a coherent framework. After the online course, he sat at his desk in a state of contemplation, before picking up his pen to inscribe on a blank page. The importance of systematic learning, knowledge tree, the significance of fundamentals. This class not only provided practical applications but also clarified the knowledge framework surrounding portrait photography. However, the greatest revelation for Li Shi was the profound impact of the act of learning itself. Gazing at the keywords he had penned, he fell into deep thought. The following day marked the shoot to capture the morning's natural light. Li Shi rose at 6 o'clock and drove to the Venetian villa community on Xingsha Avenue, where he met Ms. Wu, who had stayed there the previous night. Upon seeing her in person, 2 phrases immediately surfaced in his mind. Sophisticated yet youthful and exquisite, it is indeed the favorite of certain individuals online. Chapter 61. A pair has been torn. Seeking to continue reading, thought he recalled the creative ideas and images he had conceived, realizing that today's challenge was quite significant. However, if accomplished successfully, the likelihood of producing an exceptional piece would also be high, provided that Ms. Wu could heed his guidance and exhibit vivacity in front of the camera. Teacher Li, I appreciate your effort in coming over so early. Please, do come in and have breakfast. Ms. Wu warmly led Li Shi to the dining area, where the property viewing lady had brought out a sumptuous breakfast. It was quite lavish, featuring buns and rice noodles. Li Shi sat down to eat generously, while seizing the opportunity to engage in conversation with Ms. Wu, the subject of today's shoot. 1,000 viewers have 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, and likewise, 1,000 creators have 1,000 Shakespeares. Li Shi was unaware of how other photographers interacted with their models. However, he believed that the more one understands a model, the better one can capture the unique qualities they possess and intertwine them with the desired theme to produce outstanding works. Of course, most of the time, the interaction between the photographer and the model is merely a fleeting encounter, making it challenging to delve deeply into understanding one another. More often than not, one must grasp certain creative elements from outward appearances and mannerisms. He first observed Ms. Wu's facial features, paying particular attention to her eyes, then scrutinized her skin condition, secretly assessing the advantages and disadvantages of her physique, contemplating how to communicate with the makeup artist regarding her look. After a while, the property viewing lady exited the dining area, leaving just the two of them at breakfast. Li Shi shifted the topic. Ms. Wu, regarding the shoot, I would like to discuss a few points with you. Ms. Wu was also appraising Li Shi as a formidable woman who had navigated the business world for a decade and amassed a fortune in the tens of millions. She considered herself well-versed in assessing people with a discerning eye. In her view, the clean-cut young man before her exuded a rare tranquility, possibly a reflection of his dedication to art. Accustomed to dealing with seasoned individuals, she found herself slightly favoring him. She picked up a napkin, dabbed her lips, and faced Li Shi, saying, "Go ahead," and Li Shi earnestly replied, "The matter is this. Given that the theme of our shoot is sensuality, to achieve the desired effect, we have previously discussed the wardrobe. During the shoot, I will also guide your movements and expressions, which may inevitably involve some physical contact. I hope you will understand." Ms. Wu smiled upon hearing this. "Ah, I understand what you mean. I have also consulted Li Shi about this. Rest assured, I will cooperate with you." Li Shi nodded, smiling in return. "Very well, I shall strive to capture your alluring charm today, Ms. Wu." After finishing breakfast, the two continued their conversation for a while, primarily with Li Shi introducing his shooting philosophy. If the model can clearly comprehend what the photographer desires, their performance will be more on point during the shoot. After a few minutes, the makeup artist arrived. They concluded their discussion, and Ms. Wu went to change outfits while Li Shi approached the makeup artist to confer. The first ensemble would be intimate wear, floral lingerie paired with pure white panties. The makeup artist invited by Ms. Wu exhibited remarkable skills, specifically crafting a youthful appearance. Coupled with Ms. Wu's impeccable self-care, certain angles captured through the lens indeed conveyed a semblance of youthful charm. The theme of this photo series revolves around a young woman, freshly entering society, who is ruthlessly confronted by the harsh realities of life. In a modest guest room on the first floor, Li Shi instructed Ms. Wu, clad solely in her lingerie, to recline on a mat by the window. For this shoot, Ms. Wu requested a subtle approach, desiring an effect that was suggestive yet discreet. However, it was inevitable that some exposure would occur during the process. Yet, faced with this mature and alluring figure, Li Shi, having mentally prepared himself, summoned every ounce of his composure to guide her attentively. He aimed to harness the ethereal morning light, believing that natural illumination would yield the most aesthetically pleasing results. Thus, the shooting time needed to be brief yet efficient. Li Shi stood before the camera, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. After a short while, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the mat and Ms. Wu's face and body. He promptly called the makeup artist to apply a few drops of eye drops into Ms. Wu's eyes. "Action," he commanded. "Just lie there, lift your chin slightly. Yes, like that. Now, part your lips a bit. The key lies in your gaze, a sense of numbness intertwined with confusion. No, that's not it. Think of a scene from a film with intense emotional undertones. Yes, that's it. The state after an overwhelming experience." Click. The first set of shots was complete. Reviewing the images, Li Shi felt satisfied. Amidst the gentle morning light, he had captured the essence of a young woman confronted with the brutalities of life. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her features appeared strikingly three-dimensional, her complexion radiant, and her figure fully realized. Even without post-production, it was a commendable photograph. Li Shi then summoned Ms. Wu, now elegantly attired in a black suit, to view the photos. Employing his communication skills, he remarked, "Your expressiveness in front of the lens is exceptional, rivaling that of professional models, and your expressions feel remarkably natural. The outcome of these images is splendid." Even without retouching, Ms. Wu leaned closer to the camera, scrutinizing the photograph. She felt a resonance with the sentiment the photographer had described, and what pleased her most was the undeniable beauty, evoking a long-lost sense of youthfulness. Although the image portrayed her as though she had encountered misfortune, the more she gazed at it, the more she cherished it, unable to resist drawing nearer. First, absorbed in his work, Li Shi did not think much of her closeness. But as she pressed in tighter, he instinctively created some distance before his body could fully register the shift. Ms. Wu looked up in surprise and then smiled, saying, "The photos are indeed exquisite. However, it is all thanks to your exceptional skills and guidance. Mr. Li, I possess no experience whatsoever." Li Shi chuckled softly, pondering that he, too, lacked significant experience. Yet, he prided himself on his diligent preparatory habits, ensuring that he was well-equipped for every endeavor. Ready to apply his photographic knowledge, he proceeded to the next outfit. The scene shifts to a room on the third floor, adorned with pristine white walls. After setting up the lighting, Ms. Wu is positioned before the white backdrop, creating a striking contrast between black and white that yields a powerful visual effect. However, as Li Shi gazes at her graceful figure beneath the black suit, he feels that something is amiss. After pondering for half a minute, with Ms. Wu almost feeling self-conscious under his scrutiny, he finally inquires, "Ms. Wu, do you have black stockings?" The combination of the black suit with a black strapless top and black shorts, complemented by her deliberately crafted makeup, aligns well with the persona of a faux assertive newcomer in the corporate realm. Yet, today's central theme remains undeniably sensual, and in this regard, it seems somewhat lacking. Ms. Wu contemplates for a moment and replies, "I believe there are some in the master bedroom downstairs. I'll go fetch them." A short while later, she returns from downstairs, having already donned the stockings on her legs. "Mr. Li, I don't usually stay here, so this is the only pair I have. Is that acceptable?" At this moment, Li Shi appears somewhat dazed. The stockings, adorned with lettering, seem oddly familiar. Then it dawns on him. They are from Balenciaga, reminiscent of a pair he had accidentally torn belonging to Gu Qian during his last hotel stay. "My first ally in life, thanks to the leader of the Xiaofeng Qin Yuexin alliance." He never anticipated that his first ally would emerge in such a manner. He expresses gratitude and congratulations to the leader of Xiaofeng Qin Yuexin for becoming the first ally of this book and also the first ally of his writing career. He is overwhelmed with excitement. Truly, he is elated. Without further ado, he pledges a minimum of 10 updates upon release and commits to working diligently to repay the affection of the leader Xiaofeng Qin Yuexin and other fellow cultivators. Maintaining a steady mindset, he resolves to continue drafting and storing his work. Lastly, he emphasizes an important sentiment thrice. The leader Xiaofeng Qin Yuexin is amazing. The leader Xiaofeng Qin Yuexin is amazing. The leader Xiaofeng Qin Yuexin is amazing. As those myriad scenes, which words fail to encapsulate, flash through Li Shi's mind, he admonishes himself to maintain a proper work ethic. He then scrutinizes Ms. Wu's legs, now adorned with the black stockings. They appear relatively proportionate, save for a slight excess of flesh around the thighs. While this may offer a more pleasant tactile experience in life, it could present as a flaw in photographs. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that the right angles can mitigate this. "Quite splendid. Your figure is commendable, and your long legs can make any pair of stockings look beautiful," he affirms, nodding in approval, hoping to instill greater confidence in today's model. Ms. Wu, pleasantly tickled by his compliment, responds with a hint of pride, "Actually, I gained a bit of weight from socializing a few years back, but I worked hard to shed the extra pounds and have finally slimmed down again. Don't maintain my figure. I've been practicing yoga for the past 2 years. Li Shi smiles slightly and nods, choosing not to elaborate further. Those who practice yoga are capable of striking more complex poses, but these will not be required today. They proceed to shoot, and it turns out that women wearing oversized men's suits photograph quite well when the right angles and lighting are utilized, as it accentuates their figures beautifully. The challenge lies in capturing the milk bath scene. After finishing with the suit, the group moves to the bathroom in the master bedroom. Li Shi inspected the props. Finding everything in order, he turned to Ms. Wu and said, "Since your face won't be on camera this time, there's no need to reapply your makeup. We can begin immediately." Ms. Wu gazed at the bathtub, hesitating for a moment before turning to the makeup artist, saying, "Xiao Zhou, you may step outside for now." This time, she needed to disrobe completely, as she was unaccustomed to having strangers present. The photographer was an unavoidable circumstance. Once the makeup artist exited, the room was left with Li Shi, Ms. Wu, and the aunt who was viewing the property. Ms. Wu slowly removed her clothing, step by step, trembling slightly, and cautiously entered the bathtub. Li Shi, maintaining a professional demeanor, earnestly guided her on how to pose. When her hands were positioned incorrectly, he had no choice but to approach and assist her directly. The aunt observed in astonishment, her eyes wide open without blinking, with her right hand resting on her full bosom and her left hand gently raised, her thumb and index finger lightly touching the fair skin of her thigh. A delicate pale liquid flowed around them. A few petals were scattered, and a budding white rose was placed at the base of her thigh as an embellishment and symbol. Li Shi looked down, feeling that the scene was exquisitely beautiful, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This was precisely the subtlety they were aiming for. Subsequently, he captured images of her in a red silk nightgown after her bath, followed by a white shirt bathed in the afternoon sunlight. By 1:40 in the afternoon, all the photography was successfully completed. The aunt who was viewing the property first escorted the makeup artist out, and Li Shi tidied up his equipment before bidding farewell to Ms. Wu. "I will send the photos to you as soon as possible. For now, I will head back. Once the photos are ready, I will send them directly to your email." Ms. Wu changed into her everyday attire. Transforming back into the experienced and sophisticated woman she was, she scrutinized Li Shi once more and inquired, "Teacher Li, you are such an exceptional photographer and quite handsome as well. Surely you must have a girlfriend?" Li Shi thought to himself, "What is the purpose of this question?" He politely replied, "Not at the moment." Feigning surprise, Ms. Wu responded, "No way. The young girls nowadays must be utterly blind to have overlooked such a clean-cut and upstanding young man like you." Then, with a smile, she added, "Shall I introduce you to someone? I have a close friend whose daughter is about your age." Li Shi was taken aback and quickly declined with courtesy. A look of regret crossed Ms. Wu's face. As Li Shi exited the villa and settled into his car, he exhaled deeply. After a couple of seconds, he suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. Today, he had triumphed over the lingering effects of his physical limitations through sheer willpower and noble professional ethics. Successfully completing the shoot, and throughout the process, he had never once lost his composure. "I am quite the formidable person," praising himself, Li Shi took 5 deep breaths and set off. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. With the National Day holiday approaching, he hurriedly set about finishing this task, eager to return home to bring his mother to her new abode in Tanzhou. He pulled out his computer and immediately began selecting photos. Having captured over 200 images across 5 thematic sets, he sifted through them, ultimately choosing 4 for each theme, and commenced the post-production process. In photography, every step must revolve around the theme, always serving the central concept. Li Shi's post-processing skills were still not quite refined. The photo editing was rather slow, and he often found himself deep in thought, working tirelessly until the early hours of the morning to complete the post-processing of 20 photographs. After admiring his work twice, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the results of the day. Indeed, despite the formidable challenges, each photograph turned out exceptionally well, and he felt he had surpassed the standard. Regrettably, he could not present them to Xiao Yuan for critique. As previously agreed, Li Shi was not permitted to share the photographs privately. He packaged them and sent them to Ms. Wu via email, leaving a message on WeChat as well. As the night grew late, Li Shi took a refreshing shower and lay in bed, reflecting on the day's achievements. After much contemplation, he distilled his thoughts into a simple phrase. Aesthetic judgment determines the upper limit. Foundational skills determine the lower limit. He summoned his learning panel and took a glance. He was still in the process of mastering camera photography. Yet he recognized significant recent progress. With comprehensive practice ahead, attaining a higher level of proficiency seemed imminent. However, to smoothly advance to mastery, he knew he must focus more on enhancing his foundational techniques during future practice sessions. The next morning, Li Shi rose early and checked WeChat. He was awaiting a response from Ms. Wu. Only upon her confirmation that the submitted final images were satisfactory would this shoot be deemed a complete success. However, it was still too early. After studying until past 10 in the morning, he finally received a message from Ms. Wu. "Teacher Li, I have received the photographs and am extremely pleased. You did an outstanding job. I particularly love each one. I will transfer the remaining payment to you now." As soon as he opened the message, he saw that she had sent 1,500 yuan. The agreed fee was 3,500, of which 2,000 had already been paid. Li Shi felt a surge of joy. Although this amount was not substantial for him at present, it marked his first earnings from photography, making it significant. He promptly replied with a thank you before clicking to accept the payment. Rising, he made a call to his mother to inform her that he would be returning to his hometown in a couple of days. After hanging up, he pondered what gifts to bring back when he received another message on his WeChat account from Ms. Wu. "Teacher Li, a friend of mine also wishes to have some portraits taken. I understand your rules. Here is her candid photo. Could you take a look?" Li Shi glanced at the picture of a rather rotund woman reminiscent of a popular internet meme and thought to himself that he already had enough experience in portrait photography and did not wish to waste any more time. He replied, "I'm sorry, but my schedule is completely booked." Ms. Wu responded, "Teacher Li, could you spare a day? The remuneration is negotiable, and she's the friend I mentioned before, the one with the incredibly beautiful daughter." Upon reading this message, Li Shi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 63. Making a friend. "I'm truly sorry, but I really have no time." Li Shi shook his head with a smile, momentarily disregarding her subsequent replies. He exited the WeChat account for the third-level photographer and made his way to the nearby Kide Plaza in his Volvo. He first visited the mall to select 2 autumn outfits for his mother. As he passed a skincare store, he recalled that the cold weather could lead to her hands cracking, so he stepped inside to inquire about some products. The sales assistant recommended a moisturizing hand cream and also cautioned Li Shi that during winter, hands and feet are prone to cracking, which may be indicative of a deficiency in certain vitamins within the body. He advised that it would be prudent to undergo a physical examination at the hospital. where appropriate supplements could be prescribed under medical guidance. Li Shi recalled that after his mother's major surgery, she had a follow-up appointment a year later. Reflecting on this, he made an appointment with the internal medicine department for her to have her trace elements checked through a blood test. Since then, he had routinely purchased vitamins for her every year. Grateful for the sales assistant's reminder, he purchased 2 sets of the hand cream he had recommended. The assistant expressed a desire to connect on WeChat, mentioning that he could recommend good products in the future, but Li Shi politely declined. After buying clothes and the hand cream, he proceeded to the supermarket to procure a variety of items. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he opened his computer and, after some time, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, began attending an online class. Today, Xiao Yuan was discussing practical techniques in natural landscape photography. His explanations were thorough, and he tailored his instruction to meet Li Shi's specific needs, using real shooting scenarios to elucidate fundamental photography techniques, such as capturing waterfalls and streams, as well as the horizon of the sea and grasslands. At 5 o'clock, the online class concluded, and Li Shi ended the video call, taking a moment to review the material covered in the lesson and summarizing his notes before he felt he could fully conclude his study session. He then opened his phone to check Weibo, Douyin, and Bilibili, noting that there were no changes in data or new comments. Without fresh content to post, he decided to let it be. Li Shi shook his head, set his phone aside, and began to contemplate his next photography project. This time, focusing on natural landscapes, he established 2 primary objectives: mountains and starry skies. Where should he shoot? Since he would be returning home, the scenic mountains of his hometown presented themselves as an excellent subject for photography. The remaining consideration was the starry sky. Li Shi searched online for the best locations in the country to capture the night sky. The results were diverse, suggesting various places, yet most shared a common trait: high altitudes, bringing them closer to the heavens. After reviewing posts from 20 or 30 different websites, he narrowed down his options and selected a location that not only offered opportunities for photographing the stars, but also suited lake photography and ecological practices. Yunnan, known for its colorful clouds, he planned to embark on this journey after the National Day holiday. Once his practical plans were established, Li Shi logged onto QQ to communicate with Xiao Yuan, hoping he could advance the course schedule for the next day. Of course, no problem. I'll add an extra class for tomorrow morning. Xiao Yuan readily agreed. 5 Black, Li Shi mused, realizing he hadn't played games with anyone for several years. Once he upgraded his photography skills to proficient, he intended to slow down his pace a bit and carve out more time to enjoy life. Xiao Yuan was merely a supplementary resource for learning and resolving doubts. After exiting QQ, Li Shi began to organize the ecological photography knowledge he had acquired. He remained busy until after 9 o'clock when suddenly, he felt a spark of inspiration. In truth, it is unnecessary to place excessive emphasis on the so-called classifications. Rather, one should regard them as distinct themes to be approached accordingly. The same model can be captured in a variety of styles depending on the theme, just as a single landscape can present itself in myriad ways. Even within the same news scenario, 2 entirely opposing expressions can emerge based on the established theme. Some journalists may depict a scene of celebration, while others might convey a sense of mourning. All classifications stem from the application of fundamental techniques. By transferring the meticulousness inherent in photographing female portraits to all other categories or themes, one can achieve excellence. As long as the foundational techniques are elevated, it ultimately comes down to aesthetics and imagination. With this realization, Li Shi felt a significant enhancement in his overall photographic theory, brimming with confidence in his imminent mastery. It was time to upgrade some equipment. Without delving into specifics, he resolved to first acquire several lenses. After perusing photography equipment reviews on a few video platforms, Li Shi suddenly recalled the earlier incident of declining Ms. Wu's request. He logged into the WeChat account of a level 3 photographer on his phone and noticed that she had sent 2 more messages. How about doubling the service fee? If you truly lack time, then so be it. This was her message from the beginning of their conversation, and over an hour later, she had sent another. By the way, Teacher Li, my birthday is next month, and I would like to have a few lifestyle photos taken. May I ask you to shoot them for me? Li Shi pondered momentarily and responded via text. I've been quite busy and only just saw your message. Apologies, Ms. Wu, but I won't have time next month either. After a brief pause, she replied. It's rare for young people these days to go several hours without checking their phones. This can't be your secondary WeChat account? Can it? Li Shi clarified, not exactly a secondary account. It's my work account, Ms. Wu then inquired. May I add your personal WeChat? You seem like a nice person. It would be great to make a friend. Li Shi blinked, contemplating the notion of friendship. The scene from yesterday's milk bath shoot flashed in his mind. A large bathtub filled with pristine white milk. Ms. Wu appeared to have a warm heart. And having known each other for such a short time, She was already eager to introduce him to potential partners and business opportunities. Making a friend could indeed be pleasant. He sent her his WeChat ID. And shortly thereafter, a female account named Wu Yuan sent a friend request. Upon glancing at the notes, he realized it was the same Ms. Wu whom he had personally guided in posing for photographs. This revelation elicited a smile from Li Shi, so the cheerful Baozi was also her secondary account. Indeed, it seems everyone today has a few aliases. The friend request was accepted. Wu Yuan messaged. Didn't he see that coming? Did you? That was also my secondary account, haha. Li Shi replied with a playful emoji, then scrolled through her moments, casually noticing they were filled with advertisements for a chain of Hunan restaurants. Wu Yuan stated. Let us pause the conversation for now. It's time for my yoga practice this evening. Initially lacking enthusiasm for the chat, Li Shi responded. All right, we shall continue another time. Exiting WeChat, he resumed watching review videos, gradually forming a purchasing list in his mind, and proceeded to search and place orders on the Jingdong app. I must say, the cost of learning photography is indeed quite steep. Just a few purchases can easily amount to several thousand yuan. The following morning, Li Shi was attending an online class when Ms. Wu Yuan sent him 2 messages via WeChat. Immersed in the practical study of ecological photography, he neglected to check his phone. It was not until noon, upon the conclusion of the online course, and after routinely reviewing and summarizing his learning, that he finally unlocked his phone to read the messages. Teacher Li, may I consult you regarding a photography issue? When taking full-body selfies, how can I avoid making my thighs appear so thick? It's crucial that everyone takes a moment to read this. Fellow Taoists, this book is likely to be recommended by Sanjiang next Wednesday. However, it depends on the reading engagement over the next few days. Therefore, I earnestly implore all of you, starting today, to consistently and promptly engage with the book. 2 updates daily from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. 2 updates daily from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. 2 updates daily from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is truly vital for me and for this book. If the reading engagement falters in the coming days, there will be no favorable recommendations, and it could potentially flop, which I desperately wish to avoid. If you find this book to your liking and wish to see more content, please make sure to read promptly in the near future, at least today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. This is of utmost importance, so much so that I am even considering taking the advice of esteemed individuals and donning female attire to seek more readers. Li Shi recalled Wu Yuan's long and voluptuous legs. Whether her thighs were thick or not was a question for others, but he certainly knew the answer himself. He felt too lazy to type. So he responded with a voice message. Your thighs are indeed quite full, but fortunately, your legs are long, which makes them appear less thick overall. You don't need to be a professional model. This leg shape is actually quite attractive in real life. However, if you wish to photograph your legs in a more slender manner, you might want to search online for tips on posing for a pear-shaped figure. There should be plenty of tutorials available, as it cannot be succinctly explained in just a sentence or two. After sending the message, he moved the prepared items down the stairs and placed them in the trunk of his Volvo. With his hands free, he checked Wu Yuan's response. Mainly, my selfie skills are quite poor, resulting in my butt looking larger and my legs appearing thicker, making me hesitant to post on social media. Attached was a photo of her wearing yoga pants. Upon viewing it, Li Shi noted her slim waist, ample hips, and long legs. Upon closer inspection, the selfie indeed portrayed her hips and thighs as more voluptuous than they actually were, giving off an impression of being exceptionally plump and juicy. In reality, her pear-shaped figure, which was not exaggerated, would undoubtedly be a formidable asset in portrait photography, and it could easily yield stunning European and American-style portraits. Perhaps in the future, he could invite her to practice some of his ideas regarding foreign portrait styles. After pondering for a moment, Li Shi replied, I am about to embark on a long drive. So I truly have no time at the moment. I will teach you when I have the opportunity, Wu Yuan. Then I shall not disturb you any further. We can chat again when you have the time. Li Shi glanced over but did not respond. Driving to his new home in Phoenix Bay, he took a tour around, noting that each bedroom was equipped with bedding, kitchenware, and even rice, flour, and condiments, all steadily prepared during this time. Upon returning from his hometown, he could directly bring his mother to move in. His mother had expressed her desire to continue residing in the village, and Li Shi respected her wishes, but he was determined to bring her to the new house for a short stay during this visit. Additionally, they would need to go to the hospital for a checkup and a comprehensive health examination. Departing from Tanzhou, after more than 2 hours on the highway, he drove a bit further until he arrived at a small town. Lowering the car window, he was instantly greeted by a faint scent of traditional Chinese medicine. The town's once largest market, the cattle market to the west, had declined and been replaced by a medicinal herb market. It was said that those who initially invested in the herb market after 2002 had become quite prosperous. Li Shi drove past the town center's vegetable market, proceeded for about 60 or 70 meters, then turned right into a narrow street, finally stopping in front of a rice noodle shop. As evening approached, the shop was not particularly busy. His cousin Li Chong and cousin-in-law Wang Jiao were sitting at the entrance, engrossed in playing King of Glory. Upon seeing Li Shi stepping out of the car, they were taken aback, setting their phones down to stand up. Wow, sure too, you've really struck it rich. That car looks imposing. It must cost over 200,000 or 300,000, right? Li Chong, who stood just about 1.7 meters tall and was slightly plump, contrasted with his cousin-in-law Wang Jiao, who was quite slender, resembling a paper figure. Li Shi refrained from discussing the car, greeted them with, Brother Chong, sister-in-law, exchanged a few pleasantries, and noticing their game was still ongoing, he took a cardboard box from the trunk, revealing 2 bottles of Moutai and several packs of fine cigarettes. It's getting late. I'll head back to the village now and come to visit you tomorrow. After leaving his cousin's home, Li Shi drove to the main road, stopping briefly to buy some fresh meat and vegetables at the market. He then called his mother to inform her that he would be home shortly. Exiting the town, he drove south for over 10 miles, navigating around a mountain before finally reaching a rather secluded small village. Nowadays, most young people had left for work elsewhere, leaving the village quite desolate. He parked the car in a nearby vacant lot, and from a distance, he spotted his mother, Zhou Xiaotsue, standing on the steps in front of their house, gazing in his direction. After several months apart, as life's circumstances had shifted, the sight of his beloved mother stirred emotions within Li Shi, causing him to lose his usual composure. He leapt up on the spot, waving his hand and calling out loudly in Mu, the local dialect for mother. His voice was robust, attracting the attention of several villagers working in the fields and startling a few chickens pecking for insects nearby, which scurried away as if fearing a predator had arrived. As he approached, he set down his belongings, and Zhou Xiaotsue, looking several years younger and beaming with joy, playfully slapped him on the arm. You rascal! Why did you shout so loudly? You gave me quite a scare. Li Shi couldn't help but grin. Judging by her appearance and the strength of that playful slap, his mother seemed to be in good health. The family home was a modest 2-room red brick house, built by his father during his lifetime, now considered below average among the dwellings in the village. In the past 5 or 6 years, many families have renovated their homes into 2-story buildings, with some even erecting Roman columns at their entrances and adorning their exteriors with tiles, presenting a dazzling appearance. Naturally, there are still those residing in earthen brick houses and wooden cottages. After dinner one evening, while the sky had not yet fully darkened, Li Shi circled around the house and then said to his mother, Mother, let us renovate the house. Zhou Xiaotsue chuckled and replied, Did you not just purchase a house in Tanzhou? There is no rush. Our current home is still livable. Let us discuss this again in a couple of years. Li Shi spent 2.5 days in his hometown. On the second day of his return, he visited all the relatives who were leaving. The entire third day was spent wandering through the village with his camera, capturing not only the picturesque landscapes, but also taking numerous candid and portrait photographs of his mother and the aunties with whom she often chatted, played, and worked in the fields. After completing the shoot, that very evening, he selected a few of his favorite images for post-processing and sent them to Xiao Yuan via his mobile hotspot for feedback. As for the remaining scenic photographs, Li Shi reviewed each one, reflecting on areas that could be improved, ultimately saving them all in a dedicated folder. He intended to finalize the post-processing of the candid and portrait pictures upon returning to Tanzhou and have them printed for his mother to take back later. On the day he left for Tanzhou, he set off early, departing at 5 o'clock and arriving at the hospital for his medical examination by 8:40. After completing the full-body checkup in the morning, he proceeded to Shangya Hospital for a follow-up in the afternoon. Although the examination comprised numerous tests, the process was swift. However, the follow-up, which involved only 2 blood tests, required half a day's wait due to the overwhelming number of patients at the large hospital. He spent the night at a hotel. The following day marked the first day of National Day, a date his mother had deemed auspicious for calculations. Rising early once more, Li Shi drove his mother to Phoenix Bay, arriving at the building just past 6:30. After waiting briefly at the entrance, as soon as the clock struck 6:45, he pushed open the grand door. He first illuminated all the lights and ignited the stoves in the kitchen before guiding his mother through their new home. After a complete tour, he noticed tears welling in his mother's eyes. She suddenly exclaimed, This visit was indeed worthwhile. Seeing you purchase such a splendid house in the city fills me with joy. Henceforth, I shall sleep with a smile, knowing your career is thriving. Alas, if only your father were still here to witness his son's success, how delighted he would be. Li Shi stood frozen for a moment. After a brief pause, he approached her, gently supporting her arm, and softly said, Mother, before we share a meal in our new home, Let us pour a glass of wine to honor Dad. 3 days after moving into the new house, Li Shi received his mother's medical report on his phone. Aside from slightly elevated blood sugar levels, there were no other concerns. Upon receiving the report, coupled with the satisfactory follow-up results, Zhou Xiaocui immediately suggested they return home the next day. Although the house was spacious and splendid, she felt uncomfortable and preferred the coziness of village life. Furthermore, she remarked, "It is not ideal for you to constantly accompany me. You should attend to your own matters. I too have a mountain of tasks awaiting me back home, as Nana has been inquiring via WeChat about my return." Jiao Na currently reigns as the matriarch of the village, and at the moment of Li Shi's return, she happened to be visiting her son in the south. Thus they did not meet. Li Shi was aware that his mother genuinely wished to return to the village, and he smiled as he remarked, "Mother, as you can see, your son has indeed made something of himself, so do not hesitate to use the money I sent you. Additionally, I plan to renovate the old house before the new year, ensuring your comfort and allowing me to feel more at ease while I am away." This time, Zhou Xiaocui beamed with delight, saying, "All right, I will heed your words, mother." That afternoon, Li Shi sought out a shop to print the photos he had already edited, instructing his mother to take them with her. The following day, he drove his mother back to Shao City, but encountered traffic on the return journey. What should have been a 2-hour drive stretched into over 5 hours. And by the time they arrived in Tanzhou, night had already fallen. Bored during the wait, he noticed the scenery outside the car window was quite pleasant and snapped a photo with his phone. After reviewing the image, he grimaced, realizing that the camera's automatic settings were rather mundane. He switched the camera mode to professional, adjusted the parameters to align with his aesthetic preferences, and captured another shot with the same composition. Upon seeing the newly taken photograph, Li Shi felt an urge to share it and promptly posted it on his circle of friends. Upon returning to Tanzhou, Li Shi entered the expansive 390 square meter room alone. Feeling a fleeting sense of loneliness, he shook his head, recalibrating his mindset, and first transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother's bank account, notifying her via WeChat. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean pajamas, he settled at his new desk in the study to formulate a practical plan for astrophotography. Astrophotography can capture various subjects, including star trails, the Milky Way, and special celestial phenomena such as comets. Li Shi's primary aspiration was to photograph the Milky Way. He began by researching the weather conditions in Nanyuan province for the upcoming days and checked the lunar phases for October. After installing a star map app on his phone and dedicating over an hour to study, he devised a simple shooting plan. He picked up his phone and booked a flight to Chongqing for October 7th. Stretching his arms, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the night over the Xiang River, lost in thought. Suddenly recalling the post he made earlier that afternoon, he opened it to find over 50 likes and numerous comments from relatives, former classmates, colleagues, and staff from auction houses and banks with whom he had interacted. He responded to each one in turn. Then, he received another 7 or 8 WeChat messages. Seeing so many unread notifications at once, Li Shi instantly regretted having replied to the comments. Rising from his seat, he moved to the living room, turned on the television, tuned to the Central Television Variety channel, and settled down on the sofa to respond to the messages. Just as he was finishing, a new message arrived from a recently acquainted attractive woman. "Ms. Wu Yuan. Teacher Li, have you returned to Tanzhou?" Li Shi replied, "Yes, I just got back today." Wu Yuan responded, "I have something to ask you. Are you accepting photography assignments for dishes?" Food photography falls under the realm of still life photography, akin to capturing images of tables and chairs. Li Shi has accumulated a wealth of experience in this genre, and after pondering for a moment, he replied, "Ms. Wu, I sincerely appreciate your continual efforts to refer business my way. However, I must apologize, as I am not a professional photographer and am no longer accepting photography assignments." Wu Yuan, possessing an impressive typing speed, responded within mere seconds with an elaborate message. "I see, that's perfectly fine. I will have my employees reach out to a photography studio instead. By the way, you mentioned previously that you could teach me how to shoot legs. Is that possible now? I have researched a few online guides, but they seem rather ineffective." Considering her repeated gestures of goodwill towards him, and with ample time to spare, Li Shi began to elucidate the intricacies of capturing elongated legs, discussing aspects such as shooting angles, composition, lighting, and model poses. As he delved deeper into the subject matter, he found the limitations of text and voice messages cumbersome and inefficient, prompting him to initiate a video call for a more direct exchange. This conversation extended for nearly 20 minutes. He was unsure how much Wu Yuan comprehended, yet he relished the discussion and effectively organized his own knowledge on the topic. "That should suffice. If you follow my advice, you will undoubtedly capture some satisfactory photos." Wu Yuan, gazing at the refined and cultured Li Shi through the video, smiled and remarked, "Thank you. Teacher Li, I will try your suggestions first, and if I encounter any issues, I hope you won't mind my inquiries. Li Shi chuckled lightly, offering no further comment as he ended the video call. Over the next 2 days, he focused on completing the remaining 6 online classes, while also exploring the newly arrived photography equipment. On the evening of October 6th, after finishing the final lesson, Xiao Yuan expressed with a hint of admiration. This is the first time I've encountered a wealthy individual who studies with such diligence. It's hard not to respect that. Our courses conclude here, but should you have any photography-related queries in the future, Mr. Li, feel free to reach out anytime. I will be sure to respond promptly as long as I'm online. Li Shi politely replied. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Teacher Xiao, I will certainly seek your assistance again in the future. Of course, came the response before the video call ended. After completing his reflections, Li Shi checked the time on his phone. It was already 11 o'clock. Unlocking his device to open WeChat, he found a message from Wu Yuan awaiting him. Teacher Li, I am quite pleased with this selfie from today. I feel it makes me appear quite slender. Could you take a look? Attached was a photo of her in a short-sleeved top and yoga pants, standing before a large mirror, capturing a selfie. The fitted attire accentuated her graceful figure, and she appeared significantly slimmer. However, upon closer inspection, Li Shi was rendered speechless. He sent 2 voice messages in quick succession. Sister Wu, while your photo editing skills have improved tremendously, deceiving me is not so easily accomplished. That photo from yesterday was already quite commendable. Many women would envy your pear-shaped figure with its waist-to-hip ratio. There is truly no need for editing, as it detracts from your natural beauty. He couldn't help but add a text message. By the way, Sister Wu, do you not chat with me about selfies after your nightly yoga sessions? Don't you have time for your husband? What if your husband has some misunderstandings? After a while, a notification sound from WeChat broke the silence. He has passed away. Chapter 66. I can do without, but cannot be without. Seeking continued reading. Li Shi stared at the 3 characters on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. She could not be more than 35, and to lose a spouse at such a young age is indeed a tragedy of human existence. My condolences. Ultimately, that was all he could muster in response. Wu Yuan's typing speed was remarkably swift, and she immediately replied. Condolences, my foot. I would truly wish for his demise. Unfortunately, that cursed life of his is remarkably long. It seems to hold true that good people do not live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years. Having just sent that, she perhaps felt her reaction was overly fervent and quickly followed up with another message. Forget him. After all, we are already divorced. Li Shi mused that she was not a widow, but rather a divorced young woman. After some consideration, he replied, then congratulations, Sister Wu, on re-entering the realm of singlehood. As they exchanged pleasantries, Li Shi took a moment to research marriage statistics online. Last year, there were 8.26 million marriages and 3.75 million divorces nationwide. Upon seeing the figures, he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. It was no wonder he had always perceived an abundance of divorces among those around him. It was not merely an illusion. After concluding the conversation, the mention of death led Li Shi to ponder numerous thoughts. He contemplated whether to change his mode of transportation for tomorrow's trip to Spring City. The likelihood of an airplane accident is exceedingly low. It is, in fact, quite safe. Yet, one cannot be too cautious. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, should something go awry, one would be entirely no, that is not quite accurate. One cannot say entirely powerless, for he possesses a learning panel. Wealth attribute points can be exchanged at any moment for items that reduce descent speed. Li Shi retrieved his phone and searched for the weight of parachutes. A professional parachute weighs over 20 kilograms, while even a standard parachute is typically 7 to 8 kilograms. The wealth attributes he had amassed were wholly inadequate for such a purpose. Furthermore, utilizing a parachute requires specialized training. If he were to exchange for a large area of lightweight material to increase air resistance, the complexity of operation would escalate significantly. Moreover, in many instances, an airplane accident does not grant passengers the chance to survive a high-altitude descent. More often than not, the aircraft disintegrates and one simply ceases to exist. However, if one were on solid ground, the scenario would differ entirely. With his current physical attributes rated at 17.9, combined with the wealth attribute points he could readily exchange, he would be far better equipped to handle any situation. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively canceled his flight ticket and purchased a high-speed train ticket for 10 o'clock in the morning to Spring City, opting for business class. The journey would take just over 5 hours and cost 1,580 yuan. He then searched online for crash protection materials, such as full-body airbags and pedestrian protection systems. After perusing the information, he suddenly found himself yearning for the boundless possibilities of a master-level rewards spatial storage. Simply exchanging for these items would consume an enormous amount of wealth attribute points. If he possessed a spatial storage, he could simply purchase them outright and store them away. He also contemplated that this trip would allow him to venture to the border city of Li, which lies adjacent to Myanmar. While domestic safety is manageable, should he ever travel abroad in the future, considerations for safety on that front must also be taken into account. Li Shi pondered for a moment, then turned to the internet to search for what gases can induce rapid unconsciousness, which substances possess toxicity, and how unexpected fainting or death is portrayed in films. After a thorough search, Li Shi suddenly shook his head and chuckled. Realizing that his thoughts were becoming increasingly morbid, he stood up and headed to the kitchen to ignite a flame. The combustion of natural gas transformed into a plasma flame. Solid, liquid, gaseous, and plasma states. These are all forms of matter. Gazing at the blue-yellow flames, Li Shi felt a warmth enveloping the world around him. He smiled again, feeling a sense of pride as he thought, as long as others do not provoke me, I shall diligently pursue my studies and quietly enjoy life, refraining from instigating trouble. After extinguishing the flame, he returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and searched on his phone for quite a while until he found the data he sought. The research director of the French EM2C laboratory, Bastien Duclos, had once calculated that a flame ignited by natural gas at a height of 1 centimeter weighs approximately 0.1 micrograms. Subsequently, he searched for methods to create plasma in real life. Heating 2 grapes in a microwave? That seems far too perilous. He must notify his mother immediately. Recently, new appliances had been added to the household, including a microwave. Li Shi quickly searched for an informative video highlighting which foods should not be heated in a microwave and sent it to his mother's WeChat, leaving a message to remind her to exercise caution. Once he had completed these tasks, he opened the JD app and purchased an arc lighter. The seller's description stated that this lighter produces a plasma arc capable of reaching temperatures as high as 700 degrees Celsius, boasting excellent wind resistance, making it an ideal choice for lighting cigarettes or incense. Li Shi contemplated that this high temperature would surely cook any cut of meat swiftly. Some substances might never be needed, but as a precaution, they must be documented and stored. In times of need, a mere thought could facilitate their retrieval. I may not require them, but I cannot be without them. On October 7th, the final day of the National Day holiday, the high-speed train station remained bustling with crowds. Li Shi arrived at the station at 9:30, found a seat in the business waiting room, and took out an old book published by the Great Wall Publishing House, The Art of Composition and Photography, recommended by Xiao Yuan. His understanding of composition was somewhat lacking, necessitating further enhancement. He had already read it once, and this time he brought it along, intending to read it again during his journey. Additionally, he had another book in his backpack, Behind the Lens, analyzing Wang Yonghui's landscape photography in practice. Just 5 minutes into the reading, Wu Yuan sent a message. Teacher Li, my birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I am planning a small gathering I formally invite you to attend. You won't refuse me this time, will you? Upon reading the message, Li Shi recalled that Mu Shi had mentioned Wu Yuan wanting to have a private photo shoot in light of her approaching birthday. Through their various interactions and conversations, they had become somewhat acquainted. If he were still in Tanzhou, attending would not be an issue. However, they were merely acquaintances, and Li Shi was not inclined to alter his plans simply because of her birthday. He snapped a photo of the waiting room and sent it back. I am truly sorry, but I am currently at the high-speed train station and will soon be departing for Spring City. Wu Yuan replied with a disappointed emoji and inquired, Are you going out for inspiration? Li Shi replied, Indeed. Let me extend my early birthday wishes to you, Sister Wu. After a brief pause of half a minute, Wu Yuan responded with a simple, Thank you, and I wish you a successful trip and a pleasant journey. Li Shi chuckled softly and sent a grateful emoji in return. He set his phone aside and continued reading for a while longer. At 9:50, he boarded the train. The business class seat on the high-speed train was quite comfortable, and the uniformed stewardess was also quite lovely, her polite smile a delight to behold. He adjusted his seat to find a more comfortable position and resumed his reading. Shortly thereafter, Chinchua sent a message. Have you set off yet? Li Shi replied, Just boarded the train. Chinchua responded with a hint of sadness, I really wish I could visit the colorful clouds of Yunnan, but I've been so busy lately. However, once I get through this hectic period, I will definitely drag you along for another trip, with a cheeky grin. Li Shi couldn't help but smile. All right. When you have time next, we shall go once more. There are numerous attractions in Nanyuan province, and one visit simply won't suffice. The train commenced its journey, heading southwest. Immersed in his studies, Li Shi lost track of time, and it was only when his phone vibrated, breaking his concentration, that he realized they had already entered the borders of Qiangui province. He glanced out the window at the swiftly retreating scenery. Unlocking his phone, a message from Wu Yuan appeared. I suddenly feel that holding birthday parties every year is rather dull. Chapter 67. Nighttime shooting. Please continue reading. What do you mean by saying birthday parties are boring? Li Shi was slightly irked by the interruption of his studies and couldn't help but mutter in his mind, replying, then let us celebrate in a different manner, or simply forego the celebration altogether, treating it as just another ordinary day, which could also be considered a unique way of celebrating. Wu Yuan, who seldom sent emojis during their chats, unexpectedly replied with a flurry of eye-rolling emojis. Li Shi chuckled and said, regardless, it's your birthday, so you should celebrate however you wished. I in an office in Tanzhou. Wu Yuan sat in the boss's chair, reading the messages from Li Shi on her phone, and quickly typed back, so I can celebrate however I want. What if I fly over to travel with you? She craved excitement, wanting to let loose like her ex-husband, yet felt a twinge of hesitation. After editing her message, she hesitated for several seconds, ultimately lacking the courage to take that leap. She deleted it and rephrased her response. You make a valid point. It is my birthday, so why should I care about others' feelings? After chatting for 7 or 8 minutes, Li Shi suddenly noticed that the middle school class group he had set to Do Not Disturb mode had amassed several hundred unread messages. Curiosity piqued, he opened the chat to find discussions revolving around a classmate, Peng Haoming, who had suffered severe injuries while rescuing people from a fire during his delivery job. He remembered Peng Haoming, a slender fellow nicknamed Monkey in class. Those discussing the matter mentioned that they had visited Peng Haoming, who was gravely injured and would require multiple surgeries, adding that his family was in dire straits and suggesting that, given their shared history as classmates, perhaps they could contribute some funds to help. Li Shi glanced at the photograph shared by a fellow student in the group. The individual lying on the hospital bed was entirely swathed in bandages, rendering their identity unrecognizable. However, the student standing beside the bed bore a faint resemblance to someone named Lu Wan, who had once been tall and slender but had now become considerably heavier. The group was largely silent, with only 2 individuals questioning the veracity of the situation. Sensing something amiss, Li Shi chose to remain silent, scrutinizing the photograph intently. After a while, a message from Wang Yani arrived. Li Shi, are you there? Yes, I'm here. What's up? Don't put too much faith in what Lu Wan from the junior high group is saying. We are from the same village, and his reputation has not been good in recent years. He seems to have been involved in some deceitful conduct and has faced repercussions for it. Understanding dawned upon Li Shi, and he promptly expressed his gratitude for the warning. Just as their conversation concluded, he returned to the student group chat and noticed a shift in dynamics. Someone had added Peng Haoming, who had not previously joined the group. Upon entering, Peng Haoming immediately confronted Lu Wan, exclaiming, "You fool, trying to deceive old classmates. I've already reported you to the authorities. Just wait to be apprehended. Idiot, I'm in Myanmar. Do you think I fear your report? If you dare, call the police to come and arrest me here." As spirited young adults in their 20s, the students could hardly tolerate such arrogance and quickly rallied to support Peng Haoming. Li Shi joined the fray, and after a heated exchange, Lu Wan, overwhelmed by the collective onslaught, promptly exited the group chat. Myanmar, apart from jade and massage, the region is notorious for rampant criminal activity, leading one to infer that its law enforcement is rather lackluster. Li Shi set down his phone, gazing thoughtfully out the window at the passing scenery. As the train neared Spring City South Station, he packed away his books and reviewed the chat history from the junior high group. Following the earlier incident, the camaraderie among the group seemed to have deepened significantly, with animated discussions taking place and several members suggesting a gathering during the upcoming New Year celebrations. Many had already expressed their intent to participate. Li Shi refrained from further commenting in the group, deciding to observe the situation until the time came, around 4:14 in the afternoon. The train arrived in Spring City. Li Shi did not exit the station. Instead, he grabbed a quick bite and switched to another train bound for Dali. After 4 hours of studying, he chose to relax for the remaining 2 hours of travel, alternating between browsing on his phone and contemplating his academic progress. Once this picturesque ecological photography journey concluded, he planned to explore a theme centered on documentary photography, confident that he would achieve a level of proficiency, skilled. Subsequently, he aimed to delve deeper into portrait photography, aspiring to attain proficient, which he believed would not pose significant challenges. The path towards proficient was becoming increasingly clear, filling Li Shi with a sense of joy and anticipation for the journey ahead. At 7 in the evening, Li Shi emerged from Dali train station, first contacting the pre-booked guest house to inform them of his delayed arrival, and then reaching out to the car rental company. After a brief search, he successfully retrieved a blue Jeep Wrangler. This rental company had caught his attention while he was crafting his travel itinerary, and he had confirmed beforehand that cars could be picked up and returned at the train station between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. With the vehicle in hand, Li Shi set off towards Jizu Mountain. Upon arriving in the picturesque realm of Yunnan, his initial destination was not for tourism, but rather to ascend Jizu Mountain for a celestial photography session. This evening was dedicated to capturing the night sky. Known also as Juchu Mountain, it is situated in Dali's Binchuan County, revered as a sacred site in Buddhism and lauded by various esteemed publications as an exceptional stargazing locale. The journey from Dali spanned over 60 kilometers, and Li Shi, now adept at night driving, reached his prearranged accommodation, Wudong Holiday Inn, in just over an hour, arriving precisely at 9 o'clock. This charming inn, perched upon Jizu Mountain, boasted a spacious and exquisitely adorned interior. As he checked in, the proprietor guided him to his room on the upper floor. Before entering, the owner cheerfully remarked, "You've come to the right place for stargazing. Just look up. Such a sky is a rarity in bustling metropolises." Li Shi tilted his head, and indeed, the sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars. Although he could witness a similar celestial display during summer nights back home, here, the stars seemed astonishingly closer. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 9:30. Preferring to forego idle conversation with the owner, he retreated to wash his face before heading down the mountain. Having scoured the internet for numerous guides on stargazing at Jizu Mountain, he had even exchanged messages with a photographer who had previously captured its beauty, enabling him to discern optimal shooting locations. The photographer had recommended a viewing platform established by the park, which was easily locatable. Upon finding the terrace, Li Shi leaned against the railing, quietly surveying his surroundings. It was evident that this was indeed an excellent vantage point. Nearby, a temple and pagoda graced the mountainside, while a glimpse of the county town could be seen in the distance. The night view alone was quite splendid. Contemplating for a moment, inspiration struck. He meticulously retrieved his camera, lenses, equatorial mount, and other equipment, setting up and focusing. To minimize light pollution from the town below, Li Shi patiently waited until after 3 in the morning to conclude his shoot. Returning to the inn, he found it was already 4 o'clock. After a hasty shower, he promptly turned off his phone and fell asleep. The following day, he awoke at 10 in the morning, marking the latest he had risen in recent days. Despite only having slept for a little over 5 hours, he felt invigorated and brimming with energy. Casting a glance at his phone, Li Shi felt a mix of pride and bemusement. He initially intended to review the footage captured the previous night on his computer. However, upon powering up his phone, he discovered a voice message from Wu Yuan sent just before 5 that morning. "Hey there, I've decided against hosting a birthday party. How about I come to Nanyuan to visit you?" Her voice was sweet and alluring, reminiscent of the kind of tone that could squash an 18-centimeter mosquito with ease. Li Shi discerned that she had likely indulged in some alcohol, though his surprise. This wealthy woman was also a bit of a lush. He recalled the pristine white of the milk bath at the villa and replied, "Feel free to come if you wish." Suddenly, he found himself craving pure milk. Chapter 68. Tonight, inspiration flows freely, seeking continued reading. Li Shi had initially assumed that Wu Yuan, having consumed alcohol and not yet asleep around 5 in the morning, would still be slumbering. However, to his astonishment, less than 15 minutes after sending his message, she replied with a photograph. A silver suitcase opened on the ground, neatly packed with clothing, high heels, and cosmetics. "The luggage is all set. What's the exact address?" Li Shi is currently savoring the prepared by the owner of the inn, and upon receiving the message, he continues to eat with his chopsticks while typing with his left hand. "I am presently at Jizu Mountain near Dali, and I plan to visit Dali Ancient City this evening," Wu Yuan responds. "Then I shall fly directly to Dali. By the way, I would like you to take some more photos when the time comes. What styles of clothing do you think I should bring?" Li Shi glances at the photos she previously sent and replies, "I see you have a red outfit in your suitcase. Perhaps you should also pack some black clothing and stockings." After a moment, Wu Yuan responds, "I understand your point now." She then adds a meaningful emoji. Li Shi stares at the emoji momentarily, puzzled, wondering what she has comprehended. The combination of red and black is an everlasting classic. After all, he brushes off the thought and continues to relish the delectable dish. Li Shi has a diverse palate. Enjoying both robust flavors and lighter dishes, a bowl of cold, adorned with some, is something many travelers shy away from, but he finds it delightful. The pigskin, though not entirely raw, is lightly cooked and complemented by homemade chili oil and sesame oil, creating a tantalizing aroma. After finishing one bowl, he feels it insufficient and requests another from the owner. A renowned Buddhist mountain, Jizu Mountain boasts 8 large temples, 34 smaller ones, 65 nunneries, and over 100 secluded chambers, making it a sacred site for Buddhism in South and Southeast Asia, attracting numerous devotees each year. Li Shi ascends to the summit with his camera in tow. He encounters many travelers and worshippers along the way. He does not partake in offerings. Rather, he focuses on appreciating the natural scenery and Buddhist architectural culture. Whenever he is struck by the beauty of a landscape, he retrieves his camera, revisiting the composition techniques he has recently practiced. Jizu Mountain presents a rugged and serene landscape, prompting Li Shi to contemplate whether to emphasize its grandeur, its mystique, or its perilous nature in his framing. Should he choose grandeur as his theme? He then reflects on how to compose the shot to genuinely convey this magnificence while evoking a sense of beauty in the viewer. Li Shi's purpose transcends mere sightseeing. He is engaged in a process of study. Sometimes, in pursuit of the perfect photograph, he pauses to ponder, even consulting books or searching for information on his phone, resulting in a leisurely pace of exploration. The flora of Jizu Mountain is abundant, yet he does not dwell on it. Having thoroughly captured the ripening rice and wild grass in the fields, the various vegetables in the soil, and the shrubs and pines on the mountain during his recent trip home for the National Day holiday. In addition to plant life, there is an abundance of wildlife on Jizu Mountain, and he even manages to photograph wild macaques and pheasants. From 11 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, he has yet to explore all the sites, but he has diligently captured over 50 photographs. According to his plan, there are still 2 temples left to photograph. He inquires on WeChat with Wu Yuan. Do you need me to pick you up from the airport? If so, I will head to the ancient city in advance, Wu Yuan, already at the airport waiting, quickly replies. No need. I have been to Dali once before and know of a lovely inn. I have already booked a room and arranged for airport pickup. Li Shi reads her message and responds. Very well. As they continued their exploration, after only a few steps, another message arrived. You need not book a room anymore. Once I arrive, I will send you my location. Just come directly to Dali in the evening. Li Shi chuckled, realizing that such fortunate accommodations are rarely bestowed without cost, and he anticipated expending some energy to guide her later that night. At 5 o'clock, having completed his practical plan, Li Shi descended from the mountain, mentally calculating. Once he finished editing the photographs and the starry night footage captured the previous evening, his endeavor in landscape and ecological photography would nearly reach completion. In just 2 short days of practice, he felt a significant sense of enlightenment and a subtle anticipation of progress. It was not essential to capture every category. What mattered most was the foundation, mastery of the equipment, comprehension of framing, exposure, depth of field, composition, and other fundamental principles. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, he retrieved his vehicle and glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Wu Yuan had yet to send her location, indicating that she had not yet arrived. There was only one direct flight from Tanzhou to Dali, originally scheduled to land at 5:50, but Wu Yuan had previously messaged that her flight was delayed. With an estimated arrival at 6:30, Li Shi set the navigation to the ancient town train station and set off. After half an hour of driving, Wu Yuan sent a message informing him that she had disembarked. Li Shi refrained from responding immediately and waited for another 10 minutes. Once she sent the coordinates of her accommodation, he pulled over, replied, and recalibrated the navigation. By 7:30, he arrived at Dongfang Kaiyun Seaside Inn. This guesthouse, perched on a cliff beside Irai Lake, embraced by the lake and facing Tsongshan Mountain, offered an exquisite vantage point in Yunnan Province. Nightfall arrives later than in Nanhu Province, and as Li Shi arrived, he was greeted by the golden glow of the sunset over Tsongshan, creating a breathtaking tableau with the mountain and the lake. A sight to behold. The innkeeper guided him to the hot spring sea view suite and rang the doorbell. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing Wu Yuan, adorned in a violet V-neck dress. Once the innkeeper departed, she smiled and said, Teacher Li, we meet again. Having engaged in WeChat conversations and video calls 4 times since their last encounter, they were relatively familiar with each other, and the formality of their previous meeting had dissipated. She appeared to have lost a bit of weight, the fitted dress accentuating her curves in an alluring manner, while the deep purple hue harmonized beautifully with her well-groomed long hair, imparting an air of understated elegance. This fair-skinned, luscious young woman looked truly captivating at that moment. Li Shi smiled and playfully inquired, Sister Wu, does this suite have 2 bedrooms? They both understood the implications of her presence and what might transpire next. Wu Yuan, seemingly prepared for the situation, shook her head with a smile, saying, there is only 1 bedroom. However, the sofa is quite large and comfortable. You can take the bed tonight, and I shall sleep on the sofa. Li Shi entered the room, set down his backpack, and surveyed the lavish space, marveling at its grandeur. The room was spacious and tastefully decorated, featuring a terrace and a bathtub that offered views of the stunning Irai Lake and Tsongshan. Remarkably, there was even a scenic hot spring pool, allowing one to soak while enjoying the splendid landscape. He turned to her, curiosity piqued, and asked, what is the cost to stay in this room for a night? Wu Yuan had been quietly following him, her silence enveloping the atmosphere. Now that they found themselves alone in a room, a sense of unease and nervousness inevitably crept into her heart. It was a curious blend of anxiety and unspoken anticipation, a contradiction that left her feeling unsettled. When Li Shi inquired, she finally spoke. It's rare to have a night out after 3,800 days. And besides, one should at least stay somewhere nice. Li Shi, not pressing her on what she meant by besides, smiled and said, I'm feeling hungry. Let's go out for a bite and enjoy a leisurely stroll around Dali. Wu Yuan secretly exhaled in relief, replying, sure, I'm hungry too. When discussing domestic travel, one cannot overlook Nanyan Province, and in speaking of Nanyan Province, Dali and Lijiang inevitably come to mind. According to official statistics, Dali receives an astonishing 20 to 30 million tourists each year, with some years exceeding 40 million. The two indulged in a delightful feast of Bai cuisine, then meandered through the bustling streets filled with tourists, engaging in light conversation while admiring the enchanting local nightscape. After approximately 20 minutes of strolling, Li Shi noticed a particularly charming bar by the roadside and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a soft pressure on his left arm. Turning to look, he found Wu Yuan had pressed herself against him to avoid the throngs of passers-by. He blinked and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Sister Wu, this bar seems intriguing. Let us step inside for a bit before heading back to the guest house. Didn't you want to take more photos? I feel particularly inspired tonight. Chapter 69. Teacher Li's photography skills, proficient, like Li Jiang, Dali boasts a plethora of distinctive bars. The one they entered, with the name suggesting something special, was indeed unique. From the outside, the building exuded an antique charm that made it appear as though it were a quaint Chinese tavern. However, upon stepping inside, they were greeted by a completely Western bar decor, dim lighting and shelves brimming with foreign spirits, revealing the true essence behind the bar's name. Li Shi asked the server to recommend a cocktail. Finding a spot to sit, he smiled at Wu Yuan, who had finally released his arm and was now seated across from him. I don't usually drink and have never been to a bar like this, but let us indulge today and savor the taste of cocktails. Wu Yuan felt a bit dazed, lingering in thought for a moment before internally channeling her confidence as the owner of the establishment, thinking, why should I fear this young man? The live band performed captivating songs, and with the thoughtfully designed dim lighting, the ambience was profoundly engaging. Li Shi, seemingly absorbed in the atmosphere and the allure of the alcohol, was actually contemplating what themes and techniques he might employ if he were to photograph in such an environment. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan unconsciously finished her cocktail and signaled for another. After she had downed her second drink, Li Shi stood to pay, gently pulling her out of the bar. They strolled leisurely back to the guest house. Upon entering the room, a comfortable silence enveloped them. Wu Yuan retrieved her nightgown and headed to the bathroom, while Li Shi placed his camera on the tea table, sitting down at the desk to begin organizing the materials he had captured over the past 2 days. A little while later, Wu Yuan emerged from the bathroom, unexpectedly donning a charming purple camisole nightgown. The nightgown draped loosely around her, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous figure in all its glory. Li Shi closed his laptop and sat beside her, neither too close nor too far, admiring her as she tidied her hair. He mused to himself that it was indeed just right. Any additional weight would detract from her beauty, yet a slimmer frame would lack the allure that incites desire. Such a stunning figure, akin to a model, deserved to be captured in exquisite photographs for posterity. He approached and settled onto the sofa beside her, just as the Apple phone on the tea table suddenly chimed. Wu Yuan picked it up, glanced at the incoming call notification, and turned to Li Shi, saying, "It's my ex-husband," before answering. Their conversation revolved around matters of property, hinting at some dispute, though Li Shi paid it no mind. Leaning closer to Wu Yuan, he whispered, "Ms. Wu, why not strike a yoga pose on the sofa? I'll find the right angle to capture your beauty." The phone call lasted only 7 or 8 minutes. Yet the process of capturing 7 or 8 exquisite photographs, from preparation to shooting and then post-processing, consumed over 2 hours. The sofa, hot spring, terrace, and other areas of the suite transformed into picturesque backdrops. Several shots even featured the majestic Zhongshan and Irai Lake as a backdrop, captivatingly beautiful even in the depths of night, shrouded in a misty allure. Wu Yuan drifted into slumber, enveloped in the comfort of her blanket, her face radiating contentment and happiness. Li Shi found this moment amusing and took another photograph. Afterward, he returned to his desk to continue editing the photos he had captured over the past few days. Post-processing proved to be a meticulous endeavor. He began with the Milky Way shots taken at Jizu Mountain, spending considerable time adjusting the color temperature. Subsequently, he fine-tuned the exposure, shadows, and saturation, laboring until 3 in the morning before finally achieving completion. As he gazed at the finished images, satisfaction welled within him. The vast Milky Way arching over the temple at Jizu Mountain exuded a serene yet profound aura, both mysterious and grand. At that moment, a surge of inspiration struck him, prompting a delighted exclamation as he summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi, physique 17.9, wealth 6.8, redeem. Currently learning camera photography, proficient. Completed studies: Chinese, fluent. Driving, fluent. He had finally ascended from proficient to proficient, a noteworthy achievement. Unable to contain his excitement, Li Shi leapt to his feet and stepped onto the terrace, laughing heartily. Although he had not yet reached a significant level of advancement, the progression from proficient to proficient marked a considerable breakthrough. Each learning endeavor possessed its unique characteristics, and the requirements set by the learning panel differed from common societal perceptions. Elevating to proficient represented a comprehensive acknowledgement of his foundational knowledge and skills in photography. The key was his practical application of composition over the past few days. Advancing to fluent would, in contrast, be simpler. He merely needed to highlight and elevate his strengths, surpassing the ordinary benchmarks in thematic expression. Li Shi rubbed his hands together, knowing that among all categories and themes in photography, portraiture was his forte. He returned to the room, gazing at the woman on the bed, who, due to his influence, had briefly succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, he recalled the last photograph taken, one that captured her sense of fulfillment, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. Eureka! An exceptional model lay before him. Why not continue to photograph her? He decided to center the theme around the notion of satisfaction. Li Shi settled back at his desk, awakened his computer, created a new document, and typed, "The Contentment of Maturity." Subtitle 1. The Beauty of Satisfaction. Capture a candid shot that best aligns with her own aesthetic. Subtitle 2. Culinary and Scenic Pleasures. Subtitle 3. 33 times, celebrating her 33rd birthday. Having roughly outlined the final photographic upgrade plan, Li Shi shut down his computer, climbed into bed, embraced her, and ceased to ponder further. He found a comfortable position for his hands and drifted into slumber. Upon waking at 7:30, he discovered that Wu Yuan was already awake. Her voluptuous form turned to the side, seemingly entranced by some wondrous sight. Following her gaze, Li Shi felt a fleeting moment of embarrassment, which he quickly transformed into resolve. He turned over, lifted her up, and made his way to the hot springs in the inner chamber. There was no awkwardness that a shared soak could not remedy. If there were, they would simply indulge for an hour. An hour and a half later, the woman's resilience proved to be remarkably robust, particularly for someone like Wu Yuan, who was seasoned and mature. After merely half an hour of rest, she had recovered and observed Li Shi, who was engrossed in his work at the computer. She rose, approached him from behind, kneading his shoulders while watching him process the photographs. "What are our plans for today?" she inquired. Li Shi playfully swatted at her. "The reaction is quite evident. This afternoon, let us embark on a tour of Arai Lake. But first, I'd like to discuss something with you." Just then, a critique from Xiao Yuan regarding his astrophotography of the Milky Way arrived. It was an impressive piece. However, if one were to point out a flaw, it would be the light pollution from the nearby county, which was somewhat severe. With a bit more refinement in that aspect, the photograph could ascend to a higher echelon. Chapter 70. Shall we tear another pair? Xiao Yuan's critique fell within Li Shi's expectations. In his self-analysis, he recognized that the primary shortcoming of the photograph was indeed this. After conversing with Xiao Yuan for a while, he shifted the woman's ample form onto his thigh. Given his physique, managing Wu Yuan's weight of over 110 pounds was effortlessly manageable. After all, he could stand for 5 or 6 minutes while lifting a 105-kilogram barbell without breaking a sweat. His thighs were indeed stronger than his arms. This is how it is. Li Shi shared the first two-thirds of his photographic plan with her. Wu Yuan readily agreed, even expressing excitement. "I shall consider this your birthday gift to me." "Birthday?" Li Shi chuckled, then leaned closer to her ear to unveil the remaining third of the plan. "This is indeed your birthday gift." Wu Yuan's lips parted slightly, her eyes sparkling with astonishment, her demeanor softening. After all, she was celebrating her 33rd birthday. "I see this a bit too much for you," she hesitated. "Not at all," Li Shi replied calmly, his confidence bolstered by his 17.9 physique attribute points. Arai Lake, one of the 4 scenic wonders of Dali's romantic allure. Regrettably, although we lingered on the terrace for quite some time last night, the weather did not cooperate, leaving Wu Yuan too fatigued to utter a word, and we awaited the clearing of clouds and the emergence of the moon in vain. Circumnavigating Arai Lake is one of the most common and popular activities for travelers in Dali. Prior to their excursion, Li Shi and Wu Yuan engaged in a meticulous discussion regarding what attire would be most suitable for her. Just choose according to your own aesthetic. If you don't have anything fitting, we can purchase something right now, he suggested. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, a woman's sense of style is ever-changing. I am not entirely certain what I prefer to wear, so perhaps I should don that particular outfit which holds special significance for me. Li Shi felt a stir of intrigue within him. After a brief while, he observed her pouting adorably as she rummaged through her suitcase, ultimately producing a black suit, which caused him to face-palm. You actually brought that outfit? He began, but his words trailed off as Wu Yuan playfully revealed a pair of black stockings, winking at him with a smile. T has letters on it, but unfortunately, it's not the pair I wore that day. I usually reside in the Lushan district, which is rather far, so I didn't retrieve them. This pair is new. Moments later, she changed into her attire. The black suit, paired with black stockings and high heels, complemented by lace undergarments, rendered Wu Yuan looking even younger, exuding a polished aura that was irresistibly charming. What do you think? She asked. Li Shi remained silent, moving closer to express his approval of her ensemble through action. After a while, Wu Yuan adjusted her makeup and smoothed her slightly disheveled outfit in front of the mirror, feeling quite satisfied with her appearance. Clad in black, with lace adorning her legs, her figure was alluring, her cheeks reminiscent of peach blossoms, her eyes shimmering with vitality, and her expression radiated contentment and fulfillment. Li Shi, having discreetly composed a shot from the side, seized the moment and captured a photograph with a click. The sound of the camera drew Wu Yuan's gaze, just as he had anticipated, and he quickly snapped another shot, immortalizing the lively sparkle in her eyes. He smiled gently at her and promptly checked the results of the two photographs. Moments later, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He felt as though he had advanced a tenth of the way from proficient to mastery in his photographic skills. After engaging in physically demanding activities, one must replenish their energy with nourishment. Conveniently, Li Shi had included delightful culinary experiences in his plans. When it came to Dali's cuisine, Wu Yuan immediately suggested, let us indulge in steamed pot chicken and stuffed eel. During my last visit, someone recommended a particular restaurant that served exquisite dishes. I find myself quite nostalgic for it. Li Shi was aware that Wu Yuan, a wealthy entrepreneur in the culinary business, would only reminisce about restaurants that either offered exceptional flavors or catered perfectly to her palate. The restaurant was somewhat distant from their accommodation. After checking out of their lodging, they loaded their luggage into the rented vehicle and drove for several minutes along the eastern route of the lake, turning left into a somewhat secluded eatery. The restaurant's decor was unremarkable, lacking the charm found in most establishments in the area, resembling an ordinary roadside diner in Tanzhou. Upon entering, they found a modest space furnished with 8 neatly arranged long tables. It was still early, and the place was nearly devoid of patrons. After placing their orders, they took a seat, noting that the establishment was quite clean, with surfaces virtually free of grease. The steamed pot chicken is a classic dish from Nanyuan province, and this particular establishment utilizes a purple clay steam pot. The main ingredient is black chicken, accompanied by lean meat, honey dates, lion's mane mushrooms, fish maw, longan, slices of ham, bamboo fungus, and various fungi that Li Shi cannot name, all of which create a fresh and fragrant dish. Ah, how I long for that delightful broth. Wu Yuan first sipped a small bowl of soup. Just as she spoke, the waiter arrived with a bowl of marinated mudfish. She instantly grasped a piece of the meat skin, soaked in the broth, with her chopsticks and placed it into Li Shi's bowl before hastily taking another piece for herself, relishing it with great delight. Li Shi, not in a hurry to eat, captured her current expression with his camera. After reviewing the photographs, he finally set down the camera to savor the dish. The texture of the meat skin was remarkably unique, tangy and spicy, undeniably delicious. After finishing one piece, he craved a second. This dish is a local by ethnic delicacy, a personal favorite of mine here. Unfortunately, the ingredients, climate, and water quality vary from place to place. Even with the same recipe, the food will always possess subtle differences. When I had our restaurant's chef prepare this dish, it never quite met my expectations. After indulging in the meal, we emerged from the restaurant and purchased various flavored plums from a roadside shop. Li Shi wasn't particularly fond of sour flavors, but Wu Yuan enjoyed them, and today was about catering to her preferences. After relishing the culinary delights and capturing a couple of photographs, it was time to appreciate the picturesque scenery. The two drove along the Yurai Lake, visiting Shizhou Ancient Town, Haishi Park, Butterfly Spring, and Upper Pass Flower Park, with their final stop being Shuanglong Ancient Town. They parked the car and, instead of rushing to check into their accommodation, decided to stroll along the main street for a while. However, they soon felt somewhat disillusioned. The commercial atmosphere of the main street was overly pronounced, resembling countless other ancient towns across the nation. After browsing for a mere 10 minutes, they turned back as they passed a narrow alley. Li Shi caught a glimpse. At the end of the constricted passage, a sliver of blue sky and similarly azure lake peeked through. Intrigued by the prospect of exploration, he pulled Wu Yuan and ventured inside. After traversing a few dozen steps down the alley, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. The expansive, crystalline lake, the profound azure sky, and the mysterious Zhongshan mountain veiled in white clouds, all harmoniously intertwined. A visual feast for the senses. How stunning it is, Teacher Li. Please take a picture of me here, Wu Yuan exclaimed, equally astonished. Such serendipitous discoveries often resonate deeply. Certainly, Li Shi replied as he raised his camera, but after a few moments, he lowered it again, approaching her to demonstrate how to pose. In the end, he smoothed out a few wrinkles on her black stockings, which had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Every photograph taken today was crucial for his promotion to proficiency level, and each one had to be executed to perfection. This exemplifies a dedicated approach to learning and undertaking tasks. Wu Yuan, yielding to his guidance, unconsciously bit her lip. Suddenly, she recalled something and softly inquired. I remember that day at the villa. When I came down wearing these stockings, it seemed like your gaze was rather peculiar. Was that just my imagination? Li Shi's lips curled into a slightly meaningful smile, unreservedly revealing his thoughts. It's not an illusion. I once tore apart an identical pair, which is why I was somewhat taken aback. Wu Yuan blinked but remained silent. After taking some photographs and enjoying the scenery for a while, the two returned to the main road, leisurely making their way to the parking lot as they walked. Nearing their destination, Wu Yuan suddenly glanced around. Noticing that the nearest passerby was quite a distance away, she leaned closer to Li Shi's ear, whispering softly, that young man, do you wish to tear apart another pair? Chapter 71. Promotion? Seeking continued reading, some women possess the power to incite men to commit unspeakable acts. Perhaps those horrifying tales online are not mere fabrications? Li Shi was momentarily stunned, taking 8 seconds to collect himself as he tucked a loose braid, created by a local vendor during their outing, behind her ear. The green strings had loosened slightly. Counting them revealed 9 small strands. 9, a delightful number. Today 9, tomorrow 9, which sums up to 18, leaving only 15 to reach 33. Perhaps he could ascend sooner, though, in truth, promotion ultimately hinges on the quality of practical works, yet there was the prospect of venturing to Rueli sooner. Li Shi, what are you pondering? Oh, indeed. What was I contemplating? This lodging had been reserved by Li Shi. With the 11th already passed, the influx of tourists had slightly diminished. He observed an appealing guesthouse on the app and booked a luxurious sea view room with a large bed for 2,288 yuan per night. Initially, he had reserved just one night, but now he considered inquiring at the homestay if it were possible to extend their stay by another night, as Wu Yuan might need additional rest tomorrow. Upon returning to the parking lot, he made a phone call, and the homestay manager arrived on an electric scooter. The young manager, in his 20s, was quite amiable and, upon learning it was their first visit to Shuanglong ancient town, enthusiastically introduced various attractions along the way. While they could forego other destinations, he insisted that the Sun Palace was a must-see, as Teacher Yang would surely agree that a visit there was well worth it. Li Shi expressed his gratitude and inquired about extending their room for another day, only to receive a negative response. Business was thriving, and the following days had already been fully booked. After completing the check-in process, they entered the room, and it became apparent why this guesthouse had gained fame. In industry parlance, it boasted an excellent location, impressive decor, and breathtaking views, easily yielding stunning photographs. A casual snapshot could transform into a visually captivating piece. This land was undeniably suited for the development of tourism. As dusk approached, they chose not to venture out, but instead settled beneath the drapes of the terrace outside their room, relishing the culinary delights provided by the guesthouse while basking in the beauty of the sunset over Zhongshan and Irai Lake. Li Shi contemplated that only one final set of photographs remained to be captured. This particular series posed a significant challenge, not for him as the photographer, but for Wu Yuan as the model, necessitating thorough preparation. After a glass of red wine, the night gradually enveloped them. A gentle breeze caressed the lake's surface, and the remnants of the evening glow lingered on the horizon. The exquisite wine captivated the eye, while the picturesque scenery touched the heart. The surroundings were tranquil, and if not now, when would they seize the moment? Ms. Wu, could you come here for a moment? Li Shi spoke softly, his tone remarkably calm. Yet Wu Yuan trembled slightly, for he had addressed her as Ms. Wu, not Sister Wu. This is a signal. She knows it is time to capture those 33 photographs. For Li Shi, the labor is not physically exhausting, but mentally taxing. The final photography theme is crucial for his promotion, and he is wholly dedicated, investing both mental and physical effort in a fleeting span of time. He has expended an immeasurable amount of energy. Since enhancing his physical attributes, he has, for the first time, begun to feel a hint of fatigue. Fortunately, the rewards are considerable. From 9 in the evening until 1 in the morning, he has produced a remarkable 11 photographs. Each one is a masterpiece, closely aligned with the theme of the female model's satisfaction. This is vividly evident in the model's demeanor captured in the images. By the time they reach the last 2 shots, Wu Yuan has become utterly entranced, her performance before the lens rivaling that of an award-winning actress. The expression of satisfaction, conveyed through her voice, dialogue, posture, and even minute facial expressions, is utterly natural, leaving onlookers in awe. The interplay of light and shadow, composition, and the precise timing of the shots, along with the guidance of the subject's expression, all hinge on meticulous attention to detail. Li Shi reclines in bed, reflecting on the recent day's practical gains. His thoughts drift back to the last 2 photographs, which are undoubtedly worthy of being cherished. The finest portraits invariably capture the genuine emotions of the subject, and the photographer can enhance that moment through the artistry of light and shadow. As his mind wanders, inspiration surges forth, banishing any sense of drowsiness. He turns over, opens his computer, selects the last 2 photographs, and begins the post-production process. Working tirelessly until 2 in the morning, he feels a profound jolt of realization at the moment the final photograph is completed. A wave of elation sweeps over him. He knows he is destined for promotion. This unexpected delight seems almost inevitable upon reflection. His experience has long been sufficient. He merely needed to execute a standout practice in portrait photography. It is not essential to complete all 33 photographs. Achieving proficiency in just one can meet the threshold for advancement. This time, Li Shi refrains from immediately calling up the learning panel. Instead, he revels in the admiration of his proud creations displayed on the screen. The expression of satisfaction can be so alluring. If shared online, would it be revered as a classic by those who dwell in the virtual realm? He muses on this, but has no intention of posting them. These 2 works will remain his private treasures. Perhaps he should invest in a new computer. This laptop will be disconnected from the internet, serving solely as a collection hard drive. He deletes all records of internet connections from the computer and even removes the network driver. Just as he finishes, another thought occurs to him. What if the computer fails? He must acquire additional external hard drives for backup. Finally, he lies down, unable to contain his excitement any longer, and summons the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Physical condition: 17.91. Fusion status: Wealth: 7.8. Exchange status: Currently learning. Photography: Expert. Change of learning direction: Completed learning library. Chinese: Expert. Driving: Expert. Each discipline or skill is divided into 5 levels: Beginner, Proficient, Expert, Professional, and Master. With each advancement, physical attributes increase by 1 point, and wealth attributes also increase by 1 point. Only one discipline or skill can be pursued at a time. Once selected, the branch or level must reach Expert before a change can occur. If one chooses to continue learning photography, they must attain Master level before changing again, simultaneously receiving a reward of 2 cubic storage space. Oh, this time the Master level reward is 2 cubic meters of personal space. Chinese Master: 10 cubic meters. Driving Master: 1 cubic meter. Photography Master: 2 cubic meters. This aligns perfectly with the ultimate goal of using the learning panel to assist in acquiring knowledge and skills. Any enhancement beneficial to essence and spirit yields substantial rewards, and those advantageous for spirit provide the most generous rewards. After all, the enhancement of essence primarily relies on the fusion of physical attribute points. It is already 2:30 in the morning. In the darkness, Li Shi's eyes gleamed with intensity as myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Finally, he pursed his lips. Acquiring knowledge and artistic skills is most beneficial for spirit, yet advancing to master level in these domains is exceedingly challenging. My physical condition is improving, so it is wise to capitalize on my strengths while mitigating my weaknesses. Next, I shall still opt for a sports-related skill, and will deliberate on which one to choose after accumulating more attribute points. Having come to this conclusion, Li Shi's mind settled, and he resolved to sleep first. As for which sports skill to pursue next, he would take his time to consider, and no rush. Turning to embrace the soft body of the woman beside him, he suddenly smiled. Although he had advanced in photography, tomorrow's journey would continue. The remaining 22 photos would serve as a reward for his progression. He shifted slightly, finding a comfortable position, and drifted into slumber. Chapter 72. 3 days and 2 nights, seeking monthly votes, seeking subscriptions. Li Shi awoke at 8 in the morning, stretching lazily as he extricated himself from the warmth of his bed. After completing his morning routine, he did not hastily venture outside. Instead, he retrieved his notebook from his backpack, donned his pajamas, and stepped onto the terrace to revel in the morning light reflecting upon Rai Lake, beginning to summarize the previous phase. After filling 5 pages of the thick notebook, he paused, gazing thoughtfully at the clear lake surface. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Glancing down, he saw a message from Chanchi is Dali enjoyable? Quite pleasant, indeed. However, I've primarily been focused on gathering inspiration, with leisure activities merely a secondary pursuit. I heard that many girls travel there. Isn't there a saying online that if you seek romance, you should go to Lijiang and Dali? So, have you encountered any stunning beauties? Winking, Li Shi glanced back at the room. The mature woman on the bed was still in deep slumber. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to maintain his usual rapport with Chen Xiuyue, expressing whatever came to mind. Regardless of how the future might unfold, certain matters should not be concealed. He typed, "Yes." Chen Xiuyue quickly replied, pouting. After a while, she added, "I'm envious. Next time, I too want to venture to Nanyun and encounter beauties from all over the country. Then select the most stunning one for a shared journey." Raising an eyebrow, smirking, Li Shi responded, "Then be sure to invite me. My driving and photography skills are quite commendable, and I can serve as your chauffeur and photographer." He suddenly couldn't help but wonder, in this open society, would women not be drawn to her alluring yet aloof demeanor? After chatting for a while, he set his phone aside and resumed his final summary. Photography, at its core, is a form of fine art, nestled within the realm of aesthetics. This learning experience would undoubtedly benefit his potential future endeavors in other aesthetic disciplines, thus laying a solid foundation in this regard. He chuckled to himself, pondering that if he were to pursue painting in the future, his experience in capturing private photographs would provide him with a valuable edge, should he ever be tasked with creating private portraits. After much reflection, Li Shi finally penned, "The entire learning process has broadened my cognitive horizons, enriched my unique experiences in photography study and practice, and elevated my aesthetic sensibility. Such myriad benefits are advantageous to the spirit." Wu Yuan awoke around 10 o'clock, and upon rising, she guzzled a bottle of water before casting a reproachful glance at Li Shi, who was entering from the terrace with a notebook in hand. In a hoarse voice, she asked, "Teacher Li, are you a wild bull?" They checked out at 11:30 and headed to the dock to board a boat to Nanjiao Style Island for a visit. Within 5 to 6 minutes, they arrived on the island. It was not large, and after a brief exploration, Li Shi concluded that apart from the towering 6-story Guanyin statue in the hotel-like Nanjiao Palace, there wasn't much to behold. However, the views of Rai Lake from the island were splendid. Rai indeed possessed a unique beauty, with different angles revealing different charms. The afternoon was not spent lingering in Shuanglong ancient town. They first drove along the eastern lakeside road to the Luoshan ruins. This place appeared unremarkable but was quite suitable for photography, with broken windows, crumbling walls, and cliffs, complemented by Rai and the azure sky, creating a natural backdrop for stunning portraits. Subsequently, they visited Wei's dock and Zaipuchuo, feeding seagulls, completing a round around the lake, before driving to the ancient city and checking into the exclusive Qingchun Seaview Hotel. This hotel, located on the western side of Rai, featured a luxurious seaview room with sunrise views, allowing for exceptional coastal scenery right from the room. The hotel's decor was impressive, and the service was exceedingly attentive, offering authentic Nanyuan provincial cuisine. The two stayed at this hotel for a full 3 days and 2 nights, spending most of their time in the room, enjoying the beautiful views while completing the remaining 22 photographs. On the first night, they finished 5 pieces. During the second day, they completed 9 pieces in the daytime and 3 in the evening. On the third day, they finished 5 pieces in the daytime. Li Shi was brimming with energy, his skills gradually reaching maturity. Having employed the camera on merely 6 occasions, he managed to capture 22 exquisite photographs of Wu Yuan. On the evening of the third day, as Li Shi drove her to the airport, she sat in the passenger seat, her face still flushed, gazing vacantly out of the window at the scenery, languid and relaxed, not even inclined to move a finger. After taking the final photograph and spending half an hour organizing her luggage at the hotel, they set off for the airport, which took another half hour. The lingering aftertaste of their time together still resonated within her. During her days in Dali, things had initially unfolded as she had anticipated, but she never imagined that the Pandora's box she had opened would unleash not a demon, but a sumptuous feast that left her feeling overindulged. After a brief pause, she turned to glance at the young man driving and suddenly inquired, "Teacher Li, will I still be able to seek your guidance in the future?" Li Shi quickly cast a glance at her before returning his focus to the road. Feigning seriousness as he asked, "Sister Wu, how about I find a spot to pull over for half an hour?" Wu Yuan instinctively shivered and hastily replied, No, no, the dot plane 1T wait for anyone, and it's already 4:30. There was only one flight daily from Dali to Tanzhou, departing at 6:30 in the evening. With many tourists around and her need to check in luggage, she truly required an early arrival at the airport. A smile danced upon Li Shi's lips. This morning, upon waking, he had noticed a promising development. The aftereffects of his physical attributes surpassing their limits had mysteriously vanished. Upon reaching the airport, just before parting ways, Li Shi took the initiative to embrace her, whispering softly in her ear, "Sister Wu, once you board the plane, make sure to rest well and try to catch some sleep time." Observing the wealthy woman before him, who, at least at that moment, appeared quite obedient, Li Shi smiled faintly. In the past, his pride and aloofness had been accompanied by a lack of corresponding family background and abilities, leaving him somewhat restrained. Before beautiful women, even if he did not outwardly display it, there was always a degree of inner reservation. However, after acquiring the learning panel over the past few months, with an increasing amount of wealth and physical attributes, along with a correspondingly robust physique, he could now face anyone and the world at large without a hint of hesitation or anxiety. The gloom that once resided in his chest had long since dissipated, replaced by a newfound confidence to dictate his own destiny and confront all challenges. After bidding farewell to Wu Yuan, Li Shi drove back to the hotel. He needed to stay there for one more night before setting off early the next day to Ruili. After coordinating with the car rental company to finalize the time and location for picking up the vehicle, he received a farewell message from Wu Yuan. "Teacher Li, thank you. This has been my most unforgettable journey and the most memorable birthday I've ever had. These past few days have left me utterly satisfied." Mischievous smile. "Remember to send me all the photos once you return to Tanzhou, including those 33 pictures. I might need them for reminiscing in the future." Shy, bashful. Li Shi chuckled, shaking his head at the message. It seems that regardless of gender or wealth, once separated by a digital barrier, people tend to grow bolder, expressing words they might not dare to utter face to face. Just as he was about to reply, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Upon opening the door, he found a somewhat portly middle-aged man standing outside. "Hello, handsome, and I hope I am not imposing. My name is Wei Ming, and I have been residing in the room next to yours these past few days." Upon encountering Li Shi at the door, Wei Ming promptly pointed towards the adjacent room, introducing himself with a beaming smile. Li Shi's gaze fell upon the jade guanyin pendant adorning Wei Ming's neck, a piece of icy quality with a hint of vibrant green, which, based on his accumulated insight over the past months, must be worth at least 6 figures. "Greetings, is there something you require?" Chapter 73. The Jade Merchant traveling with his female assistant. Anyone would instinctively become cautious in such a situation, and Li Shi was no exception. He refrained from stepping outside, positioning his body at the entrance, ready to retreat swiftly and use the door as a barrier should the need arise. "Well, I have been staying next door these days and wish to get acquainted. Perhaps we could become friends." Wei Ming reiterated his proximity, adopting a somewhat ambiguous demeanor. Li Shi pondered. "Your residence next door has little bearing on me." Wait. A sudden realization struck him, causing him to pause. Could it be that the walls of this hotel lack soundproofing? No, that can't be. With my physique attribute of 17.9, my hearing surpasses that of the average person, yet I had never noticed any sound leakage. The walls must be soundproof. He scrutinized Wei Ming and inquired earnestly, "While I appreciate the sentiment of newfound friendship, if you have a matter to discuss, please speak plainly. I have pressing engagements." Upon hearing Li Shi mention his busyness, the middle-aged, portly Wei Ming cast a curious glance into the room, seemingly searching for something. Not finding what he sought, he appeared slightly disappointed, yet he sensed Li Shi's growing impatience. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that as men, straightforwardness should not be a hindrance. Just as he was about to speak, a young woman emerged from the adjacent room. "Old Wei, why are you still lingering outside?" The lady, clad in an ink-washed cheongsam, possessed a statuesque figure, her silhouette accentuated by the garment, particularly her long, fair, and graceful legs. Li Shi admired her physique but felt a tinge of disappointment regarding her facial features. She had the look of a social media influencer, initially appealing but upon closer inspection, revealing a manufactured quality. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, a case of an older man with a younger wife. "Handsome, may we exchange WeChat? I genuinely have a matter I would like to consult you about." Upon seeing the woman, Wei Ming hastily retrieved his phone, eager to add Li Shi as a WeChat friend. Li Shi glanced at the jade guanyin pendant he wore, then took out his phone from his pocket, using a secondary account to scan the QR code for adding a friend. Upon returning to his solitary room, he stepped onto the terrace, surveying his surroundings. Both sides were bordered by a lake, and the adjacent room faced a different direction, rendering it improbable for anyone to observe the situation on this terrace. That moment, Wei Ming, having just added him on WeChat, sent a message. Hello, handsome. I realized that my earlier approach was rather abrupt, but I truly have a question I wish to pose to you. Li Shi replied. What is it? Speak plainly. Wei Ming responded. Very well. I shall be direct. I want to inquire whether you possess any secret techniques or remedies regarding matters concerning men. A friend of mine is in dire need of such assistance, and he is willing to pay for it. Li Shi stared in disbelief. After a moment, he sent a message with a simple question mark. Wei Ming, with a knowing smile, well, you see, the soundproofing of the hotel room doors might leave much to be desired. As I happened to pass by your room, I inadvertently bore witness to your remarkable prowess on multiple occasions. Impressive indeed. Wei Ming, my dear brother, I hail from the southern region and am here on a vacation. In my youth, I encountered many distinguished figures in the realm of romance, yet none could rival your extraordinary talents. If you possess any secret formula, would you be willing to share it with me? Wei Ming, I wish to procure it for a friend of mine. As for the door? Li Shi scratched his brow. Having only considered the walls and momentarily overlooking the door itself, he stepped into the room, glanced at the wooden door, and chuckled softly to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he texted back. You're overthinking it. There's no magical concoction involved, just youthful vigor combined with regular exercise. Wei Ming, surely, that can't be the case. No amount of exercise could lead to such exaggerated feats as yours. To be candid, my curiosity got the better of me yesterday. From afternoon till evening, after you returned from outside, you left my door wide open. It was even more astonishing than what one might encounter in a regular day. Li Shi was at a loss for words. Here was a grown man, accompanied by a stunning female companion, on a leisurely trip, yet he found himself eavesdropping instead of savoring the scenic beauty and companionship. Before he could respond, another message arrived. Furthermore, this matter is not necessarily tied to exercise. There are muscular men who finish in mere minutes. Li Shi shook his head, unwilling to delve into such discussions, and replied, truly, it's nothing. Perhaps it's just a matter of innate talent, something I've possessed since childhood. This time, the other party fell silent for 2 minutes before sending another message. All right then, my apologies. I did not intend to pry into your private affairs, and no problem. With Li Shi's reassurance, Wei Ming refrained from pursuing the topic further, yet continued to seek conversation. Li Shi was engaged in researching substantial knowledge regarding athletic skills, and thus continued to spare time for their dialogue, primarily due to the jade guanine pendant that Wei Ming wore. If he were a wealthy enthusiast of jade, he could potentially become a client. If he were involved in the jade business, he could serve as a valuable source of information. After a while, Li Shi gleaned the information he sought. Wei Ming hailed from Jy City in Dongguan Province and was engaged in the jade trade. This revelation sparked Li Shi's enthusiasm, and he eagerly engaged in a half-hour discussion about the jade market, posing various questions and addressing the curiosities that had accumulated in his mind. After 30 minutes, Wei Ming felt overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries. Li, if you are genuinely interested in jade, you can check out the videos I've posted online. I'm quite fatigued today, so I must take my leave for now. He then sent a link to a Bilibili video. Li Shi was taken aback, clicked on the link, and discovered that Wei Ming was indeed a content creator on Bilibili, and a well-recognized one at that, boasting 560,000 followers. For a niche creator, that was quite a substantial following. Previously, he had only viewed similar content on Douyin and had not come across Wei Ming's work. Li Shi opened the most recent upload and, after a brief watch, was suddenly struck by recognition. A familiar figure appeared on screen. It was the woman in the qipao who had emerged from the adjacent room earlier. Before the appearance, the barrage of comments fervently declared there are legs ahead. I want to embrace the female assistant, and legs are a delight. Upon glancing at the comments section, the top-rated remark read, in this episode, there is a female assistant with legs that can't be touched, and an unaffordable green stone. Everything is in place, but what does it matter? My coins, alas, cannot be obtained by the host either. Look, everyone possesses something unattainable. Her role is that of Wei Ming's video assistant. Li Shi chuckled softly and continued watching the video. Wei Ming's videos primarily showcase the transformation of jadeite from raw stone to finished product through the lens, occasionally featuring his visits to major jadeite raw stone markets or his participation in jadeite auctions. Li Shi attempted a search for Rueli on the homepage and indeed found the exploration series Wei Ming filmed in Rueli 2 years prior. The series consists of 5 episodes, all detailing the Rueli jewelry market and jadeite auction conditions. After watching the first episode, Li Shi discovered the presentation was exceptionally detailed and knowledgeable. Having completed all 5 episodes, he had developed a fairly comprehensive preliminary understanding of Rueli's jadeite market, significantly boosting his confidence for the upcoming trip to Ruelia. I didn't expect such unexpected gains. The video was quite well made. Li Shi generously cast 2 coins for each video. After a while, the doorbell rang again, and it was once more Wei Ming. Mr. Li, I can see you are genuinely interested in jadeite, and I truly wish to befriend you. Here is a small, inexpensive gift for you to admire. I hope you won't find it unworthy. As soon as he opened the door, the other party handed over a small dark red satin box. Chapter 74. Introducing a beautiful yoga teacher. Mr. Wei, you are far too courteous. One should not receive rewards without merit. We have just met, and I have not been of any assistance to you. So how can I accept a gift? At this point, Li Shi couldn't help but scrutinize Wei Ming, pondering that his so-called friends were likely but himself. He appeared to be in his early 40s. An inexpensive trinket, let it serve as an apology for my earlier indiscretion. Wei Ming smiled as he opened the box, revealing a piece of jadeite that was between the glutinous ice and ice varieties, plump and full, adorned with some green flecks. Mr. Li, you are also knowledgeable about jadeite market trends. This is merely worth a few thousand yuan in market price. As friends, should you wish to purchase jadeite in the future, feel free to consult me. The term a few thousand is colloquial in certain industries. 1, 2, or 3,000 is considered small thousand, while 4, 5, or 6,000 is medium thousand, and 7, 8, or 9,000 is large thousand. Similarly, the terms for hundreds and tens of thousands follow suit. Amounts exceeding 10,000 are often represented numerically. For instance, small 6 refers to around 100,000, 200,000, or 300,000. No need to be polite about being friends, Li Shi persistently declined. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, once Wei Ming returned to his room, the female assistant, who had been listening at the door and hadn't come out, curiously inquired, Lao Wei, does a young stranger merit your proactive approach to friendship? She had only just arrived from Kunming in the evening. Wei Ming, feeling somewhat disheartened by his unfulfilled intentions, muttered softly, what do you understand? He thought to himself, typically, I discreetly consume the small blue pills. You are simply unaware I am in the presence of the formidable matriarch at home. Wei Ming felt rather constrained, yet with the female assistant, he was more at ease. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as the monthly bonus is adequately provided, that is all that matters. He pondered that the young individual in the adjacent room, even without any secret techniques, was undoubtedly a person of exceptional talent. Forming connections with trivial items of little value might prove advantageous in the future. Moreover, it was evident that the other party possessed a genuine interest in jade, possibly indicating a potential client. The female assistant, feeling slightly irritated by his retort, shot him a glance and huffed, indeed, I am utterly clueless. Why don't you take the clothes on the bed back home for your rather plump partner to wear for you? Wei Ming glanced at the meticulously selected uniform on the bed, his eyes twinkling as he approached with a charming smile. As a man, one must have the fortitude to be thick-skinned when necessary. A thin skin leads only to mere sustenance, whereas a thick skin opens doors to greater opportunities. The essence of Buddha jumps over the wall contains nourishing ingredients such as sea cucumbers, dried scallops, fish lips, and succulent abalone. Each far superior to mere subsistence. It was precisely his thick skin that had allowed him to rise from a destitute youth to his current standing. Li Shi returned to his room, shaking his head and smiling, yet feeling a sense of alertness within today's society. An individual who possesses extraordinary talents, when showcased publicly, can easily create a sensation. He contemplated pursuing studies in sports, yet his current physical condition. He thought for a moment and summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi Physique. 17.91, Fusion status, Wealth, 7.8, Exchange status, Currently learning, Photography, Mastery, Change learning direction, Completed learning repository, Chinese, Mastery, Driving, Mastery. The 1 point gained in physique from advancing in photography was initially intended for immediate fusion upon returning to Tanzhou. Should he pause for the time being? He retrieved his notebook, reflecting carefully, and inscribed 2 queries on a pristine page. 1. With the increase in physique attribute points, does the enhancement of physical condition also amplify one's innate talents in various sports? 2. As physical condition improves, does the learning panel's requirement for sports-related skills, mastery correspondingly escalate? Drawing from his prior experiences and reflections, he contemplated and assessed, concluding that the first question necessitated consideration of 2 scenarios. 1. Talents related to physicality would undoubtedly improve in tandem. 2. Conversely, talents associated with techniques and tactics might not necessarily follow suit. As for the second question, it was likely that most would experience a corresponding improvement, yet the extent of such enhancement would depend on the specific sport. 1. The greater the reliance on physicality and athletic skills, the more stringent the requirements for mastery would become. For instance, in sprinting, If a physique of 15 points demands mastery to complete the 100 meters in under 10.2 seconds, then 20 points might necessitate mastery for a time of under 9.8 seconds. 2. Conversely, sports with lower physical dependency, such as curling or air rifle shooting, might see that even with physique attribute points exceeding 20, the learning panel's requirements would remain comparable to the general standards of society. Moreover, when he trains, it would be impossible to completely avoid others. He even felt compelled to actively seek out a coach and a training partner. Li Shi pondered repeatedly and decided to postpone the integration of his physical attribute points. Instead, he would first focus on acquiring sports skills that rely more heavily on physical fitness. Once he had accumulated enough attribute points, he would then integrate and pursue those sports skills that are relatively less dependent on physical attributes. There are hundreds of common sports, such as athletics, ball games, martial arts, boxing, swimming and diving, gymnastics, ice skating and skiing, archery, weightlifting, shooting, and so forth. Additionally, there are modern pentathlon, triathlon, and esports among others. After much contemplation, Li Shi wrote on paper: first stage, athletics, weightlifting, swimming, etc. Second stage, ball games, archery, shooting, ice skating and skiing, etc. Third stage, martial arts. The reason for placing martial arts in the final stage is that, within his limited understanding, he believes that most sports are skill-oriented, whereas martial arts encompass a multitude of complex elements, including aesthetic routines, the aesthetics of the human body, competitive practice, and philosophical thought. It is a discipline that integrates skill and art, making it the most challenging to learn, hence its subsequent placement. After completing his analysis, Li Shi fixed his gaze on the projects of the first stage and fell into deep thought once more. There were still numerous options in the first stage. What should he learn first? The railway from Dali to Rueli was still under construction and not operational, so he had no choice but to travel by car. The following morning, Li Shi checked out of his accommodation early and arrived at the new passenger terminal, where he spent 240 yuan to purchase a bus ticket for the 9 a.m. departure to Rueli. He chose the fastest bus, yet the journey of over 400 kilometers would still take 5 to 6 hours. Along the way, aside from enjoying the scenery outside the window, Li Shi spent most of his time on his phone learning about jade. Ever since he exchanged jade to earn his first pot of gold, he knew he would frequently deal with this gemstone in the future, thus he had been intermittently studying it ever since. His learning was divided into 3 parts: self-media related to jade, hands-on exploration, and book study. Previously, he mainly focused on the first 2 methods, watching videos and purchasing mid-range jade samples and various raw stone specimens online for self-exploration. Recently, he had bought some professional books, intending to establish a systematic understanding of jade and its value system. If he wanted to solidify and stabilize his persona as an investment collector, it must be supported by genuine knowledge and skills. Moreover, once he mastered the learning here, if he felt he had reached a proficient level, he could seek opportunities to quickly brush up on skills like jade appraisal through learning panels, thereby swiftly increasing his attribute points by 3 in one fell swoop. As Li Shi contemplated this delightful prospect, a smile involuntarily graced his face, and he became increasingly engrossed in the app Moshi Shirtway on his phone. At 3 in the afternoon, as they were nearing their destination, he was silently memorizing what jade skin is and what jade's color signifies when a message from Wu Yuan, back in Tanzhou, arrived. Teacher Li, didn't you say you wanted to learn a sport? How about yoga? I can introduce you to a very beautiful yoga teacher. With a raised eyebrow, Li Shi couldn't help but blink in surprise. He glanced at the profile picture and name. It was indeed Wu Yuan. He nearly thought it was Li Guiming. At that moment, the driver in front called out that they were approaching the station, reminding passengers to secure their luggage. He glanced out the window, observing that most of the rooftops of the buildings were adorned in red, edged with golden trim, exuding a unique charm. Checking his phone again, he quickly typed, "How beautiful could it be?" Chapter 75. The owner, Lu Songwei, seeking support and readership. Wait a moment. I'll ask her for a photo. He smiled at Li Shi, scratched the tip of his nose with his right hand, somewhat perplexed by Wu Yuan's disposition. During the brief interlude for photos, feeling somewhat at ease, he had simultaneously searched for information on sports on his phone. When Wu Yuan had draped her arm around his neck, she had noticed and casually inquired how he could remain focused on work while distracted. Li Shi had replied nonchalantly that he intended to select a sport to learn, aiming to both enhance his physical fitness and refine his artistic sensibilities. To his surprise, the somewhat dazed Wu Yuan had retained that detail. A 33-year-old woman. Rather impressive. Li Shi disregarded her, taking a taxi to the Anhao Hot Spring Hotel, one of the better establishments in Rueli. It was not until he had completed the check-in process and inspected every nook and cranny of his room that Wu Yuan finally messaged him. Okay, accompanied by a video titled Yoga MP4. Li Shi paused his search for food. Standing at the door he hadn't yet opened, and clicked on the video in it. A woman with her hair tied back, dressed in a red long-sleeve t-shirt and gray yoga pants, was supporting herself on the yoga mat, lifting her slender left leg straight up in a pose reminiscent of a lying split, all in time with the music. The camera angle was somewhat distant, only allowing a vague glimpse of her features, yet it was evident that this yoga instructor possessed exceptional flexibility and an admirable physique. Her legs, though not particularly long, were proportionate and straight. Unlike many fitness and dance enthusiasts, she boasted a fuller bust, likely a C cup or above. After watching, Li Shi remained non-committal. He was not the type to be easily distracted by women. With his broadened horizons, he had become somewhat discerning in matters of gender. His learning plan had already been set in a specific direction and would not be easily altered. I do not currently intend to study yoga. Perhaps another time, he replied via WeChat, preparing to sample the local Thai cuisine. Wu Yuan's delicate fingers were exceptionally nimble, her typing speed as swift as ever. Having experienced this before, Li Shi noted that her reply came in under 5 seconds. Wu Yuan, the video doesn't clearly show her face. I'll ask her for a photo. You'll definitely like it to Li Shi, not considering it in the short term. It has nothing to do with how good-looking someone is. He ended the conversation and searched for a restaurant on a review app. The locals in Rueli favored sour and spicy dishes, and one particular dish of sour papaya fish left a lasting impression on him. It was the first time he had seen fish and papaya prepared together. Additionally, Thai cuisine prominently featured banana leaves. Most dishes were served resting on these leaves, adding a distinctive flair. While savoring the lemongrass grilled fish, Wu Yuan sent another message. There were no words, just a photograph. It was a selfie of a woman post-exercise, likely just after dancing, her face still adorned with delicate makeup, her features strikingly defined. Almond-shaped eyes, willow-like brows, cherry lips, and a delicate nose, exuding a hint of classical beauty. Wu Yuan was not mistaken. It was indeed a feast for the eyes. Yoga? It appears to be a commendable physical discipline as well, serving as a potential avenue for future study. If one could learn from an attractive yoga instructor, the motivation to engage in the practice would undoubtedly be heightened, and efficiency might also see an improvement. After pondering for a moment, Li Shi, having savored the delectable cuisine, returned to his hotel and retrieved his notebook from his bag, adding yoga to the third phase, positioning it behind martial arts. In the ensuing days, Li Shi explored the entirety of Rueli, particularly the markets related to jade. Along the way, he encountered a merchant in the jade industry. The term merchant is frequently encountered. As the name suggests, it refers to those who possess ownership of jade in the market. Many individuals selling from stalls are merely stall owners, while some are also merchants. Consignment and agency sales are quite common. Li Shi, a middle-aged man with dark skin and strikingly white teeth, spoke in a rapid-fire manner, his demeanor somewhat intimidating at first glance, yet he proved to be quite amiable. He had spent years traversing between Myanmar and Rueli, engaging in jade-related trade. The two met while dining at a small eatery. At that moment, Li Shi was enjoying his meal while engrossed in a book titled Comprehensive Guide to Jade, which he had purchased earlier that day from a local bookstore in the Wealth Plaza. This tome, penned by the renowned figure in the jade industry, Ouyang Chiome, was a substantial professional work that caught the attention of Li Shi, who approached him to strike up a conversation. The two found themselves quite compatible in their discussion. Initially, Li Shi presumed Li Shi to be merely a small-time trader, but as they conversed further, he discovered that this seemingly disheveled man was, in fact, a significant merchant, with a wealth that was hard to ascertain. Over the next 5 or 6 days, Li Shi accompanied him on another tour of the jade markets in Rueli. With an insider's guidance, the experience was markedly different, allowing him to encounter numerous exquisite pieces that had previously eluded his notice. Most of the time, he merely observed without purchasing, yet gradually he acquired 7 pieces of jade, expending several 100,000 yuan. These stones varied in size, and before Li Shi's return journey, all were sent ahead to Tanzhou. During this time, Li Shi encouraged him to cut a couple of pieces to test his luck, but Li Shi firmly declined. The adage, even the gods find it hard to discern a fragment of jade, holds true. As long as the original stone remains uncut, no one can ascertain its true nature. Whatever he might reveal after cutting it himself would be his word against all others. Li Shi set off for Dali on October 7th, and by the time he returned to Tanzhou, it was already October 21. The weather in Tanzhou had turned considerably cooler. Upon his return, the first order of business was to finalize the procedures for his studio, which had been prepared in advance. He then registered on various recruitment websites such as Jillian, Qianqing, and Lipin, subscribing to their services and posting a job listing for an assistant. The content was succinctly crafted. Position: Office Director Assistant to the Studio Owner. Responsibilities: overseeing the daily operations of the office and effectively executing tasks assigned by the leadership. Position requirements. 1. Possession of a driver's license. 2. Pleasant appearance, gender. 3. Neat handwriting and excellent writing skills preferred. 4. Artistic or literary talents favored. 5. No educational restrictions, ages 18 to 40. Compensation. Social insurance and housing fund, starting salary of 10,000 yuan per month. Once the recruitment information was disseminated, Li Shi contemplated that since the studio's registered address was still provisional, the first task for the new assistant would be to secure an office space. Additionally, I need to rent a space to store the equipment for cutting stones. Seated in the new home he had not visited for 2 weeks, Li Shi surveyed the spacious living room. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to turn on the television. Although he had no intention of watching, the sound would lend an air of liveliness. He then summoned the learning panel. During this period, he had been mulling over his options and ultimately resolved to commence his journey with sprinting. Starting with short-distance running, gazing at the learning panel, he attempted to conjure the thought, could he change his learning focus to 100-meter sprint skills? Soon, Li Shi found himself momentarily taken aback by the negative feedback he received. However, he remained unperturbed, as this outcome was anticipated. He once again endeavored to formulate the thought. Might he shift his learning direction to sprinting skills? A sense of relief washed over him as this time he received affirmative feedback. Indeed, the 100-meter sprint is a distinct event, while sprinting encompasses all forms of short-distance running, not limited to competitive arenas. He proceeded to generate another thought. Could he alter his learning focus to competitive sprinting skills? In the next instant, Li Shi felt another wave of relief as he received yet another positive response. Thankfully, he decided to take a few more days of rest and would formally embark on his new learning endeavor once he had recruited an assistant. Once he commenced, he knew he would be busy. Completely relaxed, he reclined on the sofa, tuned in to Channel 5, and casually watched for a while. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after more than 20 minutes, just as he began to relish this idle state, his phone chimed. It was Wang Yanni, a classmate from middle school at Li Shi. A few of our middle school friends from Tanzhou are gathering at my place for dinner. While we were chatting, your name came up, and everyone asked me to check if you're coming. Tanzhou, being the provincial capital, had seen many of his old classmates, not just from middle school but also from high school, thriving there, something Li Shi had long been aware of, though he hadn't kept in touch much. Having just returned from out of town, he was disinclined to venture out again that day and declined, saying, "Never mind, I just returned to Tanzhou from afar. I'm too tired. Perhaps next time." After a while, Wang Yanni replied, "Are you sure you won't come? Zhou Qingqing will be there too," with a mischievous smile. "Wishing all my fellow friends a happy new year. May the new spring bring abundant blessings. In the past 20 days, the performance of this book has surpassed my expectations, and I thank all my fellow friends for their support. In the coming year, I will continue to strive to craft an engaging narrative and update as frequently as possible. The ongoing PK recommendation continues. I hope to garner your continued affection and support. Here's wishing all my esteemed friends a happy new year. May you all enjoy good health, be surrounded by blooming flowers, have smooth sailing in all endeavors, earn a fortune of 7 to 800 million, and embark on the path of greatness. Wishing everyone a prosperous year of the rabbit. With all wishes fulfilled, the one with the learning panel sends New Year greetings to all." Upon hearing the name Zhou Qingqing, Li Shi took a few seconds to recall who Wang Yanni was referring to. She was a girl from the adjacent class in middle school, and her connection with Li Shi stemmed from the fact that she once penned him a love letter, the only one he ever received in his life, a singular confession during his student days. He recalled the letter being quite lengthy, though the specifics had slipped his mind. The one detail that lingered was its mention of an old song, Qixin Judui by Li Shengjia, which seemed to imply that if he were to reject her, she would listen to that song 99 times or something to that effect. He often wondered if she truly followed through on that. Adolescents are easily swayed by their own emotions. Li Shi chuckled softly, suddenly feeling nostalgic for his own youth, despite the fact that it was anything but flamboyant. It was rather mundane and ordinary. He typed a response. Maybe next time. After all, we are all in Tanzhou, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After sending it, Li Shi stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the relentless, swirling river that flowed ceaselessly forward. He then mused that now he possessed a learning panel and, setting aside wealth, his physical attributes would only improve with time and the grand scheme of life. As long as one maintains a positive mindset, why couldn't they relive their youth year after year? He couldn't help but smile again. It seemed that the essence of youth was inextricably linked to learning. A WeChat notification chimed, and Wang Yanni replied, "Let me tell you, Qingqing has changed a lot. She has truly transformed into a stunning beauty, and she even said she wants to meet you. Are you sure you won't come?" Li Shi replied. I won't, but have fun, and please send her my regards. He planned to take a nap, intending to visit the car market in the afternoon to see if any vehicles caught his eye. After a while, Wang Yanni responded with an okay emoji. Just as he was about to retreat to his main bedroom with a panoramic view of the river for a half-hour's rest, he received a call from the delivery service. His new phone, which he had ordered online, had arrived. Before deciding to head back, he had placed an order for a plethora of electronic products, considering the need for spares, and thus his procurement this time was quite substantial. He had purchased two phones, a Huawei Mate 50 Pro and a Xiaomi 12S Pro, both with 12GB RAM and 512GB storage. Additionally, there was a laptop, a tablet, for 1TB portable USB drives, and 6 5TB external hard drives. During his return journey, everything arrived in succession, stored in the parcel locker he had forgotten to collect. Forgoing his afternoon nap, Li Shi stepped out to retrieve all his packages. After testing each one, he set off in his car, heading straight for the southern part of the city. Nowadays, purchasing a more expensive car from a dealership often required a reservation, with some models needing over a year to be delivered. So he decided to check out the car trade market. After spending the afternoon browsing numerous vehicles, he found himself particularly fond of the Maybach S-Class and two models from Bentley. However, the Maybach S-Class posed a dilemma. As a daily driver, its overly businesslike demeanor made it feel more like a chauffeur's vehicle. Once he hired an assistant, he could have them drive during business occasions, but for everyday use, he would still need to drive himself. In the evening, upon returning to Phoenix Bay, Li Shi took the time to research the Bentley brand online. Acquiring a Bentley will undoubtedly exceed the previous budget of $2 million. However, I have been preoccupied with studying and practical endeavors during this period. Subsequently, I took a brief trip to Rueli, and I have yet to finalize the purchase of a car. Time has slipped away, and now only a day remains before my second piece of jade goes up for auction. On October 22 ND, which is tomorrow, the final session of the Dijia Autumn Auction for jewelry will commence at 1:30 p.m. in Hangzhou. Zhou Yajuan has consistently updated me on the progress of the auction. This is also one of the reasons I have not immediately transitioned to the next phase of my studies, opting instead to take a few days to rest. If all goes well, I will soon welcome an influx of tens of millions in revenue. After briefly researching, I received another message from Wang Yanni, whom I had contacted at noon. Li Shi, are you there? I recall you lived near Kide Plaza, right? We are heading there to watch a movie shortly. Yes, I used to live there, but I recently moved to Lushan District, close to Fuyuan Road Bridge. After replying, Li Shi reflected on how considerate his old classmate Wang Yanni is. She had previously warned him about the class group incident, and now she is repeatedly inviting him out, so he feels he should oblige. Just as he was about to message her that he would drive over, she sent another message first. That's quite far. Forget it. I'll let you know in advance for the next gathering. Seeing her message, Li Shi chuckled and typed back, all right, I will definitely attend next time. I'll treat you then. He continued browsing the automotive forum. Both Bentley models appeared appealing. The Flying Spur is less formal but could still serve as a business vehicle, and it is perfectly suitable for personal use as well. The Continental, the black convertible version, is indeed quite striking. While perusing the forum, he frequently encountered mentions of the Porsche Panamera and decided to search for it as well. He did not make an immediate decision on which model to purchase, not out of indecision, but rather a desire to test drive a few options and await his second substantial income to be secured. He put away his tablet, reclined on the sofa to watch some television, and engaged in a casual conversation with Chen Chiyue over his phone. After 9 o'clock, he stretched and stood up, preparing to organize all the photographs from his recent trip in his study, and then back them up onto a USB drive for Wu Yuan to collect at a later time. As he walked, he opened his social media feed and happened upon a recent post by Wang Yanni, a selfie of 5 middle school classmates, 3 girls and 2 boys at the cinema. Movie concluded, a joyful reunion with old classmates. Li Shi scrutinized the photo and noted the significant changes in everyone. Wang Yanni had not been truthful. Zhou Qingqing, who used to be a slender girl, had transformed into a young woman weighing at least 130 to 140 pounds. Had he not known they were together beforehand, Li Shi would hardly have recognized her. He shook his head with a smile and casually liked the post. Upon entering his study, another message from Wang Yanni arrived. We just finished here. Are you busy? Li Shi sensed she was about to inquire further. Not busy. Why? Wang Yanni replied. I wanted to ask if you've moved into your new home that you bought. Li Shi responded. Yes, I moved in during the National Day holiday. A few moments later, a red envelope amounting to 200 was sent over, accompanied by a note. Congratulations to my old classmate on your new home. Subsequently, Wang Yanni sent a message brimming with auspicious wishes. In conclusion, she remarked, although this blessing comes a bit late, it is sincere. Li Shi was quite pleased, joyfully accepted the red envelope, expressed his gratitude, and in return sent a red envelope of 188. This was a reciprocal gesture. According to the customs of his hometown, he still owed her a meal, and he added, "Whenever you feel like having a sumptuous feast, just let me know." Wang Yani replied, "Hee, our old classmate is quite generous." She accepted the red envelope and followed up with a voice message. "By the way, what is the style of your new home's decor? Did you design it yourself or hire a renovation company? My boyfriend and I have also purchased a property and are currently preparing for renovations." It turned out she was inquiring about renovation matters. Li Shi replied honestly, "I bought a fully furnished home and only had a custom company modify a study. Overall, it should be considered modern style. How is the outcome of the renovations done by the company you hired? My boyfriend also wants to employ a full house custom service, but I worry about spending money without satisfactory results." Faced with her question, Li Shi momentarily found himself at a loss for words. By the way, where exactly is your new house? May I come to visit? I would love to see your warm abode, grinning. Chapter 77. Warming the bed. Seeking continuation. Warming the abode. Li Shi sent over a location pin. After a span of 5 or 6 minutes, Wang Yani responded with a voice message. "Li Shi, do you really reside in Binjiang Phoenix Bay? My boyfriend mentioned that there are only super luxurious homes there. It seems you have struck it rich." It was evident from her tone that she was a bit excited. Li Shi had no intention of putting on airs in front of an old classmate. He replied with a voice message, "I do indeed live here. When will you and your boyfriend come to visit? As promised, I will treat you to a grand meal." After sending the invitation, he suddenly recalled that his reconnection with Wang Yani was due to mutual introductions for blind dates. During their last meeting, she was still single, and now she was discussing marriage. Could her boyfriend be the same man who accompanied her last time? WeChat notifications chimed repeatedly. My boyfriend said that houses in that community start at no less than 5 or 6 million. We are in Tanzhou, one of the provincial capitals with the lowest housing prices in the nation. Old classmate, you are quite the tycoon. Quickly extend your arm for me to embrace. Playfully, noticing her frequent mentions of her boyfriend, Li Shi inquired, "Is your boyfriend the one from last time?" Wang Yani replied, "No, that was a colleague of mine. My boyfriend is my university classmate. We recently rekindled our old flame. Let us not dwell on that. Do you have time tomorrow? Let us meet up. I've never experienced living in a luxurious home. How spacious is yours? Does it have a maid's room?" After chatting for a while, they agreed to meet the day after tomorrow. Li Shi set down his phone, contemplating that although Wang Yani was chatty and inquisitive, she was quite measured in her conduct. The chef has yet to be found, so the only option for the day after tomorrow is to order food from a restaurant. Or perhaps indulge in hot pot. Li Shi temporarily set aside this matter and began to focus intently on organizing the photographs. On this outing, he had taken an overwhelming number of pictures. He first organized those captured with Wu Yuan, and ultimately packaged and compressed all 33 images that had completed post-production, transferring them onto a USB drive, secured with the password 33 Samanzu. After accomplishing this task, he continued to sort through the remaining photographs. He remained busy for over an hour before finally retreating to his bedroom to sleep. The following morning at 6:30, his biological clock awakened him punctually. Feeling refreshed, Li Shi initially did nothing and instead reclined on the chaise lounge by the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the river view, he dedicated half an hour to diligently studying the complete guide to Jade, before heading to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. On the third day, after Wu Yuan returned to Tanzhou, which coincided with the second morning of his arrival in Ruili, the aftereffects returned. However, it was nothing serious. As long as he occupied himself with other tasks, it would subside in due time. Upon exiting the bathroom, he idly watched the sports channel until a WeChat message from Wang Yani came through. "Li Shi, I have something to tell you, and my boyfriend has work tomorrow and can't make it to your place. May I bring a close friend along? She's a college classmate of mine and quite a lovely person." Li Shi quickly replied, "Of course, she is more than welcome to visit my home." Wang Yani responded with a smiling emoji. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yani was currently engaged in a cold war with her boyfriend. Setting the phone aside, Li Shi picked up the laptop from the coffee table, powered it on, and logged into one of the recruitment websites to check the back end. Discovering that over 90 resumes had already been submitted, it hadn't been long, and it was merely one platform. Indeed, spending money made a significant difference. Nowadays, internet companies had become exceedingly competitive. He quickly sifted through all the resumes, retaining those that caught his eye, particularly those with a diverse skill set. Ultimately, from the 97 resumes, he narrowed it down to 6, then switched to another platform to continue the filtering process. After reviewing all platforms, he was left with 12 resumes, to which he sent out notifications for video interviews scheduled for 5 days later. Among the resumes he reviewed today, none particularly dazzled him, so he decided to wait and see what the next few days would bring. He was searching for an assistant who would work closely with him in the long term, necessitating careful selection. The entire morning passed in a monotonous manner. During lunch, he read for a while when Zhou Yajuan specifically sent him the link to the auction livestream. Reminding him, presently, the auction is about to begin, Li Shi responded with an OK emoji. Although it was the second time, he could not help but feel a rush of excitement and nervousness, finding it somewhat challenging to concentrate on the book in his hands. After a few moments of adjustment, he regained his composure and continued to delve into the complete guide to jade. His bracelet was the highlight item. Scheduled to be auctioned after 3:30, so feeling anxious was futile, by 2:30. After reading for some time, he moved to the living room, simultaneously consulting Chen Chua on how to be an effective interviewer via WeChat while keeping an eye on the auction livestream on his tablet. During this time, a ruby fetched a staggering 28 million in the auction, capturing Li Shi's keen attention. He quickly searched for information on this ruby. This exquisite cushion-cut ruby weighs 8.08 carats and is elegantly complemented by 2 triangular diamonds totaling 1.05 carats, as well as 12 rectangular diamonds with a combined weight of 0.82 carats. It comes with SSEF and G Bellin certifications, along with a GRS certificate and a Platinum Award, accompanied by a Cartier brand certificate. Such rare gemstones are particularly coveted in the premier jewelry collecting market, especially in the West. However, selling them poses considerable challenges, particularly within the domestic market where the process is cumbersome. Should the opportunity arise to travel abroad in the future, I might explore potential avenues for sale. For now, it is prudent to maintain a cautious approach domestically. Half an hour later, feeling a sense of boredom, Li Shi snapped a photo of the USB drive containing the images and sent it to Wu Yuan. Adding a note, "Sister Wu, everything is ready. How shall I deliver it to you?" Perhaps preoccupied, Wu Yuan did not respond immediately, and Li Shi chose not to dwell on it. At 3:55 p.m., a poised female auctioneer clad in a qipao ascended the auction stage, her voice both knowledgeable and gentle as she commenced the introduction of item 1288, a smoothly polished, vivid green round bangle with a circumference of 56. Li Shi was wholly transfixed by this auctioneer, who seemed as though she could have graced the halls of ancient nobility. The praises that flowed from her cherry-red lips were melodious. The rarity of this bangle was something that seasoned connoisseurs undoubtedly understood better than he did. Now, let us officially commence the bidding, starting at 32.5 million RMB. Bidders may begin to raise their offers. No sooner had she finished speaking than bids began to emerge. 35 million. Upon hearing the figure of 35 million, the tension within Li Shi's chest dissipated, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. Things were looking promising. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. This was the second round, and the thrill was palpable. The allure of this moment was a captivating blend of finance and atmosphere. With each new bid, his potential gains increased. 39.6 million. Once, is there a higher bid? 39.6 million. Twice, very well. Bidder number 106 offers 40 million. 40.9 million. Third and final call. Sold. As the auctioneer's gavel struck down decisively, Li Shi, who had already risen from the sofa, sank back down with a grin. Although 40.9 million was slightly below the previous transaction price, it met his expectations perfectly. His phone buzzed incessantly, and without needing to look, he knew they were congratulations from the auction house. Rubbing his hands together to steady his nerves, he sat upright and picked up his phone. In addition to the auction house, Wu Yuan had replied 10 minutes earlier, but his attention had been solely focused on the auction. "Where do you live? I'll come by to collect it. After all, Teacher Li, you don't have a girlfriend at the moment. I might as well bring some warmth to your bed tonight, especially since the weather forecast predicts a drop in temperature. We wouldn't want you." The artist, to catch a chill. Chapter 78. Waiting, please continue reading. Li Shi returned to his phone's home screen to check the local weather in Tanzhou. Indeed, temperatures were set to plummet tonight, with a cold front expected to drop the temperature below 15 degrees overnight. In the forthcoming sprint training and study, it is quite challenging to locate an indoor venue, necessitating outdoor sessions for the majority of the time. Henceforth, one must pay greater attention to the fluctuations in weather. His thoughts first drifted towards the next phase of learning, subsequently pondering over what Wu Yuan mentioned about warming the bed. While the idea of a warm bed is indeed appealing, after careful contemplation, Li Shi felt that his connection with Ms. Wu lacked the foundation for a lasting bond. He reopened WeChat and replied, "I shall deliver it to you instead." After a while, Wu Yuan responded, sad, "Is Teacher Li so free today?" Upon seeing the emoji, Li Shi understood that she had grasped his meaning. "I just returned to Tanzhou." Approximately 3 minutes later, while Li Shi was distributing red envelopes in the auction company's WeChat group, Wu Yuan replied, All right, I've come to terms with it. When will you come over? The address is Building 9, Room 1208, Ziming Central Apartment, Yinshan Road, Lushan District. Li Shi, exhilarated by the 40 million transaction price, felt an overwhelming urge to share his joy, even though he wouldn't divulge the specifics to her. Nevertheless, it did not hinder their opportunity to celebrate and express exuberance together. Just as he was about to message her that he would head over immediately, he received a call from Zhou Yajuan, who had been coordinating with him at the auction company. Her heartfelt congratulations were genuine, as this was indeed her achievement. To quote a famous saying from Jihu, interest aligned. Although their conversation was filled with polite banter, Li Shi felt elated, enjoying even the small talk, and chatted with her for about 5 or 6 minutes before hanging up, feeling slightly more composed. Rather than immediately responding to Wu Yuan, he first transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother's account. He currently sends her 20,000 yuan each month, and during festive occasions or instances of substantial earnings like this, he tends to transfer additional amounts. He was well aware of his mother's long-established virtue of frugality, thus he often ordered items online to send back home. After completing the transfer, he made a customary phone call. While conversing with his mother, just as Li Shi was preparing to end the call, she suddenly remarked, "Sure to. If anyone from your grandmother's side approaches you for a loan, feel free to act according to your own judgment. Without concerning yourself about me." Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his mother would not bring this up without reason, and quickly inquired, "Mom, is something the matter?" "It's your second uncle. He approached me the day before yesterday, but I outright refused," his mother replied matter-of-factly. "The money you sent me is kept here for you. I won't lend it to anyone who asks. You are now building your own career in society, and I understand it is not easy. As is often portrayed in dramas. The money I have saved for you serves as a safety net. Should you ever find yourself in need, you may come to me for the savings book." As he listened, Li Shi felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He hastily reassured her, "Mom, don't keep it all. Make sure to spend on your necessities without holding back. My career is flourishing, and as you know, I have always been prudent in my endeavors, securing multiple contingencies for myself. All right, Mom understands. I trust you. Just take care of your health while you are out there. As long as you earn enough to get by, your health is what truly matters." "Yes, rest assured, I am in good health," Li Shi solemnly responded, pondering to himself that no one in the world was healthier than he. After conversing for a while longer, he ended the call and sat on the sofa, lost in thought. He reflected on the fact that although he lost his father before reaching adulthood, he was fortunate to have a wise and selfless mother who always considered her son in every matter. Despite having endured a serious illness, she had made a remarkable recovery and was currently in good health, which he deemed himself exceedingly lucky for. Just then, his phone buzzed, and Li Shi initially assumed it was Wu Yuan. However, upon checking, he discovered it was Zhou Yuan. Li Zong, I have good news. The auction has just concluded, and the buyer is requesting immediate payment and delivery. I suspect this buyer may be particularly interested in your bracelet." Li Shi recalled that the last buyer had taken 3 days to pay and collect the item, which Zhou Yajuan had mentioned was relatively swift. He reminded himself to inform her once the payment was received. This was indeed good news, allowing for an early resolution, and thus he felt naturally elated. Setting down his phone, he stood up and paced a few steps in the living room. The transaction price was 49 million. After deducting the withholding tax and the auction house's fees, he would net 35.17 million. Less than half a minute later, the phone on the coffee table buzzed again, causing Li Shi's heart to race. Could it be? He swiftly approached and grabbed the phone. It was not Zhou Yajuan, but Wu Yuan. Li Shi, why haven't you replied to my message? Are you busy? Li Shi felt a twinge of disappointment, but then a smile crept onto his lips as he tapped the input box. Typing. I suddenly have some work to attend to, so I might be a bit late delivering it to you. Before 9 o'clock, I hope. For him at that moment, studying constituted work, and earning money was also work. The solitary wealthy woman awaited him, not going anywhere, and based on his previous experience in Dali, whether he arrived 2 hours earlier or later, the duration of their interaction would ultimately remain the same. Given the lengthy 8 to 9 hours of night ahead. Very well then, Li Shi glanced at Wu Yuan's reply, but chose to set it aside for the time being. After a brief wait, a new message arrived, this time from Zhou Yajuan. Li Zong, we have arranged with the buyer to process the payment at 9:10 tomorrow morning. You can await good news. Upon reading her message, Li Shi's instinctive reaction was to note that she had misused an idiom. Awaiting good news typically implies a quiet anticipation for someone else's favorable tidings, generally used when soliciting assistance from others. He suddenly shook his head and chuckled at himself. What was the point of being pedantic at such a moment? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Please do notify me again tomorrow. And could you also let me know approximately when you might transfer the funds to my designated bank account once the buyer's payment arrives? Zhou Yajuan responded, please hold on, I will inquire right away. After a short while, she texted again, Li Zong, as soon as the buyer's payment is received, we will promptly arrange for our finance colleagues to proceed with the process. However, since tomorrow is Friday, followed by the weekend, the earliest it could be transferred would be next Monday, and at the latest by next Wednesday. After deducting taxes and fees, the funds will be transferred to the bank account reserved in your contract. To be cautious, she added. Of course, this is contingent upon the buyer's payment arriving as scheduled tomorrow, Li Shi replied. All right, thank you for your efforts. He understood that certain matters cannot be rushed. Haste yields no results, and the current efficiency was already commendable. Resuming his seat on the sofa, he sought to calm his emotions. He switched on the television, allowing himself a moment of quietude before lowering the volume and perusing a few pages of the comprehensive guide to jade. As 6 o'clock approached, he sensed a gradual tranquility enveloping him, just as Wu Yuan sent him a message ahead of schedule. Mr. Li, do you think my outfit looks good? Could you come over early to help me take a picture? Raising an eyebrow. Following this was a photograph. She sat sideways on a low, cozy sofa, capturing her reflection in the mirror, her white camisole tightly fitted, exuding a fierce aura, while beneath her form-fitting skirt, her long, graceful legs appeared to be clad in white stockings. The image was rather blurry. Li Shi shook his head, contemplating that he would need to dedicate additional time tonight to teach her how to focus properly when taking photos. He picked up his car keys and stepped outside. Once outdoors, he realized that the weather had indeed turned considerably cooler. The distance from Phoenix Bay to Wu Yuan's apartment was not far, merely 5 kilometers, allowing for a brief drive of 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the building, he made a call, and Wu Yuan activated the smart entry system for him. After entering, he took the elevator to the 15th floor. As the elevator doors opened, he spotted Wu Yuan standing outside, clad in a jacket and sleep pants, awaiting his arrival. Mr. Li, why did you arrive so quickly? She inquired. Raising an eyebrow with a knowing smile, Li Shi maintained a calm demeanor, replying, Sister Wu, this shouldn't be the case. After all this time teaching you, how is it that you still can't take a clear photo? The two entered room 1208, and upon crossing the threshold, the warmth of the apartment enveloped them. Wu Yuan, shedding her jacket, revealed the very outfit she intended to photograph. Due to the energetic movements, her top and skirt appeared somewhat disheveled. Li Shi paid no mind to her appearance and instead took a moment to observe the layout of the apartment. It was a straightforward 2-bedroom, 1 living room design, yet each room was spacious, especially the 2 bedrooms, each measuring at least 35 to 36 square meters. The decor was exquisite, evidently crafted with care. The bedrooms featured a white base adorned with pink accents, creating an inviting ambience that was hard to resist. Before he could fully appreciate the living room, Wu Yuan approached, her skirt billowing gracefully, the combination of white stockings against her fair skin making the entire room seem brighter in the light. Madam Wu, let me impart a bit more wisdom. When taking photographs, it is imperative to focus correctly. This varies depending on whether you are taking a selfie or being photographed by someone else. When capturing a selfie, if using a phone, a lively lesson ensued, causing both teacher and student to lose track of time. When Li Shi finally stirred, it was already 7:10 the following morning. Rain fell outside, and with plans to host an old classmate at his new home, he lingered only briefly, covering the slumbering Wu Yuan with a blanket. He left a USB drive on the coffee table and ventured out, dashing to his car through the rain, wiping away the moisture with a tissue before sending the USB password to her WeChat. On the way back, Li Shi spotted a metro supermarket and drove the car into its parking lot, where he procured a plethora of ingredients for hot pot. Carrying the items back to Phoenix Bay, he arrived before 9 o'clock. After placing the ingredients in the kitchen, Li Shi made his way to the living room, switched on the television, and tuned it to the sports channel, lowering the volume to create a background ambience, before resuming his reading of the complete Jade Encyclopedia. This tome can be regarded as an exhaustive compendium on Jade. The more he read, the more he appreciated its comprehensive and systematic excellence. Not only did it present professional narratives, but it was also exceptionally commendable for its wealth of illustrations, which assist learners in grasping knowledge more intuitively. After 10 minutes past 9, Li Shi set the book aside and quietly watched television, though he found himself unable to resist checking his phone every few minutes. After doing so 4 or 5 times, he suddenly chuckled at the futility of his actions and returned to his studies. This time, he refrained from checking his phone again, even turning off the television to immerse himself fully in the ocean of knowledge. He only resorted to his phone to consult Lu Tsongwei when he encountered difficulties in his studies. During their conversation about jade mines, Lu Tsongwei recommended, once you finish this book, You should delve into Yuan Xinqiang's applied jade gemology. It contains introductions to jade varieties and jade deposits, along with detailed explanations of raw stone characteristics and distinctions, purely substantive content. I practically wore out both of these books back in the day, Li Shi replied with a smile. I've already purchased it and will study it diligently. I'll consult you if I have questions later. Just as he finished responding to Lu Tsongwei, a flurry of WeChat messages arrived, this time from Zhou Yajuan of the auction company. Mr. Li, congratulations. The buyer's payment has been confirmed. Our finance department is already working on the subsequent processes. By next Wednesday at the latest, the funds will be transferred to your account. Congratulations. Upon reading her message, Li Shi's previously tranquil demeanor, steeped in study, suddenly surged with excitement. His eyebrows lifted, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face as he replied, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's celebrate together, and congratulations to Manager Zhou for another significant boost in your performance this year." After putting down his phone, he found himself grinning foolishly for a good while. By next Wednesday, the total funds in all his accounts would exceed 50 million. This was cash readily available for use. With the money yet to arrive, Li Shi, after reveling in his joy, set aside the matter temporarily to continue studying jade knowledge. He also took time to prepare the ingredients he had bought, getting ready for that evening's hot pot.at3 in the afternoon. While lounging and browsing videos on his phone, a message arrived from Wang Yani. "Old classmate, we're on our way." "All right, I'll head downstairs to meet you shortly," he replied. After 20 minutes, Li Shi went downstairs early and waited a bit before he welcomed Wang Yani and her university classmate Han Jia. Han Jia was a petite and slender girl, appearing quite lively and cheerful. Li Shi escorted them upstairs, during which the two young women occasionally expressed their sentiments, lamenting how poverty had limited their imagination. Upon entering, especially upon catching sight of his master bedroom with a breathtaking view of the river, Wang Yani could not resist teasing Li Shi, saying, "Old classmate, where is your maid's room? Hurry and take me there. I'm ready to come work for you as a maid. Just pay me around 10,000 a month. And as long as I can come here daily to admire the scenery, I'll be content." Li Shi chuckled in response. "I would gladly accept, but I fear your boyfriend might come knocking. With my slender arms and legs, I'm not exactly built to withstand a confrontation." Perhaps due to the allure of living in a luxurious mansion, his somewhat unfunny jest elicited peals of laughter from the two young women. Han Jia's laughter resembled the honking of a goose, and she eventually pointed at Li Shi's arm, saying, "Your arms don't seem that thin. They are at least thicker than Yanni's boyfriend's." Wang Yani playfully slapped Han Jia's arm. They continued to explore the other rooms, and midway through, Wang Yani received a phone call. After exchanging a few words, she hung up and asked Li Shi, "Old classmate, my boyfriend has finished work and wants to come over to meet you. Is that all right?" Li Shi thought having another guy around would be nice, responding with a smile, "Sure, the more, the merrier." After touring all the rooms, they returned to the living room to chat. During this time, Li Shi went to the kitchen to fetch drinks, and Han Jia quietly remarked to Wang Yani, "Your old classmate is quite the tycoon. I can't believe he can afford such a mansion. Why didn't you seize the opportunity last time? Wasn't it because you hadn't reconciled with Ding Mian yet?" Wang Yani glanced towards the kitchen and shot her a disapproving look, whispering, "What are you talking about? Although my Ding Mian is wealthy, he is still quite good." Han Jia shook her head. "Alas, if I weren't self-aware and understood my looks are rather average, I would surely." She left her sentence unfinished upon noticing Li Shi approaching with drinks from the kitchen, quickly stopping her words. Seeing her good friend nearly choke on her own words, Wang Yani couldn't help but laugh. Li Shi, curious about their exchange, was just about to inquire when his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was Chen Qiuyue. Chapter 80. Something interesting, seeking continuation. His interactions with Chen Qiuyue had primarily been through WeChat, with occasional video calls. Although they both knew each other's numbers, they had never spoken over the phone. "Apologies, I need to take this call," Li Shi said, handing the drink to Wang Yani as he answered the phone and walked towards the study. "What prompted this sudden phone call?" he asked curiously. Previously, they had been communicating via WeChat regarding recruitment interviews. Chen Qiuyue had majored in human resource management in college and had worked for 2 years in personnel at a large company in Yangqing before starting a business with her partners, gaining ample experience in hiring. Therefore, Li Shi was not surprised she was calling. Rather, he was taken aback by her choice of communication. "I'm currently in a crowded place discussing an important work matter, so video is inconvenient. Let us get straight to the point." Chen Qiuyue succinctly outlined several key considerations for recruiting employees. If the candidate meets all your requirements, the most crucial aspect to consider is their stability. The contemporary youth, particularly recent graduates who have just entered the workforce, often harbor elevated expectations due to the vast influx of information they encountered during their academic years. Following formal employment, it is imperative to complete the recruitment registration with the relevant authorities within a span of 30 days. Presently, many locales facilitate direct online registration. Kindly investigate the situation in Tanzhou. After engaging in conversation for approximately 6 or 7 minutes, a knock echoed from outside the study. Li Shi and Chen Shiyue expressed their gratitude, concluded the call, and proceeded to open the door. Li Shi, I hope I'm not intruding. My boyfriend has arrived, announced Wang Yanni at the threshold. Li Shi waved her phone and replied, Not at all. I just finished the call. Come, let us go down to greet him. Wang Yanni's boyfriend, Ding Mian, stood at around 1.80 m, remarkably slender. So much so that had he been in middle school, he might have earned nicknames such as bamboo pole or monkey. Sensing his apparent discomfort, Li Shi took the initiative to greet him with a warm smile. Hello, I'm Li Shi. Welcome to our home. Ding Mian, noticing that his girlfriend's affluent classmate seemed quite approachable, managed to smile in return and remarked, I apologize for the interruption. As he spoke, he retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over to Li Zong. Congratulations on your new residence. This is a small token from us. We didn't purchase any other gifts, but we wish you a prosperous future. Li Shi was taken aback by his gesture, promptly expressing her gratitude before turning to Wang Yanni with a smile. Old classmate, didn't you already send a red envelope via WeChat? Wang Yanni chuckled, replying, We aren't married yet. He is he, and I am. The envelope I sent is merely between me and Jia. Ding Mian is also from Shao City, and according to our old customs, when visiting a new home for a meal, it is only proper to present a gift. Please accept it. Upon hearing this, Li Shi happily accepted the red envelope, her face beaming as she said, You are too kind. Thank you. The amount within mattered little. Receiving a red envelope is always a source of joy. Once they ascended to the residence, the group eagerly collaborated to prepare a hot pot meal. In the interim, Li Shi took the opportunity to prepare a return gift envelope. Initially contemplating the etiquette of reciprocity, she considered that returning a larger sum might imply an unwillingness to acknowledge favors among peers. Yet, she ultimately decided that she did not wish to appear indebted in social exchanges. After a brief deliberation, she added 600, aligning with the customs from her hometown, resulting in a return gift envelope of 1,688 yuan, along with 2 smaller envelopes of 200 yuan each for Wang Yanni and Han Jia, which she presented at the dining table. The 4 young adults gradually grew more familiar with one another over the course of the hot pot meal. Ding Mian, a person fond of amusement, suggested they visit a karaoke venue after dining, even offering to book a private room. However, Li Shi would not allow him to bear the expense. She swiftly placed an order via an app, and they all descended together to the underground parking garage. Once they boarded his Volvo, Han Jia curiously inquired, Li Zong, how much did this car cost? I had imagined that individuals of your stature would typically drive luxury vehicles such as Mercedes, BMWs, or Porsches for even mundane errands. As a young man, Ding Mian possesses a more profound understanding of automobiles. The 3 of them have been acquainted since their university days, engaging in casual banter. He candidly remarks, You girls only know about Mercedes and BMW. This Volvo is certainly not cheaper than the BMW X5 that young Xiaona from your dormitory purchased. It's worth at least 500,000. Moreover, with a wealthy individual like Mr. Li, how could he possibly own just one car? While driving, Li Shi chuckles and replies, I bought mine for 590,000, and for now, this is the only car I own. Though I do plan to acquire another. Ding Mian, seated in the passenger seat and intrigued by cars, quickly inquires, What kind of car are you thinking of buying? A sports car? No, I'm considering a sedan. I haven't decided on a specific model yet, but I'm contemplating the Bentley Flying Spur, the Continental GT, and the Porsche Panamera. Ding Mian suddenly exclaims with excitement, Of course, you should choose the Panamera. Li Shi laughs and asks, Are you particularly fond of this model as well? Ding Mian dreams aloud. Once I have ample funds, the first thing I'll do is purchase a Panamera. The 2 young women in the back have been listening to their conversation, and Wang Yanni interjects, You might as well forget it. Besides, at your workplace, you can't drive anything too ostentatious. Initially intending to tease her boyfriend, she hesitates upon remembering Li Shi's presence and retracts her comment. Ding Mian works in a public institution. Upon arriving at the KTV, Li Shi soon discovers that the 2 girls, along with Ding Mian, are all karaoke enthusiasts. For several hours, he manages to sing only one song, The Vast Sky, while the trio takes turns performing. Naturally, he is content to play the role of an atmosphere creator, allowing him to relax and occasionally chat with Chinchiyu. In between, he adds Ding Mian and Han Jia as friends on WeChat. At 11 o'clock, having thoroughly enjoyed the singing session, Li Shi sends the 3 exuberant individuals off in a taxi before driving back to Phoenix Bay himself. After taking a shower and lying on his bed, he texts Chen Xiuyue, "We've wrapped up as well and just returned home." Chen Xiuyue responds promptly, "Did you clean yourself up?" Playful smirk. Li Shi replies, "Your aloof persona has crumbled." Chen Xiuyue retorts, "In front of true friends? There's no need for facades. So have you cleaned up or not?" Li Shi shakes his head and laughs, typing, "How about you come over and inspect?" Chen Xiuyue shoots back, "I can't fly over. Why don't you take a photo and show me?" Li Shi declines, "No pictures." Chen Xiuyue persists, "Just one. You send me a photo, and I'll send you one back. My pajamas today are a bit enticing." Winks. Li Shi, not easily swayed by her verbal prowess, responds, "Let's save the inspection for our next meeting. It's getting late. I must retire for the night. Xiuyue, you may take your leave now." Rolls eyes. It seems that as night falls, their conversations often veer into less serious territory. Li Shi chuckles, sets aside his phone, opens his computer, and logs into the recruitment platform. This time, the backend has received a staggering total of 106 resumes, and he proceeds to sift through each one meticulously. As he reached the 63rd resume, he couldn't help but pause. Oh, this candidate possesses some intriguing qualities. Chapter 81. Ready to take off? Please continue reading. Li Shi regarded the applicant named Zhang Huijing with newfound respect, not merely due to the fact that her photograph exuded a strikingly composed appearance. Typically, he would peruse the professional experience and the strengths outlined in the self-evaluation first. Only if he discerned something noteworthy would he then revisit the basic information and photograph of the candidate. Zhang Huijing, female, 23 years of age, a graduate of the Biological and Mechanical Engineering Vocational College, possesses an associate degree with a major in English. With a mere year of work experience as a clerical staff member at Xiaomei Cultural Company, her background seemed unremarkable. However, she astonishingly held a primary school English teaching qualification, certificates for English proficiency at levels 4 and 6, a first-class Mandarin certificate, a driving license, a computer skills certificate, a Korean language proficiency certificate, and an electrician's license. An electrician's license? Additionally, she claimed in her self-evaluation to excel in dance, photography, and Photoshop, as well as being adept in makeup. Could it be that her ID photo was self-edited? Li Shi scrutinized Zhang Huijing's photograph once more and noticed indeed some signs of digital enhancement, prompting him to shake his head and chuckle. Nonetheless, this was quite commonplace. 90% of female applicants had edited their ID photos. Hers was merely at a low level of alteration. Without hesitation, Li Shi decided to send her a notification for a video interview, curious to see what a girl with an electrician's license would be like. Moving on. Li Shi reviewed all the resumes, then switched platforms to continue his search. The 5 social insurances and housing fund, coupled with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, might not be particularly remarkable in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, but in Tanzhou, it remained highly attractive. Each platform yielded more resumes than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to send an interview notice to a promising 27-year-old male candidate with expertise in Sanda, his phone buzzed. "Have you slept yet?" It was Chen Xiuyue. "Not yet. I'm reviewing candidates' resumes." "What's up?" Li Shi replied through voice message while simultaneously operating his mouse to send the video interview notification to this candidate. After a while, having scanned through 5 more resumes, Chen Xiuyue's message finally came through. "Regarding that lawsuit I mentioned last time, there's been a twist. The other party wishes to settle and is eager to buy my shares for cash. I originally had no intention of agreeing, but the offer they made is simply too generous. Prolonging this isn't beneficial either. As long as the price is right, it's time for a fresh start. What do you think?" Li Shi, after reading her message, focused on the phrase "too generous," he began typing. Since the other party has offered sufficiently, why not seize the opportunity? He abruptly halted, contemplated, then deleted it. He retyped. "Just follow your own instincts, regardless of your decision. As a friend, I will support you," Chen Xiuyue replied. "Then if it were you, how would you choose?" Li Shi pondered seriously for a moment before responding. "If it were me, I would need to consider whether there were any unresolved grievances with the other party." Chen Xiuyue replied, Understood. You and I think alike. Since there are no lingering grudges, then selling to her would be the way to go. From now on, we would merely be strangers with no entanglements." After conversing with Chen Xiuyue, Li Shi devoted another half-hour to sifting through the remaining resumes before retiring to bed. The night passed in silence. The following morning, he awoke naturally at 6:30. Feeling revitalized, Li Shi quietly rose, attended to his morning hygiene, and sat at his desk, embarking on the formal task of gathering all available information regarding competitive sprinting. Although he intended to rest and relax for a few more days, waiting for the auction house to transfer funds next Wednesday before officially shifting his focus of study, He found it prudent to collect some materials as a means of diverting his attention during this transitional period. Preparing himself for the imminent endeavor, he began by searching for the world and Asian records in the 100 meters. He had witnessed the live broadcasts when these records were set, yet he wished to review the videos once more before delving deeply into the study of competitive sprinting. This would grant him a more intuitive and profound understanding of the limits of human capability in sprinting. The Asian 100-meter record, set by Su Bingtian, stands at an astonishing 9.83 seconds. The world record, established by Usain Bolt, is a mere 9.58 seconds. He first viewed Su Bingtian's video. Though it was not a live broadcast, the fervent commentary coupled with the athlete's intense sprinting still stirred his blood. Particularly exhilarating was the moment the results were confirmed, revealing Su Bingtian as the group leader who had broken the Asian record to qualify for the finals. Li Shi felt his heart race in response. What might his physical attributes be? Observing the jubilant athlete in the video, a question emerged in Li Shi's mind. On the learning panel, the physical attribute points represent an individual's overall physical capacity, requiring a comprehensive assessment. Naturally, his physical fitness surpassed the average by 10 points, but according to the learning panel's evaluation criteria, it remained uncertain what his overall capacity truly was. Next, he watched the video of Bolt setting the world record, experiencing the same exhilarating sensation, particularly as the commentator's high level of skill easily evoked strong emotions. Just how remarkable were Bolt's physical attributes? Although sprinters generally possess superior physical capabilities within the realm of athletes, it remained difficult to quantify. Both he and Su Bingtian had approached the limits of human speed. At their peak, might their scores have been around 14 points? Or perhaps between 13.5 and 14.5? He summoned the learning panel for a glance. The accumulated one attribute point had yet to be integrated. 17.9. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair, a surge of excitement prompting him to stretch his limbs. How fast could he run at full capacity? Having never trained in running, could he manage to complete the distance in under 11 seconds with his current 17.9 attribute points? Li Shi was ignited by the strong interest kindled by the two videos he had just watched, eager to put his abilities to the test. However, as running the 100 meters required an appropriate venue, he suppressed his impulse and resumed his gathering of materials. In the meantime, he also purchased sprinting gear, including a tire and spikes, from Jingdong. Collecting information proved to be a time-consuming and energy-draining endeavor, and after several hours of diligent work, he set it aside, continuing to enjoy his leisurely holiday at by noon. He chose to watch 2 episodes of the television series Knowing and found it quite enjoyable. A message arrived from Ding Mian, whom he had just met the previous day. Mr. Li, didn't you mention yesterday that you were interested in purchasing a luxury car that is readily available? I have a relative who sells luxury cars in Jiangxing. I inquired with him, and the 3 models you are considering are all available as brand new vehicles at his company. If you pay in full, you can take one home immediately. Li Shi's interest was piqued as he asked, what is the name of their company? Are they reputable? It's called Zihua Luxury Car Hub. My cousin Ding Chong works there. If you're interested, I can pass your WeChat contact to him. However, you should ascertain their credibility for yourself, as I'm not very knowledgeable. Li Shi promptly searched online and replied to Ding Mian, please send me his WeChat so I can add him. Thank you. No, let him add you instead. If you buy a car from him, you'll be his client. After a short while, a WeChat account sent a friend request, noted as Ding Mian's cousin. Once the request was accepted, the other party quickly messaged, hello, Mr. Li, I am Ding Chong, Ding Mian's cousin and a sales representative at Zihua Luxury Car Hub. The 3 models you are considering are all in stock. Li Shi inquired, what are the configurations and prices of the available vehicles? After conversing with Ding Chong for a while, they agreed that Li Shi would visit Jiangxing in a few days to see the cars in person. Subsequently, Li Shi spent a relaxing day watching television and browsing on his phone. The next morning at 9:30, he opened his computer and began a video interview. When he reached the 11th candidate, he suddenly recalled the 6th applicant was someone he had encountered before. The 6th candidate, Zhang Huijing, was the girl with a college diploma majoring in English, who had worked as a clerk for a year after graduation. Wasn't she the one in traditional Hanfu whom he nearly bumped into at the agricultural university? Now that Li Shi's memory had improved, coupled with the fact that this young lady possessed notable charm, he remembered her distinctly. After completing the 11th interview, which was the last one on this recruitment platform, he did not exit immediately but instead revisited Zhang Huijing's resume, paying particular attention to her alma mater, Nanhua Bioelectromechanical Vocational College. A quick online search revealed that this college had a Donghu campus adjacent to the agricultural university. He then scrolled through the records of her interview responses. Could she adapt to high-intensity work? Could she accept frequent travel? Expected salary, 6K, 10K. Why apply for this position? With only a college diploma, I wish to try for this entry-level position starting at 10K. Additional inquiry about previous salary, 4K. Career prospects. Aiming to achieve a salary exceeding 20K as soon as possible. Self-identified shortcomings. Fondness for snacks. Emotional experiences and status. 0.5 times. Unmarried. This young woman appeared quite honest, clearly stating that her motivation for working was to earn more money. From the video, she appeared even more natural and poised than her official photo on the resume. Li Shi once again reviewed the interview records of the other 10 candidates, ultimately selecting Zhang Huijing and another male applicant with special talents in basketball and badminton as alternatives. Continuing. Li Shi sent out video interview notifications to a total of 42 individuals, of whom 30 logged on for the interview as scheduled. Among these 30, aside from Zhang Huijing and another candidate he favored in the morning, there was also one more in the afternoon. This individual, named Fang Peng, was 27 years old, married, and possessed a self-taught bachelor's degree. His strengths included excellent physical fitness and proficiency in Sanda. Currently, he had been driving for a ride-hailing service in Tanzhou for 2 years and was well acquainted with the local traffic conditions. Ultimately, Li Shi contacted all 3 candidates, informing them to come for an in-person interview on Monday, which was the day after tomorrow. The interview location was a co-working space provided by the agency. On Monday morning, he arrived a little after 8 to familiarize himself with the environment. After waiting in the office for a while, the first to arrive was the young man skilled in basketball and badminton. After a brief phone call to clarify the exact location, Li Shi guided him on how to get there. However, after waiting for quite some time without seeing him, he decided to call for an update. I apologize, but it seems your company may not be a suitable fit for me. Let us not waste time. I have other matters to attend to, so I will be leaving. With that, the other party hung up. Li Shi was taken aback for a full 5 seconds before shaking his head in amusement. He mused that the candidate likely perceived the shared office as a sign of inadequate resources, or perhaps did not wish to be the trailblazer, an understandable sentiment, as recruitment and job seeking are inherently a two-way selection process. However, were he in the same position, he would have at least entered politely to greet before departing. The second and third interviewees arrived in quick succession. Li Shi asked the third candidate to wait briefly while he conducted a one-on-one interview with the second candidate, Fang Peng, the ride-hailing driver. After discussing a few questions, he inquired, "You mentioned your specialty is Sanda. To what level have you attained?" Fang Peng replied, "I practiced for 2 years before, but I have lost some touch now. However, the fundamentals remain." "Do you have any videos showcasing your skills?" Li Shi asked. "Yes, I do." After watching Fang Peng's sparring video, Li Shi remarked, "We are a newly established studio and have other positions that require talent. If, in the end, you feel you are not suited for the assistant role, would you be open to considering other positions? For instance, a dedicated driver?" Fang Peng immediately shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The reason I am seeking new employment is precisely because I do not wish to remain in the driver's seat any longer. While driving for a ride-hailing service is somewhat demanding, the earnings are not insignificant." Li Shi nodded, engaging in a couple more discussions before allowing him to leave and await further notice. The final candidate was Zhang Huijing, who had witnessed the preceding interviews and likely had prepared herself mentally. Her responses were swift and fluid. When asked about her specialties, she stated, "I do not have any videos of my dancing, but I can perform a piece on site if that is acceptable to you." Li Shi couldn't help but smile and replied, "That sounds excellent. Please go ahead and dance. However, do you think the space here is too confined?" The office was modest in size, furnished with desks and greenery. Zhang Huijing glanced around, removed her outer coat, and walked to the open space by the wall, saying, "This will do." She then played Transforming Oneself on her phone and began to sway to the rhythm of the music. Li Shi was taken aback by her decisiveness. She jumped into action without hesitation, shedding her clothing as easily as she spoke. He mused that with such initiative, she would make an excellent assistant. Beneath her coat, she wore a fitted white t-shirt, one that was quite short, exposing her navel and slender waist once her coat was discarded. Her figure was surprisingly well proportioned, boasting a full yet unexaggerated curve, embodying youthful vitality. However, Li Shi observed as she waved her hands and twisted her waist, yet her feet remained rooted to the ground, utterly motionless. He continued to gawk, questioning whether this was indeed the dance she excelled at, an energetic rendition of social sway. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he picked up a pen and paper, asking her to transcribe quiet night thoughts. This was not so much a test of her memory or poetic knowledge, but rather an examination of her handwriting. After completing her interview, Zhang Huijing exited the building and walked towards a nearby bus station while dialing her college classmate and current roommate, Gan Yun. "Xiao Yun, I've finished my interview. How is this company? Was it smooth?" Zhang Huijing recounted the situation, adding, "Although it's a new company with only the boss at present, I have a strong feeling he possesses considerable capability, and the specific benefits he offered were incredibly enticing. Quickly, tell me, what are the benefits? If hired, the probation period is 1 month at a salary of 6,000, and upon confirmation, it rises to 10,000 monthly, with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Moreover, there are bonuses during holidays and at year-end, and the annual salary increment is at least 10%, potentially up to 20% with good performance. Wow! If you get hired and receive a 20% raise next year, wouldn't that mean double my salary? Incredible! Not that it's guaranteed yet. They said they'd respond within 24 hours. After Li Shi and the others stepped out, he logged into several recruitment websites on his tablet to review the resumes submitted over the past period. Half an hour later, he exited the last platform, gathered his belongings, and drove back to Phoenix Bay. After sipping some water and settling onto the sofa in the living room, he retrieved the resumes of Fang Peng and Zhang Huijing, scrutinizing them closely. The strengths of both candidates were quite apparent. Hiring Fang Peng would essentially mean bringing on board a semi-professional driver. Should he learn combat sports in the future, he could serve as a sparring partner. Furthermore, his composed demeanor and ability to self-study for a degree indicated ambition and a capacity for learning. As for Zhang Huijing, she possessed a pleasant personality and remarkable initiative. If she pursued language studies, her skills in English and Korean would prove advantageous, not to mention, she was indeed quite easy on the eyes. Whom to hire? After contemplating for 5 or 6 minutes, he picked up his phone, dialed one of the numbers, and made the call. Chapter 83. A return to the account. Seeking continued reading, Li Shi reached Fang Peng's number first. He began by expressing gratitude for his interview, followed by his regret, and finally conveyed that if Fang had any intentions of becoming a full-time driver, he was welcome to reach out anytime. Li Shi was not currently seeking a full-time driver for himself. Rather, he was contemplating the future needs of his studio. Subsequently, he made a phone call to Zhang Huijing, informing her to report to the venue of today's interview at 9 o'clock the following morning, the quaint shared office that he had temporarily rented for a week. The days devoid of study were leisurely and seemed to pass swiftly. Although he spent his time watching videos, reading novels, and indulging in television dramas and variety shows, occasionally engaging in casual banter with Chen Xiuya, he felt somewhat aimless, yet there was an undeniable pleasure in such a lifestyle. He even composed a light-hearted poem. Pocket brimming with wealth, time to spare in abundance. Life free of worries, joy akin to that of deities. There was only one drawback. The half hour after waking each morning was always spent searching for distractions to soften the aftereffects of sleep, yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. After all, he was a friend of Wei Ming, a connection that money could not buy. He still kept in touch with Wei Ming, occasionally discussing the trends of the jade market in the south. On Tuesday morning, Li Shi arrived at the office at 8:52. Zhang Huijing, on her first day of work, rushed in, bouncing like a little rabbit, full of energy. Upon seeing Li Shi, she hurried over to greet him. Boss. Li Shi was aware that she had likely forgotten the incident at the agricultural university where they nearly collided, and he chose not to mention it. He first sent Zhang Huijing to the public area to photocopy her ID card and bank card, after which she filled out the prepared onboarding form and signed the labor contract. Once the onboarding procedures were completed, Li Shi smiled and said, "If you successfully complete a month of probation, you will become my assistant." We discussed the responsibilities of the assistant clearly during the interview. You will be handling matters long-term. Do you have any thoughts on this? Feel free to share them with me. Zhang Huijing seemed a bit nervous and quickly responded earnestly, "Boss, I understand. As your assistant, my role is to diligently carry out the tasks you assign me, to run errands when necessary, and to step back when required. I will certainly do my best." Initially, Li Shi merely intended for both parties to familiarize themselves with one another, but noticing her nervousness, he proceeded to assign tasks directly. He opened the map application on his tablet and located Binjiang Phoenix Bay. Your first task is to swiftly help us secure a long-term office space for the studio. If other conditions are suitable, the closer it is to this neighborhood, the better. He outlined his general requirements. Zhang Huijing looked around for paper and pen to jot down notes, but found the desks around her completely bare. Reluctantly, she retrieved a pen and a notepad from her bag, recording the boss's stipulations. The area need not be too large. Around 100 square meters, ideally in a prime location, the closer to Phoenix Bay, the better, with convenient parking and so forth. After discussing the office rental, Zhang Huijing displayed considerable initiative, promptly moving to a nearby seat to search for rental information on her phone. Li Shi shared the access code for the temporary office with her, added her as a WeChat friend, and then took his leave, returning to Phoenix Bay. On his way back, he reflected on the advantages of having an assistant, which indeed freed up a great deal of his time. Having just watched 2 episodes of Knowing Weather, Zhang Huijing sent a WeChat message. "Boss, I have researched numerous rental listings and found these few offices that align perfectly with our requirements. I have already contacted the agency and am currently en route to the first office. Attached were details of 4 properties. Li Shi opened the messages, perused each one, and found them quite satisfactory. He replied, "All right, thank you for your efforts. Please remember to keep the taxi receipts for reimbursement." Zhang Huijing responded, "Boss, I ordered a ride-hailing service. Can I reimburse the screenshot of the information?" Li Shi, experienced in such matters from his previous job where he had successfully claimed ride-hailing receipts, reassured her that ride-hailing platforms can directly issue invoices. Setting aside those details, all work-related expenses are reimbursed in full, so focus on your tasks at hand. Understood. In the morning, Zhang Huijing inspected 2 locations but did not finalize anything. Li Shi advised her to take a break for lunch and continue in the afternoon. Knowing Weather is a well-crafted series, the production design is thoughtful, and the actors deliver commendable performances. The standout feature is the numerous captivating female characters, each possessing distinct personalities rather than being mere decorative figures. However, the plot is excessively lengthy, spanning over 70 episodes, and Li Shi lost the motivation to continue watching after episode 18. I'll pause for now and save it for later. With such lengthy dramas, it's best enjoyed in the company of others, allowing for exploration of the plot twist together. He did not turn off the television. Instead, he cast a warm-up tutorial video from Bilibili and began to follow along. Warm-ups are the essential first step in any physical activity. Though he possesses a robust physique, the risk of injury is not negligible, making this crucial initial step imperative. Mastering warm-ups will serve him well in all future athletic endeavors. In the afternoon, Zhang Huijing visited a second office located in the Qixing building near Aishu Square, conveniently situated close to the Chaisishan station on Line 4 of the subway and approximately 1 kilometer from Fenghuang Bay. Just a few minutes drive away. Li Shi reviewed the video and promptly set out to drive there. The office occupies the 26th floor of the Qixing building, spanning 82 square meters with a 2-1 layout. Fully furnished with office desks, ready for immediate use upon rental. The rent is quite reasonable at 3,800 yuan per month. After examining the office, Li Shi stood by the window, gazing out at the distant river, and made the decision on the spot to secure it. After signing the contract, he instructed Zhang Huijing to leave work early today and to come directly to this location tomorrow. While he returned to Fenghuang Bay, preparing to continue his studies on the complete jade collection. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhou Yajuan from the auction company. After a brief conversation, he hung up with a smile, setting his book aside and waiting quietly for a moment. Soon enough, he received a notification from Industrial and Commercial Bank. Eagerly, he opened the message. ICBC, 95,588. Your bank card ending in 2588 has received a transfer of 171,100 yuan on October 25th at 16:12. Your current balance is 35,211,645.33 yuan. Recipient name, Dijia Auction Company, account ending in 7065, ICBC. Li Shi took a deep breath, extended his right index finger, and began counting the transferred amount starting from the digits before the decimal point. Units, tens, hundreds. Hundreds of thousands, millions. Indeed, it was over 35 million. His breathing quickened, although it was the second time, and this time his hands did not tremble with excitement. He retreated to the main screen of his phone, opened the Industrial and Commercial Bank app, logged in, and checked his balance. As he gazed at the balance displayed, a long string of numbers starting with 3, Li Shi chuckled to himself, knowing that everything was secure. Of course, he counted it twice more just to be sure, then transferred 50,000 to both his Alipay and WeChat wallets. Watching the successive transfer notifications arrive, he could no longer contain his exhilaration and leapt up from the sofa. Grinning foolishly, another 35 million had arrived. Blissful. Chapter 84. The joy of the scholar begins. Subsequently, he received several calls, including from the CEO of an auction company and Zhou Yajuan, as well as representatives from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Li Shi casually exchanged a few words before ending the calls, after which he checked the balances of his various bank accounts as well as his Alipay and WeChat wallets. Construction Bank held 10.22 million, Bank of China had 9.28 million, Industrial and Commercial Bank displayed 35.21 million, with 80,000 in WeChat and 120,000 in Alipay. Adding it all together, the total came to 54.91 million. Staring at the number displayed on his phone's calculator, Li Shi felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Over 50 million. Surely, even most billionaires wouldn't have such a large sum readily available in liquid cash. As night fell, Li Shi gradually calmed down from the excitement of the substantial deposit and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Just as he was about to order takeout, he remembered he had over 50 million in his account and promptly closed the delivery app. He had grown weary of takeout. with a cheerful thought. He mused, I must find a good cook soon. Though he entertained this thought, he was quite cautious about hiring someone, especially for a position in his home. He was even more meticulous than when hiring an assistant. Remembering his newly hired female assistant, he suddenly realized that, as the boss, he should treat her to a meal to welcome her aboard. It was probably too late for that now. He would postpone it until tomorrow. Having once been an employee himself, he understood the feeling of being sought after by a superior after hours. Grabbing his car keys, he stepped out and sought out a lamb barbecue restaurant. Relishing skewers of grilled lamb and 2 lamb chops, complemented by a bowl of spicy oil-drenched wide noodles, before returning to Phoenix Bay, fully satisfied, he did not rush upstairs. Instead, after parking his car, he exited the community gate and strolled to the Riverside Park, walking along the scenic path. After a while, he noticed quite a number of people relaxing and exercising, occasionally spotting stylishly dressed young men and women jogging past. The money had arrived. It was time for me to begin my new studies. After enjoying the riverside breeze for half an hour, Li Shi returned home, took a shower, and reclined on the lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window in his bedroom. He glanced out at the panoramic view of the river, where the lights from both banks shimmered brilliantly. Withdrawing his gaze, he summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi Physique. 17.91. Fusion status: Wealth. 7.8. Exchange status: Currently learning. Camera photography: Proficient. Change learning direction. Completed learning repository: Chinese. Driving a small vehicle, Li Shi focused his attention on his current studies, nurturing the thought of changing his learning direction. Instantly, the learning panel transformed. Name: Li Shi Physique. 17.91. Fusion status: Wealth. 7.8. Exchange status: Currently learning. Competitive sprinting: Novice. Completed learning repository: Chinese. Driving a small vehicle, camera photography. Let us get started. Before officially changing his study project, Li Shi could leisurely engage with his phone or watch television. However, once he made the formal switch, he found himself restless, heading to his study, seizing his tablet, and digging out the materials he had collected in the previous days. The materials were abundant and diverse, featuring videos on short-distance sprinting shared by domestic athletes, coaches, and enthusiasts on Bilibili, as well as instructional videos from renowned foreign sprinters and elite athletes. Additionally, he had gathered numerous articles and posts regarding sprinting. Competitions ranging from 400 meters and below are classified as sprints, representing the pinnacle of high-intensity exercise performed under conditions of significant oxygen deprivation. Sprinting technique demands a high level of coordination, reaction, flexibility, and intensity from the entire body. Running is a skill that any able-bodied adult can perform. Yet, when distilled into a sport, excelling in speed and performance on the competitive stage is no simple feat. Li Shi hailed from a modest background and had not attended any specialized physical education classes during his student years. He recalled that physical education classes, if not altered to self-study by the homeroom teacher, typically involved playing 3 types of ball games: the diminutive ping pong, the sizable basketball, and volleyball. At that time, his physical fitness and natural talent were rather average, and his abilities in these games merely matched the class's general level. As for running, he remembered the physical education teacher teaching the standing start technique once, after which students were allowed to experiment freely. It seemed that schools had begun to place a greater emphasis on physical education classes. But unfortunately, he had graduated too early to benefit from these changes. Li Shi planned to initially establish a foundational understanding of competitive sprinting through the materials, elucidating precisely what he needed to learn. Through his previous studies, he realized the significance of systematic learning. Diving headfirst into chaotic study might yield results in the end, but it would certainly lack the efficiency of a well-structured approach from the outset. Ultimately, sprint training revolves around 3 frameworks: musculoskeletal strength training, energy supply capacity training, and effective movement technique training. Upon reading this, Li Shi couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. With his physique attribute of 17.9, the first 2 aspects would be relatively easy for him. The challenge lay in effective movement technique training, commonly referred to as the comprehensive running technique, starting technique, acceleration technique, mid-race technique, cornering technique, and finishing technique. The following day, Li Shi arose and first indulged in a brief viewing of instructional videos on Bilibili. Subsequently, he made his way to the living room, casting onto the television a warm-up instructional video shared by Wang Liping, the Olympic race walking champion and national-level coach. After diligently performing the suggested 5 sets of exercises, he felt as though his body had yet to fully warm up. He shook his head with a smile and repeated the routine twice more, feeling significantly more limber afterward. Next, he projected his collection of specialized sprint warm-up exercises onto the television. However, this time he refrained from mimicking the athlete in the video. Instead, He meticulously observed the intricacies of her movements. These dynamic warm-up exercises were ill-suited for indoor practice. So he opted to familiarize himself before taking them outdoors later. At 8:30, he sent a message to his newly recruited assistant, requesting her assistance in gathering information on sports training institutions in Tanzhou City, particularly those with professional track and field coaches. After sending the message, Li Shi packed his phone, tablet, and water bottle into a specially purchased small bag, descended the stairs, and ventured to the riverside park outside his community. He commenced with 5 sets of ordinary warm-up exercises, then opened his tablet to follow the instructional video, learning dynamic warm-ups specific to running. For Li Shi, warming up posed no difficulty. He executed even the movements deemed challenging in the comments section with remarkable precision. With his physical prowess, he was indeed entering a phase of rapid skill acquisition in sports. How delightful! Once he completed his warm-up, he began to study the foundational movements and strength training associated with track and field. The first exercise was a slow jog with small steps. The second was high knee running. The fifth exercise was a dash skips. As Li Shi practiced the movements alongside the video, the large range of motion quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. He paid no mind to their gazes, as long as he did not disturb anyone. He focused solely on his own endeavors. Even if he was perceived as a spectacle, it mattered little after all. Which performer could earn wealth and physical attributes? The entire instructional video encompassed 30 specialized movements, and completing them all left Li Shi drenched in sweat, even with his fitness level. However, the thought of mastering some of the more intricate movements brought him a sense of joy reminiscent of the high-achieving students from his school days. After taking a small sip of water, he glanced at his phone, realizing that 2.5 hours had already passed. A quick look at the learning panel revealed that competitive sprinting remained in the not-yet-initiated stage. Li Shi understood that he likely needed to learn the techniques of starting, accelerating, middle-distance running, and finishing before he could advance. It was imperative to find an introductory coach without delay. Checking his assistant Zhang Huijing's WeChat for updates yielded nothing, so he decided to call her instead. How is the search for a track and field coach coming along? On the other end of the line, Zhang Huijing's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Boss, I've contacted several training institutions, but they seem to lack the professional expertise you specified. Later, I remembered that my roommate's brother used to train in athletics at the Provincial Sports Academy, so I asked her to inquire on my behalf. Unfortunately, I haven't received any news from there yet, so I held off on reporting back to you. Just as Li Shi was about to respond, a sharp bark suddenly pierced the air from behind him. Watch out, handsome on the phone. Quick, move aside. Chapter 85. A private space for exercise, seeking continuation, Li Shi swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously turning his head backward, only to see a small, snow-white puppy darting past the spot where he had just been standing. Its leash trailing behind it, he found himself momentarily taken aback, initially mistaking it for a larger dog, only to realize it was a diminutive creature, likely not even 28 centimeters in length. He thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have stepped on it. Otherwise, its owner would surely be in tears. The little one had quite the vocal presence. However, at that moment, a woman clad in a form-fitting blue long-sleeve quick-dry top and black yoga pants came sprinting after it. Li Shi instinctively cast his gaze toward her bosom and posterior, not out of lewdness, but rather due to the striking prominence of those attributes, particularly her pronounced curves, which were hard to overlook. After the woman dashed past in pursuit of her dog, Li Shi resumed his phone conversation, maintaining a level gaze. You handled that exceptionally well. However, when I referred to professionalism, I was specifically addressing the aspect of coaching for beginner sprinters. Finding a coach from such training institutions is more than sufficient. I understand now. I'll organize the materials I previously gathered and send them to you right away. All right, I appreciate your efforts. By the way, let us celebrate your onboarding with dinner tonight. Yes, of course. Thank you, boss. After ending the call, Li Shi contemplated his overall training plan for competitive sprinting. He had already devised a strategy. His current physical attributes stood at 17.9, which was 1.79 times that of an average healthy adult male, and 1.193 times the extreme limit of 15 points. The reason he had been accumulating attribute points without merging them was to enhance his attributes while maintaining a relatively ordinary physique. First and foremost, he needed to elevate his aspirations. His objective was to amass wealth attribute points and physical attribute points, rather than to become a record-breaking athlete. For someone like him, who possessed a learning panel, breaking records held little significance. By merging more physical attribute points in the future, he could effortlessly surpass human records in the 100-meter dash without the need to master sprinting techniques. Thus, for someone who only needed to reach a level of proficiency, mastering the foundational techniques of long-distance running sufficed. Finding a suitable coach would be imperative, primarily to refine his fundamental techniques for rapid advancement and to progress to the next level of learning. Suddenly, he considered the possibility of acquiring high-speed camera equipment to aid in his self-studied. Li Shi stowed his tablet in his bag, took a small sip of water, and began to walk back. After only a few steps, the striking woman with the dog caught up to him. The dog pressed against her chest, and Li Shi couldn't help but feel a flicker of concern. "I hope it doesn't explode," he mused. "I apologize for earlier. When the dog took off, I panicked and shouted, 'I hope I didn't startle you.'" The woman, who was quite pleasant in appearance, seemed unperturbed, but Li Shi's mind was preoccupied with his studies, rendering him somewhat disengaged. He replied politely, "Not at all, I wasn't startled." The woman walked alongside him and inquired, "Do you live around here?" "I frequently take my dog for walks in this vicinity, and it seems this is the first time I have encountered you. Previously, I noticed you appear to be practicing your running." "Li Shi, indeed. I recently relocated to this area." The woman smiled and remarked, "You seem quite fond of exercise as well. I usually work out at the UNZ gym over there. Would you like to join me? I know the owner, and if I introduce you, you could get a 30% discount on your membership." Li Shi. He had thought today was, but he never expected that the other party was actually promoting gym memberships. "I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to," he said, quickening his pace towards the residential complex. The woman, cradling her puppy, paid no mind. She had approached with a casual attitude, taking a few steps to the left before glancing back, only to catch a glimpse of Li Shi heading towards the entrance of Phoenix Bay. Her eyes widened in surprise. He resides in Phoenix Bay. Upon returning home, Li Shi took a shower and discovered that his assistant had already sent over the organized materials. He glanced through them without rushing to make a decision, instead retrieving a video from his Bilibili favorites, projecting it onto the living room television to study. It was a comprehensive technical explanation video on sprinting fundamentals, filled with valuable insights. The start. One must position their hands parallel to the starting line, arms straightened, feet firmly planted on the blocks, with the rear knee bent, the front leg flexed, observing the posture, and the head and neck relaxed, avoiding any erratic movements. During the preparation phase, I typically take a deep breath, shifting my center of gravity forward. Upon hearing the starting gun, both hands must push off the ground instantly. Observe this slow-motion replay. The spaciousness of the living room proved advantageous, allowing Li Shi to mimic the breakdown of movements as per the video's instructions, from the initial stance to preparation, and then to the gun sound, as he imitated each segmented action, envisioning himself in the act of running. During the acceleration phase, the stride length should gradually increase from small to large, enhancing the running frequency, with both legs propelling in a swift motion. Like this. The upper body should remain inclined forward, and the arms should move rapidly with a broad range of motion. During the running phase, while sprinting, the upper body, meaning the head and shoulders, should lean forward swiftly. Watch this slow-motion replay. Li Shi meticulously imitated each action, and when it came time to run a few steps, he stood on the carpet to avoid disturbing the neighbors below. This breakdown of movements was merely an exercise in imitation. Yet, as a novice, it was essential to learn the form. It took him over 40 minutes to complete the first round of mimicry for the 16-minute video. Afterward, he proceeded to the second round, this time finishing more swiftly in 26 minutes. Upon completing the second round, he attempted to close his eyes and visualize running using the techniques he had just learned. Given his height and leg length, how many steps would it take to cover 100 meters? What about 50 meters? He needed to find a place to test himself and gauge his speed. The reason he had not rushed to find a coach during his midday deliberations was due to his consideration of his physical condition, which had reached a score of 179. Li Shi opened his eyes and searched for locations in the urban area of Tanzhou where he could test himself. After searching for quite some time, he was unable to find anything that fully met his requirements. He pondered for a moment, then opened the Ba Wu Tong Cheng app on his phone, beginning his inquiries into warehouse rentals, factory space leases, large yard rentals, and agritourism property transfers. While he could seek professional guidance for technical skills, it was imperative to have a private space for training. Since a ready-made solution was not available, he resolved to invest in creating a uniquely personal sanctuary for his physical pursuits. Li Shi mused to himself, recalling that he still had over 50 million in his account. Furthermore, this investment would also be beneficial for his subsequent learning and training endeavors. He perused the rental listings and was inundated with an overwhelming amount of information. Rising from his seat, he made his way to the study, grabbed a pen and paper, and began to outline his requirements. At least 50 meters of straight track, half a basketball court, a badminton court, and a table tennis training room. Some areas could serve multiple purposes for various activities. The location need not be in the city center, it could very well be in the suburbs, provided that transportation and basic amenities were well established, ideally situated close to Phoenix Bay. Phoenix Bay was already conveniently located near the second ring road, and just a bit further led to the suburbs, where he hoped to find something suitable. As he contemplated this, a message arrived on WeChat from his newly hired female assistant. Boss, where are we dining tonight? Chapter 86, A Sudden Entrance. Li Shi checked the time. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Recalling that his new assistant had seemed somewhat nervous during their earlier communication, he refrained from asking her preferences and simply replied, "Let us have dinner at this private restaurant, Xiaohuang, at 6:30. He then sent her the address. This establishment had been recommended by Gu Qian and specialized in the authentic flavors of Baoqing cuisine from Hunan province, which he had sampled twice before and found to be remarkably authentic. Sounds good. Boss Li Shi considered the distance to the restaurant, which was located in the eastern part of the city, and added, "Please take a taxi to Phoenix Bay by 6 o'clock, and we can go there together." He then assigned her a task to research companies involved in the construction of sports facilities and the sale of sporting goods, gathering information on tracks, courts, and tables. After concluding his communication with the assistant, he returned to his quest for a location for his private sanctuary. Beyond the space for exercise, he also needed an area for jade, as well as for the future processing of various gemstones and precious metals. Li Shi had a long-term vision for the development of his studio. After a thorough search on Baowu Tongcheng, he found a plethora of information regarding factories and warehouses for rent or sale. But nothing suitable caught his eye. He then opened a web browser and ultimately discovered the land transfer network. He first pinpointed the city of Tanzhou in Nanhu province, then narrowed down the area, quickly identifying 2 promising transfer listings. After further searching, he clicked on a listing for an abandoned primary school in the suburbs. Upon viewing one of the images, he was struck with inspiration. Before 2 adjacent dilapidated teaching buildings lay a spacious, flat rectangular playground, which was quite large. It was evident that it had once been divided into a track surrounding 2 cement basketball courts. The length of the courts measured 28 meters, and even if the dimensions were not standard, the straight section of this abandoned track should exceed 50 meters. Li Shi promptly examined the detailed land description on the page. The entire area spans 6 mu, subject to actual measurement, featuring independent access, fully equipped with water, electricity, and fiber optics. It includes a dedicated security booth, 2 buildings, with the left building comprising 8 rooms across 2 stories, covering an area of 500 square meters. The remainder consists of an abandoned playground, vacant land, and landscaped areas, all securely enclosed by sturdy walls. In 2017, over 100,000 yuan was invested in renovations and improvements, rendering the interiors of both buildings nearly brand new. This property is suitable for educational institutions, wellness centers, small-scale manufacturing, or office spaces, among other uses. Upon reviewing the precise location, it is conveniently situated adjacent to Yuelu Avenue, making it easily accessible by car. Li Shi conducted a search on the map for this location, which indicated a distance of just over 15 kilometers. The journey from Fenghuang Bay primarily follows a straight road, with the estimated travel time on the map being approximately 22 minutes. Without hesitation, he called the Lushan Land Transfer Service Center, whose contact information was provided, to inquire further about the details. "Mr. Li, the maximum lease term for this land is 15 years, with a minimum of 2 years at an annual rate of 150,000 yuan. If you are interested, we can arrange a time for me to take you for an on-site inspection," responded a consultant named Wang. Li Shi inquired specifically, "Could you tell me the length of the rectangular playground in front of the abandoned teaching building?" Wang replied, "I apologize, Mr. Li. I will need to check that information. How about we connect on WeChat to discuss further?" "Sounds good." After ending the call, they exchanged WeChat contacts. Shortly thereafter, Wang sent a message. "Mr. Li, I reviewed the survey data, and the length is approximately 58 meters. At 6:25. After receiving a phone call, Li Shi descended to meet his female assistant and drove to a quaint private restaurant, Xiaohuang, located by the Luyang River. This area boasts a riverside commercial street and a large shopping center, drawing a considerable footfall. He first inquired if Zhang Huijing had any dietary restrictions, then proceeded to order a feast of hometown dishes: green pepper with soft-shelled turtle, braised pork tripe with green pepper, stir-fried pig's blood balls, steamed egg dumplings in bamboo baskets, and shidiankyo tofu, among others. It was Zhang Huijing's first dining experience with her boss. She appeared somewhat nervous, delicately using her chopsticks and taking small bites, seemingly apprehensive about making a poor impression. Li Shi, on the other hand, relished the meal, finishing with a satisfied belly. With little else to discuss at the table, he briefly outlined his upcoming work commitments. Tomorrow, he would take her to inspect the premises, and if they secured the lease, he envisioned transforming the space into an activity base for the Xingyanmeng studio, needing her assistance in the process. Having completed their meal, the two had grown more familiar, and Zhang Huijing seemed less tense. As they exited the restaurant, she expressed, "Thank you for treating me to dinner. Boss, that I live nearby in the Yongfan community, so I can walk back. Li Shi, aware that Yongfan is a large community known for its vibrant night market in Tanzhou, replied, "No need for formality. Let me drive you home this time. You take the wheel, and I'd like to see your driving skills." He handed her the car keys. "Really?" Zhang Huijing was taken aback but quickly accepted. To his surprise, she navigated the car with unexpected steadiness. Observing her composed handling of the steering wheel, Li Shi thought to himself that perhaps he wouldn't need to hire a dedicated driver in the future, allowing him to sit comfortably in the boss's seat. To her surprise, Li Shi complimented her on her driving skills upon their arrival. Zhang Huijing, basking in her boss's praise, couldn't help but smiled as she stepped out of the car and was about to return to her rented accommodation after the Volvo departed. A voice called out, "Xiao Jing." Turning to see a cheerful-looking young woman approaching with her boyfriend from the bus stop, she recognized her roommate, Gan Yun. Gan Yun's boyfriend had merely dropped her off and left swiftly. In an instant, her true nature emerged as she bounded over, locking her arms around Zhang Huijing's fair neck, demanding with playful ferocity, "Confess, who was that handsome guy who just dropped you off? Are you hiding a man from me?" Realizing her dear friend had misunderstood, Zhang Huijing seized the opportunity to retaliate playfully against her ample bosom before pleading for mercy, explaining, "Goddess Yun, spare me. That was my new boss." By the time Li Shi returned to Phoenix Bay, it was already 9:30 in the evening. He entered his study and retrieved a book titled Running, How to Run, immersing himself in its pages. This was a recommended introductory text on running by a user on a forum, detailing a study conducted by a doctor from the United States on human movement and the development of running techniques. The user had endorsed the book, claiming that after mastering the techniques described, they felt significantly lighter while running, experiencing much less exertion and a marked decrease in post-run soreness. After reading for an hour, Li Shi found his concentration waning. He mused that athletic skills ultimately require practice and personal experience. Much like relationships, one can never truly understand compatibility without stepping into the fray. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he glanced down at the riverside park below, now shrouded in darkness. Devoid of any figures, he decided to first test the endurance running technique he had learned during the day. Ensuring to manage his speed without exerting himself fully, Li Shi retrieved 3 action cameras from his digital gearbox, along with his phone and tablet, and descended to the riverside park. By now, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the park lay in serene stillness. After warming up, he quickly reviewed the endurance running technique on his tablet, then closed his eyes to mentally rehearse the movements. Selecting a distance, he carefully positioned the action cameras, shrugged his shoulders, and relaxed. With his hands parallel to the ground, he envisioned himself in a running competition. "On your marks, get set, go." Following the techniques demonstrated in the video, he pushed off with his legs and swung his arms. In an instant, he transformed into a cheetah, darting forward like an arrow released from a bow. The sound of his powerful strides echoed, thud, 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 as he accelerated with all his might. It was at this moment that Li Shi realized how extraordinary his physical condition was at a level of 17.9. His reflexes, coordination, and strength combined to enable him to replicate the running process he had envisioned in his mind with an astonishing accuracy of over 95%. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. He still had energy to spare. However, maintaining clarity of thought, he refrained from further acceleration, methodically transitioning into the practical application of the running technique. With his body upright, head slightly forward, he rhythmically propelled his legs backward from the hips, swinging his arms like scythes cutting through the air. 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters. As he neared the designated long bench, his upper body leaned forward with fervor, propelling himself ahead, while simultaneously using his shoulders and chest to press against that imagined finish line. Phew, a complete race concluded. The inertia carried him forward for a brief distance. Just as he came to a halt, before he could engage in any other activity, a sudden spark ignited in his mind, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. He had just crossed the threshold. Chapter 87, Night Running Group, Seeking Support. Li Shi hastily summoned his learning panel. Name, Li Shi. Physique, 17.92, Fusion Status. Wealth, 8.8, Redemption Status. Currently learning. Competitive Sprinting, Beginner. Learning Archive, Chinese, Driving, Photography. Indeed, he had made progress. Upon witnessing the results displayed on the learning panel, Li Shi was elated, pondering whether the beginner level was too simplistic. However, after retrieving a few action cameras and reviewing the footage of his inaugural run, he found it quite reasonable. Although it was his first attempt at a full sprint according to the tutorial, He appeared convincingly adept. The start, the acceleration, the mid-race pace, and the final sprint. All were executed with commendable finesse in comparison to the coach's demonstrations in the tutorial, aside from differences in physique, speed, starting posture, force exertion rhythm, leg drive, and arm swing. He seemed strikingly similar to a grin spread across his face. Was this the sensation of genius? In that moment, he was suddenly reminded of a high school classmate, Peng Yangyang, the sole academic prodigy from their cohort to gain admission to Tsinghua University. Peng Yangyang was a day student who, aside from diligently attending classes, spent his time engaging in leisure activities. He never read during afternoon naps and occasionally dozed off or read trivial books during study periods. Once the school day ended, he would head to the basketball court, often playing until the boarding students had to return for evening study sessions. Only then would he return home. Compared to his classmates who diligently toiled at their desks after class, he seemed rather nonchalant in his efforts. Yet, he consistently topped the exams. Gradually, rumors circulated that he feigned a lack of study at school, when in reality, he studied late into the night at home, often until 1 or 2 in the morning. The experience Peng Yangyang had while mastering high school knowledge likely paralleled Li Shi's current feelings towards learning to sprint. Given his present physical attributes, he undoubtedly belonged to the realm of athletic prodigies. In a moment of reflection, Li Shi felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. He retrieved his phone, logged into his former QQ account, joined the high school group, and inquired, "Does anyone know what the academic star of Class 136, Peng Yangyang, is up to now?" They were from Class 137 and had been neighbors to Class 136 for 3 years, with the boys from both classes frequently playing basketball together. The QQ group was largely dormant throughout the year, and after sending his message, he received no response. Li Shi remained unfazed. He repositioned the action camera and returned to his tablet to review the tutorial video, paying particular attention to the coach's leg drive nuances before stepping back onto the track for another round. He repeated the sprint a 3rd time, then a 4th. Upon completing his 5th sprint, Li Shi felt a marked improvement in his fluidity, but when he summoned the learning panel to check for changes, there were none. Gathering his belongings and returning home, he uploaded the videos from his action camera to his computer, replaying them repeatedly, particularly comparing the differences between his 5th and 1st runs. In the 5th iteration, the leg movements were evidently more aligned with the instructions provided in the tutorial. As he ran, he could feel the improvement. After only a few attempts, he was able to swiftly correct the flaws in his technique, which he found rather impressive. Should he advance to a higher level of proficiency, he contemplated the possibility of self-study without pursuing mastery immediately. If he were to encounter a plateau, consulting a professional for guidance would not be too late. After taking a shower and lying in bed, Li Shi took out his phone to scroll through the news. Just before sleeping, he recalled a message sent in his high school classmates group chat and logged into QQ to take a quick look. A boy from his class, who used to play basketball frequently with Peng Yangyang, had replied. That fellow had gone to the United States for studies a few years ago. It was said he had married a Caucasian woman and settled there. Staring at the message, Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, opening the input box, wanting to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against replying. Exiting QQ, he wrapped himself in a thin blanket, resting his head against the hazy view of the river outside as he drifted into sleep, lingering in a dream with the thought, "What is a Caucasian wife like?" In the past decade, it seemed that many people from all over the world had come to study and travel in the country. He would need to learn a foreign language eventually. The next morning, he began his day as usual with half an hour of reading before heading out to the riverside park downstairs for exercise. His focus was on warm-up routines and foundational athletic movements. He followed the video again, setting up his action camera to record the entire process, intending to review the details of his technique later. Once the base was established, he immediately switched to the high-speed camera. During this time, he encountered the assertive woman from the previous day's dog walk, who was now dressed in athletic gear for her morning run and greeted him first. Li Shi responded politely, casting a few extra glances, then returned to his training movements. Upon returning home, he reviewed the instructional video. This time, his movements were remarkably precise and fluid, with a commendable rhythm, leading him to feel ready for independent practice. Li Shi was quite pleased, experiencing the joy of an academic achiever. This specialized athletic training consisted of 30 sets of movements. The challenge lay not in memorizing these actions, but in executing them with accuracy. His physical fitness and engagement in sports felt akin to having a cheat code. He could hardly contain a chuckle. In the morning, Li Shi took his female assistant to the abandoned elementary school for an on-site inspection. Upon confirming that the location indeed had secure entry and exit points and was surrounded by walls, he used a laser rangefinder to measure the length and width of the playground. examining details such as water, electricity, and internet access. After deciding to lease the usage rights, he did not rush to leave, but rather had consultant Wang introduce them to various stakeholders involved. By the afternoon. After engaging in conversation for 2 hours, the annual rent was negotiated down from 150,000 to 140,000, and the formal lease agreement for a 15-year term was signed. On the way back to the city center, Li Shi took a moment to calculate the time. From the future Nebula Dream Activity Base to Phoenix Bay, the journey ultimately took 21 minutes. This time, the traffic lights were relatively favorable. Had he encountered a few more red lights, it might have taken over 25 minutes. On the third morning, Li Shi arrived at the Riverside Park. After warming up, he was practicing athletic movements when that voluptuous woman in a pink tracksuit ran past him again. What a coincidence! They met once more. Li Shi politely said, "Are you here to run as well?" "Indeed, I used to prefer running in the gym, but I have a friend who is particularly fond of outdoor running, and recently she has encouraged me to step out of the gym." She replied. Li Shi remarked, "Outdoor running is quite delightful. One can enjoy the scenery as well. Yes, it is indeed preferable to running in the gym. By the way, my friend has a night running group filled with local running enthusiasts from Tanzhou. I noticed you seem to have a passion for running, practicing here every day. Would you like me to invite you to join the group?" As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from the bag strapped to her arm. Chapter 88. Startled like a fawn upon seeing her take out her phone, Li Shi's immediate reaction was that this woman was still intent on selling him a gym membership. Or perhaps she had some ulterior motive. He was self-aware enough to recognize that while he was reasonably attractive, he was not so striking as to warrant such enthusiastic approaches from a random woman. One must always maintain a degree of caution in the outside world. Li Shi politely declined, saying, "I'm afraid I'm not particularly interested in such hobby groups." The woman appeared taken aback, perhaps not anticipating his direct refusal, as she had enjoyed a high success rate with this tactic in the past, especially with men. Remembering that this young man had been studying running techniques via video, she smiled and said, "Then let us add each other on WeChat. I can introduce you to my friend. She is a professional athletics coach and has earned a second-level athlete title." Thinking to herself, "Surely this would pique your interest. If not, well, there are countless potential clients in the world. Losing one is hardly a loss." Gao Li sold everything, but her primary focus was on selling high-value insurance. Living nearby, she had indeed recently transitioned her exercise routine to morning runs, hoping to seize the opportunity to connect with a potential client while working out, which would be quite delightful. Li Shi scrutinized her for a moment. Her figure was undeniably alluring, and her appearance was decent, though her features bore a hint of artificiality. He used his former identity as a third-tier photographer, now rebranded under the moniker Running into the Soul. To scan the QR code displayed on her phone, he decided to add her, to discern her true intentions before deciding to delete her later if necessary. Once the woman, bouncing as she ran away, was out of sight, Li Shi put away his phone and resumed his practice. Half an hour later, concluding his workout, he took a small sip of water, packed his belongings, and headed back. Only then did he unlock his phone again to check the time, discovering several messages on his WeChat account. "Hello handsome, my name is Gao Li. What about you? This is my friend's WeChat. If you wish to inquire about running-related matters, you may add her. Her name is Zhou Meilin, a distinguished coach at the Hongqing Sports Club, specializing in running, yoga, and aerobics instruction, as well as possessing knowledge in nutrition." Following this is a WeChat business card, under the name Zhou Meilin, Hongqing Sports Club. Li Shi did not rush to respond. Instead, he took a moment to search on his phone, discovering that it is a comprehensive chain sports club catering to the general public. After checking on Meituan and Dianping, he found a local branch in Tanzhou with a female coach named Zhou Meilin. Reviewing her profile, he noted not only her second-level athlete certification, but also her qualifications as a physical education teacher and a D-level track and field coach. Upon viewing her photograph, he found her appearance quite pleasing, with well-defined features. He suddenly pondered how he had recently encountered many attractive women. Upon further reflection, he realized that, in truth, most of the women he had met in recent months were quite ordinary in appearance. He simply found himself with greater choices now. It was reminiscent of his recent search for an assistant, where he had selected Zhang Huijing from a multitude of candidates. Furthermore, there was the inherent allure of wealth. Often, it was not he who sought out companionship, but rather the affluence he possessed that attracted others, such as the harsh reality of society, particularly in the adult world. Setting aside these thoughts, Li Shi returned home and contemplated the transformation of the base while taking a shower. Once he had self-studied sufficiently and anticipated advancing to a proficient level, he aimed to master the stability of technical movements under high-speed conditions. At that point, he would require high-speed cameras and electronic timing equipment. These tools would remain valuable even if he ceased training in athletics, as they could be utilized for future assessments of his physical attributes. This train of thought led him to recall the nebula annihilation scene he had dreamt of. Causing him to drift off momentarily, he decided not to dwell on such matters for the time being. What mattered most was to excel in each project he chose while simultaneously relishing the increasingly prosperous life he was leading. Emerging from the bathroom, Li Shi promptly called his assistant, Zhang Huijing. Zhang Huijing had contacted 2 local engineering firms in Tanzhou, and after comparison, Li Shi decided to proceed with the Pinyin Rubber Track Engineering Company for further engagement. Upon understanding the local situation and requirements, they promptly expressed their willingness to send someone over for an on-site inspection that very afternoon. Shortly after 2 o'clock, 3 representatives from the engineering company arrived, led by a gentleman surnamed Yin, whom Li Shi referred to as Engineer Yin. Both parties drove their vehicles directly to the abandoned school on the outskirts. Given that a comprehensive renovation would require considerable time, Li Shi planned to initially focus on refurbishing the urgently needed playground, redesigning and renovating the track, transforming 2 concrete basketball courts into a brand new basketball court and a tennis court, and expanding the adjacent area of weeds and gravel to construct a badminton court and a piece of vacant land for future use. The representatives from the engineering company conducted a meticulous survey, and by the time they completed their work, dusk was approaching. Engineer Yin, in his 40s, addressed Li Shi, saying, "Mr. Li, your site can accommodate the construction equipment, and if we proceed as per your specifications, the project will take approximately 30 days. Li Shi inquired, "Is there any possibility of completing the renovation sooner?" Yin Gong took out his phone to check the weather forecast for the coming days and remarked, "Considering the weather, we can only sign a contract for 30 days. But we will strive to complete the work as early as possible." Li Shi then inquired about the construction process and expressed a requirement. "Should we confirm our collaboration, the other party must first undertake the renovation of the runway." Yin Gong promptly assured him that is certainly not a problem. At that moment, among their companions was a young man in his 20s, seemingly Yin Gong's apprentice, who suddenly mumbled, "This place feels rather eerie." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Gong immediately admonished him, "Xiao Peng, what nonsense are you spouting? This is the outskirts. It's open and filled with trees, so the temperature is naturally lower than in the city. Moreover, the sun hasn't shone today, and it's already around 5 or 6 o'clock. If you can't speak sensibly, then keep silent. No one regards you as mute." After chastising his apprentice, he quickly turned to Li Shi to apologize. Li Shi, however, was not perturbed. In fact, he had heard a saying before, that schools tend to have heavy energy when unoccupied. Additionally, schools are often depicted as settings in horror films, particularly in Thai cinema, which he had frequently encountered while scrolling through Douyin. After the engineering team completed their data assessment, they departed. At the entrance, after bidding farewell to the team, Li Shi noticed the heavy rust on the lock hanging at the gate. He initially intended to ask Zhang Huijing to drive a kilometer to the nearby market to purchase a new one, while he took the opportunity to jog on the abandoned runway. However, he turned around only to find his female assistant lost in thought. She was wearing a loose-fitting blue and white striped crewneck sweatshirt, which obscured her previously curvaceous figure from their last dance, and her softly curled, voluminous hair exuded an air of youthful innocence. "What's wrong? Why are you dazed?" Li Shi inquired. Zhang Huijing, snapping back to reality, quickly replied, "Nothing, boss. I just feel this place is quite desolate." Li Shi realized that she had been influenced by the earlier remarks of Yin Gong's apprentice and was likely recalling some supernatural tale. By this time, the sky had darkened considerably, and the roads near the entrance were surrounded by rice fields, devoid of any nearby households, creating an undeniably chilling atmosphere. He thought to himself that it would be best to come by alone tomorrow. For today, it was time to return. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Huijing suddenly screamed, akin to a startled fawn, and rushed to cling tightly to his arm. A gray shadow had silently darted out from the nearby weeds. It was a gray cat. Once Zhang Huijing processed the situation, she quickly released her grip from her boss's arm. A sheepish expression crossing her face, Li Shi gazed at the cat disappearing into the distance, feeling the soft pressure on his arm dissipate. His mind involuntarily conjured the lively dance from the day of the interview, and he mused that his new assistant had quite the timid disposition, trembling at the mere sight of a small cat. Clearly, she would require additional cultivation in the future. Chapter 89. How did you get acquainted with that wretched person? Upon returning from the activity base to Phoenix Bay, Li Shi casually dined at a roadside restaurant not far from the community and instructed Zhang Huijing to take a taxi home. Such outings, where she accompanied him, could be reimbursed for taxi fares, provided they were reported accurately. Upon arriving home, I took a refreshing shower, changed into my pajamas, and turned on the television for a brief respite. However, I soon discovered that it was inundated with idle dramas masquerading as fantasy adventures, leaving much to be desired. I nearly succumbed to slumber after watching for a while. Consequently, I retreated to my study, retrieved my pen and paper, and arranged them neatly upon my desk. Sitting motionless in my chair, I closed my eyes and reflected on my recent studies regarding competitive sprinting before finally picking up my pen to commence writing. Competitive Sprinting Training Plan Step 1. Establish a comprehension of sprinting. Completed. Step 2. Learn the foundational movements of athletics. Acquire the basic techniques of sprinting over various distances. Beginner. 2. Proficient. In progress. Step 3. Enhance the technical actions of full-distance sprinting, targeted training for stride frequency and length. Pending completion. Proficient. 2. Proficient. Mastery. Additional. Participate in at least one formal competition to assess my techniques. Pending completion. Li Shi had previously refrained from formulating a study plan due to his uncertainty regarding the requirements for achieving proficiency in competitive sprinting after advancing from the beginner level. However, with the foundational knowledge he had gathered through his initial studies and research, he had gained some clarity. Drawing parallels with his prior contemplation of the hierarchical levels of basketball athletes within the realm of competitive sports, he laid down his pen and revisited the training videos from the morning, replaying them several times. The technical movements appear to have improved significantly, particularly during the last viewing, which mirrored the precision of the tutorial videos. Li Shi felt a sense of satisfaction. Nevertheless, being a novice, he acknowledged that his professional understanding remained somewhat superficial, and he might be prone to misjudgments. Much like when he sought feedback from Xiao Yuan during his photography journey, it would be prudent to consult an expert for an evaluation to substantiate his own assessments. He seized his phone and sent a WeChat message to his assistant, requesting her to continue reaching out to her roommate's brother to see if he might introduce him to a specialist in sprinting. Meanwhile, Zhang Huijing returned to her residence, neglecting to greet her roommate, Gan Yun, as she hurriedly retreated to her room. Upon removing her outerwear, she carefully inspected herself, only to find a small bruise on her right side, which instantly flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. Earlier, out of fear, she had inadvertently gripped her boss's arm too tightly. After receiving Li Shi's message, she quickly changed into her pajamas and engaged in conversation with Ganyan for a considerable time before responding. Boss, my roommate's brother mentioned that he graduated many years ago and has lost touch with his former teachers and classmates, except for one acquaintance who practices sprinting. They occasionally exchange messages, yet that classmate has also returned to his hometown to work as a physical education teacher. So he is not in Tanzhou. However, her brother did note that this sprinting peer is quite remarkable, having achieved near first-level athlete performance during training, specifically in the 100 meters, though I lack further understanding of the details. After perusing Zhang Huijing's message, Li Shi raised an eyebrow. The standard for a second-level athlete in the men's 100 meters is 11.74 seconds, while the first-level athlete benchmark is 10.93 seconds, and a sports expert is classified at 10.5 seconds. He had reviewed data indicating that currently, there are fewer than 200 registered first-level athletes nationwide. Achieving a time close to that of a first-level athlete is indeed an impressive feat. After some contemplation, he replied, "Could you please inquire if it's possible to obtain the contact information of the classmate who practices sprinting?" He then closed his laptop, returned to the living room, and watched television for a while. His phone vibrated, but it was not a message from Zhang Huijing. Rather, it was a notification from a WeChat secondary account. Gaoli messaged, "Handsome, have you added my sister?" Li Shi pondered for a moment, clicked on the WeChat name in the chat history, sent a friend request, and responded, "I apologize for the delayed reply. I was busy with work all day. Thank you for the recommendation. I have just sent her a friend request." Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away in Ani community, Gaoli, who was lounging on the sofa preparing to apply a facial mask while watching television, couldn't help but smirk upon seeing Li Shi's message. With a playful glint in her eye, she composed 2 replies. "It's quite all right. Individuals like you, a career elite, are contributing to society through your hard work. However, one must remember that health is the foundation of success. Regular exercise is essential, and running is an excellent way to achieve that. I will inform my good sister to accept your friend request. You wouldn't believe how many people try to add her. She usually ignores them." Smiley face. After sending the messages, Gaoli immediately scrolled through the avatars, searching for a while before finding none. She then accessed her contacts, typed in Zhou Jianren, and finally located Zhou Meilin's WeChat ID among her over 4,000 friends. Skillfully, she forwarded Li Shi's WeChat card and followed up with a voice message. "Sister Zhou, I have referred you a very high-quality client, a young tycoon who has recently taken up running. Since you're considering going freelance, securing a deal with him would surely allow you to sell your most expensive personal training package." After a short while, Zhou Meilin replied with a WeChat message. "Lily, thank you. If a deal materializes, I won't forget your commission." Gaoli, applying her facial mask, smiled upon reading the message, knowing that she could not work for free. She responded with a smiling face and an okay emoji, diverting her attention from the television to engage in conversation with Mr. Li, who had finally initiated dialogue. She was certainly not content with just the commission from personal training. Her primary occupation was selling high-value insurance. Li Shi cast the video of Bolt's record-breaking achievements, 19 golds, 2 silvers, and 1 bronze, onto the television. He watched while exchanging casual remarks with Gao Li. This woman was articulate and her voice was melodious, with her voice messages always carrying a hint of charming allure. Yet, he sensed a certain opportunism in her demeanor, prompting him to maintain a degree of distance. After watching 1/3 of the 90-minute video, he received a response from Zhang Huijing. She had made a phone call to provide an update. Her roommate's brother reported that the classmate had recently fallen while playing basketball, resulting in a fractured hand and a cracked one. Upon discharge, he neglected proper recovery, continuing to use the injured hand to play on his phone, which infuriated his wife, leading her to confiscate the device. Now, he could only lie down and watch television. The roommate's brother had just learned this information after making a phone call, and it appeared that the classmate's family was well off, with no intention of seeking part-time work. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback after listening. Ultimately, he could only enlist his assistant to express gratitude to her roommate and her roommate's brother. Next time, let's invite your roommate to dine together. Let her choose the cuisine, and I shall treat. After conversing with Zhang Huijing, he received a notification from his secondary WeChat account, indicating that Zhou Meilin had accepted his friend request. He swiftly grabbed his phone and initiated communication with her. Without preamble, he stated his purpose directly. Zhou Meilin responded. You seek guidance from a professional regarding your sprinting techniques, correct? Li Shi replied. Indeed, I wonder if you, Coach Zhou, would be willing to assist? After a pause of more than 20 seconds, she returned with, do you have any training videos of yourself? I need to assess your level first, Li Shi replied. Please hold on. He proceeded to his study, reopened his computer, logged into WeChat's desktop version, and extracted a video of his final 30 movements from the morning's training, compressing and sending it over. The wait this time felt prolonged. After a span of several minutes, Zhou Meilin messaged back. Your movements are quite standard. You must have practiced for a considerable time, haven't you? Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about sprinting techniques for a good half of the day. Eventually, Zhou Meilin remarked, in the past 2 years, I have primarily focused on yoga and aerobics, and given the differences in techniques for men, I may not be able to guide you extensively, that's all right. The insights I've gained from our conversation have already been quite substantial. Li Shi reflected on their exchange. There was indeed a marked difference between a systematically trained professional and a self-taught enthusiast. By the way, how did you come to know that wretched person? He inquired. Huh? Li Shi initially thought he had misread, blinking in surprise as he noticed that the message had been retracted. Within a few seconds, another message arrived. By the way, are you a client of Gao Li? Li Shi mused that there was an abundance of superficial relationships among women. Client? He replied casually. No, we met a couple of days ago while exercising in the park. What does Gao Li do? Zhou Meilin responded, Oh, I see. Li is truly impressive. She always finds various ways to meet exceptional individuals like you. Mr. Li, by the way, she specializes in high-value insurance sales. If you have any needs in that area, you can consult her. She is quite professional, I see, he thought. Given her earlier retracted message, it felt as though she was intentionally probing into Gao Li's background. However, it mattered little, as they were merely two unfamiliar individuals. In comparison, he held a slightly more favorable impression of Zhou Meilin, with whom he had just discussed sprinting techniques. Li Shi chuckled and replied, All right, I will certainly reach out to her if the need arises. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Meilin stated directly, When it comes to learning to run, strength training is essential. From the video, it appears that your physique is quite balanced. However, for sprinting, you might be a tad on the lean side. Perhaps you could enroll in my personal training course to enhance your lower body strength. I can offer you a discount. She added, Moreover, if you have any other technical questions, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Li Shi paused, glancing down at his thighs. The fusion of physical attribute points enhances the overall quality of the body. His physique remains largely unchanged, balanced, and proportionate. If one were to refrain from undressing, he might not appear particularly robust. However, to assert that his lower body strength is lacking, Gu Qian and Wu Yuan would vehemently disagree, especially Wu Yuan, who has endured great trials. All of this stems from the enhancement derived from the integration of physical attribute points on the learning panel. He has no intention of altering his form. Only when stripped bare would one perceive the truly muscular physique he possesses. He believes that a harmonious figure is quite commendable and states, though I may not appear as a typical muscle-bound individual, my strength is indeed formidable. Should the opportunity arise, Coach Zhou, you might wish to test it. Alternatively, how about I enroll in your private yoga classes? He mused, considering that he intended to learn yoga eventually. This would serve as a perfect opportunity to lay a foundation while achieving dual benefits. Zhou Malin replied, that sounds feasible. The number of men practicing yoga in our country is on the rise. After a brief exchange, they arranged to meet the day after tomorrow in the morning. Exiting WeChat, Li Shi reviewed his practice videos multiple times. What he had previously deemed flawless now revealed, after his conversation with Zhou Malin. Certain details that warranted improvement. In this particular movement, the angle between the upper and lower arms seemed excessive. In Zhou Malin's words, it extended the resistance arm. Recognizing a problem marks the beginning of progress. He rubbed his hands together, rising with an eagerness to rectify the recently identified technical flaws through practice. However, he first returned to his seat. There's no rush. He would review this round before proceeding. After finishing the video, he contemplated and compared it to the tutorial, his expression shifting to one of realization. The foreign athlete in the tutorial executed the movements with remarkable fluidity, while his own appeared somewhat rigid, clearly indicative of a novice, evidence of insufficient practice. Li Shi picked up his phone to check the time. 11:49. Without hesitation, he promptly changed into his workout attire and running shoes, heading downstairs. He warmed up during his walk, and upon reaching the riverside park, stretched his legs before commencing the 30 sets of exercises. The evening breeze along the river was strong, and he could faintly hear the water flowing and the distant sounds of vehicles traversing the road. Immersed in his practice, Li Shi lost track of time, increasingly relishing the learning process that rewards effort. Nothing is more delightful than the assurance of returns for one's exertions, especially when those returns are substantial. Fueling a motivation that reaches its zenith, after completing the 30 sets, he then focused on the few groups where he had identified issues. Only once he had worked up a sweat did he gather his belongings to return home. After showering, he lay on his bed, habitually checking his phone before sleep, only to discover an unread message. It was from Chen Xiuyue, sent 3 minutes prior. Little man, are you asleep yet? I am once again suffering from insomnia, crying face. Li Shi replied, I told you not to use small letters. Chen Xiuyue responded swiftly, I haven't touched it. How am I to know whether it's big or not? Sly smile, shocked. Also, it's already 1:30. And you still haven't gone to sleep? Using the phrase you mentioned last time, why are you still awake at this late hour? Have you been up to some mischief? Laughs, Li Shi sighed. Recalling how he had inadvertently uttered this childhood jest he had overheard from adults back in his hometown. The seemingly austere yet secretly mischievous Chen Xiuyue would often bring it up. Ever since her last visit to Tanzhou, her choice of words during conversations, especially in text, had grown increasingly audacious, almost as if she were liberating herself. Upon seeing the message, Li Shi imagined her cool, serene visage. If she were to say those words to him in person, it would seem a smile involuntarily crept upon his face as he typed his response. What brings about your insomnia this time? Chen Xiuyue replied, Tomorrow, I have to go sign a settlement agreement. The thought of a longtime friend turning into a stranger keeps me awake. Additionally, the anticipation of a significant sum of wealth arriving is also a cause for sleeplessness. While Li Shi felt a tinge of curiosity about the magnitude of this wealth she mentioned, he refrained from asking that and instead inquired, which of these weighs heavier on your mind? After a minute, Chen Xiuyue responded, the former, I've hardly had any friends throughout my life. She is the only one I've known since high school, and we share many cherished memories. Upon reading her message, Li Shi felt a wave of sentiment wash over him, pondering how to console her when another message arrived. You have no idea, the first time I watched that kind of video, it was because of her influence. We secretly went to an internet CAF to download it. Raises eyebrow, smirks. That kind of video? Li Shi's interest peaked, and he straightened up. What sort of video are you referring to? I hope I'm not misunderstanding. Chen Xiuyue replied, hee, don't doubt it. You're not mistaken, I was led astray by that woman, but plenty of girls watch such videos too. It's quite normal to imagine things. Don't tell me you've never watched. In an instant, Li Shi's mind conjured an image of a few lads huddled around a computer screen in their university dorm, completely absorbed. He had indeed watched. Just never anticipated that she had as well. Chen Xiuyue continued. What type do you prefer? I have quite a collection on my phone. Sly smile. How about we watch together next time? Cute. Li Shi fell silent for 10 seconds. He simply could not envision how this aloof-looking woman appeared while watching videos. His curiosity stirred, he quickly typed back. Sure, if we don't watch together next time. It's a missed opportunity. At this point, his mind was thoroughly besmirched by thoughts of Chen Xiuyue. He couldn't help but wonder. Chen Xiuyue, puppies. If they were to watch together, which genre should they choose? Li Shi glanced out the window, feeling as though the night itself had been tainted by his unsavory thoughts. Chapter 91. Will you come to pick me up? After conversing with Chun Xiuyue until the early hours of the morning, Li Shi fell asleep, unaware if the previous night's topic had contributed to his state. Upon waking the next day, he discovered the aftereffects were particularly pronounced. Typically, he would require around 30 minutes to regain his composure, but this time, it took a full lesson's duration. After completing his morning routine, he drove out, pausing briefly at the community entrance to enjoy a hearty bowl of Tianjin beef noodles before heading straight to the suburban activity base. As he passed by the small gathering, he paused once more to purchase a robust iron lock and several shovels from the hardware store. Upon arriving at the activity base, Li Shi did not rush inside. Instead, he circled the perimeter, inspecting the surrounding walls. The walls stood over 2 meters high, coated in cement, with shards of glass installed atop, giving them a weathered appearance after years of exposure to the elements. Occasionally, he approached to give the wall a push, discovering it remained quite sturdy. After completing his circuit, he unlocked the door, drove his vehicle into the base, and securely closed the heavy iron gate from the inside. Fastening it tightly today, he intended to relish the solitude of the campus. Glancing around, it was indeed desolate. A person of lesser fortitude might very well hesitate to remain here alone. Li Shi shed his jacket, grasped the newly acquired shovel, and prepared to work. The track, having been neglected since the school's closure, was in a deplorable state, riddled with gaps and cracks, revealing the underlying concrete. Bending down, he seized a section of lifting plastic, and with minimal effort, he peeled it from the ground as if skinning an animal. The sound echoed across the empty playground repeatedly. Li Shi worked with alacrity, tearing off the delaminate sections by hand, while the intact areas were scraped with the shovel. Relying on his strength, he cleared the straight path in front of the teaching building to reveal a relatively smooth concrete surface in less than half an hour. During yesterday's measurement, he had deliberately marked 50 meters on the exposed concrete with a marker. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he looked back and forth, noting the clearly visible markings. He specifically sought out some stones and wooden sticks to place outside the track, aligned with the line. After taking a sip of water, he commenced his training, beginning with a conventional warm-up followed by 30 sets of specialized athletic training for enhanced preparation. This combination was already of considerable intensity. For those accustomed to a sedentary lifestyle, completing the regular warm-up would likely feel sufficient. The 30 sets of specialized training were a challenge even for the physically active, let alone striving for perfect form. Even professional athletes typically select only a few movements during their warm-up. Only Li Shi would deem it necessary to complete all 30 sets to adequately loosen his limbs and achieve an optimal warm-up effect. Once warmed up, he picked up the exceptionally large 2.5-liter water bottle he had purchased online, taking a small sip. Besides plain water, he had also prepared sports drinks to replenish sugars and electrolytes during extended exercise. Grasping the stopwatch he had prepared, he held it in his right hand. Li Shi approached the starting line on the left, ready to embark on his first full-speed run since elevating his physical conditioning to 17.9. Standing firm, he counted down, 3, 2, 1. Go. As he counted in his mind, the moment his right hand pressed the timer, he propelled himself forward with vigorous strides, his body surging ahead at full speed. Thud, thud, thud. His feet struck the concrete, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Li Shi felt the wind howling past his ears, adhering to the techniques he had learned during this time. Accelerating, accelerating. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. He resembled a lithe cheetah, surging forward with fierce determination. 20 meters, 30 meters, 35 meters. The 50 meters approached in an instant. As his gaze swept over the stones and branches arranged nearby, he simultaneously pressed the stopwatch. After a brief period of deceleration, he came to a halt, slightly adjusted his breathing, and glanced at the stopwatch. 6.02 seconds. Li Shi chuckled softly. This was a manual recording, typically understood to be 0.3 seconds slower than an electronic one, and since he was self-timing, he should add at least another 0.1 seconds, estimating it to be around 6.32 seconds. For university students, a commendable time for the 50-meter dash for men ranges from 6.8 to 6.6 seconds. The world record for the 50 meters stands at 5.56 seconds, while the national record is 5.74 seconds. He smiled again and proceeded to test himself vigorously several more times, each attempt yielding a slight improvement. After several runs, Li Shi gained a clearer understanding of his current maximum running speed. Next, he began to focus on refining his acceleration technique. In the abandoned campus, he toiled alone, drenched in sweat. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the distant chirping of birds, with only the sound of his running shoes striking the ground breaking the silence. After 2 hours, with the sun perched high overhead, Li Shi sipped some sports drink, completed a set of stretches, locked the gate securely, and drove back to Phoenix Bay. On the way home, he pondered. He had only just begun his training and learning, his overall technique still in its infancy. After some time, as his skills improved, utilizing electronic timing and spiked shoes to achieve a time in the low fives should pose no problem. His current physical attribute was 17.9, which is 193 times the limit of 15 points. Those capable of breaking world records should possess sprinting abilities nearing 15 points. However, their technique was also top-notch, while Li Shi was merely a novice. Once he reached a certain speed, even a mere 0.1 seconds faster would require meticulous technical finesse. Mastering such intricacies takes time and dedication. Gripping the steering wheel, Li Shi suddenly smiled, recalling the slogan often chanted by his classmates during school. Long live 60 points. Now, he was at the level of proficiency. Temporarily, achieving mere competence was sufficient. Yet he wondered how much faster he could unleash the potential of his 17.9 physique with refined sprinting techniques. How swift could he be in the 100 meters? Upon returning to Phoenix Bay, Li Shi showered and immediately began reviewing the training videos from that day, scrutinizing the segment where he ran 50 meters from various angles to examine the details of his movements. Eventually, he edited the footage and sent it to Zhou Mailin. Coach Zhou, I would appreciate your guidance. Zhou Mailin responded promptly, all right, but I'm quite busy today. I may only have time to review it tonight. Li Shi replied, no worries, take your time. During lunch, while dining alone on takeout, Chinchua messaged him, updating him on the situation over there. Why, lawyer and I have set off. We've arrived, and indeed, she brought her husband along. It's not surprising, after all, he is the one footing the bill. They are reviewing the contract now, he has time to sign, but I feel a bit reluctant. Her air of superiority has been growing stronger. She never used to flaunt her jewelry in such a foolish manner. In the afternoon, Li Shi once again visited the activity base, collaborating with another engineering company that Zhang Huijing had contacted to conduct an on-site survey and provide a quotation. After all, with a project costing several million, it is essential to make comparisons and choose wisely. Upon returning home in the evening, before he could attend to any other matters, he received a message from Chen Xiuyue. Little man, I'm planning to get thoroughly drunk tonight. Can you come to pick me up? Please, everyone, stop voting for monthly tickets. I'm on the verge of tears. If I get any more votes, I want to be able to repay even next month's dues. When I had over 1,000 collections, I thought it was a flop and was just promoting the event. I never expected this. It's driving me crazy. Please, everyone, show some mercy and stop voting. I am deeply grateful. The wealthy individual with the learning panel, please, everyone, stop voting for monthly tickets. Be the wealthy individual with the learning panel. Be Chapter 92. Special practiced, a woman willing to let you pick her up after a night of drinking is a testament to her trust in you. Upon reading this message, Li Shi envisioned Chen Xiuyue's face, feeling an overwhelming urge to purchase a ticket immediately. Yet, even with familiarity across the digital divide, discerning authenticity can often be challenging. He managed to rationally suppress this impulse and replied with a question. Are you certain? Chen Xiuyue responded with a sorrowful emoji and a voice message, softly saying, Sigh, let us call it a night today. I have to go to the bank tomorrow morning and attend the final meeting at the company in the afternoon. Logic tells me I shouldn't get drunk tonight. Li Shi gently scratched his cheek with his right index finger. Before he could respond, Chen Xiuyue sent another text. Moreover, you are quite busy too. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I will definitely indulge in a night of revelry soon. When that time comes, Li Shi, will you be there to accompany me? Weekly, this time. Li Shi did not hesitate and immediately typed, anytime. The following morning, he drove alone to the activity base once more. This time, he was there specifically to engage in a new and specialized training, speed control exercises. Once again, it was a 50-meter sprint, starting with a jog, gradually increasing in pace. Each run was timed with a stopwatch. The first run clocked in at 36.98 seconds, the second at 12.33 seconds, the third at 8.21 seconds, the ninth at 6.07 seconds, and the 10th at 5.91 seconds. After completing the 10th sprint with all his might, Li Shi began to set a benchmark based on the perfect score of 6.6 seconds achieved by college students. Embarking on speed control training, striving to maintain a time of precisely 6.6 seconds each run. This method, conceived during his viewing of a variety show, not only enhances his perception of time but also hones his bodily control, while simultaneously refining the stability of his sprinting technique, a multifaceted approach indeed. However, Li Shi's primary and most direct aim remained to ascertain his running speed during competitions, preparing himself for future displays of hidden prowess. This was merely one strategy. He had also devised another tactic to conceal his true capabilities during races: drafting. Following closely behind you, I can either outpace you at the last moment or lag a few steps behind. The distance remains a constant 50 meters, thus what needs to be controlled are the cadence and stride. After a morning of practice, Li Shi still could not manage to keep his time at 6 seconds. Stabilizing and precisely regulating his cadence and stride proved exceedingly challenging. Despite his exceptional overall abilities, achieving this feat remained daunting. With formidable endurance, he practiced repeatedly, ultimately only managing to hover between the intervals of 6.9 and 6.2 seconds, occasionally faltering and exceeding this range. However, his sense of timing improved remarkably. By the end of his training, he could gauge how much slower or faster he had run on any given attempt. At noon, Li Shi did not dine alone. Upon finishing his training and returning home, his assistant, Zhang Huijing, arrived with quotations from 2 engineering firms at Phoenix BAY.as. It was her first visit to her boss's luxurious residence. She barely had time to marvel at its opulence before Li Shi tasked her with ordering lunch. He instructed her to find a restaurant with good sanitary conditions, to pack 3 dishes and a soup, and to get 2 boxes of rice. Understood, boss, Zhang Huijing replied, turning to comply. After a few steps, she paused and said, Boss, I've already had lunch. Li Shi looked at her in surprise. I know you've eaten. You still have some chili oil on your lips. Realizing the implication of her words, he chuckled. I've been exercising lately and have been eating quite a bit. Zhang Huijing exited. She felt a flush of embarrassment on her face. Watching his youthful and radiant assistant leave, Li Shi smiled and focused on reviewing the quotations from the 2 companies. The prices were relatively similar. One quoted 1.86 million, while the other one, 72 million. After comparing the 2 proposals and recalling their previous interactions, he ultimately decided to choose the company with the 1.86 million quote, as their proposal was more detailed and they had demonstrated greater professionalism during the engagement. He messaged Zhang Huijing on WeChat, instructing her to contact the chosen firm immediately, so they could come in the afternoon to sign the contract and commence construction. The entire afternoon was consumed with this task, and it was nearly 4 o'clock before he wrapped things up. Exiting the studio, Li Shi drove across the river to meet Zhou Meilin in Huayu District. The venue, selected by her, was a quaint CAF with an artistic ambience. The scheduled time was 5 o'clock, and Li Shi arrived at 4:55. After reaching out via WeChat, he confirmed that she had already arrived. Upon entering the establishment, he spotted a strikingly beautiful woman with a tall stature rising from her seat and waving at him. Zhou Meilin, dressed in a colorful quick-dry sports shirt, black fitness pants, and blue mesh running shoes, with her hair tied back, radiated a vibrant energy. She appeared to be slightly older than him as she approached to greet him. Her impressive long legs became evident. Li Shi was taken aback by her height. She was at least 1.75 meters tall, a rarity among Southern women. Coach Zhou, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Thank you for your guidance during our previous sessions, he remarked with a smile. Zhou Meilin had long been aware, through running videos, that Li Shi was a clean-cut and handsome young man. With a smile, she remarked, Mr. Li, you are too kind. As you know, I have my objectives. Li Shi appreciated the straightforwardness of such individuals and promptly replied, Rest assured, my purpose in coming today is solely to discuss sprinting techniques with you and to inquire about yoga personal training sessions. Following this, the 2 ordered coffee and settled down to discuss the training videos from Li Shi's previous sessions. The impact of face-to-face communication was indeed distinct, allowing for a more nuanced discussion of details by manipulating the video playback. After 20 minutes of conversation, feeling that they had covered enough ground, Li Shi took the initiative to inquire about the yoga personal training. Zhou Meilin pondered for a moment before saying, Mr. Li, the situation is as follows. I have resigned from my previous company and am preparing to open my own fitness studio. The venue is nearing completion, located nearby, but it will require another 5 to 6 days before it is ready for operation. Therefore, I wanted to inform you in advance that if you enroll in my yoga personal training sessions now, they may not commence for another week. Li Shi responded, That is perfectly fine. As I mentioned earlier, my primary intention is to seek your guidance on running. Zhou Meilin smiled and continued, Very well. Previously, my personal training sessions were priced at 350 yuan each, but now that I am operating independently, I have set my fee at 300 yuan per session. Considering that you are taking yoga as an additional pursuit and are a beginner, I propose that you sign up for 20 sessions. If you wish to continue with advanced studies later, we can discuss that further. How does that sound? Li Shi found this arrangement agreeable. He was aware of the current market rates for yoga lessons, which typically range from 200 to 400 yuan per session in Tanzhou. Spending 6,000 yuan on yoga while also gaining a running technique consultant seemed quite advantageous to him. He promptly confirmed the arrangement. Zhou Meilin, delighted at the prospect of a successful start for her studio even before its completion, glanced outside at the sky and cheerfully suggested, "Since it's still early, let us find a place to run a few laps. I can also explain the cornering techniques you inquired about earlier." "Sounds good." Li Shi responded eagerly at the mention of cornering techniques, immediately standing to head to the cashier, only to be stopped by Zhou Meilin. "This shop belongs to a friend of mine. I'll treat you." Li Shi did not dwell on this, expressing his gratitude with a smile as they exited together. Outside, they discussed their destination and decided to head to the Xiangxing College of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Nanhu, where there was an open running track nearby. "Just a 10-minute walk away. I previously trained on a 200-meter track to earn my second-tier title. While my cornering technique may not be exceptional, it is adequate," he explained. Zhou Meilin, with her cheerful disposition, continuously shared insights about cornering techniques along the way. However, her long legs were rather striking, and combined with her good looks, she garnered attention wherever she went, with a nearly 100% rate of onlookers casting glances her way. Even women and the elderly couldn't help but look back, likely wondering how this young lady had grown to such impressive height. At the entrance of the academy lies the first affiliated hospital of their school. In the past, Li Shi had visited this place to seek out the doctors at Guihall for prescriptions and medicine to help his mother restore her health. However, he had never ventured into the school behind it, unaware of the existence of a sports field within. Numerous individuals emerged from the hospital after their consultations, causing the road to be congested with vehicles. Zhou Meilin cast a fleeting glance toward the entrance and softly remarked, "Every time I pass by here, I remind myself to diligently engage in physical exercise." Li Shi scrutinized her carefully, suddenly realizing why he preferred engaging with this Coach Zhou over the other Gaoli, because Coach Zhou exuded a more authentic aura. This included not only her appearance but also her physique. He found himself more inclined to interact with genuine individuals, and was particularly fond of natural beauty. Upon reaching the sports field, they encountered a 400-meter rubber track, where several people were leisurely strolling. After a brief warm-up, Zhou Meilin suggested they run a couple of laps to reacquaint themselves with the feeling of running. "To be honest, I haven't had the chance to run outdoors for quite some time due to the demands of the studio. I usually prefer morning runs and rarely venture out in the evening," Li Shi admitted. He found it peculiar when he asked, "I heard from Gaoli that you have a night running group. I thought you enjoyed running at night." Upon mentioning Gaoli, Zhou Meilin instinctively furrowed her brow but quickly composed herself, clarifying, "She must be referring to someone else, not me. I know who she means. That individual is quite well known in the Tanzhou running circles." Li Shi had little interest in pursuing this topic further and did not inquire any further. Initially, the two ran side by side, but as they approached a turn, Li Shi deliberately lagged behind to observe Coach Zhou's movements. As she ran, her long legs moved with remarkable power and rhythm, creating an aesthetically pleasing sight. Had it been another person with less noble intentions, they might have lewdly contemplated the implications of such legs. Li Shi, however, was fully immersed in his learning, devoid of any distractions, solely focused on acquiring as much knowledge as possible. After completing a lap, Coach Zhou halted at the turn, turned to Li Shi, and said, "Now, let me share some key points with you. When we enter the curve, make every effort to run along the inner edge of the track, leaning your body inward." Upon hearing her begin to discuss the intricacies of cornering techniques, Li Shi immediately paid close attention. "Observe my posture. At this point, you should increase the strength and amplitude of your right leg's movement. While running through the curve, pay attention to the swinging motion of your outer leg and arm. Regarding cornering, maintaining balance and force is a principle rooted in physics. I have some materials on that. If you're interested, I can send you a copy tonight." Zhou Meilin briefly touched upon theoretical aspects, yet her primary focus remained on introducing Li Shi to the methods of cornering training. After she explained, he promptly began to practice. His first attempt was at cornering acceleration training. He positioned himself approximately 30 meters from the start of the curve. Zhou Meilin stood beside him on the inner side, ready to observe his movements while issuing the command, 3, 2, 1, go. As he took off with the swiftness of a cheetah, Zhou Meilin, who had intended to follow him closely, found herself momentarily stunned, only to see his retreating figure in the next instant. Certainly, the reaction and speed exhibited are quite comparable to those of exceptional students in secondary school. Upon reaching the midpoint of the curve, Li Shi paused, having only intended to practice technique today, so he had been holding back. Zhou Meilin approached with a smile, remarking, "Impressive. Your reflexes and explosive power are remarkable. If you were still in high school, you could indeed pursue a path as a sports prodigy." Li Shi mused to himself that had he possessed such a physique during his high school years without the benefit of a learning panel, he would have undoubtedly swept numerous gold medals at the Olympics. That, of course, had he had access to a learning panel, he might not have pursued athletics at all. Maintaining his smile, he replied, I graduated from university several years ago. Zhou Meilin inched closer and inquired, May I take a look at your calf and abdominal muscles? Taken aback for a moment, Li Shi nonetheless rolled up his shirt and the left leg of his trousers, allowing her a glimpse of his abdominal muscles and calves. The sight of his well-defined muscles flashed before her eyes, but before she could fully appreciate them, the fabric concealed them once more. She couldn't help but murmur, his muscles may not be overly robust, yet the definition is so aesthetically pleasing. Subsequently, the two trained for half an hour, and Zhou Meilin's guidance enabled Li Shi to make rapid progress in his curve technique. By the end, she expressed her admiration, saying, Your physical talent is truly remarkable, and you learn exceptionally quickly. What a pity. If you had started training earlier, you might have achieved great things, Li Shi, having acquired new skills. Felt elated and responded with a smile, There's no need for regret. Pursuing this as a hobby for physical fitness is quite wonderful. Zhou Meilin shook her head, stating, Typically, physical training involves slow jogging or middle-distance running. But your mindset is commendable. After concluding their training session, the pair initially intended to dine together, but as they were about to depart, Li Shi suddenly recalled that he had successfully learned the complete technique for short-distance sprints. From the start, acceleration, mid-race, curve, to the final sprint. Although he had only covered the basics, he had indeed gone through the entire process. He paused and expressed his desire to run another 400 meters to fully immerse himself in the newly acquired techniques. Zhou Meilin cheerfully asked, Shall I time you with my phone? Li Shi shook his head, replying, No need. There are too many people. With that, he took off. Starting strong, accelerating, observing Li Shi's athletic silhouette, Zhou Meilin mused that this handsome young man seemed genuinely passionate about running. His dedication during training had been evident, and even as their time together was concluding, he was reluctant to leave without squeezing in one last lap. She lamented, If only I had possessed his drive back in my day, perhaps I could have advanced a few steps further in my career. Alas. As Li Shi completed his sprint, applying all the techniques he had recently learned, and crossed the finish line where Zhou Meilin awaited. A sudden epiphany struck him, and he smiled in realization. Summoning the learning panel, he discovered that his skill in competitive sprinting had indeed progressed from beginner to beginner. After leaving the school, the two enjoyed a meal at a restaurant across the street. With Li Shi treating as a gesture of gratitude as they were nearing the end of their meal, Zhou Meilin recalled something and said, I remember you mentioned that you trained this morning, right? Indeed, I typically engage in training during the morning hours. Thus, your evening session can be deemed as supplementary training. Considering that sprinting is inherently a high-intensity sport, it is imperative to unwind promptly following such rigorous exertion, particularly since we are both nearing our 30s. How about we indulge in a therapeutic massage afterwards? You may treat us to dinner, and I shall cover the cost of the massage. Chapter 94. Do I look good in this outfit? Tonight's match, Li Shi had been accumulating attribute points without integrating them, and it had been quite some time since he last indulged in a massage for relaxation. Since Coach Zhou had brought it up, he felt it would be impolite to decline, especially as he still needed to seek her guidance on running techniques. Allow me to tell you that Therapy Center is exceptionally professional. The husband and wife team previously served as team doctors for an athletic squad. By contemporary standards, they are highly skilled rehabilitation specialists. Later, I will ask the owner to massage your legs. He possesses great strength and delivers a thorough treatment. Zhou Meilin spoke of the therapy center they were about to visit with a smile, saying, In the past, I always had the owner's wife attend to me. Each session left me feeling completely rejuvenated, alleviating a day's worth of fatigue. I've heard that the owner's skills surpass those of his wife. Li Shi nodded with a smile, but then pondered that having just learned the cornering technique, he should seize the opportunity to practice diligently rather than indulge in unnecessary luxuries like a massage. He was well aware of his physical condition. This level of exertion was hardly taxing. During his time with Wu Yuan and Dali, they had engaged in extensive physical activity while honing photography skills. And even after those 2 days, he awoke feeling invigorated, with no soreness whatsoever in his limbs, particularly his waist. However, the aftermath would manifest later in Rueli. Coach Zhou, I just remembered I have a work commitment this evening that requires me to stay late. So I will have to forego the therapy session today. Perhaps we can seize the opportunity to visit together another time. Since they had only just met, Zhou Meilin would not insist, merely advising. If you possess a fascia gun, it could be quite beneficial for massaging your leg muscles, but do remember not to apply it for too long. Very well, thank you, Coach Zhou. Upon leaving the restaurant, the two parted ways. Li Shi retrieved his vehicle and, upon returning home, commenced revising the cornering technique he had just learned in the living room. Although the space was ample, he could not truly run. He could only envision the demonstration of the movements. After a while, he felt somewhat unsatisfied. he decided to search online for nearby 400-meter or 200-meter synthetic tracks but found nothing. Just as he was about to drive to a farther university town, he suddenly stumbled upon a photo on Xiaohong's who depicted a girl accompanying her boyfriend to play football at a nearby sports field, and in the background, unmistakably, lay a red synthetic track. Realizing his oversight, he thought he should have directly searched for football or basketball courts, as such venues typically include synthetic tracks. Checking the time, he immediately set out, driving to the football field adjacent to a golf academy, where he discovered the lights were on. The grass in the center was bustling with people, though they were not playing football. Rather, they were engaged in a game of frisbee. Strangely enough, the surrounding track was completely deserted. Li Shi commenced his customary warm-up routine, all the while observing the youthful individuals on the field, joyfully dashing about with their frisbees. Among them, women constituted half of the group, each adorned in fashionable attire, some undaunted by the chill, donning mere tank tops that revealed their midriffs and slender waists. They appeared less like participants in a sporting event and more akin to revelers at a social gathering. It was evident that today's young women possess a keen appreciation for beauty. He recalled a comment from an online acquaintance, asserting that frisbee is a social sport. Upon completing 5 standard warm-up exercises, Li Shi redirected his focus to specialized athletic warm-ups. His objective was to run laps. So he selected 10 specific movements from a total of 30, including slow jogging, short strides, high knees, cross steps, and skips, slightly intensifying the warm-up effect. Nevertheless, his movements caught the attention of the group of young frisbee players on the grass. As he prepared to commence his laps, a young man clad in a striking blue athletic ensemble approached him. "Hey there, are you training for track and field? I used to do that as well." Li Shi smiled and replied, "No, I'm just out for a jog." "Your form looks quite professional. We're short one person for a 7-player frisbee match over there. Why not join us? As you can see, there are plenty of lovely ladies." The other party candidly expressed his true intention. Li Shi politely declined. He was not in the mood for socializing, merely wishing to refine the new techniques he had learned. Once the young man departed, Li Shi loosened his shoulders, took a stance, and began to run, gradually accelerating. After completing 1 lap, he paused to review the technical details of his running form before starting his 2nd lap. This continued through the 3rd, 4th, and so on, until he reached the 10th lap, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The newly acquired techniques seamlessly integrated into his running with each repetition, rendering his strides increasingly fluid. He yearned to unleash a full sprint. Casting a glance at the exuberant young men and women on the grass, he abandoned the thought. If he were to sprint at full capacity, his speed would rival that of a professional athlete, undoubtedly drawing their attention. This group clearly enjoyed capturing photos and videos for their social media. Moreover, there were cameras on the field. He decided to focus on learning and accumulating skills for the time being, planning to fully train once his private training ground was completed. At that point, he would undoubtedly enter a phase of rapid advancement. After finishing his stretches, Li Shi gathered his belongings and prepared to return. Coincidentally, the frisbee players were concluding their game, and they all headed towards the parking lot together. While they chatted and laughed, Li Shi walked alone amidst them, contemplating whether to slow his sprint training or to seek an alternative direction for study, or perhaps to take a period of relaxation. As he reached the parking area, the young man who had previously invited him to play frisbee parked his car right beside Li Shi's. After a striking female companion settled into the passenger seat, he glanced at Li Shi's Volvo and cheerfully remarked, "Nice ride, man. You've got yourself a road tank." Li Shi smiled and nodded slightly, opting not to engage further. The efficiency of the construction company was commendable. The day after signing the contract, work commenced immediately, starting with the demolition of the old structures and the arrival of machinery. Li Shi's assistant, Zhang Huijing, meticulously followed up on the construction, supervising the work and reporting on the progress. Meanwhile, he intended to take a trip to Jiangxing during this time, not only to inspect and purchase a vehicle, but also to visit the renowned Yellow Crane Tower and to witness the legendary sword of Gojian, the Yu King, at the Beihu Provincial Museum, which has withstood the test of millennia. That evening, he set aside the complete collection of jade, emerged from his study, and picked up his phone to message Ding Chong, the cousin of Ding Mian, informing him of his plan to visit Jiangxing the following day. "Welcome, Mr. Li. Will you be driving over or taking the high-speed train? If you opt for the train, I can pick you up at the station." Li Shi checked the high-speed train tickets from Tianzhou to Jiangxing for the next morning, still undecided about which train to book, when suddenly, Chinchua sent him a message. "Do I look nice in this outfit?" Accompanying the message was a photograph in the image. She donned a light gray top and a brown skirt, complemented by a pure white knitted shawl with delicate edging, likely due to the recent drop in temperature. The simplicity of her attire was elevated by her exquisite features and cool demeanor, exuding an air of sophistication and design. Compared to her usual minimalist style, this ensemble appeared rather formal, suggesting she was preparing for an important occasion. Li Shi quickly typed in response, "Is it today?" As for the announcement of my work's release, allow me a moment to lament. Initially, I failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and did not foresee that after the setback, my writing speed would plummet so significantly I hastily initiated an event offering 50 monthly tickets and an additional chapter, lamenting my earlier naivety. Truth be told, I only had a little over 1,000 favorites at the outset and feared my work would falter, estimating at most 200 to 300 monthly tickets, which prompted me to create an incentive for myself. However, to my astonishment, the count later surged to over 30,000. Yet, despite my pleas for mercy after submitting a single chapter, you all continued to vote fervently. What happened to the kindness of my once generous readers? Does your conscience not ache? With nearly 1,900 monthly tickets now, subtracting the 190 for benefits leaves 700. Dividing that by 50 results in 34 chapters. Am I to add 34 chapters next month? Faced with this number, recalling that I currently take 3 hours to write a single chapter, I was utterly bewildered, left in despair. But wait, there's also the 5 additional chapters pledged by the leader of the Xiaofeng Kenyang Alliance, bringing the total to 39 chapters, 39. Oh heavens! Now, if you would permit me a moment of joy, the work is finally launched, a considerable achievement. I'll refrain from unnecessary chatter and extend my gratitude once more to the leader of Xiaofeng Kenyang. Allow me to repay you slowly. Rest assured, given time, I shall fulfill my obligations. The release will occur after midnight tonight, with several chapters updated initially. I humbly seek your support for a first subscription. This is particularly vital for both me and this book, so I implore all of you to subscribe. Before 10 o'clock tomorrow evening, I will provide another update. By the way, I anticipate some may criticize me for the brevity of my updates. Feel free to express your opinions here. I acknowledge my infrequent updates have been my fault. Yet I promise to find my rhythm and increase my output. The promised additional chapters will certainly be fulfilled. I kindly ask for your support in securing that first subscription. Considering my earnest dedication to writing this book, which you all liken to a PowerPoint presentation, first subscription, first subscription, first subscription. While other authors often elaborate on their update rules, I shall refrain from doing so. Until I have settled my current debts of additional updates, I will not be soliciting monthly votes or rewards for the next 700 to 800 updates. Chapter 95. Chun Xiuyue's Hidden Depths, Seeking First Subscription. This evening I shall treat my former colleagues to a farewell dinner. Li Shi stared at this message for several seconds before typing. I will purchase the ticket right away. He then opened the 12306 app, searched for tickets to Yangcheng, and promptly spent over 800 yuan on a business seat for the 8:39 train, sending a screenshot of the confirmation. He also informed Ding Chong on WeChat that he had a sudden matter to attend to and needed to postpone his trip to Jiangxing by a few days. Chun Xiuyue had been silent until she saw the screenshot, after which she quickly replied, "You're really coming, Li Shi? The ticket is booked, You're not going to." Chun Xiuyue sent a location pin, 66,